Okay. For real this time, what's up? Should be working, except they're not disappearing. So I might have to either... There should be a fade thing, but I like totally forget where it is in my settings thing. Hold on, I'm hoping you'd watch it mess it up again. I know, but if I do that and then we do this, it's gonna... Oh, dear lord. So that should be like normal, except it doesn't disappear. And then all I need to do to make it disappear should be um um this. So now it'll work like normal. I'm a good streamer. Okay, but how y'all doing? There was blood to be had? What do you mean by that? Hey, it does disappear. Okay, we're good. Peterbot, why do you have a secret kick channel? What could I say? Okay, the Fortnite team, they don't like some of the political takes. Okay, we gotta hide them over on the non-Von 420 kick channel. There we go. Okay, we're good. I came here for a high-octane debate blood sports. Oh my god, is Peter about the pro Fortnite player? What DMA card do you use? Dude, I don't even know. I want to be just like you. I don't know what a DMA card... My knowledge of Fortnite extends only to who Peterbot is, okay? Why are you lying? What a direct memory access card hardware device allows high-speed data transfer between computers, memory, and peripherals. You're a cheater. You know what a DMA is? Are you not allowed to use a DMA in Pro Fortnite or something? Do you think Trump was do you think Trump was sorry, fucking children of Epstein? I don't actually I kind of doubt it, but I increasingly I doubt it less and less. All right, now, okay, I got my chat working on my OBS. Okay, have you seen the Stephen Hawking files? I know he was on the island or whatever. But that's all I know. What was it saying? Saying stuff, but then I had to fix everything. Kill me. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I kind of doubt Trump was actually Trump was actually like fucking children on the island or doing any of that shit. I do. Increasingly though, I'm like, okay, maybe it's more than what I initially thought, which was just like, you know, they were buddies in 2003 or whatever. I gotta update my Discord too. I'm a good streamer. I'm an awesome streamer. Can you do an impersonation of Stephen Hawking getting head from a child on Epstein's Island? I don't think I'm gonna, dude. I think I'd honestly get banned if I did that one. Not gonna lie, not gonna lie, bro. Dear Lord. Windows 98 dial-up noises. I guess that probably would be probably what it would sound like. Do you think Epstein killed himself? I don't really have an opinion, but like it's basically the same thing. Increasingly, I'm like, okay, maybe there is actually some funky shit just based on like what I've seen, like what Trump has said and what fucking Kash Patel has said and like the reactions to it. I'm like, okay, maybe you know what? Maybe some fuck shit actually did go down. Are you balding Trump supporter or dumb bitch hair supporter? I am a I don't know why I mean you can see I'm not balding. You should be able to see that. So I guess I'm a dumb bitch Kamala supporter. I mean I got the Joe Biden behind me. I was never a Kamala supporter. I was always a Joe Biden supporter, all right? Oh shit, I forgot to put the shrimp costume down. Can't wait for Trump to be exonerated because of because a convicted SO and trafficker who perjured herself multiple times said he didn't do anything bad. Can't wait, dude. If he like pardons Jillian Maxwell, I'm just so confirmation bias. Thanks for the sub. Hell, fucking yeah, let's go. If he actually pardons Jillian Maxwell, like that'll be crazy. Not because like I imagine the reaction to that would be pretty fucking bad. Which state is Trump president of? What do you mean, silly chicken? He's president of the United. There we go. Have to have the nice shrimp in the background, obviously. Biden's a puppet for the Shadow Society? This is true. This is very true. Okay. So Peterbot like Biden? I love Biden. I don't love anyone else more than Biden. And Obama, obviously, actually. Minnesota. Okay, just real quick thing. Speaking of blood sports debates, okay. I should be doing something with oh, there's one pulled up actually. Obama, yeah, I'm aware. Don't spam in my chat though. Google, yeah, I'm aware he bombed the hospital, killed all the children in it, and that one wasn't in Afghanistan, right? That was in Yemen or whatever. I forget. True. Wow. Incredible. Anyway, I should be doing something with this girl from the Jubilee thing next week, hopefully. Ideally. It's going to be a little weird next week because I have jury duty, which is an odd thing to have at my age, but I do have jury duty. You can fix her king, maybe. Do none of the, no offense to the girl, hope you're not watching, none of the things she said on a video were like that. Or like based on evidence or anything or whatever. What's up, Patrol? Welcome back. So I don't know like how strong her opinions really are in this stuff. Anyway, should be talking to that girl next week, and as well as this dude, who's a liberal dude, he's been on a few Jubilee episodes. I reached out to him. He said he's willing to do something, and then we're just going to talk about why Trump is bad and what the Democrats need to do better, basically. And then this... where is he? And then I reached out to this conservative dude who's been on a few of these as well. He said he's like a soft yes. He hearted my message. So we'll see. But yeah. I'm jealous they never picked me for jury duty. I mean, I'm not that upset about it or anything. I just think it's might be a little annoying, but Trump made green line go up, for real. Anyway, I'm gonna shoot myself. Do you watch the Sun? I don't. Dude, Kevin Hassett. Actually kill me, dude.
Numbers.
And when you say potential suspicious patterns that they're going to look at, I mean, I remember talking with you years ago about the BLS putting numbers out that could help, Democrats put questions ahead of Republicans. So how hard is it or easy is it to manipulate this data?
Well, the problem is that.
So by the way, he doesn't answer the question. I only watched Nafon and Asman. That's good. That's the ideal two streamers. You should be watching. Hell yeah.
If you want to have like statistical certainty, right, then you need to have a large number of observations that are suspicious. And so there are certainly anecdotes that are very concerning. One of the famous ones in the literature is that right before
by the way, I don't think famous ones in the literature. I don't think there's any literature on it, especially because, I mean, you'll see.
Mitt Romney and Barack Obama were running for office for president. There was a GDP release that was really surprisingly positive right before the election. I thought I had previously briefed Mitt Romney's campaign that I thought that they're probably going to have a number that looked like a recession. And then, in fact, they got a really big, beautiful number right before the election. It probably had a big effect on the election. And then that number ultimately was revised away. And it was revised away because it turned out that the number happened because of the biggest ever, all the way back to World War II, increase in defense spending. No kidding.
So she asked him, how easy is it to manipulate BLS data? And then he basically says, well, here's an anecdote of when allegedly the not BLS, because the BLS doesn't do the GDP numbers, the BEA does the GDP numbers, the BEA manipulated GDP numbers in 2012. Are you kidding me? What are we?
I mean, that is exactly what we spoke about. That's right.
Yes,
and that's
when
what I'm referring to.
Like that, then you got to say, no, this is not the kind of thing that should happen. Our data agencies need to make sure that the data are trustworthy and not being manipulated politically. And I'm 100% sure that President Trump has made that one of his highest priorities, that we put together a team that produces data that people can 100% trust and that people know where the data came from.
100%
and can
trust.
open source it as much as possible.
Unbelievable.
And also, it's all this stuff is already open source. They tell you what releases they use to compute the numbers, and they tell you the exact equation they use to do these numbers or whatever. And then what's insane is that he isn't even right about the fucking 2012 shit. Those were all revised upward. That wasn't revised downward. It was, you can look at, this is Q3 of 2012. This is after the this is the first estimate. Oh shit, why did I link to the first estimate? I have to link to the revision. But all the revisions were upward. The first estimate was 2% before the election, and they got revised upward later on after the election. So if they were trying to help Obama, they should have done a fucking bad job. They should have given said they gave a low number first and revised it down. It's the opposite of what happened. Not that 2% is he said they gave a high number first and revised it down. And then also, it's kind of just it's insane. I'm gonna shoot myself. It doesn't even, there's a way to phrase it where it could kind of be reasonable if he was right about the revisions, which is that, government spending does contribute to GDP. So, theoretically, right, at if right before the election Obama increased defense spending a ton, or I think he said non-defense spending, that could have some positive effect on GDP. Now there's an effect that counteracts that, which is called crowding out. Just obviously imagine just imagine the economy like literally at full employment. Like everyone who wants a job has one, and like every resource is like going to its most valued use case. Like in that case, if the government spends money, that's not going to actually increase GDP. That's just going to decrease everything else in GDP. You're going to see $100 increase in GDP's contribution from the government, but you're drawing away resources from the private sector. So things like consumption and investment and maybe net exports too are like going to go down. So like, the government can't just like spend a ton of money to like fake the GDP numbers. In fact, a lot of times, conceivably the opposite is the case as well. But conceivably, like there could be cases where the like GDP would be higher without the government spending. So it's not actually in politicians' interest to do all this government spending to raise GDP, because the government spending or GDP would have been higher if just resources went to their most valued use case on a private market and didn't crowd out spending in other sectors. It's like kill me. But like I could see like a version of that like being true if it was the case that for whatever reason the initial estimate captured all like the non-defense spending but didn't like initially capture the fall in other sectors, right? And then later on, as we got better data, we did see the fall in other sectors, but that obviously didn't happen here, and that wouldn't be the BA faking data anyway. That would just be like, our data is always going to have some limitations, and presumably, that's going to be one of them, and it's just as likely to happen under any presidential administration. Anyway, that's Kevin Hassett, who recently looks like might end up being the Fed chair, because that would be wonderful, wouldn't it? Kill me. I forget what Trump even like said about him to make him jump this much, but I don't. It's hard to know even how many people would do as like Fed chairman. Because I don't trust any of them to like. I don't like the issue is like the FOMC like is a 12-person committee, and they they do stuff by vote. They don't like it's not like the Fed chairman just is a dictator that controls everything, and like there is not much like legal recourse, I guess, or recourse is probably not the right word. Like, technically, they could get nominated even if they told Trump like I'll do what you say, and then they got nominated, they could just like not do what Trump said, and Trump doesn't have that much power technically legally to do stuff. But I don't trust that. I don't trust that Trump won't try to do shit, and I don't trust that these people won't just listen to Trump for whatever bullshit dumbass reason that they want to do anyway. So anyway, this is we're not gonna read all this. I just thought it was funny. This is just standard. Who could have foreseen, guys? The swamp is not actually gonna be drained, and even if Trump promises like whatever popular stuff he does in the campaign trail, we're gonna see that be undone by the evil lawyer swamp. White stagnation in the U.S. started with Ronald Reagan opening up the floodgates at the southern U.S. border. That's so true, Ian Hartman. Welcome back. Been a little bit since we've had you here, Ian Hartman. Basically, everything you said was wrong, but I think I'm talking to people. I might be talking to people about it later tonight. We'll see. It depends on if they're down for it. I don't know exactly what'll happen there. It's true. It's really not. Trump is going to drain a swamp and replace it with shitty concrete pallet rose garden. Okay, to be fair though, Trump literally read the Trump is a, what have I missed? Not much sauce drama. We basically just started. Welcome. Trump basically Trump has embraced the utilitarian decrease the insect population by replacing grass lawns with gravel and or pavement. Okay, we have the ultimate. I don't even know what to call this position exactly. Utilitarian, wild animal suffering concerned president in office now. Okay, patriots in control. Although probably not as effective as donating to the Shrimp Welfare Project. Do have to add that caveat. Why is what I said not true? Because wages in the U.S. have just not stagnated. Like Ian Hartman, there's no, like I said, if you stick around, I'm sure I'll talk to people in the U.S. But for one, wages just haven't stagnated, and to the extent that they, like real median income or whatever and stuff has been lower than otherwise it would have been, it's not because of immigration. It's mostly due to, it's mostly due to essentially inequalities in the demand between skilled and unskilled labor. It's not immigration does not really have anything to do with it. Yeah. In fact, in aggregate, immigrants have probably increased wages, but even if you say that they had some negative impact on low skill workers' wages. You clearly don't know what you're talking about. I'm assuming that's because you've never had an actual real job. I'm assuming you've never looked at data before. I understand. Buddy, but okay. Anyway, even as a serial gooner, I can't goon to Ayala anymore for her because of her dumbass take. Oh my god, it's so cringe. Ryan's time has come. I'm aware. What's up, Econoboi? What I'm saying is a basically well-known fact, at least in regard to wage stagnation in the U.S. really hitting hard Derek Reagan. I wouldn't say it's a well-known fact. It's pretty controversial non-fact. Ian knows more about the economy because he has a job. Not fun. Checkmate liberal. I'm not even convinced Ian does have a job. Ian thinks he knows more about the economy because he thinks he knows all about how the Jews control it. But non-fun's mom is well known. This is true. You can ask the AI chatbot if you like. Ian, the bot will agree for the most part. I'm sure. I think there's a lot of populist slop online about it, so it's not gonna be surprising to me that if I ask Grok, it's going to say, well, actually, did you know if you deflate hourly earnings with CPI, then it seems like wages actually have stagnated a little bit. It's not surprising to me, but I think that's a very wrong analysis. I think tariffs are bad, but if we use the dropping stock market as evidence for their badness, then we should also be using its rise as evidence for their goodness. Did I say Grok? I'm just using Grok as an example, but no, you did not say Grok. Sounds like Cope real. I don't know why people's brains work like this. It's annoying to me, dude. Even I talked about this when it happened. It seems like even some liberal stupid people's minds work like this. You should always just be thinking about the counterfactual. Obviously the stock market trends upward over time. It's been trending upward the entire time it has existed. There are not many periods where the S&P 500 or any what's it called any of these index funds are trending downward for a significant period of time. They're obviously unless it's a actual recession, right? So should obviously just be questioning whether or not we think that tariffs are essentially or the stock market would be higher if Trump had never said the word tariffs. If Trump was the ultimate free trader, to which it should be obvious that that's a yes. And obviously, you can just look at the evidence of how stock markets have responded to tariffs historically, and how the market reacts to new tariff announcements. You still see today that whenever there's new tariff announcements, you see the stock market fall again, which suggests that the stock market does not like tariff announcements. Seems like it's bad. Seems like they expect their future cash flows, their future after-tax profits to be lower. Crazy, believe it or not. And then we just have, not that you shouldn't realistically you shouldn't even need studies for this, but We do have studies on the 2018 and 2019 trade war, as well as the Liberation Day tariffs. They both find like, hey, actually, and guys, believe it or not, controversial assessment here. We've determined that Bones confirms even when it lips with his mommy. Seems like, Bones. I think this Ian Hartman guy has got it down. Actually, I think I trust him. But yeah, guys, believe it or not, controversial assessment. Believe it or not, seems like tariffs probably have a negative impact on the stock market. What? Yeah. Crazy. I haven't read this yet. I don't know if it's a pretty short thing. But it says Krugman on it. Also today. Okay. A great majority of economists in both the academic and business worlds believe that Donald Trump is pursuing destructive economic policies. He has imposed high tariffs, undoing the effects of 90 years of trade negotiations. His deportation policies already creating labor shortages and supply disruptions in multiple sectors of the economy. His big, beautiful budget bill, aside from being cruel, is fiscally irresponsible. Deportations will undermine Social Security and Medicare. His drastic cuts to scientific research will undermine U.S. technology and hence long-run economic growth. Yet after briefly plunging when Trump announced his Liberation Day tariff, stock prices have fully recovered. So I'm often asked how this is possible. If Trump's policies are bad, how can the stocks be up? I call a spade, even if you don't like it. Don't be a damn spade or real. I'm glad we're having the cross-chat war right now. The YouTube chat versus Twitch chat. Incredible war that we're fighting. Have to say, for now, I gotta side with Twitch chat. But who knows? Maybe you can turn it around, Ian, I'm sure. My usual response is I don't give investment advice. I may follow up by quoting Paul Simpson's famous quip that the market had predicted 9 out of the last 5 recessions. But I thought it might be useful to say a bit more about how to reconcile the resilience of stocks with analysis showing Trumponomics is very bad. First, a long version of Samuel's quip. Stocks are not now and never have been useful predictors of a business cycle. Even when there were good reasons to be worried about a coming downturn, it's very hard to find cases in which the stock market gave advance warning. Navon confirmed Hassan Pike reviewer. True. Oh, and Navon, personally, I think you should stop watching Secular Talk and Hassan. I don't watch either of them. But okay. I really don't like Hassan. I don't hate Secular Talk. I don't watch his content at all. I see his tweets sometimes, but that's about it. The way I see it, during any given period, the market is driven by narrative, positive or negative. The current narrative is strongly driven by optimism about AI, and it takes a major shock to change a market narrative. Nothing in history suggests that we should expect a really strong stock market reaction to the kinds of warnings we're getting so far about Trumponomics. Speaking of which, while Trump's tariffs are very bad, there is, as I wrote on Sunday's Primer, a tendency among both economists and observers to exaggerate the damage done by protectionism. Uncertainty about tariffs is definitely depressing business spending in the short run, but in the Primer, I estimated that Smoot-Hawley 2.0 will reduce long-run long-run U.S. real GDP by 0.4%. The Yale Budget Lab, with a more elaborate model, comes up with a very similar number. Yeah, I've seen this cited before, obviously. Now, losing 0.4% of GDP forever is a big deal, but it's not so big that it's hard to imagine other factors boosting stocks enough that the market goes up rather than down. I'd argue that Trump policies, especially the evisceration of U.S. science, will eventually have much bigger negative effects on growth. But as I've suggested, the stock market is a lot less forward-looking than people imagine, and you wouldn't expect these disastrous long-run policies to show up in today's S&P 500. Kyle is very annoying. I think Kyle is. I don't want to call him annoying. I think he's obviously wrong on a lot of things. It was more progressive opinions on shit. But listen, sometimes he does have banger tweets. Okay, I'll give him that. I will give him that. Sometimes he has not so banger tweets. But okay, I'm glad he doesn't actually link to his Twitter. He links to his Substack twice. Let's go. Also, this is an incredible. Oh, nope. Still doing it. Incredible YouTube bug we got going on. I know you don't know. Oh yeah, keep getting screwed in international trade, despite the fact we've clearly had far more leverage in the nation. Yeah, it's real. We're like ADL mouthpiece. This is true. Listen, sometimes the tweets are just bangers. All right. Sometimes a man just has banger tweets. Like, this is just truth nukes. Finally, Trump isn't the only thing driving the economy in the market right now. As I mentioned, the current market narrative is driven largely by AI, and as it happens, Trump's economic reign of terror has coincided with a huge surge in investment related to AI. Here's real spending information on processing equipment, which basically reflects the frantic construction of data centers. Yeah, it's all data center construction is like almost at the levels of like office space construction. Which has been falling. These trade deficits are always going to be evened out with an equal amount of investment in the country. Whoa. They're learning to balance the payments. I know, it's crazy. Turns out that investment surge accounts for about half of the U.S. economic growth in the first half of 2025. Without that surge, we'd probably be looking at an economy at stall speed that is growing slowly, so slowly that it could easily slip into a recession. And while stocks rarely predict recessions, they usually slump when recessions hit. So if you ask why Trumponomics hasn't caused a stock crash, one answer is that many of the market's effects of Trump's policies have been masked by the AI boom. In fact, there's a pretty good case that if Trump hadn't won and implemented his tariffs, we'd currently be dealing with overheating driven by AI spending. Does this portend a future recession when the AI bubble bursts? Maybe. But that will have to be the subject of a future post or maybe several posts with a question how stocks can be up in the face of bad economic policies. To summarize my arguments, stock market isn't actually a good predictor of the economy, and Trump's policies are bad, but the medium-term adverse impact won't be as big as many imagine. The AI boom/bubble is making some of the effects, masking some of the effects of bad policy. Well, I know, yeah, so Trump, by preventing the economy over, he's actually playing 4D chess. Take the L, live. It's 4D chess, yeah, based on his super good understanding of the AI boom. Okay, he understands. Anyway, we gotta play these real quick. Sowing seeds, man, I don't know what the fuck. I'm gonna guess Brazil. Okay, that's not a very good guess. I'm gonna guess China. I feel like it's not China, but it could be. Okay, China is a little bit better than Brazil. Am I allowed to look up what sowing seed? Oh, thanks, Google. I don't know. I didn't think sowing seeds were like a real. I don't know what they are. It's like a product and not people just like, sowing seeds, like an action, like a verb. I'm gonna guess Indonesia. Watch. Gonna be number 1. Oh, that was horrible. Oh no. Okay, well, China has some. I wonder if we do any. Okay, we do a decent amount. Okay. I'm gonna guess like Germany then? Okay, Germany wasn't that bad. Okay. Listen, we got there eventually. Netherlands, yeah, I would have like Netherlands, Germany. Apparently Netherlands has the competitive advantage of a lifetime in fucking sowing seeds. Goddamn. I don't see how this isn't just many countries not taking the tariffs fully seriously yet, and most of them not being fully implemented, and not much retaliation yet. Well, yeah, I mean, like, that's another thing. It's like, to the extent like the stock market, another big factor is just that Trump did like tacoed. Like, there's a reason taco's a thing. Like, he did not follow through on like half of the tariffs that he threatened. And then, yeah, like even the tariffs that like went into effect, I think they're actually, I should have this like saved or whatever. I think there's like, by the way, a decent amount of evidence that shows it seems like Customs and Border Patrol is not even collecting the full rate of tariffs half the time, right? like just based on import data, like we would expect them to be collecting like 30% more in tariff revenue than they actually are, which suggests that there's probably clever ways people are like finding around the tariffs, or they're not being enforced properly. Which to some extent you're gonna have you're gonna have avoidance with any tax, but like believe it or not, guys, people find ways around tariffs. That's why we see, I think, like Boeing, for example, was like I forget exactly what they were doing, but they were finding a way around some of these tariffs with taking engines off of their European planes and importing them here, so they can import them as only can't avoid the LVT. This is true. This is true. Me see land, me need check, or me take land base. There's got to be like there's like some African country, a bunch of diamonds. I guess I feel like it's not the DRC, just because I feel like Rwanda maybe. A little bit further down, Botswana. You're giving me hints of Econoboi. I think it actually might be fucking Botswana, because that is like literally not Botswana. Wow, you fell for it. Mozambique. Kill me. Wait, what country am I thinking of? Did you see Trump's new gift from Apple? Dude, I did. I don't even know. There's no way that's like legal, right? But do they just like not care? I'm so confused. I don't know why everything's either like a short or a video way too long for me to like skim through and find it.
Today to tell the
silicon contain covered
millions of
Yeah, I
dollars.
don't think they
100
show the gift in here, but he got him like some gold engraved, like.
California, and this glass comes off the Corning line.
It's got to be over whatever the limit is for the president to receive gifts, right?
It was designed by a U.S. Marine Corps corporal, a former one, that works at Apple now.
That's good. He's done well.
Designed it for you. And the base comes from Utah and is 24 karat gold. And it sits, I'll take the liberty of...
But, like, I don't know, like, I don't know if, like, the SEC, like, would have to enforce it, and, like, they're just not going to because they think Trump is gonna just fire them or do whatever to them if they enforce it. Or, like, maybe I'm just wrong about there being a limit. 24 karat gold. Looks like it's probably volume roughly of 2 power bank. Yeah, I know. It's like... Yeah, none of this stuff has like a legal analysis of it, but like I can't imagine, like there's no way, no shot. I mean, loss don't really matter on Trump. Well, that's what that's what I'm thinking, obviously, but. Yeah, Bonos is adding additional $100 billion to its existing pledge to spend $500 billion in the U.S. over the next 4 years as part of its investment. Cook said 100% of all cover glass for iPhones and Apple Watches will be manufactured in the U.S. Woohoo. We did it, guys. High value add. Fucking Gorilla Glass made in the U.S. Let's go. Wow, incredible. When a reporter pressed Cook on a possibility of American-made iPhone, Trump echoed Cook's view that Apple already makes many of the popular smartphones components in the U.S. Been talking about it, the whole thing is set it up in other places, and it's been there for a long time. So in terms of constant, Trump said. But I think we may incentivize him enough that one day he'll be bringing that. Wow, whoa. Yeah, financial hit from tariffs last quarter is $800 million. But don't worry, you only have to give Trump a $5,000 gold bar to get out of it. Woohoo. But yeah, I don't know. Like, God, do I just not know the, like, name of the country I'm thinking of? It's like that fucking small country. It's pretty close to Rwanda. It's in Africa. It's on that fucking lake. It's definitely not Kenya, but I feel like it might just be. I don't know if Kenya has diamonds. I know roughly where Mozambique is. Dude, is it not Mozambique? Kill me. What was it other? Maybe it's. No, it's not Mediterranean. That's the one on the, like, East Coast. Oh, sorry, West Coast. Zambia. Lesotho. Oh, that's. I wasn't thinking of fucking. Because it's. Kill me. Okay, well, wow. Anyway, I might read this later, actually. I don't know how much I. This is your anti-sovereign wealth fund blog post at Econoboi. It's not technically. I mean, it does say borrowing. I guess technically, I mean, you can do a deficit neutral sovereign wealth fund, obviously. Now, I guess you're always going to have the, I mean, if you invest whatever tax revenue, I guess technically you're always going to have the opportunity cost of just paying down the debt. But it seems like, you know, you're obviously going to mitigate that pretty significantly if you just invest it in whatever. Did kind of explain why his name is in the Epstein files? Not yet. Pretty suspicious. Pretty suspicious. I don't know. You have to make a public statement. Not to mention detentions, camps, bombing countries. Or wait, oh, I think you're talking about, yeah, Trump, yeah. Illegal ICE raids, sending military into California, etc. Yeah. Although wasn't I don't keep up with some of the legal stuff. Was that ever, wasn't it ruled, the National Guard shit was ruled legal, I thought. Not that like makes it okay or anything, but like, I'm pretty sure that was technically upheld. Bombing foreign countries is good, but fair enough. True. True, nuke. Fortunately, there's no free lunch. Some people must accept a reduction in scheduled growth rates, social security benefits, and others must pay higher taxes to keep the system sustainable. There's no alternative. If Congress wants more people to share in the high returns for riskier assets, it can encourage more private retirement savings, which I have long supported as a supplement to Social Security. However, that's also not free. Someone has to pay for those investments. According to the argument of the proposal is that the government can benefit from financial leverage. It can borrow at the interest rate on the government debt and invest the funds in riskier assets with higher returns, particularly stocks. Suppose the average difference between the stock market and stock market return and government borrowing rate is 5% in real terms. To keep things simple, assume the government puts those private assets into a sovereign or social security wealth fund. Then after 75 years, so the argument goes, to 1.5 trillion would have grown to an expected value of 58 trillion after paying interest cost. In many ways, the Cassidy Kane idea of generating stock market-like returns is similar to the several past proposals for Social Security reform, and those earlier versions, Social Security Trust Fund, was larger, and the government would would either finance the stock purchases by selling treasury securities from that fund, or invest in fewer incoming Social Security taxes in government bonds. However, those trust fund actions still require more borrowing from the private sector, just as the latest proposal does. Turning this trick into a Social Security issue only causes confusion. Social Security doesn't need to be involved. Congress could decide to borrow for any purpose and invest in a stock market. For example, it could authorize the Federal Reserve, the trustees of Medicare, or Department of Housing and Urban Development to do so. If there is no additional economic growth from government portfolio adjustment, that is, no increase in overall output and income in the economy, these actions redistribute existing income and risk within the economy. The money must come from somewhere. If the government takes in more money, it leaves the private sector with less. Whoa, whoa. What is this? MMT or logic word? Truth nuke, though. Okay. When the government buys stocks, someone else sells it. As these government purchases increase the demand for stock ownership, stock prices likely go up more than it would have. But the earnings to price ratio drops. Future stock buyers are among those who face lower returns. And this new borrowing could flood the market further, making government bonds riskier. That could lead to government bearing more costs through higher interest rates. Oh shit, this guy's MMT closed the article. For real. MMT was debunked. Truth nuke. No matter how these factors play out, there's still no magic money. Suppose there's some magic money. Still assume there's some magic money. Next question is why anyone would want to spend it this way. Current law schedules Social Security and Medicare to grow indefinitely at rates higher than economic growth. How much effort should be devoted to maintaining this trajectory? Even with magic money, Congress must prioritize. Why not allocate more to non-elderly households with and without children who are now more likely to be poorer than older households? In my recent book, Abandon How Republicans and Democrats Deserted the Working Class, the Young, and the American Dream. Whoa, I get that. Three Santos offering free spending increases, tax cuts, and low borrowing costs have been promising this magic for almost 50 years and bear significant responsibility not only for our massive debt buildup, but also for substantial decline in the relative support for working class and young. Is this at all true? Substantial decline in relative support for working class and young seems very exaggerated. Like I think if you look at social spending as like a percentage of GDP, it's like been like relatively consistently going up. I think if you just look at like we just look at people, like this is how many transfer payments have gone up to like the bottom quintile of people. And now make up like the majority of their income. Same thing with the second quintile. Not at all convinced that's the case. Yet other problems relate to the government deciding on which stocks to buy. And Allison Schrager is concerned about government investing in today's risky market. Magic money gives Congress the idea that it doesn't need to pay for its actions. The resulting increase in debt threatens the economy. Will believe that money grows on trees or in Fort Knox vaults distracts from our elected officials from their job of finding better ways to collect and spend revenue. Don't mean to criticize the particular proposal. The days of reckoning are upon us. It's simply time to stop relying on Santa to save us from facing the consequences directly. Well, obviously, I think, hold on, I'm pretty sure if you just look up like social. I'm pretty sure we're at like 18% of GDP or whatever if you like include transfer payments. I don't know if like Fred, I don't think Fred has a like chart for this or anything. I don't know. This is health, old age, incapacity related benefits, family activity, labor market programs, unemployment, housing. Like where at like 20% it says. So yeah, we're like 18% pre-COVID, a little higher after COVID because of the COVID stimulus and everything. Don't think it's been significantly declining. That certainly seems a little odd to argue. Anyway, we're gonna watch one more quick thing. Ryan Macbeth. Apparently also, Ryan Macbeth, brave take here, coming out against the BLS firing too. I'm curious I don't know what the line he draws to national defense is, or national security, other than like maybe he's just gonna say, like, there's probably other like independent data collection people in the military or something that he's worried about.
I haven't done a morning video in my bathrobe in a while. All right, so President Trump just fired the head of the Bureau of Labor and Statistics because he didn't like the numbers. And I don't do politics.
But this isn't a political story. This is a defense story. Let me show you how. Now, I will call out the president when he does something right, like Russian sanctions or attacking Iran's nuclear industry. But when he does something wrong, I will call him out as well. And this is a wrong story because it creates a very scary precedent that could harm national defense. Let me break this down here. The BLS, or Bureau of Labor and Statistics, is the government's gold standard source for employment data. It is not partisan. It's not political. These are nerds in cardigans looking at. I mean, look at this woman.
I don't know.
She probably likes to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy
In 2012.
Right? But the president reportedly didn't like that July's job report numbers were what he essentially called rigged. So the head of the Bureau of Labor and Statistics got shown the door. This president also didn't like how the numbers for May and June were revised downwards. Now, this is just political drama, fine. I mean, but it's not. This is actually kind of dangerous to national defense. Because if we start firing people for delivering data we don't like, we're no longer a functioning republic. We're a reality TV show. Let's talk numbers. The BLS said we added 187,000 jobs in July. Now, the Bureau of Labor and Statistics comes up with this number by conducting surveys of businesses across the United States. What's interesting is that ADP, Automated Data Processing, which is America's largest payroll provider, reported 104,000 jobs gained. And that's actually pretty close to the government number if you factor in the fact that ADP may be only looking at the payroll that it provides for its customers, and they're not looking at what Ceridian and Paychex and QuickBooks did. Now, granted, ADP...
I'm pretty sure the evidence I've seen says that the BLS numbers tend to be more accurate than the ADP numbers, even like in the long term release. Maybe the initial estimate may not always be as accurate, but
he is only one payroll provider.
After all
it's a public company though, and
after
it
all
has
the
to report
rigging.
accurate information. I mean, like my character in my novel, The Wind Machine, Mike Malloy was more afraid of the Securities and Exchange Commission than he was of the president in this novel, right? Paychex, which is another payroll provider, they showed job growth slowing. They don't really give numbers; they give like a decimal, but still kind of growing with small business. So the difference between the ADP number and the Bureau of Labor and Statistics number is 83,000 in favor of the government's number. So while there may be some truth to the numbers being wrong, the BLS also revises numbers all the time as more data comes in. So they might have revised those numbers in a different direction for June in August. But the scary thing here is that we may have to start relying on private sources, ADP, Paychex, LinkedIn, ZipRecruiter, QuickBooks, which I guess is Intuit, because the government's official source may be politically manipulated or politically motivated. And it could be that the government source might be self-censoring because they don't want to bring the president bad
does that
news.
a lot, yeah.
And here's why this is bad for national defense. The defense industrial base does not run on tanks, it runs on workers. We track jobs and labor participation because it tells us who can make our munitions, who can repair our aircraft, who's eligible to join the army. Now, if this person wasn't being honest, she got what she deserved. But if you fire people for being honest...
There's not even like a clear mechanism by which she could have been dishonest. Like it would have been... Like again, they don't even see the numbers before until like 2 days before... the fuck they come out. Like, it's insane.
Now we're flying blind.
What's up, Rockspits? And we need to get rid of those damn climate change scientists, satellites that help out farmers too. I know.
And pretty soon, people are just going to make up numbers and tell you what you want to hear. War with China over
Get rid
Taiwan.
of the weather balloons, okay? That's the real issue. We're spending too much on fucking weather balloons. What the hell?
Coming. And we need data to see how fast we can retool our production capacity to produce weapons and cruise missiles and vehicles. And if we don't know how many workers are genuinely available, that's bad. If the data is bad, we don't know what we're capable of doing until it's too late. If you've ever worked in intelligence, this should make you really freaking nervous because now you're not analyzing what is, you're analyzing what your boss wants to hear, and you may be working from data that's wrong in the first place. And that's how you lose wars. So yeah, this is a defense story, not really a labor story. It's a readiness story. And if you don't think that matters, just wait until the next mobilization order drops.
You did hear about that, right? No, I assumed you were kind of just memeing. Am I missing? Just checking it wasn't a joke if you hadn't. Wait, what? Ah, oh my God, kill me. Let's go, let's go. Wait, why are they just... Do they think it's gonna cost like too much money? And they are just... What I missed? Not much, Patrol. Are they just like... We can save $5 by destroying a satellite? Ask NASA employees to drop plans to end at least 2 major satellite missions, according to the current and former NASA... sorry, I can't speak. NASA staffers. If the plans are carried out, one of the missions would be permanently terminated because the satellite would burn up in the atmosphere. The data that the 2 missions collect is widely used, included by scientists, oil and gas companies, and farmers who need detailed information about carbon dioxide and crop health. They are the only 2 federal satellite missions that were designed and built specifically to monitor planet warming greenhouse gases. It's unclear why the Trump administration seeks to end missions. The equipment in space is state-of-the-art and expected to function for many more years, according to scientists who worked on a mission. An official review by NASA in 2023 found that the data are exceptionally high quality and recommended continuing the mission for at least 3 years. Both missions, known as orbiting carbon observatories, measure carbon dioxide and plant growth around the world. Dude, hopefully, if the farmers can at least do one useful, productive thing in their life, right? And that's like stop this. Like maybe if they're powerful enough to get all the bullshit subsidies and trade protection they get, maybe we can step in here, guys. Maybe we can do one good thing. Dude, it literally is probably just because they're like climate change things, right? It probably is probably fucking someone got a memo that said fucking kill everything about climate change, and they were like, okay, well, I guess these satellites count. Goodbye. As a mission, we're told to make termination plans for projects that would lose funding under President Trump's proposed budget for next fiscal year, 2026, begins October 1st. Yeah, let's go. Whoa. Data from this mission is even more valuable than intended. The mission is called Orbiting Carbon Observatories because they were originally designed to measure carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, but soon after they launched, scientists realized that they were also accidentally measuring plant growth on Earth. Basically, when plants are growing, photosynthesis is happening in their cells, and that photosynthesis will have very specific wavelength of light, the OCO. Instruments in space measure that light over the planet. NASA and others have turned this happy accident into an incredibly valuable set of detailed maps of plant photosynthesis around the world. Fuck the farmers. Guys, this is not what I meant when I said fuck the farmers, okay? This is not what I meant. It is not what I meant. Okay. You guys think we'll be able to get through all this without me crashing out? Trump heard your call. Econoboi, by the way, I hope you know I'm stealing all your content this week. I don't know if he's still in chat, but I'm now a Econoboi reaction streamer. That's my sole singular job on this earth, alright? It's the one thing I do. Can't wait for your endorsement of Trump over this. But yeah, this is you know, the insect suffering thing, okay? They're replacing the grass lawn, okay? And the fucking over the farmers, okay? These are the two. You know, those are pretty big things, okay? Econoboi orbiter, truth. Well, that essentially is true. I think me and Econoboi is a non-fun orbiter, actually. Obviously. Listen, I'm just really happy that people are having sometimes slightly, a little bit policy-based discussion about economics for this 1 week and 1 week only. And it's all because Econoboi pissed so many people off by telling people he's a democratic socialist now. So we get good content. I don't even actually know how much they talk about shit in here, but I guess I'll pull up some of my notes.
Now, all right.
I've not watched this. I watched a little bit of just the before Econoboi actually started talking to him when he was just chatting with his chat. I watched a little bit of that, but that's it. I still think we need to eliminate money. Thanks. Econoboi orbit would be the only twist pole orbit that isn't complete batshit insanity drama farming. True. It's bad content. What is the only good content that exists? It might be bad from a strict growth perspective, okay, but
right, we see and we hear you. There we go. There we go. This is the life of a lawyer trying to learn how to do bastard Luddite streaming technology. It's just a disaster constantly. No worries. Give me one second. I'm just trying to.
The only good content, the only good content is the content where we reduce shrimp suffering. That's true. That's true. Listen, shrimp welfare subathon will happen.
My chat to block your.
It's better with the communist flags. I know we should.
There we go. So is my name reversed on your screen or not? I'm reading it Ryan Mullally, so I'm seeing it as Ryan Mullally, but it's your camera is cutting. It's like only the top half of your name. Oh, okay. Well, these are things I can work on. I'm certainly not going to work on them now. Well, Ryan, thanks so much for taking the time out. Let's get into it. I think at some point you had gestured towards the idea. Let me scoot over. Fucking centered camera. I think at some point you had gestured towards the idea that socialism is evil, and you know, I do want to say, I square this one for me, okay? This doesn't mean to be. I'm curious what your answer is. I don't mean this to sound like a gotcha. You've said that you wouldn't call Trump evil, but you would call socialism evil. And
very consistent.
This seems kind of bizarre to me. So what's your framework for whether or not you would call something or someone evil that would exclude Trump but include socialism?
Yeah. So evil's a high bar. I'm like, I know you've flirted with utilitarianism, and now I think some kind of utilitarian egalitarianism. So that's your moral system.
Cringe. He should be a utilitarian. Cringe. It's the one thing I was gonna say. I'm gonna crash out there in this debate actually, because they're both gonna have too cringe of a position. Someone could tell Kim Jong-un about Econoboi though. You greatly reduce risk of mercury poisoning if you avoid eating seafood and big fish. Okay, well, good to know. I don't eat fish, so there's that.
I'm a natural rights theorist. So the first question I ask when I ask if something is immoral is it violative of the natural rights to which we are all owed? And Trump does violate those rights from time to time in some places, which I consider to be immoral and I am critical of. But his entire goal, it's not an ideology that is based purely around that. Whereas I think if you ask, and I know your version, your model is different, and I'm talking more about the kind of pure ideology, not your model at the moment. We can get your model in a moment later on, and I have different critiques of that. But the actual goal of socialism,
Ryan, not just an ANCAP then? No, I don't actually know where he. I don't know what his exact solution would be, because I do think if you take natural rights as far as Ryan takes them, then it is kind of weird to have any government at all, because it would seem to imply that any taxation would be theft and immoral, and any type of government restriction would be immoral. So I don't know how exactly he separates out his natural rights, limited government from the full-on ANCAP stuff. And I don't know.
Which includes the abolition of private property, is violative of natural rights. So it is an immoral end in and of itself, because it is seeking to abolish what I consider to be a moral foundation.
Okay, so you wouldn't call Trump evil. You would just say that he does a lot of individual evil acts.
Yeah, I think you can talk about his character, and there are bad things he does, and there's things I'm incredibly critical of that I would call immoral. But if I'm going to say, when I say socialism is immoral, when I say socialism, I didn't actually, you did, but I said it was immoral, and then you said, would you like to talk about it being evil? And I said, sure. But
well, no, hold on, right? Because I do recall the tweet. I couldn't. I don't know if you clear your Twitter on a regular basis, but you in the replies you did use the word evil yourself, right? You didn't say immoral, if I recall correctly.
I said immoral, and then you said evil, and then I said I'd be happy to chat, but we can. Okay. If you want to pull it up,
I'm fairly certain. I know I've seen Ryan say socialism is evil. It might not have been to Econoboi, but I really don't think these are policy discussions, more of a political philosophy. Well, I know this one is a not strictly speaking policy thing, but there are more than we usually get, which is dumb and boring. It might, well, like I said, we'll see how much of it we get through, but I'm more interested in this than the stupid drama bullshit dumbass content and stupid. What is the Democrats' best strategy? We're going to talk about it again for the 500th time on Live and Learn content, okay?
To be proven wrong. The issue that I have with the comparison
I'll have you know, I read a little bit. I subscribe to 2 philosophy blogs on Substack, okay? So, very interested in moral philosophy.
Trump does immoral things, but socialism is an immoral end. The actual abolition.
Government's a necessary evil.
Of private property rights, the abolition of the right to alienate your own labor. These are immoral because they are seeking to violate natural rights, not because of some outcome or how it turns out. It's just attempting to do something that I consider to be immoral on an axiomatic level. So the end itself is the problem. It's the equivalent of if somebody said, I would like to install fascism. I think it's an immoral end. Whether or not you have a great way of accomplishing it is irrelevant. The end you're seeking to do is immoral.
Well, I mean, do you think, and this is the last thing I'll say on Trump before we get into the substance of socialism, I don't want to be on the offense the entire time. Do you think that Trump and his attempts to overthrow democracy in 2020 would count as an immoral?
I don't believe in reading, even though I'm just guessing what everyone is saying at chat base.
And which would, in my view, under your framework, mean that Trump himself is an immoral, evil person?
So no less immoral. ISIS is immoral here. Sucks here.
I think that the attempt to overthrow, I think the attempt to bypass the election process in 2020 was immoral. I've been incredibly critical about it. In fact, I cite it as the reason I didn't vote for him.
Well, that was his goal. His goal was to end American democracy as we know it.
That was not his goal. Was not to end American democracy as we know it. His end was to get another term at any cost, which was also immoral. But
at the cost of American, our democracy would not exist as we know it if Trump's plan had succeeded.
There'd be severe alterations. It would have been a very bad.
Wait. We're not talking. Hold on, Ryan. Come on. We're not talking about having a two.
I only got a single philosophy professor that actually advocated for a strict ethical
president. We're talking about a president.
And we're still talking about
it's only the first. It's only the
they're probably not even really supposed to do that, and depending on what class you take, right?
First 10 minutes. Only the first 10 minutes.
In my ethics class, our teacher never actually staked out a position on anything. Although
we're not talking about having a teacher. We're talking about a president's second term coming on the back of him destroying the democratic process of our country, right? And that is an end of Trump, and he would have accomplished that if our institutions hadn't stopped him. And I would say that that's an immoral end.
Yeah, and if Trump's entire policy platform was if his entire platform was as it is commonly described, meaning I would like to install fascism, then I have no problem saying that's immoral. Like, you asked about Trump, the human being, who has a lot of bad characteristics, a lot of terrible traits. He does a lot of things I disagree with. I would probably call short of calling him evil, but I think it's very different to call a person evil versus calling a system of thought or an ideology evil. Because a system of thought doesn't have redeeming characteristics and positives and negatives and bad traits and good traits. It is just what it purports to be, an idea. And so
really,
I mean, bad idea, and it doesn't have the redeeming characteristics. That's
obviously essentially any ideology, I would say it's gonna have like some redeeming characteristics, like regardless of pretend I'm a natural rights theorist right now. Like, even if I fundamentally disagree with socialism as an idea because I just care so much about natural rights, like it would have the redeeming quality of increased equality insofar as we believe that equality is the thing that should be valued. It's just that you don't think that equality is the thing that's worth being valued.
Somebody else might.
Trying to find virtue in Trump is a very difficult task. It's not just bad traits, it's all the bad traits. Yeah, also, like, if there's anyone that doesn't have their redeeming qualities, it's like, it is Donald Trump. I don't know what we're doing here.
For the sake of, again, not being on the offense about Trump the entire time, I won't respond to that and I'll move on. So on socialism specifically, you said, you kind of hinted at your argument. You said socialism is evil, or it's immoral, because it violates natural rights. Because my socialism is the collective ownership of the means of production. So clearly there's some natural right associated with the private ownership of the means of production. And so is that what you're saying, that private property ownership is a natural right?
Yes, and just for those who have read his Substack or have read it carefully, I'm just caveating, we're talking about ideal socialism right now, not your model, which I think we would both agree is not ideal socialism, and we can talk about what it is and isn't down the road. I'm sure we'll get to that. But yeah, in ideal socialism, it's...
Oh, wow, Malibu County was in this chat too. Do you think America will become more Christian national than it is now? No, not really.
It's not just the social ownership of the means of production, but the mandatory social ownership of the means of production. Like, it's not, it is not a choice, because you have that choice in a capitalist system, right? Like, there is no barrier to having a worker commune. That you can do that right now if you want to. The issue in a idealistically socialist state is that you no longer have the right to alienate your labor. You no longer have the right to self-ownership. You no longer have the right to private property. You no longer have the right to improve your private property and benefit from that production. And these are core, I would say, like Lockean Enlightenment values that came out of that era. They're core values that are enshrined in our founding.
I know Ryan does believe in God, but he has told me before that he thinks you can get to like natural rights without believing in God still.
Documents. These are essentially core American values. So when those things are removed, that is, in my mind, immoral.
Okay, but you would agree that we don't live under a regime that even closely approximates Lockean property rights. And I think you would also agree that we do a lot of things in our current modern day society, which would, I think, under that framework stand in violation of what you just described. We have tax revenue and tax spending. There's a lot of private property rights that you don't have the private property right to open up a heroin factory, right? There's all kinds of regulation. You can't just open any business you want, right? So would you say that those are...
Oh my God, my family's so loud upstairs. We get bullied if you wear a shirt saying aliens will save America. I don't
acceptable?
Think I get bullied.
Do you think that they're violations of natural rights and they're immoral, but that's just, it's not my ideal society? Or
yeah, the difference between me and I'm trying to think who I think of. I've never actually spoken to Fabian Liberty, so I don't want to characterize him this way, but like a pure libertarian is that they're gonna talk about these in absolute pure terms. And I think that the better way of looking at it is through kind of a historical lens and say, what are these freedoms? What were they? What are they? Like, when you ask like freedom of speech, for example, when we say the freedom of speech is not total freedom of speech. The freedom of speech is the freedom of speech we inherited from England, which includes certain limitations, including you can't incite violence, right? So the fact that there are some limitations on these rights isn't inherently necessarily problematic as long as they kind of comport with their historic analogs. I do think...
Why are we... One, it's kind of weird to say that we should care about them at that point. I don't know, like, why we would, like, if the foundation for... I don't want to say foundation because I don't think it would hold it's like their actual foundation, but if these rights are just things that we've inherited from... societies before us, whether it be like the founding fathers who wrote it down and they got it from conventions in Britain. Like, it should not. I don't know why it'd be like hugely immoral to like violate them, right? Like the actual like thing should be the, the divinely protected rights that would be like hugely immoral to violate.
We're trending in a bad direction.
And why would the divine rights have like all these weird limitations? Like that seems like, I guess God just had some, God in his perfect wisdom, came up with the practical limitations to his divinely granted rights. Okay, so income tax is a little bit of income tax is okay, but some type of maybe wealth tax, that goes too far. That violates individual rights. That's sovereign wealth fund obviously is
regard socially right now. I think that I'm sure we're going to get into this later, but our federal government is way too big and way too sweeping and does way too many things, and that is a bit of a problem. But I think that might be too in the weeds for where we are right now.
Okay, so you're saying, okay, we've got private property as a natural right. So how is it that we establish a right of property? What is the actual right that we're discussing here? So I own something, and when does that become morally good? Because again, I think you would agree we don't actually have Lockean property rights in our country. Is that how you do it? You mix your labor with it, and that's how private property rights are established, or how do we establish property rights?
Yeah, I mean that's the foundational idea. I mean it becomes, in a long historic society, it becomes complicated, right? Like if you look at real property, the idea there is that the state essentially owns all the property in the state, and that you, when you buy it, put chain title all the way back to the state itself, which is why if you leave your property fallow, the state can reclaim it. That's the legal theory, at least. But yeah, that is the idea, that when you acquire ownership of something and you improve upon it with your labor, with your ingenuity, with your ideas, with your work, with your capital, then you, subject to, and even Locke would say, subject to some rational limits, are entitled to the fruits of that. And that's critically important, because that's a right that if you were on a desert island, you would have that right. That would be totally fair and natural. It is part of who it is to be you.
I see the smile.
And
I know that Matt Brunig reductios. I can feel them from inside of him. Okay, I've read it too. It's inherently better if I own all property through base capitalism. Real.
The justice of a government, one of the things, and it says in the Declaration of Independence, that you ought to do is measure the government in terms of whether or not it is infringing upon this sort of right.
Okay, yeah, but again, we don't live under that standard, right? And I think that standard is really quite a bad one. So, for instance, do you think that inheritance is a moral claim to property, right? Because like when I inherit money, I didn't do any work to essentially earn that money, right? When I am just a capitalist, when I just have a bunch of ownership of things, and those other workers are doing all the work, and then I'm collecting dividend checks, I'm not doing any active work to earn that money, right? Like that's just money that I'm earning as well. So are we kicking out inheritance, or should it be taxed at 100%?
Do you have kids?
I don't have kids, no.
Okay. One of the primary reasons that people do anything is to make their children's lives better. That's, to be candid with you, like if I didn't have kids and just wanted to live a small, quiet life somewhere, I could stop being a lawyer tomorrow. There are ways you can acquire enough to live on. It's not necessarily easy. It's not possible for everyone. I'm not saying that, but most of the things that consume my thoughts and time are about long-term, how can I make my lives better for my children? So yes, I do think that, and this is not a statement of tax policy, and we can get into that if that's interesting to you, but the right to pass on resources to your children and make their lives better as a result of your efforts is a primary motivating factor for human beings, and it is wrong to prevent that from happening.
Okay,
that doesn't mean you can't tax it, but that's
okay. So one exception to the Lockean proviso is if the passing on of it goes to your children, but you didn't address the private capitalist that just earns from his ownership and not from his work. And then number two, I think I should ask, what are all the exceptions here, right? So we got one exception where if you spend the money on your kids, who gives a shit about the Lockean proviso and Lockean property rights? But address the capitalist point. They don't do any work to earn the money that they're currently earning. And then what are all the different exceptions to Lockean property rights, basically?
I mean, I take exception to what you said about who gives a shit. I think that's totally compatible. The idea is that you have developed property, you have made it better, you have created something that is of worth to people, and as a result, you've acquired resources. One of the reasons that you're doing that is to make your children's lives better. There's nothing unnatural or strange about wanting to then give those resources to your children.
But
I don't think Econoboi was arguing that. It was arguing
the kids didn't.
Obviously, the claim on property there doesn't come from work. It comes from having genetic ties to the person who wants to pass it down to you.
Work for it though. That's their violating the Lockean property.
It's my property. I have the right to use it. I have the right to give it to people. I have the right to give it to my children. I have earned it. That's the fact that it has been earned in the Lockean model doesn't mean that the person I hand it to has to earn it from scratch all over again. The only criteria there is that the person I'm giving it to, I believe it is a worthy transaction. If I give $3 to the coffee shop for a cup of coffee, it's not a moral question about whether or not the coffee is truly worth $3. I have decided that in my mind this is a good transaction, and I have given them this property in exchange for a cup of coffee. That's the moral implications are kind of written into the exchange. Similarly, if I give my kids property because I want their lives.
I'm assuming they'll get into this, but obviously there are obviously a lot of reductios. You can get into this where where depending on how far you go with it, you would be forced into saying, okay, well, if we were I guess you could literally do the Coconut Island hypothetical, but one I've heard Matt Brunig give before is if I it's just on a piece of land that had never been touched before, and there's some oranges growing, and I build a fence around it, and I claim this as my orange farm or whatever, and then someone else like comes up to me like they're starving or whatever, like if it's my property, even though like the only thing, even though this is like obviously a natural like input, like it's not like this land existed before I was here, or the oranges existed before I was there, because I've made like any improvement to the land or whatever, like it's now my property, and I'm now committed to saying that if I choose to, like, I have the right to just like let this person who's starving in front of me die, right? And then, you know, there's a lot of I'm assuming they'll get into the natural stuff later on, like the natural inputs. You know, there's a lot of issues with that too when it comes to, well, like literally everything, like everything has like some, at the end of the day, like natural input to it, right? Something that nobody created. This microphone is made out of metal that nobody made. It was just in the earth before any of us were here. Even if someone added value to it, like why does that give them ownership over the like thing holistically, and not just like their value, not just their value add to it? And then, you know, there's reductios that come along with that too. And then
together, not for exchange for anything, because I want to help them. There's no issue there. That doesn't contradict at all with Lockean property theory or natural rights theory. In fact, is the logical extension of it.
Okay, so I completely disagree with that, number one. I think that when Locke says you have a right to property, you have this natural right to property, he's saying, you know, you mix your labor with something and then it becomes yours by default. Now, Locke, I don't know what Locke's views on inheritance were, obviously. I mean, there were early liberal thinkers that were skeptical. Yeah, there were early liberal thinkers that were at least skeptical, let's say, of property rights. But let's just say that you give the inheritance to anyone who's not your kid. Oh, I guess you're just going to say, okay, well, it's yours, so you can do with it as you please. Okay, whatever.
Well, that's what yours means.
Well, right, but again, right.
If it's yours, then you have the right to alienate it. That's what it means.
Well, but the idea that you specifically, if you inherited something, you have a moral claim to this property. Well, you can't default to the Lockean proviso, right? Because they're not doing any work to actually obtain that property in the first place. Now, forget about that for a second. Let's talk about the Lockean proviso in its first place. I think that on the capitalist point, right? So capitalists don't do anything to actually, you know, labor and earn their money, right? So what would be the argument for which the capitalist has a right to the property in the first place?
They improved it. Are you talking about somebody who invests money in something and then the money increases as a result? Like that what you're talking about?
Yeah, if you're there first, you earn it, by the way. Yeah,
exactly. They're not mixing their labor.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it would be obvious that I do not subscribe to the labor theory of value, right? Like that's not.
Well, I'm talking about the Lockean proviso. The Lockean proviso, basically, you mix your labor with something and it's yours, and you have to leave as much and as good.
Oh my God, can you guys hear when whoever was jumping upstairs is jumping?
For the rest of society.
You improve something.
By the way, this is, hold on, can I find this quote real quick? I understand why they're going down this line, and like I don't think this is like a problem or anything, but I really like this quote. You don't have to even like accept like that, like natural rights are like some intrinsic some like intrinsically like important thing in order to have any of these arguments or whatever. Like you can accept like as I do, like a presumption in favor of what Ryan considers natural rights to be like useful things, while still reserving the right to whittle away at its excesses. Hold on, where's the exact quote? I like this quote. I saw it on Learning Economics video. It's the one good thing. Yeah, it is. This thing is. Oops. Okay. It's the libertarian who is committed to the grand claim that for some reason intervention must always be avoided. Okay, this is about libertarianism, but it's analogous to believing in any type of like natural rights, right? But you know, intervention must always be avoided. The piecemeal social engineer, as Popper called interventionists, can precede a presumption in favor of private property while reserving the right to whittle away at its excesses by means of state action. She faces no obligation to disprove the overall utility of property rights. The utilitarian libertarian, however, is obliged to show that the utility of property rights is so nearly universal that all government intervention with them is bound to fail when judged against the standards of human happiness. Well, I can advocate for settler-colonialism if you don't genocide and terror. How are we here, Malibu? I don't. Okay.
Well, we're jumping around on semantics here. So the Lockean proviso is
the easiest way to improve something is with your labor. That's like, you know, the desert island example, and that's because you have nothing else to give. But you know, if I invest in a startup and as a result they are able to do business that they would not otherwise have been able to do, and I get a percentage of that business in return for my investment, I'm taking a risk. I'm risking my capital. They use the money. If it works, then I'm rewarded. If it doesn't work, then I'm not rewarded. I'm attempting to improve this business by infusing my capital into it. That's not different than what you're suggesting.
It absolutely is.
So this also, you know what's funny? I totally forgot about this. Depending on like what exactly your conception is, like it literally runs into like the same problem that like a strict version of the labor theory of value runs into, which is like a joint production problem where like it's literally just like not really possible in cases of like joint production to have to have like a fully consistent conception of like who created what and like what value belongs to who. Yeah.
The Lockean Proviso was like squarely about labor, right? Like he uses the words like work and labor, right? He didn't just say like giving money to someone is a form of mixing your labor with something, right?
I think the social democracy in the 21st century thing has a little bit of stuff about this. Like you can literally end up with examples where like, and this applies, like I said, essentially equally to depending on your conception of natural rights and property to like the, that too. Like you can end up with, cases where might be undefined, nil, or negative.
Right, like I think that's an addition to Locke. If you wanted to say that okay, well, someone giving money to someone is like necessarily improving it on account of their labor. I don't think that's a sort of ordinary understanding. I don't think that was Locke's understanding of what it meant to establish property rights either. Again,
of course it is. I do something. I use my labor. It improves. I sell that thing. Now I have fungible assets. How did I get them? My labor. Now let's say I invest those fungible assets into a startup. The startup does well. Now my assets have improved yet again. Like
he's asking just why you have a claim on that if you didn't use your labor.
The moral claim is the baseline claim. But
okay,
transfers.
Let me just read. This is just quickly from the Wikipedia page. This is a quick quote from Locke himself. Though the earth and all inferior creature be common to all men, yet every man has a property in his own person. This no body has any right to but himself. The labor of his body and the work of his hands, we may say, are property his. Whatsoever then he removes out of the state that nature hath provided, and left in it, he hath mixed his labor with, and joined to it something that is his own, and therefore makes it his property. So I think and again, if you just want to say, look, I just have a different view from Locke, right? Locke is clearly, squarely talking about people doing work. He's not talking about just anybody who contributes financially to something. Can we at least agree that
Locke is working from first principles, right? So like if you're doing philosophy and you're trying to isolate all the other variables and you're working
Cooner's mixed labor too. This is real.
First principles. And I mean, I don't think we need to spend the whole time talking about Locke, but if
can a man not own what he goons do? What the hell?
You're on a desert island and you improve something, you have the right to what you have improved, right? Are you suggesting that Locke would say that if you trade that for something else, you don't have a right to the thing you traded it for? Like if we're on a desert island and I make a hammock and you make some cups. If I trade you the hammock for a cup, I don't have a right to the cup because I didn't make the cup. Like that's obviously not what Locke is talking about. What he's talking about is that the foundational right may come from improving property, from labor in many cases. But once you have a property right, of course the right has to be transferable. And I think it's a very wild reading of Locke to think that he doesn't think that you can transfer your moral right to property ownership. I don't know again, he would be an economy under his otherwise.
But like you just said, right, it's all grounded in the fundamental right to property and the working and using of labor to mix your property with it. So I don't know that Locke would say like you can't trade things, right? But I think that he would say that your fundamental right to property is based on the labor in which you infuse your property with.
Self-ownership, yes.
Right.
It's on the right to self-ownership, but then once I have acquired a moral claim to something, I can trade that thing, I can dispose of that thing, I can give it to my children. They inherit the moral claim when I give it to them. You get the moral claim when I transfer to you. That's not, I think, difficult to understand.
Let's just move on. You're right. We shouldn't debate Locke the entire time. Okay. In actually existing economies, you would agree that we don't actually have Lockean property rights, right? Like not even close.
Damn.
And so that's why I asked you
I don't know why they didn't I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming they'll get to it later. I like the natural inputs thing too. I wish they talked about that before they moved into I forgot about this too until I pulled up the blog post, my notes. Locke had a small cock. That's probably true. Probably accurate. Likely true. The total factor of productivity, the fact that like we inherit a bunch of like knowledge and shit from societies previous to us, and none of us did any work to actually contribute to that, yet we still under this conception like have a right to what we produce, even if what we produced is greatly enhanced by the fact that a bunch of people previous to us had all these ideas of how to be more productive, right? And I also just wish we talk about the reductios too. Again, I don't know how far Ryan would take it, but like to the like hardcore like libertarian like beliefs in property, like you can read some like pretty strong reductios with either the thing I was talking about earlier with the guy in the orange farm who just you're committed to saying if someone wants to, they can just like let that person starve or whatever, or I mean, you can look at like almost any like externality, right? Like there'd be some conceptions under which essentially any type of like the government taxing externalities would still be like wrong. And like you just be committed to saying, well, no matter how high like the externality from pollution is or whatever, like I just have like some sort of like natural right to my property and I can just pollute this river as much as I want. Like, yeah.
There are all the exceptions. So essentially, how do we establish the natural right of property? Like, how do we actually determine who owns things in society? Right now, we don't have Lockean property rights. We do have some inheritance. You can't only give inheritance to your kids. You can give it to anybody, right? So essentially, how do we determine what it? Are we basically saying like you have a right to property if the law says you have a right to your property, or are we saying that the moral right to property is much more expansive than Locke? Like, what are all the exceptions?
I mean, I think I would not be able to list every exception. I think that's a historical exercise. We'd have to work through an example or some kind. But the idea being that you fundamentally have a right to the property. There are going to be exceptions. There are going to be trade-offs, and no system, I think we would both agree, is perfect or like gets everything right all the time. So there are going to be trade-offs in any system. I think maybe we accept that as a baseline.
There's going to be trade-offs in any system, sure.
Yeah. Okay. So my reservation about socialism is that in its purest form, it erases private property right completely, not partially, not based on some kind of exception, completely. And that
I don't think, by the way, like when Econoboi was talking to Adam and Stitch, for example, I think he says this in his blog post too. Even in his like pure socialism, there'd still be essentially a sole proprietorship, can't speak, exception, right? Like you still be able to open your own private business as long as like you were the only person doing it.
That strikes me as an immoral end. And I guess that doesn't concern you at all, despite the rich history of that going very badly?
No, not at all, because again, I think...
Why are we now conflating the history of it going badly, supposedly, I mean, Econoboi is counterexamples of that, obviously, to the, like, fundamentally immoral end. It wouldn't matter if the outcomes were super great, because you would still be opposed to it by nature of it violating natural rights or whatever. I think his main problem is that he has like a lot of people who were born in capitalism. He thinks of greed is a natural trait. You don't even have to, like believe that or not believe that. Like I don't think that's like particularly relevant to the conceptions of rights that we're talking about here.
When we talk about what it means to abolish the right of private property, I think that we might be talking about two very fundamentally different models and like ways in which that would actually be enacted. Like I don't think it would be bad to essentially have democratic institutions manage how we determine the coordination of property and the ownership of property itself. And when we talk about property, we're also talking about essentially private businesses, right? So when we're talking about like the ownership and the abolition of private property, right? So you'd still have rights to private property in my system in a very sort of brutal sense. You could still have a toothbrush, you could still have a table if you wanted, you could still have a camera if you wanted, right? We're talking about the right to own a business, right? And you're saying, well, that is just like such an offensive thing to the idea of a natural right. You have essentially a natural right to own a business and to start a business, right? But I don't really recognize that. It's like, who's determining what a natural right even is? Why is it a natural right to own a business? You referenced Locke in part, but that seems ultimately...
The Declaration of Independence, the founding understanding, the general understanding what the pursuit of life and liberty and happiness.
But why is that really? I don't see how that gets us to like intrinsic rights.
That these are, when the Declaration of Independence says that these are inalienable rights, that's what they're referring to, is the rights that people have, not because they were given to them by a government, but because it is intrinsic to being a human. And this, by the way...
We certainly couldn't make the argument. I hope, just to be clear for the audience, you're certainly not making the argument that the Declaration of Independence determines what is or isn't a natural right, right? Like that would be far too simple.
I think I'm referencing the Declaration of Independence because it's a useful starting point for what is and is not American morality. Like that was the document where we wrote down...
What's a natural right? How do we come to those things?
So the reason I reference the Declaration of Independence is that natural rights theory is intrinsically linked to religious belief. So we are creating the...
Oh, now we are saying intrinsically linked to religious belief. I thought he told me when I was talking to him over Twitter one time that you could establish like deontological principles without religion even.
God, we have natural rights as a result of that. And that's the phrasing used in the Declaration of Independence. I don't think you have to be religious to ascribe to that, which is why I'm referencing the Declaration, because it's just a common American value at this point. But that's where natural rights theory comes from. It comes from the idea that humans have a special dignity and worth, and that these rights are intrinsic to us. It contrasts meaningfully, by the way, with, like, for example, Soviet Russia, where Soviet Russia said all human rights are creations of the state. And we saw how that went, because if they're creations of the state, then the state...
Leftist guide to Twitch? Where's non-fun on here?
State is in charge of them, and the state is in charge of how good and how bad, how much you should get. It's up to the state, and the state can do no wrong in that scenario because the state is the final arbiter. So I think that there's a long track record of what it looks like to have human rights based off of our inalienable characteristics versus the alternative, and I'm quite happy with that record.
Well, but an inalienable characteristic of people is not to be business owners, right? Like, it's clear that there's many business owners, there's many people who, like, many more people who are never business owners, right?
Self-ownership, which can then turn into business ownership, but that's the inalienable right, self-ownership, which then creates property rights.
Well, okay, so, but in my system, you can have self-ownership, but then just not be able to start a private, but like, what's the difference between the two, right? Like, why is it that I can't have self-ownership? I can't enact freely in the world, right? In some, like, extremely foundational sense, just what? Because you can't start a private business? Again, like, you would already agree that we have things like taxes and spending and public institutions and there's, like, so many ways that our private property rights system is highly constrained, right? And so I'm saying, well, I would add in one additional regulation, which is that businesses would have to be collectively owned in one way or another. And so this is, are you saying that there's like a threshold argument, like eventually it goes too far, or like, how do we make the jump?
Let's work through it. Not your model, ideal socialism. I'm a lawyer, right? Can I do legal work for other people in exchange for money?
Yeah, that's just labor. That's just labor.
Okay. Can I hire a paralegal?
In my system, if you're going to start a business, it would have to be collectivized in some way, in some ideal sense, like you said.
Okay. Can I hire a driver?
Yeah, like sole proprietorship to sole proprietorship. Why not?
Okay. Can I employ a court reporter to help to transcribe things when we do a deposition?
Well, it would depend on if you're hiring
that's already a publicly owned institution, right?
them as a part of your business, or if they're like working at a cooperative or they have their sole proprietorship.
I bet aren't court? I might be wrong. I thought like the court transcriber people are already working for the government.
Do I need government approval to then start this cooperative, or can I just do it on my own?
The goons from the Vanguard on this, I would imagine. Yeah, they're pretty popular.
Well, we would have a set of regulations just like we have today when it comes to starting businesses.
Okay, so if I want to get a business, I need it to be approved by the government.
Just like today, by the way.
Well, I mean, you could do it for less than $50 and it's automatic. There's no.
You should have a good administrative state.
And by the way, critically, it is federal, so that it varies by state to state, which creates actual competition between the states to have good rules, as opposed to your system, which I assume would be national.
Federal permits are vast. Like many businesses require federal permits.
To start a business, you don't need federal
say, obviously, I guess like you don't need. I don't think you need like federal permission to start a business. Period. But like, especially if you're gonna start, businesses that we are concerned with externalities, or businesses that just have high barriers to entry for whatever reason, you almost certainly need federal permission to start a pharmaceutical company or to start like an energy company or something like that, right? I would imagine
to establish a corporation, yes, but to enact, to actually enact your business, many businesses require federal permits in order to.
Yeah, there's a ton of federal law, but you don't need, like, if I want to start a law firm tomorrow, I do not need federal approval. That's ridiculous.
Well, but if for instance, if I wanted to start a company that builds solar farms,
beyond a certain size, you probably just do need a federal permission, at least for like whatever federal worker protection that goes into force once you have more than 500 employees or whatever.
I could start an LLC and say the purpose of this company is to build solar farms, but you can't build a solar farm unless you have federal permits, right? So is that really?
There's no question. There's a ton of areas where there's a lot of federal law, but I'm trying to work through your system. Now you're asking, where do property rights end? So if you're starting with, I'm trying to create a national solar farm business, that seems like you jumped a few steps. I was starting with, I am currently a lawyer.
The government should obviously buy all 3,500 publicly traded companies. This is obvious. This is real.
I can be a lawyer.
I mean, Econoboi, to be fair, we just say we should do that, but like slowly, but like a little slowly, but like, over the course of 100 years. And also, to be fair, like, I'm moving a little bit because like he does obviously want like 70% plus social ownership or whatever, but like he talks about like why he would have like competitive holding corporations who would do this stuff that are independently managed and competing with each other. So like you would still have and like true. And like he even said like the holding corporations would also be able to like sell stock themselves. Like they would even some of them would be allowed to sell almost 49% of their stock to private investors if they wanted to. Sounds bad. Listen, some of it's probably a little cringe. Okay. Can't be too mean though. He's in my chat now. But.
You're saying I need to give my paralegal a part of my business in order to hire a paralegal, and I would need government approval.
Well, I guess
for that.
You'd have to have some collectively owned production if it was going to be your own business, right? So I never denied that, right? But again, what I feel like what we're saying,
you shouldn't even kind of like this is your issue, okay? And you had the same issue. What I heard, I was listening to you talk to Adam and Sitch for a little bit. I don't watch the whole thing. You assume people are level 5 intelligence when they're level 1 intelligence. Like what Ryan hears when you say that is like literally like you're gonna have to have like a 50-50 owned like worker cooperative, just like if he hires a paralegal, right? And not like not like any of your other models of public ownership other than like worker co-ops or any of that. But Adam says they're pretty stupid, but at least they're MT. I know one of them is. God, I listened to that conversation though. Like I was on a walk and I was listening to it. Oh my God, that ruined my walk. Oh my God, it was pissing me off. Oh my God, those people are. That was like essentially my first impression of them, and I did not come away with a good first impression of them. Oh my God, that was annoying as fuck to listen to. We support big cities being divided into many jurisdictions. Jurisdictions as in what? As in not having one man, one city council. I mean, depending on how big the city is, they essentially already do that. Like LA is like multiple cities, right? Like I guess there is like a city of Los Angeles, but there's probably only has like 50% of the people, maybe less of what of people who we would consider to like live in Los Angeles, right? I guess I don't see the like point in that. I don't really care one way or the other.
That's why I asked you if it's just a threshold thing, because
let's stick with it. So this is the essential problem. You're saying the paralegal does not have the right to alienate her labor for a wage instead of for ownership percentages if she so chooses. And I don't have a right to run my business and to ply my trade without giving a portion of it to someone who, for the record, like a paralegal is not a lawyer. Like she can't do the legal work. So, or, you know, he or she. So there are like, this is the quintessential violation. Like I think we've walked through it right now. Like I can
like, I don't know, like, Google's going to try to dox me. Like, I'm just looking this up. Like, approximately 38% of the population living in Los Angeles County resides within the city limits of Los Angeles. I guess I don't know, like, I don't know where, like, you would draw the line or whatever. And I don't know, certainly, where most people would draw the line or whatever. But, like, you know, I think a fair amount of people would, you know, like, essentially in any of this, like, developed area would consider themselves, like, living in an LA. Maybe I'm wrong, but, like, you know, despite the city limits being, like, quite a bit smaller, technically.
Go from one person to illegal state control in the just by attempting to hire someone to help me with the work.
Like, you can see, like, the borders of cities are also usually pretty weird like this. Like, is it really the case that, like, people here don't consider themselves living in Los Angeles, but people here do, right? Like,
that level of creeping state control, and in your case, it would be national control, federal government all over the country. It wouldn't be state by state because for socialism to work, it would, I assume, have to be national. You can correct me if I'm wrong. That strikes me as hugely violative of natural rights. It's also probably unconstitutional. But
did it say illegal state control? I didn't hear him say illegal state control.
And that level of, I can go from one person to illegal state control
oh, no, he did say illegal.
Just by attempting to hire someone to help me with the work. And that level of creeping state control, and in your case, it would be national control, federal government all over the country. It wouldn't be state by state because
I'm drinking coffee at 10:30 like a lunatic. I mean, I have my caffeine here.
To work, it would, I assume, have to be national. You can correct me if I'm wrong. That strikes me as hugely violative of natural rights. It's also probably unconstitutional, but that's another topic.
Well, but again, what I'm trying to point out here is that, and Ryan, I mean, obviously you know this as a lawyer, that the government already totally
inherently illegal. No, I mean, I don't know what he means, but
controls property rights. There's no property right. That's absolutely true. There is no transaction. There's the arm of the state is ultimately involved in all of the enforcement of all property rights.
Not the same thing.
It is. Okay, so you're telling me that right now we couldn't pass a constitutional amendment to abolish private property rights and have a complete state. We could do that right now. We could give the state the power to do that if we wanted, right? The state enforces every property right that we have.
If you're going to presuppose a pie-in-the-sky constitutional amendment, I mean, with a constitutional amendment, you could do anything. With a constitutional amendment, you could, in theory, impose the death penalty on everyone in the country. I don't understand your point.
My point is that the state is already involved in every transaction that we make, right? Every transaction that we make, the state is involved in.
Involved, not controlled.
Well,
are you talking the federal government?
Also, they're the ones even defining, and it kind of brought this up. They're the ones even like defining essentially what property rights are exactly protected. Like it's like I think even Milton Friedman talks about this, where he says, like, one role of the government is just to kind of like define the rules of the game, right? Like, it seems like kind of like hard to decide, like, like how much of the like air above my property do I own, and like part of the role of government is just to decide, like, just to like establish some rule, like, okay, you own 200 feet of the air above your property, but after that, you can't complain. You can't complain, about planes like flying over that or whatever. I hope I can find the clip. And like, to that extent, like, we're not operating under like any, Lockean conception of property or whatever. We're just saying that, like, we're letting the government essentially define, to some limited extent at least, what property rights are.
Government, but a limited government. And the government should be limited, in my opinion, to very simple functions. Number one, defending the country against foreign enemies. I have tried for a long time to see how to make national defense a private enterprise, and I've never succeeded. It's easy to see how to privatize schooling, but I don't know how to privatize national defense. So I'm reconciled to the fact that we're going to have to pay twice as much as we should have to pay in order to get an effective national defense, because anything government does, on the average, there's some things that are more, some less, on the country against foreign enemies, national defense. The second function of government, and one which it performs very, very badly, is to protect the individual citizen against abuse and coercion by other citizens, to keep so many things it has no business doing. The third, very important function, is to define the rules of the game we play. What's private property? If an airplane flies 10,000 feet over your house, is he violating your private property? If he flies 10 feet over your house, is he violating your private property? There's nothing natural about where the line should be drawn. So we have to have some mechanism for making the rules about that, and that is an appropriate government function. And fourth, it's appropriate.
Why do I even pull up the clip? Okay, I should just trust myself. I'm always right about everything. Like, yeah, obviously, like, there's no like there's no way via natural rights that you're going to get to like exactly where the line should be drawn with regard to how much, above your property do you own or whatever. So it seems like it's fair to have like a democratic, centralized, more or less centralized government, making rules about that thing. Like
state governments.
Well, but in a system where we have collective ownership of the means of production, I could just say the same thing, that the state doesn't literally control every transaction. The state just regulates it in certain ways, right?
Well, but okay, you don't see you don't see a qualitative difference between.
That's actually, like that actually, by the way, like is like part of the issue with is he watching still? I don't know. With how Econoboi like defines socialism, is that like everyone usually when people say socialism, like they mean like strictly speaking like state control over stuff. The crazy thing is non-fan has never been wrong. I know exactly. I don't know. I said non-fan. That was me mispronouncing my own name because he did spell it correctly, non-fan. But yeah, so like, technically speaking, like I think one of the maybe flaws of Econoboi's definition is just like if the government like just did like if we literally just printed enough money to buy like 99% of the assets in the economy or whatever, and like the central bank just owned those assets or whatever. Like that wouldn't that like literally be socialism? Even if the central bank like didn't take any action to actually manage any of their institutions that they owned, they now owned. Like I think you should have to buy the volume land, not only acres but the volume. You want more height, buy it. True. I mean, like we do like like that is kind of a thing. Like my understanding, like I like legitimately think like New York kind of has a system like that where they like you can buy like rights to the view and like you can buy like rights to air, so you can make sure like a skyscraper just doesn't build right next to you and ruin your view and lower your property value. Like I legitimately think that's the thing that happens.
Between
air volume tax now based
LC versus I need permission to have a business. LC is automatic. It's
government owns the majority stock in cartels in Econoboi's world. I guess technically Econoboi, have you considered you're not going to have truly socialized all the means of production until you socialize ownership over the illicit market too. Destroyed.
Literally it's $50 in a form. You're done. You just have it. And by the way, you can run the business without it. You don't need an LLC to do the business. It's just advantageous.
Well, you need some like permission from the state to essentially operate any business. You need to pay taxes and follow all these regulations and stuff.
But you can just do business. Lots of people just do business without having
I'm not sure. I think if you earned a certain amount of income, you do have to have like an LLC. But is QE socialism according to Econoboi? I mean, I think he's still in chat. So like you can ask him, but I think he would say, I think he'd say at least like half yes. Like it is like a half publicly owned institution, the Federal Reserve buying ownership in certain places or whatever. It's obviously just not. It's not done with the intention of increasing equality, and probably actually has some inequitable effects in reality. And it's not done with the intention of expanding socialism. It's done with the intention of changing monetary policy, and also like even in his model, by the way, he says like to the extent the government does QE, we should actually just transfer those funds to a sovereign wealth fund after the central bank no longer needs them.
Formal legal structure. It's disadvantageous to do so, and I would advise them to find some legal counsel to help them out with it. But that doesn't mean you can't operate a business. There's kids in my neighborhood who cut.
QE doesn't buy businesses, so no. What do you mean? QE buys like stocks, doesn't it? Like you buy, like the central bank will buy like assets that represent ownership in companies, don't they? I could be wrong, but I feel like they do.
Grass. If one of them was paying the others, you're saying that they would need state permission to do that. Like
you already need state permission to operate business. You have to pay taxes. You have to follow You cannot just
only debt instruments in the U.S. Okay.
Open a business and do whatever you want with that business, right? And so what I'm saying is, under
open a business, you can't do literally whatever you want.
But Ryan, how is that meaning?
Maybe I don't believe you, but I do know Japan is actually the one true socialist government, okay? Because I'm pretty sure Japan actually does have their central bank buy a lot of stocks, but I could be wrong. No, I think I am right. I'm never wrong, actually. Socialism is when the government does stuff. This is real.
How does that mean, Ryan? How is that meaningful? I can have a piece of paper that says I have a business and hang it on a wall, but if you can't actually meaningfully operate that business without the permission of the state, how are these different things?
Do you make money streaming?
Yeah.
What government body did you apply to for permission to make that money?
Well, there's multiple different ways. I didn't apply, but what you're saying is
you do actually have to, like, first of all, a lot of streamers do, like, if you make enough money, you will make an LLC just because you get like preferential tax treatment if you do that. Like, you can start counting things as expenses if you do that. But like when you get monetized by YouTube or Twitch, like you do fill out like a W-2, I think, and like you have to submit that in order to get approved.
You didn't reply because you just started
Economically,
business.
we should follow Japan.
Ryan, are you? Hold on.
It became business, obviously.
Ryan, let's just imagine. No, let's imagine this. Let's imagine this. Okay, let's imagine that in my system, you didn't have to apply to form the collective business, right? Let's say we had some like wild, sophisticated system of managing transactions, and it was just automatic. Oh, we saw that you hired an employee. Automatically, we're going to credit their account with.
We have the AI. We have the Econoboi, socialism of Econoboi characteristics AI model doing all the government work here. Let's go.
50% of the equity in it, right? There's no application process. It's just happening automatically. I don't think you would say, well, because there's no piece of paper involved and because the state's not involved, that the state isn't involved in that process just because it's automatic. Just because things are happening in the background doesn't mean that the state isn't involved. I mean, obviously.
What you are, the level of like wild conflation of things that you're doing here is.
How is this a conflation?
Like, let's go back.
All right, let's go back.
You stream. You make some money streaming. Right? You hire an editor. You start paying the editor, and maybe you pay them a percentage, maybe you pay them by the hour. That's between you and the editor. Are there some constraints on that? Possibly. There's minimum wage laws. There are things that might have some constraints in our country on that. But at what point did the government get involved? Like, at what point did you have to have state imprimatur on this? You can just do it. You just do it. And then, yeah, you owe some taxes. There's stuff that there's downstream consequences, but it's just a thing you do.
You can't just do business that's what I'm saying. The government is involved in every transaction in one way or another, right? The government decides ultimately, like in property, when you take your property law class in law school, you learn that property is a matter of, property is a matter of law, not a matter of fact, right? It is the law that dictates who owns what and who's entitled to what, right? It is the law that enforces the entirety of property rights, right? So the idea that in our current society, you can just start a business and start doing business, that's not true. That's not true. You need a crazy amount of government involvement in order to.
It's obviously true, but then there are situations you can get into where there's more or less government involvement. As you said, you didn't speak to anyone in the government before you may start a streaming business, and nor would you have to. Now, I'm a lawyer. There are things I would have to do.
I describe a socialist system where you don't have to speak to the government, but you would still say the government's involved in that process, even though you're not speaking to anyone.
The conflation that I think this is why you're so comfortable with ideas that I think are really dangerous, and I think it implemented disastrous, and we can get into that, is that you do not view the government as a.
Didn't I just buy mortgage-backed securities for QE? I think that the QE1, I think, was that. But I'm pretty sure in QE2 they bought QE2 and 3 they bought other stuff, right? The QE1 was just like the toxic assets they bought.
Necessary evil.
And why zoning affords landowners to trade air rights? Yeah, exactly.
You view the government like I think you're. I don't know, maybe just you think that it's generally good or generally neutral. Whereas the view that I'm espousing is that there is government involvement. We should have the least amount of it we possibly can, but there is some amount that we are going to need. So, okay, there are practical considerations. We can work that out. But what you're presupposing and comparing to our current situation is sweeping and invasive powers on every person in the country.
Saying the government's already, it seems like Ryan, I could be wrong. It sounds like
government as a necessary evil. You view the government like.
Sounds like Ryan basically conceded that he does believe
you're not speaking to anyone.
He does think that essentially every transaction is going to have some government involvement already.
That I think this is why you're so comfortable with ideas that I think are really dangerous, and I think it implemented disastrous, and we can get into that. Is that you do not view the government as a necessary evil. There are things I would have to do.
I describe a socialist system.
And nor would you have to. Involvement, as you said, you didn't speak to anyone. But then there are situations you can.
Property rights. Right. So the idea that in our current society, you can just start a business and start doing business, that's not true. That's not true. You need a crazy amount of government involvement in order to.
It's obviously true, but then there are situations you can get into where there's more or less government involvement. As you said, you didn't speak to anyone in the government before you may start a streaming business, and nor would you have to. Now, I'm a lawyer. There are things I would have.
I guess it's situations with more or less, but I think the all less necessary for Econoboi's argument to hold. It's just that like essentially every transaction is going to have some like government involvement, almost by necessity, and like even like I guess you call them like downstream effects or whatever, but like obviously like essentially any transaction is going to be taxed, and essentially any transaction is going to be subject to some labor regulations or whatever like shit we got going on.
Like right now, we've got ICE agents that are walking around and
current situation is sweeping and invasive powers on every person in the country, as opposed to the current state of affairs where that you, in our own example, were able to start a business while doing none of those things.
There's sweeping and pervasive powers that the state already has, right? So, I mean, you would agree, like right now, we've got ICE agents that are walking around in unmarked and unmasked, or masked and unmarked cars going around blackbagging people and throwing them in prison, right? I mean, that's a pretty insane power that we give the state. You might disagree with that power. Yeah,
What is the connection to property rights there?
So the connection is you're saying, well, the government should be as small as possible, right? The government should be as small as possible. I can, in principle, agree with that. I don't want more government than we otherwise need, obviously. But what I disagree with is this fundamental.
You are suggesting the largest expansion of the federal government that would ever have happened. That, like, you are suggesting the federal government expand to cover every single business, every single transaction, everything.
Every single business and every single transaction is already covered by the government. You agreed. You have to at least register with the government your business. You have to pay taxes on your business. You have to follow a whole billion different regulations.
Where does it even come from? Let's say your building has an FAR of 5, real estate.
Yeah, I mean, I know about this.
Exactly. So in 1970s, they're like, we have this situation where people don't want.
You have to follow a whole billion different set of regulations in order to operate your business. You might, like you said, have additional permitting requirements to open up. But Ryan, you can't just open a law firm. You have to be educated in a specific way that the government requires.
I'm so glad you brought that example up. One of the absolute geniuses of our system, which would be absolutely destroyed by your system, is that because America is vast, and because there are different ideas of how to do things.
Now we're like switching to federalism shit, and
we
also
have the capacity.
I gotta kind of wait. I think you're assuming people are level 5 when they're really level 1. Because I would have at least mentioned here that like we would have, like, I don't know. It seems silly sometimes when people talk about this, and it's like, oh, like this is like such a big expansion, like federal government power and blah 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 blah. It's like, I don't know. I feel like you address this pretty neatly in like your model, where like, you know, we would have sort of technocratic like institutions and holding corporations for these things, and you know, whatever. Is this guy a lawyer? Yeah. Why is any idea sacred versus something that could be better? You know, ask Ryan. This is who Mega? Who the fuck are these guys? I know it's you, localist.
In a specific way that the government requires.
I'm so glad you brought that example up. One of the absolute geniuses of our system, which would be absolutely destroyed by your system, is that because America is vast, and because there are different ideas of how to do things, we have the capacity to have state-by-state regulation where the states can see what works. So yes, my ability to open a law firm is contingent on state law. But what you're presupposing is a federal sweeping change to the entire economy. And what that kills is the laboratory of experimentation, where people can actually see what works, because you can go, oh shit, California's doing that. It looks great. Let's replicate it down here. Or shit, California's doing that. It's a disaster.
You could also like, you know, at least incrementally. I guess I understand the time about like ideal socialism or whatever, but like I'm pretty sure Econoboi actually like legitimately would also advocate for states to like be doing this right now. Like I'm pretty sure he would say like if like it would be fucking base if California wanted to start their own sovereign wealth fund, and you know Texas started their own different sovereign. Actually, doesn't Texas have like some sovereign wealth fund for like education or whatever that they like invest in education? I think. Like I'm pretty sure he would essentially advocate for that. But this guy reminds me how people consider Fabian intelligent. The difference between education and intelligence. Like, I think this guy's probably more intelligent than Fabian Liberty. I know, like, I think Ryan's a smart dude. I just have issues with I just think a lot of the natural law stuff is like silly. But like, I mean, I'm not a like philosophy guy that much, I guess. But it just seems like it ends. I understand that he thinks the Shrimp Welfare Project and utilitarianism is silly. So maybe it's just a really fundamental clash of intuitions. But who the fuck is Fabian Liberty? Yeah, put on Richard Spencer or someone who's intelligent. You're a nice one. Buddy.
Not do that.
Ryan, if the state of California implemented my preferred system, I don't think you'd say that was moral just because it was on the state level. Right? I mean, of course not.
I would be opposed to it, but it would be substantially more moral. And the reason it's substantially more moral is that people who are opposed to it could just leave.
People can just leave the country. What are you talking about?
That's a little different to have to leave your country versus freely travel across the state line. If you think those two are equivalent?
No, they're not equivalent. But again, if we're making I hope that we're staying in the realm of basic principles, right? So again, if the basic principle is you can just leave if you don't like the system, well, in a federal system, you can just leave the country if you want, right? So the basic principle would still apply there.
In a federal system, we recognize that giving creeping powers to the federal government is disadvantageous because it
goes ripping content off of Econoboi. Listen, they do that. Obviously, I need to. Read a Benny stagnation. I mean, I don't know for sure if they'll join, but Casey and PPG, who you were talking to, that's the entire reason we might have the discussion, are free to join at some point, whenever they want.
Leads to tyranny. When you give the same power to a state, it is not the same level of concern because people have the freedom to travel between the states and the freedom to live in any of the states.
That's a practical concern.
Mitigates that concern. I do not have the freedom to live in any other country. Like when we talk about, and furthermore, if we're talking about American values,
I don't Hamsters, I don't think I mean, like, it's just, you can, like, I would just, maybe you'll see this tonight, like, I would just point out, like, like, I'll ask them what they're using, and then they're gonna probably cite some bullshit graph or not have, like, anything, and then, like, you just say, like, here, like, the broad issues of the methodology that, like, oh, we're just deflating hourly wages with CPI, like, the drawbacks that has, and then, like, you know, there's, like, a better methodology, and I guess, you can go to Fred if you need to, but, like, I don't know, I don't think I use, Fred for that often. I think I just,
value.
Yeah, like, I use, like, just the notes I already have, which have graphs in them.
Federalism is a core American value. So yes,
We're
a
not talking
system
about
that
American
honors
values.
federalism is going to be better than a system that doesn't.
So we're not talking about American values here, right? So we're just trying to keep. I'm trying to keep it in the realm of just your basic principles here, right?
Yeah,
I think
and
in a basic sense, well, I don't think a basic principle of yours is violated if you're saying, oh, it's fine if you can leave. Well, again, I'm not forcing. It's not forcing anybody to stay, obviously, right? You can leave if you want.
In your ideal system, would this be national or would this be state by state?
Well, I'd have a national model, but again, people can leave the country if they want. I'm not. It's not North Korea. You're not forced to stay here.
You're asking, you know, I mean, why is socialism immoral? Because one of the things that would be immoral about it is that it would destroy federalism. So we can add that to the growing list of immoral problems with it.
Well,
because
wait, hold on. No.
Of course, it would have to be national, and it's a great
I don't think, are we saying federalism is an intrinsic right now?
example, because if it wasn't national, then all the capital would just move to other states.
Federalism does not mean
True.
you don't do things on the federal level. Okay, obviously you could have like a standard for property rights on the federal level, but still devolve things to the states. Right? So again, I think we're conflating our terms here between like practically what does America look like and principally what's actually a violation of my principles here. Like I think that ultimately, yeah, go on. Sorry.
I think we have a federal government of limited powers, and the reason, and I think one of the things that people really commonly miss when they talk about rights is they look at our Bill of Rights and they say, those are the rights we have, and isn't that wonderful? But the thing that makes the rights matter is the limitation on federal power. The rights themselves, have you ever read the Constitution for Soviet Russia?
Yeah, I know. I've seen what you're talking about, where you have to enforce the different right. I think you're muted on accident. I don't know if you muted on accident, but
sorry, I'll read you some. This is like
no, but I already understand your point.
The right to education.
It would be Econoboi exact Bill of Rights would just be USSR Bill of Rights copy paste.
About universal compulsory education. They have the right to maintenance in old age. They have the right to rest and leisure. They have the right to work. They have the right to employment and payment for their work.
Some of these things, funnily enough, and I'm sure is Ryan a natural. He's not an ANCAP, but he is like a natural law, like libertarian dude, basically. You have every right except what is taken from you. Real. I mean, funnily enough, like I'm sure Ryan has to do this, but like the federal government like already insures like half of those rights. Like we give Medicaid to old people or Medicare to old people. You know, it's like
work in accordance with its quantity and quality. They have the right to freedom of speech and the press and dignity. It is remarkable how many more rights on paper citizens in Soviet Russia had than we do. The problem is rights only matter if they are coupled with a system that is broken up, separated, limited in powers, such that the state cannot then take those rights away from you. So
all rights and a means to end a utility. This is true, hamsters. This is true. I don't know if they discussed that ever, but obviously true.
The problem that I'm having here is that you are now suggesting a new sweeping federal level power, which would completely dominate and control and reshape the U.S. economy, and that strikes me as an incredibly dangerous thing.
So again, but what you're talking about is something that I don't think is as fundamentally different from how we already currently do things, right? Now, I don't want to belabor the point. We can move on to other things, but I don't think it's fair to say that, hey, Econoboi, your system is evil or immoral because you want to reestablish property rights such that people can't own private businesses anymore. But I'm essentially more or less okay, or at the very least, it's not so crazily bad that we basically have the state involved in every single transaction in a number of different ways, in a number of different layers, and every single property right that we have is ultimately enforced by the state with violence. I don't find that that's and I don't disagree with all that. I think it's totally fine to have the state involved in the economy and have the state do certain things. Obviously, we have a democratic framework. I think that's totally fine. But what I'm asking is, why do we jump? Are we basically just saying the threshold is you have to be able to open a private business and everything else is more or less okay or not as offensive? Is that the threshold? And if that's the threshold, why is that specifically the threshold?
No, that was an example we were working through, so I could articulate your ideal.
Well, that's the whole point. Like, so.
By the way, I still think depending on the definition of socialism, you would also like you'd be able to get to socialism like purely through like transactions that I guess Ryan probably wouldn't be as fundamentally bad, but maybe incrementally bad insofar as he believes the government can't be like trusted with public ownership or whatever, because you'd be able to get to like over 50% public ownership if you even if you just had like a few holding corporations, you know, essentially, first of all, they would, if you just had better accounting, like I kind of always mentioned, of the wealth the government already owns, like you'd probably already be a little higher than we are now, and then you would just add, you know, whatever extra 20 percentage points, 30 percentage points we need to get to above 50%, and like that's still a voluntary voluntary transaction system. That's not gonna fundamentally change your right to open a business.
Socialism is the collective ownership of production. We're talking about businesses here. We're saying in my system, you can't open a private business. In your system, you can open a private business. But why is there a huge leap of the system being morally immoral when you can't open a private business? But in the current system that we live in, you can't do basically shit for business without the state being involved in almost every stage of that process and in the transactions.
I think that you are wildly, again, conflating the idea that the state has some involvement versus the idea that I have to give a percentage of my business to anyone who becomes involved with it. That doesn't strike you as a massive change, at least in quality? That seems like a completely different thing to me than anything we've talked about.
Well, I'm not saying that my system isn't a big change, but that's why I'm asking is what is, okay, for instance, if we were to say, hey, we're going to establish a minimum wage. You are no longer allowed to alienate your labor such that you are willing to work for lower than the minimum wage, right? Every single business has to follow that regulation. Every single business has to follow all the billion different labor laws and civil rights that we have. Every single business has to be registered with the state in some way. Every single business has to pay taxes and give up like 30% of their income to the state, right? Like we're saying the country forcing every single business to give up 30% of its income. That's, I guess, I mean, you might say that that's immoral, but at least like that's like something that's just on background. That's not like that big of a deal compared to saying you have to give up some portion of your equity to your employees. I mean, in that sense, in an accounting sense, that's just another form of tax essentially.
So I think maybe this example will make the immorality of it a bit more clear.
Yeah, I just want to know the bright line here.
Right now, I don't have my own law firm. I could open my own law firm, but I don't. And I don't because I vastly prefer a risk-free salary to a risky business ownership.
Why are we... The law firm's got to be the worst example because the Econoboi already mentioned, like, you have to literally be certified by the fucking bar to do it, don't you? And you probably have to do... I'm sure there's then other, hoops you have to jump through to open a law firm. And, it probably differs depending on your state, but even federally, like...
My own life, my own choices, where I am financially. One of amongst the things, but one of the things that strikes me as deeply immoral about the system you're describing is, okay, you're streaming, you make some money streaming. Not everyone does. Most people who stream make no money. And the huge majority of streamers who...
Exclamation point TTS in the chat. You guys can change that one. Need to pay off my restream debt. Actually, I think I paid it relatively recently, actually. Which means my bank account's probably pretty low right now, which means you guys need to donate.
Who are streaming and spending their time doing this will make nothing, right? Then someone becomes successful, and you're saying that after all the risk is broken out of the system, after we've gone from 100 people who stream, now we're in the 1% who are actually making any money doing it. Now that I hire somebody to put captions on my videos, I have to give them a percentage of my business now that it's successful. But they took none of the risk. They weren't there at the beginning when it was grinding and it wasn't working. So what you're doing is you're essentially you're letting people freeload on the risk taken in order to develop a successful business.
But now I understand the point you're making, but now it kind of seems like we're making another like practicality objection rather than like an actual fundamental like rights thing. But I mean, I understand that. I understand the like baseline point about like, you would like legitimately like have to like government is like forcing you to do this thing, and that's going to have this practical implication. But the practical implication actually is not relevant here, because even if it had positive practical implications, you would still be committed to saying like it's it's immoral on the basis of the government is like literally like forcing you to give up equity in your company or whatever.
And risk is a huge part of it. So back to my non-law firm, it is very possible if I'm starting a law firm, which is a fledgling enterprise, it may work, it may not work, that somebody...
Econoboi would still have taxes in his ideal system, but who will pay them? I mean, he goes over his tax plan. I mean, the same entities paying them now, it's just that the entities are going to be, publicly owned, essentially.
Would vastly prefer I pay them a salary than they assume the risk that my law firm fails, which like most businesses, it might. In fact, it probably will mathematically. So just setting everything else aside, that strikes me as a deeply immoral part of your system. Or sorry, I want to make sure I get the terminology right. Not your model, which I understand is different, but
just like the ideal. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. So, but okay, so when I receive tax benefits, like when I receive the child tax credit, that comes from tax money that society at large takes no risk to assume, right? So when I tax you 30% of the income that you make from your business, the government's not taking any risk by taking 30% of your income. If anything, you could argue that that's more immoral because it's like a completely non-involved entity than someone that's actually at least working at the business, right? Obviously, people who work at businesses assume some level of risk because the business could close down and they have to find another job all of a sudden, right? But when I tax 30% of your income, I'm assuming no risk at all for that, right? I'm just taking 30%.
This is why we need DBCFT, actually, because it, grants producers tax credits in years they have negative cash flow. So
your money, fuck you if you have a problem with it. I'm the state. I'll literally throw you in fucking prison if you don't pay it, right? Like I just don't understand under that framework.
I'm certainly not arguing in favor of higher taxes.
But what you're saying is your system, Econoboi, is so substantially more immoral than our current system because, and you're just using the employee ownership as one example. Obviously, you understand my model has a bunch of different ways that you collectivize things, but just as that particular example, right? If we're saying it's so substantially more immoral to give your employee whatever 20% or a proportional say in how the business is managed, that's so substantially more immoral than the state with guns coming to you and saying, you better give me 30% of your income or I'm throwing you in prison. How is that? Like, it just doesn't seem like there's that big of a difference in the level of coercion or lack of freedom in that society versus the one that I described.
Well, first of all, in the one you described, it would be both. There would be taxes and this thing, not one or the other. But beyond that, the fundamental issue there, amongst others, is that the people involved are not allowed to make these decisions for themselves. They're not allowed to own their labor, and they're not allowed to make decisions about how they alienate their labor. Like right now, as I said in my example, I prefer a salary to the risk of ownership. If I had to give up money for the risk of ownership and you had some kind of reasonable calculation for the percentages involved, I would prefer the money. But that's where I am right now. I would rather not have the risk. In a few years, I might prefer to have the risk because my finances look different. But and that is a choice that I think it's good that people get to make, because most people do not want to assume the kind of risk that business ownership entails in the way that I think people look at like a Fortune 500 and they think that's what running a business is. That is not what running a business is. Most businesses are small and most businesses fail.
Well, let me ask you, I don't want to belabor the...
I don't see how that really addressed the point Econoboi was making.
I feel like we need to move on to something else because we're at the risk of running in circles here. Why don't you argue against taxation then? Taxation fundamentally... Okay, so should we not have any taxes in society?
We should have the least amount possible.
But why should we have any taxes?
Because government is a necessary evil.
But why is it necessary? Actually, this does lead into what I wanted to transition the conversation to. Why is the government a necessary evil? What makes it necessary?
Because there are things that are
I'm interested in that.
Public goods. There are things that cannot be done or
we accept public
will not be
goods,
done in the private sector. I think, this isn't like a philosophical exercise. You can just look at history and see what those things are. You need somebody to negotiate trade deals with other nations. You need to maintain a military. You need, these are things that must be done on a governmental level because they...
I'm upset we didn't mention the Milton Friedman established the actual rules of property rights, because that actually seems to be the most directly relevant thing in this conversation. Would be, seems like the government, the centralized democratic institutions are actually, probably the ones best equipped to essentially create the rules of the game, create exactly where the property boundaries of property rights end.
Don't work on a private level. So yeah, there are absolutely things the federal government has to do. And if you read the Federalist Papers, whatnot, this is this is what they were debating. It's exactly what are the things we need a federal government for.
Yeah, but I'm not understanding. So, but you're just saying, okay, so are you basically saying the government needs to do certain things because if the government doesn't do those certain things, we have bad outcomes? Is it because without the government doing those certain things, our fundamental natural rights are more violated by the private market than by the public doing them? Like, what's the reason why the government needs to do certain things?
You don't even have a country. If you don't have borders, if you don't have a military, you don't get to be a country anymore because other countries invade you. Like that's
right. But why is that bad? I'm just asking morally foundational.
To be invaded?
Yeah, like what's the moral problem with what you're describing? I'm just asking you to flesh out your moral views here.
Okay, you think that you're asking me to justify morally why I think it would be bad to be invaded and conquered by a neighboring nation.
Yeah, I'm asking you about your... I think that's bad. I know that. I know if you ask me, hey, morally speaking, Econoboi, why is it bad to be invaded? I'd have an answer for you. I'm asking you, what is your reason for saying not having a country being invaded? Why is that bad to you?
Because you want to have a just government that protects the rights of the people. If you do not have a government that is capable of doing that, you cannot protect those rights, and you're at the mercy of whatever the fuck the neighboring country thinks is the right thing to do.
Okay, and so okay, that's perfect. So I don't think that's quite as foundational as I was looking for, but at least that goes into what the point I was going to make is, right? Is that I think that in a number of ways, and I think in the law you see this as well. I think in a number of ways you can justify a social ownership ideal in regards to on balance of the other rights that you're able to experience. They are enhanced by a socialist ideal, right? That you might not have.
He's just not gonna believe in positive rights, though.
Right to start a private business, but let's just use a hypothetical. And maybe you would disagree with this hypothetical. Let's just say that we really don't understand the economy, right? We've fucked up in some way because goddamn, we just abolished private ownership and now we're all 10 times as rich as we used to be. I don't know what happened. Economics was wrong as a science, and it turns out the private ownership of the means of production was terrible for economic growth. And now we're 10 times richer a year later. Would you say that in that society we are living in a more free society or a less free society, even though we don't have the right to start a business, but we're 10 times richer?
Less, but this is going to play into what I think will likely be an axiomatic difference in our worldviews. But when you talk to a socialist, and I haven't talked to you about this, so I'm lumping you in, you can correct me if I'm wrong, they tend to conflate positive rights with negative rights, which is actually fairly common in places like Europe, for example. So they'll say something like the right to food or the right to healthcare or that sort of thing, as they'll frame it as a right as opposed to a policy. And when I'm talking about rights, I'm specifically talking about negative rights. So the things that you're describing they would be wonderful outcomes, but they're not in my mind rights. So it wouldn't actually much impact the analysis.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, we might have an axiomatic different worldview. I think that if someone has 10 times the money, they are in a very meaningful...
You should, by the way, theoretically, not even just on the freedom point, you should be able to attach almost any positive outcome to to the violation of rights or whatever, or any hardcore negative outcome really to the violation of rights or whatever, to be committed to still saying it's wrong to violate those rights. If you really truly believe that those are the only thing that intrinsically matter, you would you don't even have to accept that or you don't even have to like think that we would be more free or whatever. Like you could attach a world of like infinite. I know he doesn't care about animal suffering, infinite chimpanzee suffering to any violation of rights, and he'd still be committed to saying, well, actually, I just think that the rights are the thing that intrinsically matter, not any of the other positive freedom or any of the other welfare of animals. I don't know how you would respond to the welfare of humans, but
full sense more free than they used to be. For instance, if you just took me and you just multiplied the amount of money that my net worth was multiplied by 10. Well, if that happened, I probably wouldn't have to work anymore. I could do whatever I wanted with my free time. My kids would have full college accounts. I'd be able to do like substantially, I'd be able to act much more on my own instincts than I otherwise am able to do because I'm constrained by the amount of money that I have, right? That there's like, there's a reason why we would say that there's a difference between some paper access to a right and a meaningful, actionable access to that right. Like you can say that you have access, anybody, you can go out and buy health insurance if you can afford it. But similar to how MLK said the same thing, he said, hey, what's the point of having a right to sit at a diner if I can't afford a fucking sandwich? He didn't say fucking, obviously, but I'm just saying that there's a meaningful difference between, yeah, you can sit at a diner if you want, but actually being able to meaningfully access the fruits of that diner, that's a meaningful difference in the amount of freedom that you have in a society. So the last thing I was going to say, sorry, I know I've been going on for a second here, is I think that in a number of ways, the socialist ideal leads to a society where people are in what I would call in a meaningful way, more free and able to enact their desires onto the world than in a society where we have essentially the private ownership of production.
So the reason that I don't consider those things rights is that when you create a right...
Well, I'm not asking if you consider it a right. Do you consider it more freedom? That's what I'm really concerned about.
I think that what's happening is that we're using a term that is a little bit ambiguous and ill-defined. I don't think it increases your legal freedoms. It doesn't change what you are allowed or not allowed to do under law. It changes the quality of your life, and it provides you with different opportunities. But I suspect that what we're doing is using freedom in two meaningfully different senses of the word.
Well, how do you define freedom? I would say freedom is the ability to enact your desires into the world, right? That like you're free when you have a meaningful ability to enact your desires.
No, I would call that capacity, right? Like I don't think Elon Musk has more freedom of speech than me, but Elon Musk has substantially more capacity to be heard than me. So like he's not more free than I am. He has more capacity than I do.
Well, but he is more free in many different, I don't know about the freedom of speech, obviously, but like Elon Musk can do whatever he wants with his free time. He's completely unconstrained with what he can do with his free time.
Ryan is wrong on philosophy. The issue, yeah, I don't like, first of all, we should at least acknowledge like it's a very highly unintuitive definition of freedom. Like this is not like, it's not intuitive. It's not what most people really mean when they say freedom. Like most people would agree with the conception of freedom closer to Econoboi's conception. But like, I guess it's not a, like even if we define it as capacity, like that shouldn't be like that meaningful of a difference, like the semantic view there, because like, presumably at some point, even if we define what Econoboi's talking about as like capacity or whatever, like the increase in capacity for people would just like be like would be high enough to like clearly outweigh whatever freedom that we want to protect. But I like maybe Ryan would be committed to the opposite and just saying like freedom is the thing that matters most and capacity is just not relevant. Maybe there's a threshold. If we were 1,000,000 times more wealthy, then maybe the freedom wouldn't matter as much as the capacity. But
you have to go to work every day. So in that way, Elon Musk is meaningfully more free than you, because you and I have to work every day. Elon Musk can do whatever he wants, and he can do whatever he wants because he has more money.
Elon Musk has a number of capacities that I don't have due to his money and resources, but the constraints that you're speaking of are what I would consider constraints of the state of nature. Like life requires that you find food. Life requires that you do all kinds of things. Nature constrains your actions. That is what it does, unless you find ways to stop it from doing so. But when I'm talking about freedom, I'm specifically talking about freedom from the government is basically what I'm referring to. And when you're talking about freedom, you're talking about it in a sense of, am I able to do what I want to do this Tuesday, which is, I think, a meaningfully different sense of the word.
Well, it's obviously a meaningfully different sense of the word, but I mean, this is ultimately a battle of intuitions here. I'll leave it to our respective audiences to decide what's a more kind of holistic understanding of the word freedom. I would just say that, yes, like in some senses, I'm not more unfree than Elon Musk. Like we both have to eat. We both have calories that we need. And if I'm bigger boned than him, maybe, I guess you could say maybe I need more calories than he does or whatever. But, fundamentally, there are some senses where every human being is equally unfree, right? But there's also other senses where every human being is certainly not equally unfree or equally free. That like a slave isn't equally free as someone who's not a slave. Like even if we had like a legal, mechanism by which, even if you sold yourself into slavery, I think you could say, well, you're still not free just because you made the positive choice to sell yourself into slavery. And similarly, if somebody is, let's say, helicoptered into the desert versus somebody helicoptered into like an urban environment, we wouldn't say that they both have the same amount of freedom because the person who's helicoptered into the desert is meaningfully more fucked than somebody helicoptered into an urban environment, right?
So I think that, well, actually, let me see if I can maybe back this out in a helpful way. When you're talking about freedom, you're talking about like your ability to enact do whatever you want.
Do what you want.
Yeah. So that turns into almost a utilitarian analysis of like, is this
you don't even have to accept utilitarianism. I knew we were going to get there. Oh my
going to work, or is this not going to work? Right? Like I have a policy. We are more free if it works and your quality of life improves. You are less free if it doesn't. And that's basically the analysis.
Yeah, sorry. Well, I don't think that's the analysis. No, the analysis is just, can you do what you want? So it's not necessarily utilitarian. You could do things that are bad for you, right? So I mean, you could go and be a gambling addict and destroy your life, right?
Now, I'm from a different policy perspective. Like, for example, like the reason I brought freedom of speech earlier.
So now we're back to the impracticality of it.
If we, let's say, hypothetically, on your worldview, like your moral frame, if we dramatically restricted freedom of speech in some way, but then we did the utilitarian math, and we restricted freedom of speech last week.
But you could totally. I mean, I don't know what Econoboi answer to this is going to be, but one, now we're like essentially back to the practicality of it. He's using this as an analogy for the practicality of it. But one, we're not talking about the actual fundamental underlying issue here. Now we're back to the practicality. And for two, like you could be an ethical pluralist. In fact, you could believe in some amount of natural rights, and you could even say, I value these natural rights as like essentially infinitely, such that like you can't violate them for any amount of welfare gain, but still also have some consideration for welfare, right? Like you can obviously still say, like you could say, like I would never say it's acceptable to violate someone's right to free speech, even if it was to save a million other people. But then still believe that like if there's a button in front of me to like save a million people, like I ought to press that button, right? Like that would be like a moral obligation to do that. Non-fun sweeping for Econoboi. I don't know if I'm sweeping for him. I am critically supporting him, although we might be about to get some cringe pluralistic analysis here instead of the base truth-pilled actodonic utilitarian analysis, okay? But
it's been a week. It turns out life is measurably better. That would be then good in your mind because life is measurably better, even though freedom of speech has been restricted.
Well, it's a matter of holistically what you think of as freedom. So, for instance, if you were to say like, oh well, it's like a more meaningful freedom is, let's say, your access to material goods, right? So if you were to say, oh, like by banning free speech, your access to material goods has skyrocketed by 100 times.
Maybe is gay. It's less than gay. It's actually the straightest thing ever. Isn't Destiny going to debunk Econoboi tomorrow? Yeah, they are talking tomorrow. Welcome.
You would say like, yeah, what's the big deal about free speech? Everyone's 100 times richer, and I'm essentially prioritizing the freedom to eat and live and buy a house over the freedom to speak, right? So obviously you can have. I was just going to say. Right. So I was just going to say, like, obviously you can have different prioritizations in terms of your freedom, but what I'm making is a much more kind of narrow argument of if people have more money and access to wealth, that in many assorted meaningful ways, all else equal, right? All else equal.
Sample text is sleeping right now, but
substantially more free.
Please, Ryan, shut the fuck up about utilitarianism. I've never speak about utilitarianism again.
And what I'm getting at is that it's built on. I'm not saying it's like you're making a utilitarian argument. It's built on utilitarian chassis, if that makes sense. Where there's this idea.
It's built on some consideration for welfare, I guess. I wouldn't even say it's really built on it. It just has, like any pluralistic view, like I said, could have some minimum consideration for welfare or utility while still valuing even other things infinitely more, right? But
idea that if your material living conditions improve, you are more free. And we could weigh that against a reduction in what we would consider natural rights.
That's really not what I'm saying. Just one more time. So I'm not saying when your material condition improves, you necessarily have more freedom, because you can make the argument that drug addicts, if they get more money, they're less free.
What's up, Radical Coder Ryan? He gives Ryan's a bad name.
Delving into addiction.
This is true.
However, what I am saying is that in our current in society, your access to material resources simply necessarily means that you have more freedom of choice and freedom to do what you want. So it's not about whether or not your life is improved by money. It's more about if you have money, you have many more choices that are meaningfully given to you.
So if you had a magic wand, and if you did it, if you wave the wand, everybody in the country is materially wealthy to an extraordinary
By the way, the reductios for Ryan's view are way worse. I don't know why. Kill me. I hate this so much because I feel like, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I feel like intuitively, if you just gave people like most common reductios to Econoboi's view versus the reductios to Ryan's view, most people would be like, actually, it seems like Econoboi's view is like way less bad, dude. I can't open his bottle. I'm too weak. This is what drinking too much soy does to you. Money ain't a thing if you got it, real.
And
private ownership of wealth upholds right to privacy. I don't know exactly how it would do that, Malibu. I mean, conceivably you could have conceivably you could go either way in that. You could have a place with essentially almost totally public ownership but still have a strong right to privacy versus a place with almost totally private ownership, but like no right to privacy. I don't think like those two are intrinsically related.
They have all the kinds of freedom that you're talking about.
I'm used to flicking Monster Energy cans now. Now twisting water bottle lids. Yeah, I know. Someone get Andrew Wilson open a bottle. W.
But Christianity and Islam are now banned by force of law. Is that a wand you're waving?
Well, so I just have to make a point here, and I'll answer your question directly. So again, I'm not making a comment about how I would prioritize certain freedoms. I'm making the all else equal. If people have more access to material resources, they are more free. Now, what you said is, would you prioritize the freedom associated with access to material resources over the freedom to practice your own religion? Totally different question. Now, I'll answer your question directly. I would say personally, no, I would not prioritize access to material resources
Cringe.
over the ability to basically practice freely whatever religion you want. But you're not addressing my fundamental point. And I directly answered your question, so I'd love a direct answer to mine. If people, all else equal, if people have more access to material resources, they are, all else equal, much more free than if they didn't. For instance, I'll just use a crude example. If somebody has $1,000
Or feel bad with money, that's why they shouldn't have it. This is true.
in their bank account versus someone who has $10 million in their bank account, let's say that's the entirety of their net worth, the person worth $10 million is much more free than the person worth $1,000.
No, well, in the way that I use the terms, they do not have more freedom; they have more capacity. That might not be a distinction that you agree with, but that'd be how I use the terms.
Well, let's just say, do you think
bullshit for 20 minutes? Yeah.
capacity is the way that you say capacity? Do you think capacity is important to maximize in a society?
I don't know. I feel like most people would agree with Ryan's view, but maybe no. I know too many conservatives. Well, I think. Well, no. So, what I said is, I think if you took the reductios of like the most extreme, like the most extreme reductios of the view, most people would say Econoboi is like less bad. But I don't know. What's the difference between this definition of freedom and power? Who, Econoboi or Ryan? I don't think either of them would be. I guess I don't know how to answer that for either of them really. But
yes, but
how does he feel tried having more generational
freedom.
wealth? I know.
Okay. Well, then
and this is why I brought up the religion example.
Flagman. I mean, Econoboi would just say like obviously, you know, to some extent, having freedom could equate to having more power. You know, like you know, in the same sense that Elon has more of a ability to exercise his freedom of speech because he owns Twitter and has a bunch of money to spend on ads or whatever. Like, insofar as he has more of that right, he would have more power. But I don't think that you know, I don't think that requires like him conflating the definition of one or the other. I think it just requires recognizing that someone with more freedom, with more positive freedom, in some instances, is going to necessarily have more like power if they choose to exercise it in a certain way.
Like I'm not a utilitarian, but if I was going to adopt a utilitarian chasis for this moment, one way to look at something like freedom of religion or freedom of speech is to say, through the bloody arc of history, we have figured out that no matter how tempting it might look to abridge this right, no matter how great the outcome seems, one of the problems with utilitarianism is the problem of measurement. You never know when to stop measuring. Like, how do we know how far in the future to look? And one of the things we've learned is that when you restrict these freedoms...
I mean, I don't think that's like really a problem. Like, you just do what the... I mean, I guess you could say might have an issue quantifying it, but like I think you should look on essentially a infinite like time horizon. It's just that at some point the estimates would, you know, at some, you know, a million years in the future, we're not going to have any conceivable way to estimate what X action is going to do. So like at some point the estimations that far out just don't have any value, so you just wouldn't like factor them in. But like I don't think that's really a problem.
Goes badly. It might not go badly tomorrow. It might not go badly a year from now, but in the long term, it goes very, very badly. So as a heuristic, you can look at these natural rights and say, when someone is trying to restrict them, this is going to lead to negative outcomes, even if it looks like it leads to a positive outcome in the very short term. And again, I'm not a utilitarian, but that would be the way, if I were, that I would look at natural rights and say, well, this is something that we need to bring into the equation because we're very limited. And in your hypo, everything worked out and everyone's very rich, but we actually don't know how everything plays out. We never do. So we have to kind of use the heuristics we have. And one of the hard-won heuristics are these core rights.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think, so number one, I think I would disagree with some of the things that you're saying, because I think that, let's just use I'll use your word, capacity, right? That people have a greatly expanded capacity when the government involves itself in, I think, many different areas of life. I don't even know that you would necessarily disagree with that. You even said that, oh, well, a necessary evil, the government needs to redistribute some money from some people to other people, people with disabilities, the elderly, you know, children, people like this. We need essentially a social safety net, right? And that, I think, is an expansion of their capacities, right? Amartya Sen would maybe agree with exactly how you're framing this with his capabilities approach. But so I don't know that I would necessarily disagree with that. But I would say that when we look at the arc of many of these different democratic socialist experiments, right, that when I love to use Norway as an example, as you probably know, when we look at Norway, for instance, in Norway, they're a very rich society. You know, they're oil rich, obviously, but what they did with their oil wealth was they essentially socialized it, right? It's a collectively owned institution. They take all the gains from oil and they spend it on things that are a social purpose, public transit, the pension system, welfare for people who need it, things like that. And that in that sense, by socializing at least that aspect of their economy, they've made their citizens, substantially more free, I would say, but they've given their citizens substantially more capacity.
Uber Eats a McFlurry? I don't think I can. It's 12:17 a.m.
what they want with their free time.
I don't think
and I think that that's a project by which the state and sort of collective democratic institutions should engage in. And engaging in that process, in Norway, I guess you're not able to open a Norwegian oil company, right? Because they've limited your right to do that. They've collectivized the oil wealth in their nation.
You actually are, my understanding, able to open a Norwegian oil company. It's just that I think it's like 70% of your profits are taxed away or whatever. But obviously, I guess also to an extent you could say like oil extraction is kind of going to be a natural monopoly to begin with, at least for like any individual oil field. And then we're gonna the state-owned enterprise is probably going to have some entrenched advantage, especially because it might not necessarily have hard budget constraints, or might have some exemptions for labor market regulations or stuff like that. There's various things that the state does to give its own institutions or enterprises an advantage.
I wouldn't say
private ownership of wealth is tied to personal autonomy. Privacy is upheld by owning wealth because wealth enables you to pursue goals without permission of collective/state. Well, I mean, they kind of already talked about that. It seems like the state's already involved in a whole lot or whatever. But because you cannot secure your well-being if you depend on a party that may not agree finance your goals if they knew that you have different goals from them. I don't know what the last half of that means at all.
That the government's done an immoral thing by doing that, because on balance, they've greatly increased their capacity of their citizens to do with the world as they see fit.
But I mean, the thing about this is, and this might be a segue into your model, which I would totally concede is meaningfully different than the ideal. Like, Norway is in no way the socialist ideal. It's just completely different than that.
But can we at least say, Ryan, that they've engaged in a process of...
I think nationalizing important natural resources until it makes a lot of sense. Outside of that, I think a private property is pretty base. Wow, base does go, Johnson. Yeah, I mean, like, I've seen... I don't like to take a strong opinion on public ownership just because I feel like I need to do quite a bit of reading on it to have a stronger opinion. But obviously, like, if there were a place where public ownership is going to work, at least like direct like state ownership and not like through like holding corporations with technocratic leadership, it would be utilities and natural resources. And then like we do have plenty, like there are plenty of papers that you can find, and like in fairness, this goes both ways, so you can kind of find the opposite too, where you can see papers that say, hey, public ownership of utilities actually did increase output or reduce prices or had X benefit for consumers and blah 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 blah. Like, yeah, but in fairness, like I said, there are papers you can find the opposite. So like there was a paper like from privatizing water utilities in the U.S. That found like decreased prices and also led to more safe, clean drinking water. So it cuts
of socialization. And we can see how, at least in that incremental step, they've made their citizens have substantially more capacity than they did before.
I mean, the thing about that is, if you're going to make that argument, then the argument would be for for example, like UBI. Like there are many ways you could increase the capacity of people who are downtrodden or have bad luck or just were born into bad.
Okay, Ryan, Truth Nuke, though, understanding the need for redistribution rather than pre-distribution. Let's go. Econoboi V Ryan on my side now. I'm a Ryan defender now. My goat. What the hell? I'm good at privatizing local government and national government as well to an extent. I mean, that'd be... I guess I don't know like how functionally privatized local government would work exactly. I guess we kind of already... I mean, people already live in home owner associations, and in a sense that's a privatized local government. I guess like you can privatize functions of the national government, but I don't know what it really means to privatize part of the national government, like
bad circumstances or whatever different ways you want to phrase the way that people end up in bad situations that don't require removing property rights from the entire populace. So, if that's the goal, if the goal is just to increase people's capacity, why not do that? Why not, come up with a UBI with a good funding mechanism? Because that's essentially what we're talking about.
Well, but it's fundamentally a case of redistribution, right? So it's like to fund a UBI such that people had their basic standard of living met. I think I estimated like $24,000, $2,000 a month UBI would cost something like $6 trillion. So you'd have to claw back that money somehow, right? So I don't find that there's a meaningful difference between like the government owns whatever. Let's say,
why does that have to be $2,000? I mean, I'm saying like, when people
you talk about standard of living, right?
So about privatizing Social Security, that's what we're talking. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about let's find a funding mechanism that works better. right? Rather than just a tax and spend model. Let's put the federal money into something that takes risks and develops return. Therefore, we can fund it, right? So I mean, I think that what the difference between saying we want to have a good funding mechanism for societal benefit versus we want to have sweeping socialism is night and day. These are completely different things.
Well, but number one, I would make the argument that public wealth, the accumulation of public wealth, is actually a very good funding mechanism, right? Now, if you wanted to say, okay, well, sure, maybe because I could ask the hypothetical of like, what if the best funding mechanism was capital income from public wealth? You would still say, well, we still shouldn't, obviously socialize all wealth in society. You would say there's probably different reasons to not do that. And so I don't want to get
better arguable. Well, I mean, like, I think there are arguments on either side. I mean, I would tend to agree that it wouldn't, right? But it's just pointing out on the fundamental level, even if it did work better, like Ryan would be committed to saying to not agreeing with it still, right? Like,
because your model allows for private property ownership and allows for private businesses, so it's better in that sense.
Well, it's right, but it's not better in some empirical sense, right? Because I could make, if I just hypothetically, because you already said if people were 10 times richer if we abolish private property,
morally better.
Right, it's morally better, right? Right, and so we have, and we might have
sorry, morally better asterisks, and then we're going to circle back to that, I'm sure, in a few minutes.
Yeah, well, yeah, and I don't know how much there is to talk about, but to the audience, I guess, like it's up to people how they would derive this kind of thing. But I would say, personally speaking, I think, because you said no to the original hypothetical of, hey, if people were 10 times richer, then I would still be against abolishing private property because I believe in...
I'm just glad we avoided the tiny Tim, okay? I'm just glad we avoided the equality is intrinsically important, okay? I'm glad we've accepted that. That's what I'm going to take this as. Obviously, I expected on a public ownership thing versus redistribution, I kind of would just be like, well, I also just value equality, and so I'm going to value public ownership because... Tiny Tim, have you considered G.A. Cohen? Have you considered... Kill me.
Some
Horrible.
sense, like it's just such a foundational natural right to open up a private business.
It's a moral obligation.
Well, it's not an obligation to open up a private business, but it's it's a foundational natural right that you should be able to open a business if you want. And so I would just say that, look, I don't, for me personally, I just don't find that to be that meaningful, right? That if I could imagine a society that's 10 times wealthier, that people have 10 times the capacity to do with what they want than they do now, that society is a society that I would describe as having many more freedoms than we do now. Of course, in some narrow sense, they're less free to open up a business if they want, but they're more free to do literally everything else combined, right? And so
the problem with those kind of thought experiments is it's like, what we all want is a just government. Right? That's what we all want. So if we say, if we're just going to make up things, it's like, well, what if we had a benign king? We have no laws. It's just his will. He does whatever he wants to do, but he's infallible and everything works out all the time. So, therefore, this would be a wonderful monarchy and we'd all be better off.
But I already conceded that I'm making a prioritization.
The problem with that is we know it doesn't work. We know it doesn't work because these kind of like utopian thought experiments, they run afoul of the lessons we've learned in history. So when I look at like our founders saying these are inalienable rights, I'm not looking at it and saying like, oh my goodness, what a clever idea. This
stability and health. No one agrees on what we want. This is a real issue. We should all agree that we want to maximize total utility, and we should all sacrifice ourselves to the utility monster. In fact, we should devote 50% of our public resources just to searching for a hypothetical utility monster, on the off chance that he does exist, so we can all sacrifice ourselves to him. But no one wants to do that.
Came up with on this day when Thomas Jefferson wrote this down. I'm looking at like, this is what the best and wisest minds of the founding time, after months of deliberation, decided were foundational to our country, were foundational to a just government, based off of their analysis of all the governments in the world, and this is more the Constitution than the Declaration at this point, and the time to deliberate and think about it and come up with things that are essentially the thou shalt nots of avoiding it.
This is also, by the way, like, I understand the point he's making, but also this is like basically a utilitarian analysis of rights, by the way, because he's just saying like, oh, these are the, what we've been going through, what we've seen throughout history, has, have worked, and what are the most important things to make a government function correctly and limit it. And these are the rights that Jefferson came up with. Nothing there gets you to like intrinsic rights. It just gets you to like, these are very useful heuristics that historically we have seen worked well. Many are saying this real. You should perform some religious ceremonies and rituals in praise of the utility monster, babies, and get some candles or something. This is true. Hey, I wear the shrimp costume. That's basically a ritual to the utility monster, right?
A tyrannical government. So those are not lines I think we should cross lightly. I think that as we progress as a society, we need to be extraordinarily careful not to accidentally tear down the foundation. We need to build on the foundation instead.
Well, so again, number one, so just to be clear, like I think that when you look into the history of like Madison and Jefferson and what they thought about private property rights, like these were people who had a very hierarchical view. Obviously, in some sense, you could call Jefferson an egalitarian in the sense that he wasn't a monarchist and things like that. But these are people that had a very hierarchical view. They believed in what you might call recognizably superior people, and that those people should be essentially the brunt force of determining what does and does not happen in society. And I'm not trying to, but obviously we would agree that like these people had wild ideas when it came to what freedoms people should have. Jefferson owned slaves. He believed in Jeffersonian democracy, where essentially everyone was a small business owner. He didn't believe in this sort of like huge wealth and capital accumulation as well. These guys guys had totally idiosyncratic views to what we would describe as like ordinary freedoms today. These are people that didn't believe that everybody should have the right to vote, that it should be, you know, property owning males and things like this. So I just don't know to what extent we can really use the founders as in totality. And you would agree with this, obviously, that, you know, in totality a reference point. But I feel like we're kind of skipping between the sort of practical and the ideal, right? Because I used a practical example where, hey, at least like incrementally, it seems like a state like Norway socialized a big part of their industry. I think something like 40 to 45% of the GDP of the country comes from socially owned institutions. And we see that society is still a very rich society. They still have a lot of disposable income. We see that comparable to even Americans, they have high levels of consumption.
Not better ideas than me, though, Hardy.
And I would say that all else equal, they, by engaging in that process of socialization, have done a service to their citizens. And if we're going to say like, oh, well, it seems like, because what you said earlier was, it seems like we know that doesn't work. It's like, well, it does seem to be working at least as a process in these countries. Although, of course, they haven't achieved the full apologies ideal that I'm describing.
The thing about
ethnically homogenous, small country.
And that's why I brought up like
what are the memes we're going to hit?
Just king. The thing about a really powerful state.
Have you tried to debate AI accident?
Do nearly anything, and I think.
Would you make it? Would you make it a policy to pick winners if you had a sovereign wealth fund and invest only in certain assets? No, obviously I wouldn't like want that. Obviously, so when you say make it a policy, I mean like obviously no one wants like the government to like literally be like picking winner. Like no one wants that as a goal to sovereign wealth fund to like pick winners or whatever. If the thing you're trying to get across is like, well, if there is a sovereign wealth fund, like maybe there would be like concern, and I agree there would be like some concern of the possibility for either like corruption in that like politicians may direct it to, you know, buy stocks that are either going to benefit them or, you know, maybe try to like help bail out like a company that is, you know, important to their constituents or whatever. Like to some extent, like you know, I think the solution to that is just to manage them technocratically. Not that I'm not like the biggest sovereign wealth fund guy or anything, but like just to manage them technocratically, to have an independent institution do it, to have checks and balances like this. And, you know, like we do also like already see like the government kind of does this anyway, right? Like, you know, we see like GM and actually was it just GM who was bailed out after 2008, the car companies, 2008 GM bailout. You know, like we already see this to some extent. Like we already see the government choosing to bail out industries they view as important, and we already see the central bank buying, which I think is more defensible to central bank, like buying toxic assets to help banks that had, you know, all the toxic assets after 2008. We already see the fact that, you know, farmers and other companies lobby for trade protections to make sure they don't have to face foreign competition, like all that stuff. Like ESG, it invests 50% of funds into developing utilities. I don't know. You know, I don't know remember that. Like obviously the goal of the sovereign wealth fund, like any wealth fund, would be to, you know, sort of like maximize like the risk adjusted returns, right? So like, you know, like everyone is like picking who they expect is going to win. You know, they'd be doing that just like a private fund would be doing that, just like private funds do that.
I think, and hopefully we'd agree, if the state, like in China, owns 65-70% of the economy, I don't know the exact figure, but they own a huge percentage of it, that the state essentially has control over almost every aspect of daily life through that mechanism, if they choose to wield it that way. When the state has that kind of...
Your streamer has... Oh. You're the man now, though. I want to get a coffee strike. I just think these are really funny. Don't get it. Anyway,
power. The only way that leads to just outcomes is when the people are fairly homogenous in what they want.
Yes, right? We hit it. We hit the meme.
Like imagine today.
Are we gonna get that? I'm trying to think of what are the other ones. I know like small country obviously is probably gonna be one of them. What are the other like main Norway memes?
America had 20 or 40 or 35, I'm not sure what the number is, but people can look it up, % of our economy was controlled directly or indirectly by the state. And Donald Trump is the president.
Was that Isaac? That was Tom
How do you
York,
think that would go?
Kind of looked like
how's it going for Columbia and Harvard with a tiny fraction of the money on the line? Like it becomes a problem because when people have very different views, as we do in this country, about what is good and what is moral, when you give the state that level of power, the risk of the tyranny of the majority becomes really strong.
Yeah, so I'll make a couple of arguments, right? So, number one, America does not have a majoritarian democracy, right? So I would say in a number of ways, our democracy is woefully incomplete from the democratic ideal, and I would make a lot of reforms in that regard. Number two, I think there's a lot of evidence that when it comes to reining in state power and when it comes to extending liberties to people, there's a lot of evidence that democracy essentially solves this. That when I compare the freedom of a country like in Norway, for instance, where Norway has a higher level of socialization, both in terms of percentage of wealth and in terms of the GDP that they produce, than China does, right? They have more socialization of.
Is that? I mean, it's a kind of like I don't necessarily not believe him. I believe the wealth point. I don't know if I believe. I don't believe. Intuitively, I don't believe the GDP thing, but it's probably gonna be a fucking pain in the ass to get. It would be a pain in the ass to get comparable numbers between the percent of GDP in Norway that's produced by collectively owned institutions and compare that to China. But
of the economy in Norway than in China. But when I look at the freedoms in either of those societies, I would say, well, fucking by almost every conceivable metric, Norwegians are more free than Chinese people. And of course, that's because
this is like from SOEs, but you'd also have to account for this is like 25 to 30% according to the State Department government, though. So I don't trust that at all because they were wrong about Norway. This is trading economics, which I don't really trust. 30 to 50% over the years, according to this whatever like school of business thing. I don't know. Like it's possible. It's possible, but I would imagine that China's state-owned enterprises contribute like probably about 25 to 30% at least of GDP, and then like their government spending minus transfer payments would probably put them almost exactly, if not more than where Norway is, right? Like China. It'd be probably a pain in the ass to find this. Government spending as a percentage of GDP minus transfer payments. It says 32% in total, but I don't know what percent of that is transfer payments, which aren't like productive. They're not included in GDP, right? So I don't know if there's any way to even find out what percent of China's government spending is transfer payments? Ask DeepSeek if China's statistics are trustworthy. Well, that's the issue, obviously, is China's self-reported statistics are probably not even particularly trustworthy. So, how do we account for that? Right. I don't know. Intuitively, I don't believe him, but it could be true. I don't know. I don't know where he's getting his numbers from.
Democracy is real. That democracy really does rein in the excesses of government. That's my first point. My second point is that I had a second point, but I lost it for a second. My second point was going to be about the reining in of. My second point was going to be that if I were to look at what are the scariest powers to give the government, I would say, hey, having a portfolio of public wealth that you manage, which the government already has, by the way. I'm just advocating for increasing the amount that they manage. Essentially, having a portfolio that the public manages through its government is.
Facts don't care about your feelings. This is true. I just I don't know where Econoboi getting his facts from.
Way less scary than giving the government the power to arrest you, put you on trial, control the nuclear weapons, control the military, control the police state. The government has the power to arrest you, determine why it arrests you, throw you in prison, and nuclear bomb other countries.
So it's like Social Security and employment. Most of that's probably transfer payments. There's not old transfer payments. Education, probably not transfer payments. I don't know what other would have transfer payments, but it's not transfer payments.
Countries. To me, if we're really scared about the government being involved in, the commanding heights or the most scary things in society, I don't think a public wealth portfolio is the scariest part. I think the nuclear weapons are much scarier.
Oh, I think that would be a mistake to think that.
Really? Okay.
Well, can I ask you a clarifying question about your model? Because it wasn't.
What if China is secretly privately owned by aliens?
Totally clear to me.
I don't know. It seems like you've created a problem for Econoboi's definition of socialism, actually.
Sure.
You were suggesting kind of like a constellation of holding companies, which would be right. So I had two questions I wasn't sure of, and it would be helpful if you could clarify. The shares of those companies are owned by the government, correct?
Well, it would be a mixture. Yeah. So it would be a mixture. So I think those companies themselves should be able to go public. So ultimately some proportion will be owned directly by the public, but of the public shares that are traded from the holding corporation, some of them would be owned by the other holding corporations, and some of them would be owned by private investors. But I'll concede and say at least a portion of their shares would be directly owned by the public, and then maybe at the very least probably a majority of their shares would be owned either by the public holding corporations or the public directly.
But when you say the public, that's actually the ambiguity I'm trying to clarify. Like
the government, the state.
The government. Okay, so they'd be owned by the federal, and it would be at least 51% would be owned by the federal government.
Well, it not necessarily, right? Because a holding corporation could list 70% of its shares, and now a majority of the holding corporation is owned by the other holding corporations, institutional investors, retail investors, that kind of mixture of investors as well.
I assume you would not risk a Vanguard or a BlackRock seizing control of one of these corporations through M&A or a stock acquisition.
No, I'd be okay with that.
Okay, so in your system, the government could invest in these things and then could sell them, so they would no longer be controlled by the public.
Yeah, if a holding corporation decided that it would be the most economically efficient thing to essentially sell 70% of the shares to the various investors available, then the public would be a minority owner, but the public would also get a whole truckload of cash when those shares are actually sold on the market. So, it's just an entrepreneurial decision by the manager of the holding corporation.
Oh, yeah, and we'll get to that. And then the other question I have is, you describe these as holding corporations. In my line of work, holding corporations typically own a controlling interest in the companies they hold, rather than a passive interest. Like when you look at Vanguard, these aren't holding companies. Vanguard has passive stakes in a lot of businesses, but they don't own controlling shares in the businesses. How did you mean holding company? Did you mean?
It just depends. I mean, if you look at Temasek, Temasek in Singapore does own controlling stakes in a lot of its portfolio. So it's not totally true what you're describing. And then with regards to the holding corporations that I'm talking about, it would be entrepreneurially allocated capital. So I'm sure that their portfolio would be in part, it would be like, oh, I only own 3% of Apple, 1% of Amazon. But then a lot of it, they might make say development activities. They say, oh, part of what we're going to do is we're going to form a holding corporation ourselves to build renewable energy development, and we would own a majority of those developments directly. So it's all essentially managed by the professional investors of the fund.
So the way I look at government powers is it acceptable if this power is then given to somebody I really disagree with politically, right? So, my concern and the reason why this kind of gigantic...
But you wouldn't even... Politically is a weird word to use there.
Control through financial mechanisms of the economy would be concerning to me, is that you would then have a situation where whichever agency these companies ultimately reported to, and they would have to report to some agency, I would assume, would then have the power to dictate policy to them. And agencies report to the president. So you're one bad president away from sweeping change throughout the entire country, not on the basis of legislation or bicameralism or limited government, but just on whim.
So I would really disagree with this. So you didn't respond to my, and I'll of course give you the chance to. My first point was that I think democracy checks the power of the state much more than just limiting the kinds of things that the state is involved in. And I compared China to Norway. But to respond to your point, which was more of a response to my second point, I am much more scared at the concept of Donald Trump being in charge of the police apparatus and nuclear weapons than I would be scared of the concept of Donald Trump being the president when we had a portfolio of public wealth in the country. I'll use this as a direct example. When Trump took office, you saw some people talk about this, but I think for the bulk of the fear of Donald Trump was about his powers to change U.S. military policy, his powers to change the policies related.
What his family is holding shit. Well, I mean, Econoboi, again, in its model, essentially addressed that where he said he would have sort of technocratic appointments made to it, right? You would have checks and balances for these things.
To the police apparatus under the federal government's purview, and you saw some,
and that's why, by the way, politically is when Ryan said the word politically disagree with, it's just a odd word to use there, because insofar as these are just technocratic institutions where we hire economists and managers to make investment decisions, it's sort of weird to have a political disagreement with them. You can maybe disagree with sort of the best use of the money they have to invest, I guess, but it's not really a political disagreement. That's a disagreement over maybe sort of the risk preference, or how well you think a company that they're investing in is going to do in the near future. That's not really it seems weird to define that as a political disagreement. Yeah.
Some people say, I'm also scared about what he's going to do to the Federal Reserve. Now, the Federal Reserve as an economic institution can literally print as much money as it wants. It sets the interest rates of our society. It can, to a large...
Someone also would be buying Trump meme coins right now. Well, that's it. So obviously that's why obviously a sovereign wealth fund created under Trump would almost certainly be bad. But
Of course, the banking regulations that we decide. So our whole financial system, in large part, a big focal point is the Federal Reserve. Some people were scared about what he would do to the Federal Reserve, but I think the bulk of the fear, and I think this is very rational, came from the president's interaction with the police state and federal.
And also, I guess Malibu, I think it would also say none of these institutions on their own would have sort of a majority stake in the entire economy, right? You would have different holding corporations sort of investing and specializing in different things. So you would probably have to have a much broader, movement, I guess, to try to corrupt essentially all of these institutions.
Federal regulatory institutions.
Which, in fairness, I think you could say, Trump has already showcased that to some extent you can do that, because despite the checks and balances, we do see Trump doing things he should not be doing. Probably not bad. Probably are not justified on the act utilitarian basis.
Not from some transitive economic power that the president has.
Well, but the Federal Reserve, the reason people aren't concerned about it is the Federal Reserve has essentially been grandfathered in by the Supreme Court as the one agency that the Supreme Court seems to be willing to defend against an executive that wants to change.
I would argue for a similarly independent structure for these holding corporations.
And I'm saying that you won't have it absent a constitutional amendment.
Let's just say that we have it.
Okay.
Because again, we're trying to.
I don't know why we're in the practicality of that now.
I'm saying right now we're talking practically. I'm saying if you look at Celia law, if you look at Waxer v. Trump, the court has basically maybe Wexler, sorry if I got that wrong. The court has basically said that they're fencing off the Federal Reserve, but they're not extending that logic to new agencies. So
just to be clear, I wouldn't make a practical objection to the philosopher king. I would make a principled objection to the philosopher king. So it wasn't clear to me that we switched to the practical. If we're fully switching to the practical, I would just say that, look, I think that the way that you establish your model really, really does matter. At the very least, there's a lot more trade-offs with the potential model. But I would say it's to me at least, it's very clear to me that we do have the ability to establish similar institutional frameworks to the Federal Reserve, because what the Supreme Court, if I recall their ruling, said about the Federal Reserve was because of the history of its institutional structure, right? And you could absolutely form an institutional structure identical to the Federal Reserve, but just give that institution a slightly different purpose. Instead of going out and buying, like the Federal Reserve has the power and does enact that power to buy trillions of dollars of financial assets, I'm just saying, okay, well, let's just, spin off a direct analogy to that and do the exact same thing, right? So I think it's actually highly practical if you really think about it.
I'll grant you that this is a hyper-practical objection. Like with the current Supreme Court, you would be... I would bet all the money in my pocket against all the money in your pocket. It's a hypothetical, so we're never going to get to resolve it. That if that agency was created tomorrow, this court would say the president had the ability to fire the heads of that agency.
But I think, and you could be right. You could be right. But I'm just saying that at the very least, what the Supreme Court said was that it's because of the history of the institutional structure, right? Yeah. And so if we just copy and pasted that structure, but gave it, because the Federal Reserve has sweeping economic power in this country. It's probably the single most powerful agency when it comes to our economy. Again, can print as much money as it wants, right? Like
it's crazy, and there's
you probably disagree. But I'm just saying that like the idea that we couldn't form essentially a holding corporation to go out and buy public stock, or we couldn't make this like maybe an agency of the Federal Reserve or something. I just don't think it would be that impractical to do. But that's a very practical objection. Anyway, I'm curious about your response. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
We don't need to get in the weeds on that practicality, but what I would say is that your view of the government, I think, is when you say like an imperfect democracy, when you read the Federalist Papers, when you read what the founders were thinking about, their biggest concern oftentimes was faction capture and the tyranny of the majority. Like if your opinions are popular and well within the majority's view, you don't need freedom of speech. If you practice the dominant religion in your society, you don't need freedom of religion. Like I
feel like we kind of had pretty clear solutions to all these things already that he laid out.
Limitations on democracy. We're saying you can't take away people's right to practice their religion, even if it's very unpopular. It's a thing you cannot do with your democratic power. Right.
So I'm not saying that we shouldn't have federal rights or national rights in some sense, right? But what I am saying is that when we look at more democratic countries than America, in Norway you have freedom of speech in Norway. Like in Norway you have a police state just like we do here. In Norway you have a whole sort of different set of liberal freedoms that we have there. When I go to Norway, I'm not afraid to speak my mind or to interact with the public or go to a protest or vote for.
Really should make the Fed the 4-person government. Unironically, I think if I were able to pass a constitutional amendment, I would legitimately consider that making that one of them, right? It just have a just to establish that within our actual constitution, or at least that Congress has the ability to make one. Maybe not necessarily that it ought to always be a thing or whatever, but
right. And they have a more majoritarian
because it should be somewhat easy-ish sometimes to amend its framework, right? So I don't want to put dual mandate in the constitutional amendment, but I would want to just put that hey, you need to have an institution that manages monetary policy, and we call that the Federal Reserve, and it makes money. And I get I guess I don't know if I would enshrine monopoly on currency in the Constitution. Probably not, but I would at least give Congress that power, probably.
System. So empirically speaking, the founders were just straight up incorrect about the implications of more democratic frameworks at the very least, because we can see more democratic frameworks and what they do, and they do a pretty good job at protecting people's individual rights.
I think that you are mistaken in using Norway as your bellwether in this. Sorry, what's the bellwether?
Well, I mean, you can Australia, New Zealand, the UK, all of these different majoritarian systems.
You can look at them, but what's happening in the UK is that freedom of speech is rapidly shrinking and becoming a small and wither thing, and we'll see how that goes. What happens in Norway is that they have an incredible amount of homogeneity. So there is just less diversity of opinion and just less blood sporty politic than we have.
They have more parties than us. They have a much more robust system of parties and political differentiation than we do. In Finland, they have very similar structures. They had a civil war.
What are the demographics of Norway?
What do you mean? What are the demographics? They have
oh my God, are we going to do the
different ethnic groups?
Homogenous ethnic group thing again?
I don't know.
Do they look nearly as diverse as our demographics?
Well, what are you talking about? We can look at other countries that are highly diverse and more majoritarian, right?
You're lauding Norway, so I'm talking about Norway. Like, they have a much more homogeneous society. They have much more the similar beliefs about what society should be doing.
They don't.
And by the way, they have. Part of the way that they've kept this, for example, is that they massively incentivize citizens to have children while denying migrants during the migrant crisis. So, like, what they were doing was that they were keeping their society kind of in a box in terms of who's there and who's not there.
They let in thousands and thousands of immigrants. So did Sweden had an immigration flow something like 2% of their population.
I'm not talking about Sweden. I'm talking about Norway.
And they deported all of them, and they self-deport and pay people to deport themselves because it was so bad, and all the Syrian people. Blah 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 blah.
We're not talking.
I don't know if I don't think he's going to do that, but I think which, to be fair, like, I think I'm pretty sure Sweden did actually legitimately pay people to self-deport. Like, if I look up Sweden self-deport, right? Like, I think I'm pretty sure they did actually offer to pay like Syrian immigrants to go to other countries.
No, we're not talking about Norway, right? What you brought up. No. Norway is just one example, right? But what you said is, like, the reason why majoritarian democracy works.
Using that example, I'm saying this is why this might be okay in Norway and not here.
My point is, there's all kinds of, like, to a huge degree, like, radical exceptions to all of these little things that people come up with. Oh, like, those societies only work because they're homogenous. It's like, okay, well, if we look at Finland, for instance, which is all like white people, quote unquote, it's like, well, they had a civil war closer to the modern era than we did. They had a civil war. They all fucking tried to kill each other, right? Like, I don't think that that's in some sense like, oh, a totally homogenous society without any different groups. Oh, they're politically more homogenous. They agree on more shit. They have more parties and a more robust parliamentary debate than we do. We only have 2 parties compared to their like 10 or 20 parties that they have. I don't think that there's political homogeneity in these countries. They have conservative governments, liberal governments, socialist governments. Like, there's just no sense in saying like, oh, like, it's necessarily the case that these countries are homogenous in some like meaningful sense, and that's why they can have their majoritarian democracies.
More than ours. And I think that there's first of all, these countries don't have anything approaching your ideal system. They have a small, tiny fraction of it at most.
45%. I mean, 45% of the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not really a small fraction. Like, they are decently close to what you would consider like over 50% socialism or whatever.
That seems, I don't know, you're doing pretty well in terms of your progress, I would say.
I think that there is a vast difference in saying that one sector, which I still wouldn't love, but one sector, which happens to be a large percentage because that's just the way Norway is built with all its oil, which is, again, sui generis, we can then extrapolate from that and say if all sectors were done that way, that we would not have the same creeping problems. And I think that it's interesting to have this conversation in a moment where we've seen exactly how much the president can do with control over a tiny trickle of money in comparison to universities. When you give like the president or you give the federal government control over these mechanisms, and by giving them ownership, you are giving them control. You're just hoping that there are going to be.
I understand what you mean, but like I said, Econoboi he's explained the holding model or holding corporation model.
Barriers between that control that hold, which is why so much of your article is about the creation of those barriers. But those barriers are not as good a protection as just not giving them the power in the first place.
So Ryan,
which is why you have a limited government.
You haven't answered my fundamental criticism, which is I could say the same thing about nuclear weapons. That's a wild power to give Donald Trump.
Because it's one we have to have.
Why? There's a lot of countries without nukes.
You have to be you have to have a military.
You don't have to have nukes.
You have to have.
You don't have to have nukes. Many countries don't have nukes.
Like hyper-specific, we don't have to have nukes. Do we have to have airplanes?
We're being specific. No, really quick, Ryan. We're being specific. You're saying we're giving the government the power over managing public wealth, and I would obviously in my society.
It's a power that any government has to have. It is a power that any functioning government has to have.
I'm not talking about. Clearly, you don't need private businesses to at least have a government, right? North Korea doesn't have private businesses, but they have a government. I would just say that, hey, it's a way worse fucking government because they don't have some sort of like private capital accumulation, right? But forget about that for a second. We're talking about the power to have nuclear weapons and the police state and the military, right? Now, I feel like what you ultimately are going to say is, well, we have to give the government that power because, in a meaningful sense, my values are offended by the idea of having private institutions being.
Oh no! Oh, I can feel it coming. Oh, we're gonna get Tiny Tim. Oh, we're gonna get Tiny Tim. Oh no!
Charged of all these things, right? But you're making this kind of like, oh, like it's super extra dangerous to have the government be in charge of businesses. No. But what I would really quick, I was just gonna say, what I would say is, it's pretty fucking, to me, way more dangerous to give if you're so skeptical of the government using its power maliciously, it's way more dangerous to give the government nuclear weapons than the power over.
Okay. Oof.
A holding corporation.
We avoided it. Okay, I thought he was going to say, one of my values, by the way, is equality, and that's obviously something you can only achieve with the socialist idea.
I mean, this is not that they didn't have these terms back when they were writing, but defense has a collective action problem. You like when you have individual states who are all attempting to figure out their militias, and each one has to marshal its own army, then a country that has a concentrated military will just be able to conquer you before you get your shit together because it's not something that works when it's decentralized. Most things do work when they're decentralized. So when you have something that does work, like decentralized, for example, property rights, It is better to have it decentralized. But there are certain things that must be centralized because you just don't get to be a country if you don't have that. If you don't centralize border policy, you don't have a border policy. If you don't centralize military, you don't get to be a country anymore. These are things that must be done centrally. That's not a question of whether or not I'm afraid of military power. It's a question of what powers we must give because they're a necessary evil, as I said earlier.
Right, but you're just essentially asserting, hey, for the various reasons that I have in my my moral framework, like you said, an anarcho-capitalist would say, well, you're just another flavor of socialist, Ryan, because you're talking about the government should have the ownership of the police state and all these different court systems, and I don't know, probably some other public options as well. But obviously, you're just saying, okay, on balance of my other values, it's just it would be offensive to me that we would have privately produced military and privately produced nuclear weapons and things like that. And I would say, okay, well, sure, but what I'm saying is that it's offensive to my set of values to have like complete private ownership of the means of production, because I think
yeah, but my values are based in natural rights and 100% right and are intrinsically matter, and you're just a lame ethical player. No, also it's not even really like on balance with other values, because he truly does seemingly only value like natural rights intrinsically, and to the extent that he supports any like public government functions, it's only because they protect natural rights.
That in a number of ways, to loop back to our original conversation, people are meaningfully less free. To your extent, maybe you'd even agree, they have meaningfully less capacity to do what they want to do with their free time. And that's just something that I prioritize over your ability to start a business. And I said a crude example, your ability to start a private business, to me, if we could at least see that society is so much better in these other material ways, is not as important as people having substantially more capacity.
Well, but all you're really saying now is that when you do moral philosophy on a certain level, axioms are irreducible. And what I'm suggesting is that your axioms are un-American and immoral, right? So of course we disagree. That was the premise of the conversation.
It's not even un-American is silly, but okay.
Yeah. So I'm unsurprised when you disagree. I'm saying that, my point is when, we read the Declaration of Independence and it says that all men are created equal and are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights. That didn't mean that they were all created with equal bank accounts. That didn't mean that they were all created in the same level of affluence. It's a moral statement about their worth and what the government should not do, not a question of what powers the government should be given. And what you're expressing is a desire for a state that would have, if it wanted to, control over, I think in your model, 90% of the economy. That strikes me as the first thing I would do if I was trying to create a totalitarian state. It would be amongst the first things.
Well, again, the government already.
I don't know why anytime somebody uses the word axiom, I become suspicious.
Over 100% of the economy.
I mean, maybe just because. I think it's fair if someone, if you see someone over Discord using that.
Your point, they don't have direct control. Fair. They do. The government could at any point say we're going to collectivize everything.
You don't think this is a meaningful distinction?
I do think it's meaningful, but I don't think it's fair to say that the government doesn't have control over the economy, because it absolutely does in every sense of the word. There was an interesting, under the enforcement rights, there's a Supreme Court case which you might find, maybe you're familiar with. It's called Shelley versus Kramer, and that precedent was later overturned. But what the Supreme Court at the time basically held was that. What the Supreme Court held at the time was basically that the state cannot legally kick off a black family from living in a whites-only neighborhood, because the state is involved in essentially every aspect of our economy. So the state, by saying you're not allowed to live here because of a contract dispute, that's the state basically enforcing that this black family can't live there, which the state under the Constitution isn't able to do because of the 14th Amendment or whatever, right? And so I think that that's a very sensible way to look at how we actually regulate the economy. Now, obviously, to your point, is it a meaningfully large difference to say that, well, the state has direct ownership in the economy? Of course, I would say that I am arguing for a massive change in how we do things, but I just I don't think it's fair to say the state doesn't have this
This better not be the foot-licking thing, Tetsuko Johnson. Oh. Okay. Oh, it doesn't open. It doesn't. You sent like a link to a. I thought it was like a Discord image that I could open in my browser, but no, you just sent a link to a Discord channel. And I'm logged into a different account on my browser.
Huge level of control in the economy already. It already has a huge level of control in the economy, right? And that's why I use the example of nuclear weapons, that I think that, and this is ultimately a battle of intuitions. We'll just, however people kind of evaluate these things, that I think it's much more scary, the idea.
I don't think I can avoid those anymore. I feel like you definitely could have, by the way, led to way, or laid out how your intuitions are shared by way more people. Oh, you just. I'm deducing from the axiom. COVID, okay, seems suspicious.
However, I would agree that the government should be in charge of nuclear weapons, but it's much more scary to me, the idea that, oh, we just elected somebody crazy, and now they're in charge of the nuclear arsenal, than, oh, we just elected somebody crazy, and now they're in charge of the portfolio of public wealth in our society.
So if you remember...
Which there'd be layers to, the president is almost directly in charge of the nuclear assets, but obviously there's a lot more layers to, the holding corporations under Econoboi's model, or even
really one of the things that broke the world politically was Biden's mask mandate through OSHA for
I know. Yeah, we're gonna get there. Gonna get there eventually, of course. I gotta do more reading on this, but you know, there's just like there's just a lot of reasons, really, like sort of the like fundamental intuitions for consequentialism are like just like vastly, well, vastly more plausible. But I don't know.
Which affected only companies that were 100 people plus nationally, right? And the reason it became such a big deal is that the government was, without legislative imprimatur, without bicameralism, seizing direct control of people's healthcare decisions through.
Can you prove 1 + 1 = 2? Give me 200 pages.
Economic
real quick.
needs. Right? And that was a huge problem for a lot of people. And what you're seeing now with Trump and universities is not dissimilar, where he's seizing control, or attempting to, of university policy by pulling economic levers. That sort of lever is too strong. It invites tyrannical behavior. It is the sort of thing that eventually someone you don't like is going to pick up and wield, which is exactly what happened in the USSR. It's not that it's in some utopian version of reality theoretically impossible to have governments that honor these powers. It's that when you create too sweeping a government power, the bad guy shows up eventually because bad guys like power.
But Ryan, the thing that made the USSR a totalitarian hellscape wasn't the collective ownership of the means of production. It was the police state that the government was in charge of, right? And so I would just say, well, fuck me. Like, if I want to avoid the totalitarianism of the Soviet Union, I would recommend at least one main thing. I would say, to the extent that we're going to give the state the power to throw us in prison, we damn sure better make sure that those powers are checked by a democratic populace that's engaged in elections, because that's the big difference between like the totalitarianism of the Soviet Union and the police state of, like, say, the UK at the same time. You know, you probably heard me argue about this, but like the UK elected a socialist government in 1945, right? That socialist government had the powers of the police state, the military. I don't think that the UK had nukes in 1945.
Technically, Labour also, by the way, doesn't the Labour government technically still have the worker ownership and means of production in their like party platform? They just like don't do anything about that ever.
But, you know, later on they would get nukes and elect other socialist governments that had the power of the nukes, right? And the reality is that they didn't do the totalitarianism of the Soviet Union, even though they engaged in collectivist policies. These things are fundamentally different. The totalitarianism that people are afraid of with the USSR and the state of China and stuff like that isn't because they have collective ownership of the means of production.
I don't know if I ever watched a socialist and capitalist debate where I completely agree with the socialist.
Those are totalitarian.
Conway's done a very good job of not making me disagree with him so far. I was worried. Like I said, I was worried we were going to get the stupid pluralistic, can't speak, egalitarian stuff. But so far,
governmental institutions.
So far, so good.
Anti-democratic government institutions that have police powers. That's the scary thing about their societies. And when it comes to Donald Trump and electing a madman like him, again, it seems a lot more scary and totalitarian to me that he's blackbacking people and throwing people in unmarked cars, because that's a police state power, not an economic power. I mean, Donald Trump, for instance, recently he signed an executive order that said that every single, basically he completely ended wind energy in this country in terms of building new wind energy. Because he said,
I think Ryan's going to say, but that's a necessary thing, and blah, 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 blah. And Conway's going to say, well, it's necessary because of your values, but because of my values, this is necessary.
I'm not going to issue any federal permits, right, to the wind industry, right? Essentially completely shut down new construction in the wind industry. I would say that's pretty fucking crazy. I totally don't agree with that. But I would say that all of these different police apparatus things that Trump is in charge of is way scarier than his ability to control federal permits and control economic institutions in our country.
No, not at all. Because I mean, if you can do it for wind, then if you control every sector, you can do it for every sector.
On the USSR, do you agree that the scary part about
no.
I'm pretty sure they. Oh shit! They talk for a little.
The reason that works, that you could do that for wind, is because there is a regulation that gives federal control over this. Now, obviously, if you follow with this in my conversation, you know that I would prefer a much smaller federal government, probably against that particular regulation. But once you give the state the power over something like that, they will eventually wield it. And when you propose 80-90% ownership of the economy, I hear that as wind regulations, but for everything. Because they can do it in every sector, and they can do it without even passing a law. They can do it just by forcing the companies to enact it. Don't like wind? We'll just stop building wind turbines, because the government can just say no more wind turbines. It's not up to the market. It's up to the government. They'll just do it.
So do you agree that the scary part about the Soviet Union wasn't the collective ownership of the means of production, but rather it was the fact that they would send the police to kill you if they disagreed?
I think that's a scary part of the Soviet Union. I think that what fundamentally happened. I think what fundamentally happened in the Soviet Union is that they, and by they I mean the centralized authority, did not believe that that the rights I'm talking about were moral obligations. Right. So once you don't believe that, then you can do all kinds of terrible things with state power.
Right. But again, we're making a relative case, right? So you're saying, well, but if you gave the government the power over these holding corporations, and these
obviously, like, I mean, I understand his point, but like technically the exact same thing would apply to like any type of utilitarianism, insofar as the state doesn't believe it's a good thing to maximize total utility, you can justify any type of action that doesn't maximize total utility. But okay.
These the heights of the economy through these holding institutions. That's like a really, really just like incredibly scary thing. But what I'm arguing is against the extremity of your language here. That I think it's way more scary to give a totalitarian government, an authoritarian government like Trump, the power over the police apparatus and the military versus giving him the same power over a portfolio of financial wealth and the economy and things like that. Like that's way scary. And if I had to say like what are the top like 10 things that make the USSR a scary place to live, I don't even think if you ask regular people that, I don't think that regular people would say the scary thing was that the government had a bunch of government-owned factories. They would say the police state, the lack of individual freedoms, the totalitarianism with regards to the press and no democratic institutions. And I would say here's what I would say is that that's a pretty fucking big deal. And that's why the society that I would advocate for would have all of those same freedoms. They just would have the collective ownership of the means of production as one thing on top. And that's not as scary as the idea that basically we would give the military we would give the state the complete control over the military and the nuclear weapons.
Once you believe that natural rights come from the government rather than belonging to the people, then you can pick and choose.
I thought we were, I mean, I want to make clear, I understand his point earlier about these things, the practical limits and whatever, but to be fair, he didn't imply that natural rights came from the government, but his point was like, oh, the reason we have these rights is because the rights and the sort of like, edge case like exceptions to them is, because we inherited them from the UK or whatever, and these are the rights that historically we thought were like important to write down or whatever. But okay, part of Econoboi's issue is that Econoboi's ideal system would already require an incredibly competent technocratic government. Yeah, but I think we would just say, like, the Federal Reserve is already an example of that, and we could just replicate that. And Norway, to some extent, already has that, and you can just replicate that. But yeah,
which of them you care about, and once you can do that, the state can do anything. It's just a question of finding a way. The moral issue with what you're proposing is that you are, and I think we agree on this, willing to infringe upon these core natural rights that our country was founded on because you think it would make things better. And maybe you're right, maybe you're not. What I'm saying is once you start down that road, you open the door to tyranny because the power that you are creating will eventually be wielded by somebody that you don't like very much. And the best check on that is just not to give them the power.
How
in
many
the
times
first place.
you need better emotes? Maybe I can look in expanding them. I don't know what emotes I would add necessarily. I don't have like that many. I think I just have like 2 of my face, right? And then I have the default ones, I guess. I think I have 7. Don't I have the 7 TV emotes enabled too? I think I do. But yeah. Is the sovereign wealth fund managed by an independent body or something elected? I'm pretty sure he would say the sovereign wealth fund is managed by an independent body. I think he would say that. But I don't know, maybe if he wants the sovereign wealth fund to have, he probably wants the sovereign wealth fund to have more democratic institutions. Testicle Johnson! Add inflated Sonic. I appreciate the step, Testicle Johnson. I get this Twitch. How much inflation is acceptable for Twitch? Because, like, there's some pretty fucked Sonic inflation stuff you can find. I don't know where Twitch draws the line. I will look into it, Testicle Johnson.
And I'm a small government federalist. I would be,
let me
much better off
Sonic
if the government did not have sweeping control over so many things that it currently does. But that's kind of just where we are in history. I don't know that we can walk all of that stuff back, but we certainly don't have to propose new sweeping powers that will intrude on day-to-day life across the country.
Yeah, and so all I'm saying is that if you really took seriously this, and this is kind of my fundamental point, I don't know that I have anything else to say here, is that if you really took seriously...
You can probably... Hold on, how do I open it without showing every other image on screen that will get me banned? You'll probably get away with this, right?
Seriously the idea that, oh my goodness, the fucking federal, the government, when you give the government any power, that's a road towards tyranny, it's a terrible, terrible thing, then I would say you would take seriously the idea that the government has control over things like nuclear weapons. You would take seriously the idea that the government, the police state and all the things under Donald Trump, like you said, you wouldn't necessarily call Donald Trump immoral, but...
In case you guys didn't know, though, Econoboi is basically proposing exactly what we saw in Venezuela, where they had hyperinflation. It was actually so fast that they called it sonic. It was it was inflation at sonic speeds. Look up sonic inflation to learn
because
more.
Donald Trump's general. Well, I thought you kind of interchanged those two. Whatever, you wouldn't call him evil. You wouldn't call him evil because his general goal is not to do these kind of like anti-democratic, anti-liberal things. But I think that there's clearly a ton of general goals that Trump has that are totally totalitarian and authoritarian in nature. We've already discussed some of them, and that highest amongst those is not, for instance, his proposal. Like he's proposed starting a sovereign wealth fund. That didn't even get news coverage that he proposed starting a sovereign wealth fund. But what does?
I don't give a shit about starting a sovereign wealth fund. Like,
but hold on. You do give a shit because starting a sovereign wealth
fund.
And
to be fair, how serious was Trump about that? Really? Like it was a like executive order for the secretary to look into maybe one day maybe doing it, and it's funded by tariffs. Monetary policy was historically delegated to an independent central bank because it didn't have such strong distributional effects, and distribution through fiscal policy was up to the voters. Exactly. I mean, I gotta read Goodhart's History of Central Banking.
means giving the president a huge amount of economic power over society, theoretically, right? The thing that people talk about when it comes to the scary tyranny that the government can do, and I'm making an intuitive argument, I think most people would agree with this, is not, oh, the government's going to start a sovereign wealth fund and start socializing the means of production. It's the government's doing shit with the police state, the military, our individual freedoms. Those are so much more important than the collectivization of the means of production, and that's what I'm saying.
I asked you at the beginning of this when we started talking about your model, and the reason
Ryan, Trump became evil only when he started floating a sovereign wealth fund. Dude, that would be funny if that was if Trump crossed the one line you can't cross, started violating our natural right to own property via a sovereign wealth fund. I mean, it's not square shaped. Okay, I need a Twitch emote proper.
reason I asked you is about whether or not these companies would have controlling shares in companies. And the reason is that a passive investment is very different in terms of risks than a controlling investment.
Econoboi would say, I don't know if he mentioned it in his blog post, but he would say most of these things should be passively managed, right?
You know, your model, as far as you've articulated it to me and what I've read, would allow for the government to have controlling interests, therefore control over 90% of the economy. That they wouldn't need to legislate anything. They could just dictate what these companies do. They wouldn't need to pass a law to enforce a social policy. They would just say the companies must do X because we own them and they are now obligated to.
They can already do that without ownership, though, Ryan. Like, again, every regulation is a mandate that a company do something they otherwise not do.
It requires a law.
Right, but just because, what are we talking about? So the government can pass a regulation that says, hey, companies, you have to do this. How is that meaningfully different than the government saying, I own something, and so now the company has to do this, right? The government still has the power to dictate whatever it wants to whatever company it wants. Look at TikTok.
It's meaningfully different in a number of ways. One way in which it's meaningfully different is that it requires bicameralism and presentment, which actually is a check on federal power, which would be a useful thing that would be bypassed in this situation because you would have agency heads who could just dictate the policy, and if they don't present.
All right, I think I added the Sonic inflation thing. I hope Twitch doesn't mind that. Oh my God, best bots. Passively managed sovereign wealth fund is a nothing burger. Oh, I think he would. I mean, I think it would. Might have the sovereign wealth fund be more actively managed. I don't know if he would say. I guess I don't know for sure what he would say about that, but I think the holding corporations, I think he would say would be passively managed.
Doesn't like it, they probably just fire them. That's the practical objection we covered earlier. Another way in which it's different is that once the government has ownership in the economy in this way, you are now going to have a very serious conflict of interest across the board. You're going to have very serious conflicts of interest in terms of things like SEC enforcement. You're going to have very serious conflicts of interest in terms of how fundraising is done. It's going to create state favoritism in the system you've created, which would have all kinds of downstream economic consequences, which could be disastrous. But more importantly, it just reduces the barriers to entry. It gives the government frictionless control over the entire economy and through the economy, everybody's lives.
All right, well, we've been going for 2 hours here. I'll make my final statement. I'll give you the last word. I think fundamentally, if we can sum up this conversation, I think we can say, look, we have very fundamental different views about morality, but then we also have very fundamental different views about the implications of government power. I think that those two
very different fundamental moral intuitions. I just think Econoboys are like vastly, like way more plausible and lead to not nearly as many like reductios or whatever. But
these are very fair to say.
SEC enforcement, there wouldn't be any trading. True. And also, by the way, just so we're clear, SEC enforcement is already fucked just by Trump being elected, right? Oh, what's that? Scratch, are you in the waiting room for anything specific?
And what I would say is this, is that, look, I think that to the extent that we think an inherent, unalienable right that people have is the ability to start a business, I would say...
I'll listen to their
okay, fair enough. I guess my society doesn't have that. You don't have private ownership in means of production. But I would make several statements at once. I would say that, look, I don't think, number one, you take your own values seriously because you don't advocate for getting rid of like all the billion different ways that the government, maybe you do, but it sounds like you have a lot of thresholds in your head, that you don't advocate for getting rid of all the billion different ways that the government has very, very direct control in the business and allocation process. And I think that as well, if we're really making the argument that, hey, it's like a really potentially scary thing that the government has control over these businesses directly, I would say, well, they already basically have that control. And then number two, to the extent that they don't, they have control over things that I would describe as way scarier.
What are you in for?
They control over a bunch of different private businesses, things like nuclear weapons and this and that. I think that on the second point of the implications of the power of the government, I think that what makes countries like the USSR fascist, basically, totalitarian.
Interest rates and MMD. I don't know if I'm the best person to talk about that too, but sure,
isn't the collective ownership of the means of production. I think that for the most part, the reason why they don't have individual freedoms and they don't have democracy in those countries is because, or they have anti-democratic measures in those countries, is because they don't have strong democratic institutions. Strong democratic institutions makes a world of difference. It's why I compared Norway to China. If you look at the individual freedoms that Norwegians have and compare them to Chinese people, and you look at the power over the economy, Norway as a proportion, the government in Norway has more power over the economy than China in terms of a percentage of wealth and the percentage of GDP that gets produced by state industries.
Don't believe that.
Huge power in Norway, but Norwegian people are so much more free.
Right.
And the last thing that I'll say as a general point, and then I'll give you the last word, go as long as you want, is that I think that my system makes people, and I'll use the word freedom because it's my closing statement, much more meaningfully free. That when people have much more actual material access to well-being, because we've redistributed wealth and income in society to be much more egalitarian, they're much more meaningfully free to access healthcare, to do what they want with their free time, to abstain from working if they feel like they need to eat as much as they need to go on vacation if they want. I think all of those combined freedoms associated with having a much more egalitarian material existence are much more important than someone's individual right to open a private business. I hope all that makes sense, Ryan. It's been really great talking to you. Go as long as you want in your closing statement, and I'll sit here and listen.
Always a pleasure. Can I ask you a few questions? Because I meant to ask you this, we didn't get to it.
Yeah, sure.
Would this heuristic work for you? Like, 'cause everyone endlessly argues about definitions in this space, and it's kind of tiresome, so I'm trying to come up with a heuristic that I think works. Capitalism is a economic model characterized by private ownership. Socialism is a model characterized by social or worker ownership.
Damn. Okay. We'll get back in a second. What's up?
What's up, man?
What's good? I heard you for a second.
Sorry.
I don't hear you anymore.
Live TikTok.
You're also a little quiet.
And y'all recommended to you. I was.
Oh yeah. I've seen you. I think because I keep up with Renier a little bit. I think I saw you on some TikTok panel with him.
Yeah, I do debate. Small.
Yeah.
I heard that you were very invested. Owl.
You're cutting out quite a bit. I don't know where you're.
Really? It might be. Give me. Am I still cutting out, or?
Camera's so laggy. What the fuck? No, you're good now, or at least so far.
Good now? Okay. Yeah, I was kind of wondering like what your position was. That you're kind of with the interest rates.
Okay, you are still cutting out a little bit. I guess I heard your first question at least. By like broad position.
Is that better? Or turn my gain up a little
shit.
bit.
I mean, you're loud, but I can turn you down a little bit. I think it's just because I had you so high because you were quiet at first. I guess so on the like MMT thing. I guess like I want to be confident in making like any like taking out any hardcore position on it just because I'm not like the most well read in it. I guess like broadly, I don't disagree with most of it probably on like a descriptive level, and neither do most economists. That's what like one of the critiques a lot of mainstream people have of MMT is simply that like, yeah, economists like already basically knew this. I guess I don't know. There are some things that I don't see evidence for, like the fact that they say like interest rates raise inflation. I'm not convinced interest rates are like the best tool to control inflation, and conceivably, I think there are cases where they would have no effect or even raise inflation. But I don't think holistically that they raise inflation at least in like 90% of cases. But yeah, I guess that would be. I guess my other like main.
It depends on what study you're looking at and how they correlate it. Really.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Generally, I think MMT is just a good theory to describe like how monetary systems work today when it comes to like what actually counts as currency, what taxes, like how taxes actually work within society. I think it describes that, like the purpose and the meaning of deficits. I don't know if I'm super I'm for the most part convinced. I don't know if we can infinitely like print money as much as like certain MMTers will tell you, but I think like Warren Moser's view on it is generally like the correct one.
Sure. Like I said, I'm not like super well read on
But,
it, but I mean I think a lot of its descriptive views are probably somewhat accurate, but
when it comes to interest, so I heard you were talking a lot about like with Trump and the Jerome Powell stuff when it came to interest rates. Or are you not super familiar with that?
No, I'm familiar. Yeah, I talk some about that, obviously, insofar as it's relevant and people discuss it.
Yeah, this is just kind of my like take on it. So, but it seems to me that Trump is levying fraudulent accusations, or sorry, I should say phony accusations of fraud at Jerome Powell when it comes to the renovation of the Fed building, trying to strong arm him into lowering interest rates for him. That's what it seems to be.
Right.
Because,
I mean, I think that's basically
none of the allegations of fraud seem to have any standing. Right. I think the Fed arguing for an article explaining like, here's why the project actually went over budget, and Trump like literally got embarrassed on camera by Jerome Powell.
Right. I mean, it's
and
obviously
when it comes to actual interest. Yeah.
It just repeat like obviously like even if there was some level of fraud at a Federal Reserve renovations, which you're right. Like I don't think there is. I don't think there's any evidence of it. Right. Like the only evidence is like, oh, it's like, the renovation is like over budget, but like what government construction isn't over budget, like even during normal times, especially during COVID times when the renovation started, like obviously, yeah. But yeah, like even if like Trump did have like some genuine concern about like the Federal Reserve renovations being over budget, he's obviously essentially using that as an excuse for political interference because, you know, he like literally even while like touring the Federal Reserve with Jerome Powell and the renovations, he was like, well, you know, I would like Jerome Powell to lower interest rates, right? So clearly he just wants lower interest rates, I think.
Lower interest rates. Which, and you ever said that'd be terrible for the economy, considering what for the chat. There's like a concept the Fed has called full unemployment or full employment. And that is basically a level or percentage. Huh?
Are you streaming right now too? I'm just curious. It's not an issue.
I'm not streaming right now. No.
Okay.
I'm actually taking a break from streaming today.
Based.
But usually I'd be streaming it. But I am recording if you're wondering. So
that's fine.
There's this concept called full employment that the Fed has, which is basically a level of unemployment, percentage of unemployment, which is 5%, at which so many people in the economy are employed that the supply side is going to have a hard time expanding. And the reason this is important is because what you do when you lower interest rates is that you make it easier for people to borrow, easier for people to like start new businesses, easier for people to like take out loans, take out mortgages. And if unemployment is really fucking low, that is at full unemployment or below it, then you're going to see inflation. So currently we're at 4.2%, and remember it's 5%. So we're actually 0.8% below that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're necessarily committed to 5%, like being the natural rate of unemployment.
Yeah.
I think some of them like I do think they have models of the natural rate of unemployment. Some of which probably say it's about 5%. But like, I mean, you know, the more general point is just that like overall, obviously the labor market being a part of this, like the economy just seems to be doing like mostly well. Like, you know, obviously there were some concerns about, you know, for example, the most recent jobs report we had. And like we might be closer to, you know, people are saying like our stall speed than we thought. But like, you know, overall the economy is just doing like pretty decent. So it, you know, it's silly to say that like we must cut interest rates, not just like 1 or 2 cuts, like some people in the Federal Reserve even are arguing for, but by like 12 cuts. You know, Trump said like he wants interest rates near 1%, right? And like, you know, we're at like 4.3 right now, I think. So considering they cut in like 25 percentage points, like, you know, at a time, like that amounts to like 12 rate cuts. And it's like, you know, that's a pretty insane thing to do when inflation is still above target. And the economy is
2.7 right now.
Doing well. I think roughly, yeah. It depends on which one you look at. I think the Fed cares about core PCE the most as to one they technically focus on.
Core PCE?
I think that's roughly where it is. Yeah, core PCE.
Yeah, and I was on the full employment thing. I did look. I think recently I did look. It does seem that the target, or at least the full employment, is considered 5% right now. Of course, that like changes over time. But yeah, I think that's just like important. I think that's important to go over and like what Trump's trying to do. A lot of mega I have to talk to really struggles to understand very basic concepts about like, hey, what are the Fed's targets? Like, what do they use to actually indicate this? Yeah, thanks. Always wanted to talk to you. Thanks for letting me on, man.
All right. Fun time, yeah. Okay, well, that was a fun intermission. I don't know. I'd have to look this up. Oops, I did not mean to leave. I meant to just turn my camera off. Is this what I should be looking at? I don't know if this is what I want. I feel like this is not what I want. Looking for, don't they like just have like in their models like it, both the Federal Reserve and like all the regional banks have estimate, like doesn't every forecaster have their own forecast of like the non-cyclical unemployment rate? I could be wrong. Real wages are 0. Meanwhile, home prices are increasing. Dude, that was that Bernie graph, dude. Oh my God, unseen levels of slop. Yeah, forecast estimated natural rate to be between 4.4. Yeah, hold on. I'm not making this up. I am right, I think. Don't they list it on their website? Hold on. Federal Reserve forecast, like unemployment. Like, shouldn't they have like the natural rate? SPC, that's smart. Funny because they just looked up a graph of like a home price to income ratio. I know, dude. And like you can find slop charts that are like not like that level of slop. Like I don't know what they're doing. It's crazy. Am I crazy or am I making this up? Isn't somewhere there's a table of every forecaster's natural rate of interest and natural rate of unemployment? Maybe I'm making it up. Maybe it's just a CBO that estimates it. I thought it was also the Federal Reserve people, but maybe I'm just wrong. Yeah, this is a natural rate of interest. Rate of interest is 0. This is true. I don't know. I still haven't read that. Maybe I should read it, but hold on. It must be true because I remember reading about how they constantly underestimate it because it's just probably not that meaningful of a concept to begin with. I think it's in this one. I think MMT might be wrong. Impossible. Maybe it's in this one. Oh, come on. One of these has a graph of the natural rate of unemployment. I think technically they call it the non-inflation acceleratory rate of unemployment. And they're like, hey, it's been pretty consistently not good. I remember AOC. I'm pretty sure AOC even like yelled at them about it. Oh, is this it? CBO. Oh no, it is CBO. Fuck. I'm just it's the CBO, I guess, and not on the Federal Reserve. Okay. Non-fund disproven, I guess. Goddamn. Hold on, wait. Midpoint of FOMC projections for longer run unemployment rate. Federal Reserve Teal Book. I'm not making this up. I knew it was real. It's in the Teal Book. Point is, I didn't make it up. Non-fund's always right. I remember everything perfectly. And also, I need to pee.
And communism is a model characterized by state ownership. Would that work for you?
I would agree with the first part, but I don't agree with communism as a state ownership. My system is technically state ownership. I would call it socialism. I think communism is a classless, stateless society as described by Marx, essentially.
Yeah, but as an economic model, who owns things?
Well, in communism, the ownership of society would be collective, but not necessarily state because it's a stateless society.
Yeah, so I think that what you see in practice is what was described by Alexander Solzhenitsyn in the Gulag Archipelago, which is that there are some really beautiful ideals that you can write down on paper and maybe express and maybe you convince somebody about them that will sound lovely about a classless, stateless society, that'll sound lovely about making things better and don't we just care about everybody. But the way to safeguard freedom in the meaningful sense of the word is to preclude the state from taking it from you. And the only way to do that is to limit the state's powers. And this is why the core American values that we were founded on and are in our founding documents are all about the unalienable rights that we are vested in, not freedoms in the way that Econoboi is talking about in terms of the freedom to get a sandwich because you wanted a sandwich on Tuesday, but the core God-given freedoms that make you an individual and that no just government could take from you. And when people propose making the government bigger, making it more powerful, intruding into your lives in new ways, and they say, of course it's going to work out, the American response is suspicion. And in this way, we are different than Europeans. I have European family, I have European friends, I spend a lot of time in Europe. In Europe, they trust their government and they are afraid of their corporations. And in America, we're the opposite. We have a lot of trust in the private sector and a lot less trust in our government. And that is healthy. It is an American morality. And when we stray from that, when we start proposing a new and sweeping government model, it should make Americans feel a sense of unease. It should feel like a moral imposition. It should trigger your moral sensibilities, and it should fucking bother you. And when this happens, people should speak out against it. And I hope to God they will. You're a very nice guy, Econoboi. You're a smart guy. I really enjoy talking to you. I hope we can do it again. And when I said on X that you were, in the best case, a useful idiot for actual villains, I meant that. I didn't mean that you're the villain. It's just that the thing that you are describing is the thing the next villain will pick up and use as a sword. But I hope we can do it again sometime. I enjoy your company.
All right, talk to you later, bud. See ya. Well, there she was, guys. Ryan, your time has come, okay? I thought it was a pretty good discussion. I saw some people... Oh, I said all... Oh, I know why it's high. I know why it's high. 1 second. There we go. Yeah, people were saying, like, oh, talk about, like, where does he get natural rights from? I didn't really want to delve into a meta-ethical discussion, right, like that, because I think that's, I don't know, I didn't think that would be a satisfying conversation, but, and it was funny because I also moved off the Lockean thing as quickly as I could because it seemed like he was willing to admit that his view of property rights was like highly pluralistic, right? That like, okay, yeah, like clearly it's not just about mixing your labor with things, right? It's much more about like all these other things, and we would, have this like very subjective understanding of property rights. It's like, okay, let's just move on from that then and move into the sort of practical considerations and these like or not practical, but these kind of like ideal considerations when it comes to owning a business and what do we mean by freedom. And I just really disagree with that. Guys, I mean, tell me where I'm wrong here. I just really disagree with that conception of freedom. I find it to be,
I really think it's a highly, we talked about this earlier. We're not going to watch the rest of this, but obviously a highly unintuitive definition of freedom. That is not what most people mean by freedom. I'm learning a lot from reading, I have no clue what the guy is, Perry Merling's books. Actually, I feel like I've heard that name before, but don't know who it is at the top of my head at least. Oh, wait, I think I, some of that sounds familiar to me, but I don't really know if it's just because it has similar names to other stuff. I don't think I have heard of this dude. Moneyview. Monetary financial school of thought that links the usually separate intellectual realm of economic finance. It offers an integrated approach for conceptualizing money, finance, and shadow banking, which is as fundamental infrastructure account. Wow.
he says, oh, it's like a very scary thing, and you're a useful idiot for people that have these authoritarian beliefs. It's like, I really don't think so, because I think that you're much more meaningfully free in a much more egalitarian system. You're more meaningfully free to, get the access to healthcare that you need, and, be able to go out and have free time and spend your time doing the things that you want to do instead of things that you're forced to do.
I think, in the conversation with, Yarn Brook, Matt Brunegg, I think, has, like, I think he provides pretty good reductios to a lot of the, like, full scope, like natural rights stuff. I think he mentions the starving guy. I'm hoping if I control F starving, I can find it. If I control F orange, it's gonna be a lot.
Orange at a store.
You did not produce it. So it's not, so I grew the orange. Wait. I grew the orange.
Go ahead.
Oranges, because I grew the orange and I've accumulated oranges. They are my oranges. This is the origin of property. The origin of property is something I produced and now I get to control. When you take something of mine that I produced, you are using force against me.
So you see how we've moved into entitlement here, right? So first it was I'm against force, I'm against coercion. I give you an example where in a kind of literal sense, I didn't use any force, but the property enforcer used force against me. And then you go, oh, that's not actually.
Oh yeah, I think the example was just I think it was just like shoplifting in orange, which is obviously like a natural thing from a store shelf or whatever.
Because it was forced, used in a way that is consistent with my theory of entitlement. What's my theory of entitlement? My theory of entitlement is if you produce it, it belongs to you, and you can use force to keep everyone else away from it. So force and coercion have fallen out.
It's not a theory,
theory of entitlement. The theory of entitlement is a desert-based theory of entitlement that says if I produce it, it belongs to me. And that's okay, and I'm happy to shift in there. I'll let you talk here, but that is force and coercion is gone. You're just saying, just like everyone else, you're willing to use violence to make sure that people get what they are owed. You have a certain sense of what they are owed based on this desert-based theory of if you produce it, it's yours.
And then that's it, right? But then we will go into that question of whether that desert-based theory is a good one. But I'll let you talk.
Desert-based theory is the only theory there is. Every other theory is a theory that negates morality. So again,
Truth nuke. I mean, I think Yarn's committed to probably a slightly more strict interpretation of like natural rights and stuff than Ryan is, but yeah. Then I think like this has to, which this was like slightly not directly relevant to the debate, but I still think it's semi-relevant. It's like the joint production thing. What the hell? That's fucking Kermit. Pascal Johnson based. Production is based on the joint use of different resources, possibly provided by different people, and it's not in general possible to separate out who or even which resource produced how much of the total output. There's no obvious way of deciding that this much of the output is owing to labor, that much due to raw materials, that much to machinery, and so on. In economic theory, a common method is attribution according to marginal product, i.e. the extra output that one incremental unit of one resource will produce given the amounts of other resources. This method of accounting is internally inconsistent only under some special assumptions, and the actual earning rates of resource owners will equal to corresponding marginal products only under some further special assumptions. But even when all these assumptions have been made, quite a tall order, it is still arbitrary to assert that each resource's earnings reflect the overall contribution made by that resource to total output. There's nothing in the marginalistic logic that establishes such an identification. Marginal product accounting, when consistent, is useful for deciding how to use additional resources as to maximize profit, but it does not show which resource has produced how much of the total output. The alleged fact is thus a fiction, and while it might appear to be a convenient fiction, it is more convenient for some than others. Furthermore, when incomes generated by production of different goods are compared, relative incomes depend on the relative price of products, and this introduces an additional element of arbitrariness into the personal production view. You and I may continue to produce the same two goods in unchanged amounts in exactly the same way, but a change in relative prices of our respective products caused, say, by changing demand conditions having to do with the functioning of the rest of the economy, can make our relative incomes change without any change of anything that you and I are in fact doing or producing. Finally, there's the need to distinguish between what a person produces and what is produced by the resources that he happens to own. The moral appeal of giving more, in Barr's words, to those who are more productive and contribute more to output does not readily translate into giving more to those who own more productive resources, which contribute to more output. But say, I think talked about the capital thing a little bit, but like Ryan just talking about is it like obviously like, oh, you know, if I'm sort of initially entitled to whatever income from like labor or work or whatever, you know, I then have like that some like transferable right to the property that I got, or right to the money or income that I got from that, and then I can voluntarily choose to invest that, and then that's what gives me the claim over whatever equity I buy. But they didn't talk about that much. I think Matt Brunig does a really good job in his debate here, and I thought Econoboi did decently well too. I just think like there's I don't know. I think there's like clearer ways that you can like spell some of these things out.
To distribute anything based on the arbitrary decisions,
like with the kind of examples that Matt Brunig gives. Although in fairness, like I said, you know, they are sort of specifically talking about like some type of like redistribution stuff here. I must go to bed now. I can be up later tomorrow night, man. Well, I appreciate you stopping by, Tuscaloosa Johnson. Always nice to have you in here. And I appreciate the sub. Or the resub. I forget how many months you've been subbed. But it's been a few. You're goated. You're my goat. As always. And then the total factor productivity thing. I wonder how Ryan would respond to. Upon being confronted with problems above, a desert theory applicant might change their tune slightly under this change tune. They argue that all they mean by desert is that each factor of production shall receive its marginal product. It's extremely difficult to understand what the moral appeal of such a theory is. Under this new construction, a theory becomes totally detached from its productivist normative underpinnings. This reform changes desert theory from the view that it should receive what they actually produce, to the view that they should receive whatever capitalism sends their way. But even this factorial desert theory runs into a problem. An economy's output is determined by 4 factors of production: land, labor, capital, and total factor productivity. The factorial desert theory would seem to work fine with land, capital, and labor. The marginal productivity of land would flow to land, or actually its owners, which I've already pointed out is a problem. The marginal productivity of capital would flow to capital, same with labor. But now turn to TFP. TFP consists of the effects and total output not caused by traditionally measured inputs of labor and capital. That is, TFP refers to everything else that goes into the overall economic output. Generally, is understood as largely consisting of a country's accumulative technology and knowledge. The marginal product of TFP does not flow to the owners or producers of TFP because we don't really have such things. The marginal product of electricity technology, for instance, which is huge, does not flow to Edison or Tesla. The marginal productivity of algebra knowledge does not flow to those who long ago came up with it either. Of course, none of that accumulated technology could be productive on its own. It has to be combined with other factors, especially labor, to contribute to any output. But that's true of all the other factors of production as well. The factorial desert theory, therefore, falls into pieces in face of TFP, which probably compromises the majority of our economy's output. The marginal productivity of accumulated TFP does not flow to the owners of TFP, but instead as windfall to all sorts of randomly placed people. They don't have any rightful desert claim to those windfalls, but laissez-faire institutions give the windfalls to them nonetheless. And that's just the one I've read. Really, I think the best point Ryan made was just that redistribution might be preferable to actual like state ownership. Because I have that intuition too, obviously. I don't know. Matt Burnett has a lot of articles on this, which is why I have them all saved. And I think there's like, oh, and also this again, like, so without Ryan might be able to avoid this problem depending on exactly what type of like natural rights he defends. But I've never seen good objections to the conjoined twins case, which I'll explain a little bit more in a second. Or humorous paradox of weak deontology, which I think Ryan would have to fall into this. I don't think he could avoid this one. He might be able to avoid the conjoined twins thing, which I forget exactly where I... I found it somewhere else, and I don't know. I don't remember where I found it. Actually, it might be in here, actually. Damn it. Okay, there's like depending, like, if you like hardcore believe like the self-ownership stuff, and like you believe like self-ownership is like a very like intrinsically important thing, there are a lot of and if you don't believe that like collective ownership is like true ownership, like a lot of libertarians do, then you can like run into issues with conjoined twins, where, you know, whereby which like if I don't know if Ryan would hold this, but like if one twin wants to like kill themselves and the other one doesn't, and they both rely on like the same organ, like you just would not have an answer for that under libertarianism or under like a natural rights like libertarian framework. But you can kind of avoid it if you accept some type of joint ownership, which Ryan might. Yeah, suppose that God, 3D Prince of Prayer are conjoined twins. The one on the left he calls Owen, the one on the right he calls Cohen. Owen and Cohen came into being at exactly the same time. Their bodies and souls were created simultaneously, not a second between them. Anatomically, Owen and Cohen are Thoracubus conjoined twins. That is, they're conjoined at the chest, facing face to face. Among other things, they share a single heart. These are no ordinary twins. After all, they were made by God in a 3D printer. Since God is perfect, it stands to reason that the printer is perfect too. Consequently, the twins are perfectly symmetrical. There isn't an atom of difference between them. Furthermore, the twins were created. They began to use when the twins were created, they began using their bodies, including their shared heart, at exactly the same time. Finally, both twins are equally capable of clear, coherent speech, and both twins have the same capacity for rational, autonomous decision making, which is predictably superb. One day, the twins appear before the International Federation of Libertarian Clever Clogs with a legal dispute. Owen, being a sound mind in judgment, wants to die. Having recently finished watching The Prom on Netflix, he has decided to inject his heart with bleach. But Cohen, who is more easily impressed, isn't on board with the decision. He is also of sound mind and judgment. He also, being of sound mind and judgment, wants his heart to keep on pumping. So who do you decide with? Owen, who wants his heart to stop, or Cohen, who doesn't, under ordinary circumstances, that if the twins were physically separate. Libertarians would say both decisions ought to be respected by law. Owen free to stop his heart. Cohen would be allowed to keep going. Their body, their choices. Well, under these less than ordinary circumstances, the situation is muddied. Were the IFLOCC decide with Owen, they would be allowing Owen to violate Cohen's rights not to have his heart stopped. On the other hand, if they were to side with Cohen, they would be violating Owen's rights to stop his heart. Thus, we have ourselves a intractable dilemma, a legal paradox. Thanks for stopping by, Saucerama. I appreciate it. Have a good night, too. To remain true to libertarianism, the IFL-OCC must somehow rule in favor of both twins, but rule in favor of both twins is impossible since the demands are incompatible. Then they go over, there's like a few people who have different conceptions, like semi-avoid the issue, but here are two solutions that won't work if libertarian is true. We're in favor of Cohen. Who wants to stop his heart? We're in favor of Cohen. What do we want to do? Well, depending on their moral beliefs, depending on the specific case, you might conclude that one twin is morally in the right and the other is morally in the wrong, and that one twin is being reasonable while the other twin is being unreasonable, and on that basis, decide whose wishes ought to be respected. However, libertarians are, as libertarians are wont to stress, libertarianism is not a general moral theory. It's a theory of what ought to be legal. And on libertarianism, there can be no legally binding positive obligations. Indeed, such obligations are anathema to libertarianism. So even if we think Owen or Cohen has this or that moral duty, one twin is no more reasonable than the other. The IFLCC simply has no right to force a decision upon them against their will. Here's another implausible response. Assert that full self-ownership rights apply only to physically separate individuals, and thus conjoined twins, unlike physically separate humans, lack bodily rights, at least over parts they share in common. This leads to like insane reductio, where like you'd be able to like rape conjoined twins if they share reproductive organs. Rule arbitrarily. First, as objection may strike you as a little arbitrary, but it's I think he explains like technically this isn't any less arbitrary than like if two actions under utilitarianism both had the same expected value, like it would also just be an arbitrary decision. Yeah, this is where W Soy Raid. Oh, let's go. Hell fucking yeah. Welcome everyone in. Welcome back, Radical Coder. Dude, we're reading boring stuff right now. Let's go. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know exactly where Ryan stands on this, so he could be able to avoid this. There are a lot of like natural rights theorists who like will like outright tell you like it's literally impossible for two people's like negative rights to conflict with each other. And this example where they do is kind of an issue for them. But I don't know if Ryan would hold that. Maybe he wouldn't. But yeah. Anyway, that was that. What's going on, people? And also, like I said, Ryan would have to fall into this. I don't understand how he wouldn't fall into this. But already, when is Ryan gonna write a blog post about his model like Econoboi has? That's what I would need. I don't think Ryan could avoid that. I don't think you could avoid the weak deontology one. Okay, anyway.
What's up, everybody? Welcome
We gotta,
to Flagrant.
shit. We gotta go to this finally. Now that we're done with the stupid, boring, lame wonk stuff. 3 wonks? What is this bullshit? But like I said, also, just real quick, like I said, Matt Brunig has all the good reductios and all the good, other problems with the hardcore natural rights stuff.
It's not, and we would never be able to have disagreements over the natural inputs. We would never be able to have agreement over natural inputs, and then it would just be ruinous battle, right? Okay, so this, I think, is one of the sort of first decent arguments for the welfare state, which is maybe you come to me and you say, hey, I want to have a thing where first come, first.
But anyway, Ezra Klein, my goat, went on Flagrant 2 weeks ago. Haven't gotten into it until now because we've been doing boring stuff. But I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful we can have some, or you can have some positive impact on these, no offense, dumb fucks.
Today we are joined by New York Times bestselling author. I think it's been, do we say 16 weeks now? Is it
something like that?
Longer?
I think
I don't want to
get it wrong. I don't want to get it wrong.
It's a lot of weeks.
It's a lot of weeks.
Okay.
Okay, this is fast. Goddamn.
The author, the co-author, I should say, let's give Derek some credit, of Abundance, which I think addresses with amazing accuracy a lot of the issues that are going on today. I implore you guys all to go read this. Obviously, New York Times bestseller, so many people have, but please go listen. You could listen to it. That's what I did.
You can listen to it, yeah.
Right now on Spotify, listen to it. But we're here with Ezra Klein, everybody. And, you know, Ezra's got good insider information. He knows exactly why Mike Johnson shut down Congress, so he's going to tell us. This is not opinion. This is 100% fact. Go for it, Ezra.
This is all going to be, do they discuss, is it going to be outdated by now? Let's go.
Yeah, so we started on the easy one, huh?
Yeah.
So I listened to you all on Epstein, and
nice.
it had been in my head when I just did an Epstein show, and I read all the Epstein coverage and like went back and talked to people who knew more about it than I did, and I come to the view that you could explain away most of it. And then Mike Johnson recessed Congress rather than even allow a vote on it.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to believe there's something weird when the people with power are acting that weirdly.
Yeah.
Can you explain?
This has been my position. The only thing that's like convinced me that there might be like some conspiracy behind the Epstein stuff is literally just because Republicans are doing like everything in their power to block releasing more shit from it. And like that's the really weird thing.
Like what that means to recess Congress.
Yeah, so he used his power as speaker to send Congress home. Congress has a schedule, it can be recessed. There were enough Republicans breaking with the Trump administration to force a vote alongside Democrats. I think you guys had Ro Khanna on, right? Yeah, to force a vote with Democrats to release the files, much more of the files. And did you guys read the FBI DOJ memo?
I read nothing ever.
So the FBI DOJ memo says why it's not going to release the files. And it says
that
the files are braided together with information about women and girls. Yeah. And it doesn't want to, like, their priority is not re-traumatizing people, re-victimizing.
Even though they're begging for justice.
So
have we asked the girls at all?
Right. So that's, I guess, fine on the memo.
Redacted those names.
That is not a reason that Congress would force itself into recess, right? That is a preference on the part of the DOJ and FBI.
Yeah.
But Congress is an oversight body in part, right? It's another branch of government. And I would say Johnson is not acting like someone.
True. And by the way, if you really wanted to, like, you could have, like, I don't think there's anything preventing them from just saying, like, in Congress, like, hey, just redact all the stuff that you think is going to pose some, like, immediate threat to, you know, whatever woman that we think we're going to re-victimize.
Who just finds this politically.
They could add that amendment in. I don't think anything's stopping them.
He's acting like someone who can't let something happen.
Yes.
And also it would be, if the whole thing for them now was just, they think on net, it would not serve anyone's interest and just be intrusive to release this, fine. Like, again, that's a reasonable take to have had. But there is so much ferment and interest that you would think they would say, okay, well, this is what people want. This is what Congress wants. You know, we told you we don't think there's anything here, but I guess you guys can look at it. Or they could give it to a committee under closed door privileges, right? There's a lot of things you can do.
Things they can do. And the weirdest thing,
Congress is not usually.
Oh shit! Thanks $10. Thanks for the $10, bass guitar.
What's the best evidence against tariffs? I'm debating Andrew Wilson on it on Friday.
How far do you want to go? Yeah, see, there we go. There's the on YouTube. It's delayed a little bit. So there's a lot. There's like so much actually. There's like so many reasons for so many different. I guess I don't know Andrew Wilson's exact position on it. Are you debating him on like Sarah's show? I guess like essentially just like none. Just like essentially like none of the goals of tariffs are good, and none of the. And they're not even particularly good at achieving their goals. I guess like probably the best place to start would be modern day debate. Oh boy. Oh boy, I'll definitely probably watch that when it comes out. Probably the best place to start. I think there's a really good paper by Michael Strand. If I can find my notes. It's probably the best place to start. Also, I would maybe just, I don't know if you're in my Discord server, by the way. Anyone who's not on my Discord server, exclamation point Discord, the chat, and it's also just in the description. I would look up this paper. This is a pretty short paper that goes over like all the like best points probably, relatively briefly. So I think this is a good paper. And like it has there's like infinitely more research you can do on all of these points. The Hoover Institute. True, I know it's AI, unbelievable. But I think, by the way, is PPG streaming yet? Basically, like the most relevant things is that like the goal in the first place of, I don't know what goal exactly he's going to defend. The goal in the first place of like increasing manufacturing employment is like kind of a dumb goal based on misconceptions about like how well the average American is doing. And then like tariffs of the type Trump is doing are not even likely to increase manufacturing employment, and historically like have not done so. Yeah, he goes over why trade is probably not even responsible for the decline of manufacturing employment, and then like really goes over like the conditions of Americans seem to be pretty decent. So like those are probably the big things. I guess like I said, I don't know exactly what Andrew Wilson is going to defend. Non's on my goat. This is true. What's up, Renield? Oops. Actually, hold on. I guess. Oh, he is streaming.
They say, quote,
oh, he's
missing
gone.
from this group is, of course, any survivor of the vicious crimes.
Okay, hold on. Speaking of wages, I think we might actually. Talk to PPG. He was calling me a retard the other day. PPG's live, but he's just, yeah. Typical PPG stream. I would never. Don't scroll back 20 minutes in our stream. But yeah, there's so many. Are you allowed to talk to him? Yeah. It was his brother who was banned on Twitch. If Trump isn't that bad, I'm gonna attack him on a tariff front. Okay. Wait. So is the debate not about like solely tariffs? It's just about like Trump in general, and like that's just one thing you're gonna attack him on.
Here's the weirdest thing about it.
I saw Andrew debate tariffs, and his argument was generally increasing federal money making is bad because the more money the government gets, the more the debt will increase. Wait, isn't that against tariffs? Increasing federal money making is bad. I mean, tariffs raise revenue. They're not an efficient way to raise revenue. They're a really bad way to raise revenue, and they raise a very low amount of revenue, but they do raise revenue.
Like Trump is usually so transactional with the base.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, like, so I don't know. I don't know what the. I don't know how deep you need to go into it. Then I think like I said, I think this paper is like relatively short and goes over like the fundamental points that you need to know. But like I said, on any, and not that I've done it all, but like in any of these like sections, you could read hundreds of pages on, right? So like just about like tariffs and manufacturing. Like for example, I have a book back there. It's like 200 pages long. It's called Behind the Curve by Robert Z. Lawrence. It's just about why the share of manufacturing employment has decreased in advanced economies. And you know, like I guess this I don't have like hundreds of pages on, but like the weird like obsession with manufacturing specifically, and not like other types of jobs that would also be good paying jobs. Like you could definitely read. Cato has a lot of like work on this, and they're defending globalization. That is not at all what I wanted to go to. Thank you. Actually, I think it's probably just linked to my like defending globalization notes link right here. They have a decent amount of work on essentially that topic here, and then you know we have the tax revenue. You can read 100 million different pages about
the base.
What the most efficient way to raise taxes.
Ask for something, he listens. I would say he listens to the base way more than any politician.
Okay, legitimately, do not care about Epstein files at all. All right, so what's the
that I've ever seen? There's certain politicians that might push back against their base because they're like, this wouldn't really go along with policy that we want.
The thing I thought was funniest in all this was when Wall Street Journal released that letter that is like in the Epstein 50th birthday book, and there's a doodle from Trump, and Trump's like, I don't draw, and then the Times is like, here is a gallery of doodles that Donald Trump has done and sold for charity, and here's from his book.
He said, I don't use the word enigma, and then they're like, here's him using the word enigma twice in a 15-second video.
Dude, the funniest argument that I saw about it was, this is too poetic for Trump.
I would 100% believe he didn't write it, he just drew the naked woman.
Fair enough. But the
like,
argument is essentially, the
on
President of the United States of America is too stupid to write this, therefore it must not be him. That was the argument that people were going.
But I can give you the argument for like why you should believe there's less here than one would think.
Okay. Less here meaning?
In Epstein, right? This is where I was a week or two ago, which is that the amount of firepower, like investigatory, law firm, repertorial, and government firepower that has been aimed at this thing, trying to find lawsuits, because there's money. There's money here, there's media here, whatever, like whether people used to be scared of Epstein, they're definitely not now. It's like the best media organizations in the world, the biggest law firms in the world, the Biden administration, the Trump administration. You tell me there's something none of them can breach? Like, I found that hard to believe. And the thing that is weighting down the other side of it for me is how much the Trump administration appears to be panicking. Panic mode. Like, genuinely panicking as there are demands to breach it. If it wasn't dangerous, I don't know why they don't give it to Congress.
It has to be dangerous 100%. And I think there's an interesting thing happening, which is like, there are definitely a lot of Democrats that are interested in this story because it's putting pressure on Trump. And what I would say to conservatives is, don't do the finger wagging. Don't be like, why did you care about this 4 years ago? I would say, like, you get the same, you want to know what's going on. Now you have bipartisan support to figure out what's going on.
Okay, how long do people talk about Epstein files? No offense. It's generally least important issue on
so
my...
the thing... So,
go.
For me, like...
That I was asking before is, like,
I give zero
is it
thoughts.
possible this could be Trump's Watergate?
So there are two pieces to that, I think. One is that, there's a reason nothing can be Watergate again, which is that in Watergate, you had an independent, this was a time, my first book is not abundance, why we're polarized, it's about party polarization. And Watergate happens during like the nadir of party polarization, which is to say the two parties are very mixed. You have a lot of liberal Republicans, you have conservative Democrats.
Right.
So the congressional parties are very independent. This world, like if you imagine Watergate happening with Fox News.
Dude, the stuff Trump has done is like worse than Watergate. Like, there are probably multiple things Trump has done that are worse than Watergate. No one,
and like the
obviously no one in Congress cares. Like no one,
today
his voter base doesn't care about shit.
Recessing Congress to keep a vote he doesn't want from happening. There's no Watergate. Watergate relies on the Republican Party turning on Nixon, demanding the information, and ultimately going to Nixon and saying you have to resign. But in terms of can it be a scandal that envelopes Trump and that he kind of can't get away from, it seems like it is. And one of the reasons I was thinking about this, liberals like me always complain about how they feel nothing sticks to Trump. And one of the reasons that so little that they care about sticks to Trump is that the things they're thinking of that need to stick to him are things in their worldview, right? And so if you have their worldview, my worldview, if you're mad about him lying to his people about cutting Medicaid or something, then people care about that, and who would believe you on it. They already don't like Donald Trump, like it's already done. This is happening inside MAGA's worldview. It's like under their framework of the world.
This is a great point, and I think that this is something that like, when I'm having conversations with more liberal friends, I'm like, you echoing your sentiments or the things that frustrate you about Trump to other liberals, you already won them over. They have to be communicated in a way where the right is convinced so they can be brought over to your coalition. Or you just get pats on the back.
That is
I guess
the
that's fine if that's what you're into.
That's
but like,
the single good thing about, or single thing I care about the Epstein files. It's just that maybe I should care more simply because it probably is one of the more effective ways just to like get people on the right more concerned with the corruption that Trump is
keep losing elections, we're in a
engaged in.
democracy, and you need to bring people over. You lost. You need more people. Some people went over, and you need to bring back. So it's like, how are you taking those? What are the specific arguments that you're going to use that will appeal to them? Like, I don't even know if we want to go to Colbert so quickly, but like, there looks like there's some fucked up shit with this Colbert thing. But what I would say is the fact, and I want to open that up and talk about it, but the fact that the show was losing money, anybody on the right will just go, but it was losing money. Why should it stay open? Like,
you guys don't understand economics.
Exactly.
That's the liberal problem.
And I think sometimes liberals put all their eggs in these baskets that don't appeal to the conservative side at all. So it's not going to affect them. It has to be an issue that they're going to be tugged at. Epstein tugs at them. Also tugs at Democrats. Why would you not want to know about government corruption? Why would you not want to know about the covering up of like a pedophile? Like, this is important shit. So this is one of those things where I think Democrats like, don't get distracted. Don't get distracted by him doing the Obama thing. Don't get distracted by the MLK shit. Don't get distracted by the Washington Redskins. Like, that's distraction for liberals to chomp at and go, you see, he's a racist. You see, he was no. Stay on Epstein, and when the entire country is just asking about Epstein, something's going to break.
And he's not trying to distract us. He's trying to distract his people.
Well, he's trying to feed
Wall
his-
Street Journal, the Murdochs, Obama. It's like spinning a giant wheel.
I think it does both, right? Because the Democrats start to go, look how racist he is. He wants to bring back Redskins. And then his base goes, shut up. You guys are triggered by everything.
I feel like Democrats I feel like we've evolved a little bit past that. I feel like people don't do that, don't fall for the bait as much anymore. I feel like we're a little bit better nowadays.
It's about that.
I think
feel like we're maybe like the resist libs in 2018 we're doing that. I feel like we're a little bit more sophisticated now. To be honest, Trump saying move past it has legit moved a bunch of MAGA away from the Epstein stuff. Yeah, I mean, I think that's like what are the only people who I know like that regretted voting for Trump? Like did it because of the Epstein stuff? It did it because of he doesn't like Epstein and he doesn't like the big beautiful bill, right? Like none of these people are like people who have moved over to the Democrats. It's just people who are like Team Elon essentially. Andrew Schultz and his team of failed comedians are obnoxious. Listen. That's true. But Ezra Klein can make them 5% less obnoxious.
Point is to borrow your verbiage from earlier, if we're looking at the worldview of conservatives, so much of it revolves around protecting children. Don't teach them XYZ. Don't do gender reassignment surgery. Don't abort babies. This pedophilia thing is really bad. And if you're a Democrat and Trump is trying all this fuck shit with like, oh, Obama did this, Obama, instead of saying, look at what Obama's doing, say what he's doing is a distraction from the harm of children. And conservatives, if we want you to realize this guy isn't who you thought he was, I'm staying on that. I'm not being like, look, because then all these other things, there's usually an exit ramp because it doesn't matter in their worldview where it's like, oh, the Redskins, yeah, of course, the Redskins should change their name. That's stupid. Oh, Colbert got canceled because you guys don't understand how money works. It doesn't make money. And then they get distracted from, not they're going to get distracted, but everyone that takes them 1 degree away from Epstein. Keep it on Epstein.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I was thinking it's interesting about a different part of the worldview. So you're right about the protecting children dimension of it. I was thinking more about there's a kind of like conspiratorial populist worldview that is in MAGA. There's a version of it on the left too, but I'll stay with the right for a minute, which is there's a corrupt, maybe pedophilic elite that is running everything. And what Donald Trump is a kind of human vengeance sent to destroy that. And once we destroy that, once we break it, then we can have the country, the world we want. And one of the reasons, it's like one of the interesting things happening, I think, in Trump's second term, the reason this is happening in this very different way. The first time in a way is weirder, right? He names Alex Acosta, the prosecutor who gives Epstein the sweetheart deal to be labor secretary. And then Acosta resigns functionally over this in 2019, but it never becomes a huge story. One of the reasons I think things don't stick in under this framework in the first term is that Trump didn't really control the government. And everybody kind of knew it, right? You can call it the deep state, call it the bureaucracy, right? But he was like his own administration, his own appointees, like H.R. McMaster's, like to some degree people like Jared Kushner.
It feels like I don't know. I think Trump has lost control, or Trump's base has evolved beyond him, and I don't know what evidence we look at for this. It's more of a feeling thing, way more than they did in 2018. Like it feels like argument. I don't know exactly what data would look at for this, but whatever Trump said in 2018, 2019 throughout his first term, probably essentially his base would fall for essentially. Now it seems like there is sort of just a group of MAGA deranged people that don't just follow the Trump line anymore, but have genuinely fully bought into a lot of the deep state shit, a lot of the more conspiratorial shit that even Trump, if he comes out and says, "Oh, move past it," they just don't care anymore. They just think that Trump is part of the swamp now.
Surrounded by people who sort of thought he got some things right, but also thought he was kind of a maniac and were trying to restrain him. And he was in this terrific tension with his own administration. So the advantage I gave him is when things went wrong, he's like, they're doing it, right? The deep state is blocking me, right? We're here, we're continuing to fight. It's why a weird conspiracy like QAnon can flourish during his administration. Isn't this guy in charge? But the idea is no, he's not really in charge. This time, he's in charge. And all the people are his people.
So this is a fantastic point. And some people might say, I was talking to Sam Piker about this, and he was like, you have to understand what his argument was, and I hope I'm not butchering this, Hassan, but he basically said there are people that are in government, the institutional old guard government, actually don't want to have full power, they don't want Congress and the presidency because then they'll have to make the change they promise. They act like, so like a Democrats in power, they actually kind of want the Republicans to have Congress so the Democrats can talk about all the change they want.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably more true of the Republicans than it is the Democrats. I just hate that Hassan was almost certainly using it as he was using it for the Democrats. Oh my God. Kill me, I know.
Just kidding. This is not true.
Okay,
I know these people.
but the argument is like, as long as they're
at least as we're
talking about it and not doing it,
yeah.
the military still gets the money that they're getting, right? The foreign wars continue to happen, and in this circumstance, the Epstein files don't come out. And there's a convenient excuse that you can say to your base. Trump would say the deep state isn't letting it happen, right? Or the Democrats who are in charge would be like, the Republicans are not letting it happen. But in reality, the donor class is like, great, don't change a thing. Because the donor class,
Get Cenk Uygur on this podcast now. What are we doing?
Now, Trump does not have that bad guy he can point at. You got everything you want. So now his base is going, fucking deliver. You know, his base is going, hey, we gave you the whole country. You got to deliver on it. And you're not fucking delivering. We're still doing all these wars. The Ukraine one is tricky because you're dealing with Putin, who's literally, you know, a psycho. But with Israel, like, if you want to cut off funding, you cut off funding. It's over. You have.
I mean, there are people who criticize Trump for Ukraine too, obviously. But even on the right, I mean, if people are so fucking retarded, I have no hope for America. Dude, this is, you know what's funny? I know, it's like, not only, like, this is the content that does well. These are the type of people that do well. That's what's annoying. That's what's annoying. No one, like, fucking, like, 3 retards on a couch who agree with, you know, whatever the last person told them. Like, that's the content that does well. Not even the base people
have the ability to do it. He can't do it, right? So the base has
and does not want to do it. I think it's really like you look at who he's appointed around that. He does not want to do it. Mike Huckabee is his ambassador there. Steve Witkoff is his negotiator. These are not people who think this war has gone much too far.
I almost thought you were going to stop the sentence at these are not.
But on the things of what he's delivering, it's like, look, the rich guys got their tax cuts. You got Medicaid cuts. You got your Medicaid and food stamps taken away. You will in a couple of years when all that kicks in after the midterms, and you don't get your files.
So the base has every right to be upset because you campaigned on these things. You're delivering none of them. And here's a great opportunity, I think, for Democrats to seize some of the base. I get it, and they're going, hey, don't you dare. You had them on your podcast. There's always finger wagging. I get it. Get out of your system. That's fine. Feel whatever you want to feel. After you get out of your system, you want people to come over, and now you have an opportunity to be like, hey, we told you he was a liar. Here's the proof that he's a liar. Come over here. Here's some ideas that might be better. You might like these. If you just go, hey, fuck you, you're dumb, the people that are called dumb are never going to come to your side.
He's going to give everyone access to infinite information, and they watch Hassad and Biker and Flagrant.
You see the clips of John Ossoff, the senator from.
Listen, it's just the reality is it's just God, there's a fancy version to quote. Okay, it's just a mirror of our true intentions. Okay, for the slop, for this progressive anti-establishment slop. Oh my God.
Georgia. What do you say?
I guess Flagrant isn't really progressive, that they're relatively anti-establishment.
I don't know if we can pull it up because I'm not going to be able to do it justice. But he's been on the stump. He's running for re-election, and he is building the corruption argument that has always been there. That it was clear somebody was going to pick up, but he's just doing it well. It's not that often I see a single clip of somebody and I just mentally on one clip I'm like, okay, in the 2028 group now.
So hold on, wait, break that down about the 20.
It's worth it. I don't know
be presidential candidate.
Yeah,
also one clip.
He's finding things.
All right, guys, let's shout out some dates.
Oh my God! I thought they were gonna show the clip, and it's just fucking. They're doing a fucking tour. What the hell? Oh my God! There's more.
You guys of the show. I'll be doing 1 hour.
Did they go near me? They don't go anywhere near me. I don't think. I think the closest one is in New Jersey, probably. Oh no, Raleigh and Z. That's somewhat close to me.
Comedy. That no more, no less. See you guys at the show.
But the reason I brought it up
in
that context is one of the things that happened to Democrats over the past couple of years. It happened in 2020, then it really happened in 2024. Is you really lose like the highest ground in American politics, like the most ideal political ground, when you lose the stream of reform.
The stream of reform?
Yeah, when you don't have the argument about reform. Obama was a reformer. Bill Clinton was a reformer. Donald Trump was a reformer. Hillary Clinton, very much not a reformer. Joe Biden running for...
I just want to make sure you understand
against the system.
Exactly, yes. Okay, running against the system is a great way of putting it.
The difficulty Trump has now that he was able to sort of weave out of in his first term is like, when you're a truly anti-system candidate, when your whole point is this whole thing...
The donor class is my least favorite term. That group of people doesn't even exist. I know.
It's corrupt. And now you are...
It's not even... I just hate... I especially just hate people talk so much about it and have like so little evidence for it. It's not that like I don't think like fucking politics like it plays zero role or anything. I hate so much that so many people talk so confidently about it and then just don't have like a single paper to back it up. And it's like
chargement. How do you avoid like the inevitable problem of having to take responsibility for it?
Yep.
In his first term, he had a version of that. So then Joe Biden wins, and it's a pandemic. There's a lot of dimensions about that election. But Biden, whatever he is, he's not a reformer.
Yep.
But he's sort of a return to normalcy. Then by 2024, he's unpopular. He's in his 80s.
Yeah.
And he and Harris just cannot run as reformers, right? They cannot run against their own.
Harris didn't even try. She literally said Biden's doing great. Well, because I think Biden just gave her his.
In fairness, like it would have been hard for Kamala to try. I think one of the reasons she didn't is just because any attempt to like distance herself from Biden and try to run as a reformer would have been like, well, hold on, bitch, you were this guy's vice president. Why are we, why did we criticize him so much in 2020 and then we flip flop towards loving him for your term as vice president and now we're hating on him again? Like, what are we?
Whole staff.
I think it would have been hard for her to do that effectively, but I mean, in hindsight, obviously, a lot of things could have gone better. So maybe that's one of them.
And now she can't take his.
Well, I would just love to hear why you think, because what I hear is Biden said to her, "No daylight, kid. You're not going to do that." I don't know if that's true.
I think both for personal reasons, where I do think she had a lot of loyalty and affection for him, and I think it's actually a trickier thing than people give credit for. You imagine she comes out as vice president and like really tears into where the administration say went wrong on inflation or went wrong on immigration, and somebody says,
"Why didn't you talk about this shit for the last 4 years?"
Were you there?
100%.
Like, weren't you in the meetings?
She's in a tough position.
I think it's a death mission. Like I think they sent her on a death march.
But this is why I was arguing.
Well, people should go and talk to these people who work in political fundraising. Sure, a lot of donors are wealthier, but it's not like their interests are all the same. Yeah, I know. Yeah, a lot of different types of people donate to campaigns. Yeah, it's also. I mean, it's done because it's based on like a. At least like the hardcore left-wing version, and to a lesser extent the like establishment, anti-establishment like right-wing version is based on kind of what I would say is like dumb beliefs about like the fundamental class conflict between the owners and the workers or whatever. And it's like, obviously that's gonna exist to some extent, but like, believe it or not, actually two things. Number one, some things can just be good for owners and workers, right? Like cutting corporate taxes is probably good for corporations, obviously, but also probably good for workers. And, similar things apply to, there are similar things that apply to like some, regulations and restrictions or whatever. But also like corporations probably just broadly like don't have that aligned interest. Like there are probably a lot of corporations that would, lobby for increased free trade because they import a lot of things. That's their vertical company. And there are probably a lot of companies that want to lobby for special types of protection. Non-fun vegan update. No real progress. I still need to go. I just need to buy like a shit ton of vegan food because I run out of vegan food too fast and then I go not vegan anymore. I have some non-vegan food right next to me, actually. It's horrible, evil trail mix that has like chunks of chocolate in it. It's evil.
Did like an open convention because she can run.
This is what all
but
of us
at least
were asking for.
at least let people have the argument.
This is where I think the lack of accountability is happening on the left. Like I think a lot of people, I don't want to call it the all left, but like the angry online left, where I think a lot of them just want to make it about, oh, Trump came on podcast or Trump whatever. It's just like, yeah, but you ran a dead guy and then a woman that couldn't speak. Like at a certain point in time, you need to have a fair election primary, and the people will tell you what they want, and what they want might not be what the institution wants.
Yeah.
And I think that's what has been happening. And I want to talk about.
There's nobody who was arguing louder earlier for an open convention. I literally believe in the country than me. So
but I bet you got a lot of criticism for that.
Yeah, I got a lot of shit for that.
So what happened when you were bringing it up?
When I was bringing it up, so when Biden gives the press conference after the Robert Hur special prosecutor report, I'd been at the White House that day, and I was like watching in my hotel room that night, and he goes out, if you guys remember this, but the report comes out and basically says, we're not going to prosecute this guy. He probably did mishandle classified material. Subsequent revelations made this look worse if you read the Jake Tapper, Alex Thompson book, Original Sin. But we're not going to prosecute him because the jury would see him as like a well-meaning but somewhat doddering old man with a faltering memory. Mm-hmm. What we now know, because which I did not have when I wrote this, what we now know is that Biden's performance in those interviews with Special Prosecutor Hur was like catastrophic. Like there really did seem to be something wrong with his memory, and we now have these transcripts and we have this audio, and so something really was wrong there. But a lot of Democrats took it as a just kind of partisan or like a way for her to kind of like hit Biden even though he couldn't prosecute him. Okay, so that night Biden, infuriated, goes out and gives his press conference.
I don't entirely disagree with this, but I just hope that at some point on this podcast they also talk about how insane Trump is, because please, dear God, kill me. Like, do we really need to spend so much time about criticizing the Democrats for not having an open primary when Trump tried to overturn the last election, and Trump is doing insane shit Trump is bringing a bunch of independent agencies under his control, and Trump is deporting people without due process. Like, I don't know. I understand. Okay. And I love Ezra Klein, but oh my God, please.
And this is one where he mixes up Egypt and Mexico. And I watched that, and this was right around the time they decided not to do the Super Bowl interview. Yeah. And he just wasn't doing interviews.
Pyramids though.
Actually, don't catch it.
Egypt, Mexico.
Oh, Egypt, pyramids.
Ezra, we're going to travel a little bit.
Yeah, right. I'm not as worldly as I could be.
Only the Jews made pyramids.
I've been in Mexico pyramids, actually. And I just had this moment that night. I was like, this is not going to work. If what you're doing is a press conference to reassure people about your memory, when you almost never do extemporaneous speaking anymore, and you can't make it through the 20 minutes, this is not going to work. So I did a series of pieces without going through everything. The big argument I make is that the thing that Democrats were saying at that point, because you had super majorities of the public saying this guy is too old. Whatever you think of him, 70 to 80% of the public did not want him to run for re-election.
I don't think they wanted Trump either. I think 70% wanted neither of them.
But the party primary bases are very loyal to their people. But the thing was, he had sort of made it through the primary already. This is, I think it's February 2024. And my argument in this was not that he was too old to run. A lot of people said that, but that the Democratic Party was pretending there was nothing left to do, right? That it was already over. But it wasn't. The actual candidate is chosen at the convention. For most of American history, both parties chose candidates at contested conventions. And I was like, you could do that. He could step down. And you could have a process leading up to the convention that ends in a contested convention. Everybody would watch it. It'd be incredibly dramatic. And yes, it could go badly, but if you keep doing this, this is definitely going to go badly, right? You're not going to make it through here. But I get huge pushback. Everybody thinks I'm an idiot. I get a lot of internal, and then all goes quiet. He gives a good State of the Union. And
that's still not, by the way, definitely clear to me that would have even been preferable. I think if Joe Biden didn't run for a second term in the first place, and you could actually have a competitive primary where voters, Democratic voters, actually vote, and not just a contested convention or whatever, that almost certainly would have gone better. It's actually not, even in hindsight, it's not super clear to me that a contested convention would have gone better. But maybe I'm wrong. It's kind of just an intuition thing.
And I was like, as a fucking idiot.
When you watch that, were you like, damn it?
I watched it, I was where was this guy? I did a thing after the State of the Union. I was like, look, I did a thing after the State of the Union where I was like, look, I don't know how to account for that. All I know is there's a long time between here and the election. And if this guy's having good days and bad days, you better really hope he never has a bad day.
And if he wins, there's 4 more years of this.
And so then you have the debate where he has the bad day on the big day, right? And so then there's not a lot of time. It takes him weeks and weeks after the debate to finally decide not to run. And by the time that happens and he endorses Harris, the party internally just doesn't have the energy for it. It doesn't believe in itself. It's been a very brutal and emotional fight. But it was a mistake because they were changing their candidate. And the thing that always frustrated me about it was, look, if your belief about Donald Trump is that he is fascism on American shores, then what that means for you is not that you have to yell that at everybody else. It means you really have to try to win. Right? Then you have to figure out your absolute best candidate against him, and you're not going to do that without any kind of process that surfaces information.
You are preaching to the choir here. You can't simply run a campaign of that guy's worse. You have to run the campaign of reform, as you said, and the campaigns.
Kill me. I agree, buddy, but how much of Trump's campaign was just yelling that Kamala Harris, blah, 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 blah. I guess in a sense that Trump campaigned on destroying every American institution that he was a reformer campaign, but kill me. I don't think I could be convinced that Biden wasn't forced by Kamala and the admin to keep running, hoping he would just die so the VP can take over. No way he stayed on his own. Biden almost obviously would have at least resigned a year into his term, right? Especially once he got prostate cancer, right? Although I don't actually know. I don't think prostate cancer probably affects how well he can do his job. I don't know. I don't even know if he's getting treatment for it, because once you're 85 fucking years old, I think you just kind of say, hey, it's probably not even worth it.
And the reason why we need reform is because there are people struggling that want change. And I think that oftentimes we have more optimism and hope for the reform candidate, even if they can't exact those policies.
And it disappoints, right? This happened with Obama. It gets disappointing.
But there's that moment where you have hope, and hope is tantalizing, dude.
Unbelievable.
So, and in this certain situation, when people are desperate and they really want change, and they're faced with this idea of more of the same or potential happiness, they're willing to look past a lot of fuck shit. And that I think might be the scenario.
And I think the status quo thing versus reform thing is also very important, because a lot of times we get lost in the weeds arguing whether Kamala was a good candidate. We don't think she is. Some people will never agree with that. They'll think she's great. But you cannot deny there was no reform offered in a time when we weren't happy. Whether you think Kamala could have been president or not, no one's getting elected.
So this gets to, I think, something.
I don't want to say there was no reform offered. I feel like she had some genuine she even had genuine populist policies like the grocery store anti price gouging law. I don't want to say that. I don't want to go that far, but I understand what they're getting at. I think the fundamental criticism is probably mostly true. But having a first debate prior to the conversation was a big move by the people behind the scenes, in my opinion. The conversation convention. I read that in my mind. But I'm glad the podcast bros are turning heel and supporting Dems, or at least bashing Trump, but it's also frustrating they will get away with the bullshit they pulled. I know. We were talking about this earlier. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. I hate it. To some extent, I think these separate podcasts is probably almost always just going to be hating on whoever the current administration is. I bet
really deep.
It wouldn't surprise me, for the next 4 years or whatever, they're just going to hate on whoever's in power.
Parties. So it used to be, going back to this book on polarization I did years ago. the parties for a long time weren't polarized at all. They had all kinds of people in them. Like Strom Thurmond, was a Democrat, right? Before he became the most or the second most conservative Republican, right? This happened constantly. You had, George Romney, Mitt Romney's father, like by today's standards, would function to be a liberal Democrat, but he was a Republican. So the parties polarized on this line of liberal and conservative. And like that's politics as we know it for a long time, right? That's Paul Ryan and Barack Obama. That's Mitt Romney and Barack Obama, or Mitt Romney and Hillary Clinton. Like pick your leaders. What has happened since Trump has been it's polarizing on a different line, which is system anti-system.
And by system, you mean institution.
Institutions. How do you feel about the universities? How do you feel about the scientific, not science, but Democrats always say it's science. It's the scientific institutions. How do you feel about the government itself? How do you feel about, name it, right? And that didn't used to be quite so, like it used to have a big anti-corporate left, right? So the parties have become, like the Democrats have become the parties of the institutions. And this is partially because Donald Trump is so anti-institution that he drove a bunch of institutional figures out of the Republican Party and basically into the Democratic Party. So you have this weird election, right, in 2024. You have Liz Cheney,
I was about to say,
right? Moving basically into what I would call, she wasn't a Democrat, but into the Democratic coalition, the sort of pro-system coalition. And you have RFK Jr., who's like considered to be, I think it was EPA, Environmental Protection Agency Secretary,
as liberal as you can be
under Obama. Who runs for, runs as a Democrat.
As liberal as you can be might be a bit of an exaggeration. I understand the fundamental criticism.
It's 2023 when he's running, and he, goes into the Trump administration. And so the difficult thing Democrats are going to have to figure out here to take advantage of what you're talking about is the Epstein files have given them a moment in which to do this because it's easy for them. They actually they don't have, at least Democrats Congress, anything invested in this. But if they want to over time peel off some of the Trump coalition, they have to find ways to be actually kind of anti-system, right? They can't just be the party that we believe in science and we believe in government, right? You have to know these things have flaws and failures. And you have to balance the fact that you don't want to burn them to the ground, right? Which is, I think, what Republicans are often doing. But nor does that mean you should rally in defense of the status quo.
Yeah, I think the science one is also interesting because when you say scientific institutions, it's like,
state capacity.
Sure, there's probably some Republicans who are anti-science or whatever, but the scientific institution of pharma, that's an institution we don't trust. And you can understand where
I think a lot of just information war that causes people to live in completely different realities because if we can't even agree on what is true or not, then there is no way of having productive conversative debates. I mean, I agree, but also I think that obviously, I think probably the main dividing line on all of those things is like the anti-system versus pro-system realities that we live in. But, it just will devolve into vibes based on the echo chamber for real.
Where that distrust comes from, and maybe you can meet them halfway on that,
and you have
understand why they feel that way.
And there are Democrats that have shown like amazing distrust towards it. Like Bernie has been rallying against it for years.
I mean, if farm is easy for Democrats, like every Democrat, like Democrats have been fighting for years, and finally the Inflation Reduction Act got some of it in, like driving down pharmaceutical drug prices and Medicare. Democrats they find it easy on pharma. The question is more.
By the way, the really frustrating thing that makes me want to lose my mind is I think like most of the, not that I again care that much about the Democratic strategy conversations because I just care way more about policy. I like agree fundamentally that like the populist anti-institution message is probably more popular. Probably what's better for elections. Being anti-big pharma is probably what's better for elections. I just really think most of the policy is just bad. Like I just really think that like price controls in pharmaceuticals are like not good policy, and like it's frustrating because on the one hand, a Democrat who's like super hardcore pro big pharma like I am, okay, is like probably never gonna win. But I think the policy is bad. It's weird about being pro-system or anti-system because every side is pro-system. Well, I mean, he just means like anti-establishment is pro-establishment. Like, that's what I mean. By system, he just means like currently existing government systems and probably to some extent the private actors that cooperate it, right? Like
more. I don't know how to describe it. It's like the Democratic Party, the other thing that's happened is become a very educated party. And the Republican Party has become like the party that wins most people who graduated high school. Democrats win most people graduated college. And like this really shifted the parties. Like people graduate college are like more yoked into American institutions. They believe in more in part because those institutions have worked better for them.
That's a great
give a great example about how those institutions are working for the college educated. And again,
by the way, a big dividing line is also between like educated and uneducated voters on whether they support redistributionist or pre-distributionist policies. Dude, I hope I can find this paper. But a lot of like a lot of college educated people favor. Okay, thorium, I guess you can crash. That's really cool. Favor like redistributionist policies where you redistribute things. Obviously, you redistribute from high income earners to low income earners versus a lot of not college educated people prefer pre-distributionist policies, where you just sort of prevent the high income earner from earning a high income in the first place. So, redistribution could just be like a progressive tax and transfer system, but pre-distribution would be like, oh, we're going to like incentivize unions. So that way, those unions negotiate down like CEO pay. So the CEO doesn't even get that pay in the first place. Right.
It's the high school educated.
Well, like just take COVID. Yeah. Right. You're like a white collar office worker.
Yeah.
There's lockdown. You're like sent home. And then we have these like quote unquote essential workers who we call essential, but like we're putting them out in harm's way, but also we've made like their jobs much, much harder. Like they're having to wear all this kind of protective gear. And there were reasons for everything. I mean, some we now know in retrospect, like we're bad at, you're going to have mistakes.
Hindsight's 2020.
Right? Hindsight's 2020. So I'm always very careful about this. But it just worked really differently. People experienced very different COVIDs, depending on whether you were like a college graduate who worked from home, or you were like out there like being pushed in, but also having to like undergo all these new rules. But also just the economy works differently for different people. If you're a high school graduate,
most jobs don't hire without a college graduate, without a degree.
Or like you've got terrible like just-in-time scheduling, and then somebody telling you like, no, don't worry, GDP's up this year. Like that's bullshit for you. It's not up for you.
For real.
It doesn't affect you at all.
Oh, the stock market is up great. I don't own a single stock.
It's the worst statistic to decide if America's doing well.
So you can come up with all kinds of versions of these, but just a party that is getting.
Real quick, I think this is it. We argue the Democratic Party's evolution in economic policy helps explain partisan realignment by education. We show that less educated Americans differentially demand pre-distribution policies, e.g. a federal jobs guarantee, higher minimum wage, protectionism, and stronger unions, while more educated Americans differentially favor redistribution, taxes, and transfers. This educational gradient in policy preferences has been largely unchanged since the 1940s. We then show the Democrat supply of pre-distribution has declined since the 1970s. We tie this to the rise of a self-described new Democrat Party faction, Me for Real, who court to more educated voters and are explicitly skeptical of pre-distribution. Saying where capping drug prices fits on a bumper sticker, explaining how capping backfire and proposing smarter reforms takes a whole podcast episode, and most people won't listen to that long. Yeah, exactly. Like that's what's incredibly frustrating. It's like, I really do feel like it's I think it's very hard to message on what I consider good policy. Like I don't know, like fundamentally I just don't know. I don't know how to message on, okay, to make our healthcare work, we probably need to have some agreement over Europe so they start paying an equal share of drug prices, and we probably also need to have some multi-payer system rather than a strict single-payer system, and we probably also need to make sure that we, sort of shift over, some of the, we don't need 5 different systems for old people and the VA, and even within the VA, we have, 2 different systems. Like, we just have, anyone on government healthcare should probably just be on one type of government healthcare, and then we should probably just have a public, I fundamentally, I don't know how to message on that.
Richer and more college educated is going to be more comfortable with the way things work than a party that is shifting the other direction. Now there's still contradictions in these parties, right? I mean, Republicans just passed a giant bill cutting functionally $5 trillion of taxes, heavily tilted towards rich people, and the only part of it they paid for, which is about $1 trillion, they paid for by cutting Medicaid, SNAP, which is food stamps, and green energy investment, right? So the Republican Party has not.
Luckily, Republicans make it very easy to message on that.
To become a populist party, but it has a populist affect. And now Trump is running into the wall of that affect, right? They fed it, they voiced it themselves, and now it is them, they are the system. And all of a sudden they're like, no, trust the institutions. Trust the FBI and the DOJ.
You told us not to trust them.
Yes, you told us it was all deep state to trust nobody.
You're going to drain the swamp.
And you're like, trust us, this is all a radical leftist plot, and you're bread and circusing us with AI videos of Barack Obama getting, I'm always amazed to me, at how much disrespect Trump often shows for the people who believe in him.
This is the opportunity, I think, for Democrats right now. And I think you I think you're voicing it in a really brilliant way, which is everything that Trump, I won't say everything, but a lot of the things that Trump have done reinforce the institutions that he was so critical of, right? He's continuing the wars. He's like, I'm going to stop the wars day one, continuing to fund them.
I understand the point, and I think he's mostly right, but I would narrow it a little bit just because Trump has done so much to destroy a lot of institutions that I think are really important to America. But okay.
He's not releasing the Epstein files. He's increasing the budget. So the base that has promised these things, and now he has unilateral support. He can take Congress, can do whatever he wants. He's choosing not to do these things, and these are a choice. The base is furious about this. How do Democrats come in and seize that?
I mean, I think they're doing a pretty damn good job, actually. The ones who came in and said, we are authored legislation to force these files to release.
I love what Roe did.
And we're going to build a coalition.
I love it.
And Roe was a very liberal guy, very progressive. I mean, a co-chair of the Bernie Sanders campaign a couple years ago. He's good at building bipartisan coalitions, on foreign policy, right? On things like whether or not Congress has power over war. Roe is good at working across the aisle. He's a very, very talented politician.
And because of that,
so they're doing a good job on that.
But because of that, the Democratic establishment hates him.
I don't think they hate Roe.
I think Roe thinks they do. We had Roe on, and he was like, I get so much criticism. They don't want to support what I'm doing. This happens all the time. And I think he's operating on an island.
Me for real. I hate Roe.
And
are the Soy Pill viewers still here?
I think that this is a problem. Because I think the Democrats are fighting the institutionalists within the party, and the real support, the ground support you feel, is for the more progressive side of the party, which seems to be answering a lot of the problems that the people that maybe voted for Trump have.
I will say, if you spend, I don't want to discount any experiences Roe's had or the congressman's had. I will say, if you spend a lot of time talking to members of Congress and the Senate, and I do, they all think the leadership doesn't support them. Not literally all of them, but
it's a common refrain.
It's a very common because
what I mean by this is there haven't been. Actually, I don't know if this is true to this day, but Zoran wins the primary.
That's a
Not
that's
a
different
single
case.
Democrat
That's a
has
different case.
endorsed him. Not a single Democrat.
I think that's changed by now. I don't know if any Democrats endorsed him before the election, other than AOC. But
Jerry Nadler.
You don't like Ro Khanna? I don't have that many issues with Ro Khanna. I think he probably I'm sure he's a progressive, so like I almost guarantee you if I look up his policy right now, there's going to be a number of things that I'm going to be like, well, technically, this is not the optimal tax plan. But no, I don't really have any big issues with him. I just think it's funny that Soy Pill is hanging out with him, so I'm going to shit on him.
Endorsed him.
What is he? Is he
Jerry Nadler is like the dean of the New York congressional delegation. It is true.
I thought, didn't AOC endorse Erhan, right? And then after the election, or after the primary, more Democrats endorse him, but still not all of them. And like, that I do have like listen, my one bridge I'll extend to whatever progressives. Like, I do think like the vote blue no matter who should cut both ways, and that like you should vote for like a DSA socialist type if they win the primary or whatever. Throwing our clout behind a upstart socialist endorsement, represented perhaps the most significant. I think this when was the primary? This was posted June 5th. I'm pretty sure this was before the primary, but I could be wrong.
True. I don't know if it's changed by now.
Maybe not.
But Schumer and Jeffries like kept their distance.
Right. I wouldn't vote for a DSA person, but I vote for a progressive. Well, I'll qualify a little bit, which depends probably on like the type of DSA person, because you do have like pretty kind of insane people in some of the DSA segments. But
and I would say that Schumer and Jeffries kind of represent the institutional Democrats.
Yes, that is fair.
The system Democrats. So it seems like the system.
Jeffries still hasn't backed them yet.
Oh yeah, with Jeffries left before the June 24th Democratic primary. So AOC did, okay. And then I think after he won the primary, a few more Democrats came out and endorsed him.
He doesn't back him, right? So it seems like, I think at least for the people, that the system wants to make.
Who was it? It wasn't Cory Booker. It was someone else who were just like pretty recently refused to endorse
maintain the status quo, as you said before, is not down for reform, but the people want reform. And the people are optimistic about reform without really understanding if these policies that Zoran has can work.
Well, here's what Schumer and Jeffries are thinking. We could talk about Mamdani, who I like in a bunch of different ways, but
oh no, it was Cory Booker.
They're terrified, not of New York City or what's going to happen here. They are worried about trying to win Senate seats in Kansas City, when because of the dynamics of the attentional economy, the only Democrat whose name people know is Zoran Mamdani.
Right? So they think that the Zoran Mamdani policy will engulf the Democratic Party.
No, it's not the policy. That's not their concern, but the vibe and the weaknesses.
The reform
right?
direction, I guess.
No, I would call it like this happened with AOC, but it happens with Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? I do not think AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene are the same by any means, but the parties tend to get defined by the loudest, most interesting figures in them.
Yep.
And one of the dynamics that is very hard for party leadership now is that they have very little control compared to what they used to have over how their party is seen, right? So Jeffries and Schumer have their strategies. They would like to have the Democratic Party understood as being about certain things and not about other things. But instead, the thing people know is they see who's going viral on X or TikTok or Instagram or whatever, and it's not the people they would choose, right? Saying the things that they would say. Like the last thing Schumer and Jeffries want to talk about is the value of the term globalize the intifada, right? They just do not want to talk about that at all. And the problem for them with Mamdani is it he creates that conversation. I was just watching a speech J.D. Vance gave, the vice president at the Claremont Institute, which
what is the Claremont Institute?
Claremont Institute is a sort of far-right think tank. They were giving,
is that actually like the most relevant thing to Zoran even online? I mean, I'm just not in the same circle as the like median person is online, but like truthfully, I don't remember that being as big a conversation as some of the other policy stuff.
Giving him the Statesman Award, and it's worth. I would love to talk about the speech which I just did, which I'm having a piece come out on, because it's very much about what citizenship should be about. But the entire first section and end of that speech that Vance gives are about Mamdani, right? He wants to define the entire Democratic Party, entire left around Mamdani. To Vance, Mamdani is a soft target.
This is what,
right, and that's the fight those figures are having along each other.
This is what I think Republicans do really well, is they exploit the most extreme version of Democrats and then they paint it across the whole party. So in this last election, like the most effective
well, to an extent, I think Democrats do that. But also, the issue is the most extreme wing of the Republican Party is the one in power right now. So
that was Trump is for me and you, and Kamala is for they, them. And there was that ad about like Kamala supports like trans surgeries for inmates. Yeah. Like you remember this ad? I think they ran in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And it was they did a great job of painting the party in one light, and it was based on the most extreme version. And I think Democrats maybe try to do it, and maybe Republicans are like, yeah, we're cool with that too. Like, I don't know what that is, but it does feel like the institution is like fighting tooth and nail to stop the perception of the party changing. But here's the reality. If the people want that part of the party, There's nothing you can do about that in democracy. And fighting it makes those people feel like you don't want that change that they desperately want. And now you become the status quo that they are fighting against. So they don't really have a choice. It's like democracy for better or for worse. Zoran's going to, if the people want Zoran, whether we like it or not, if the majority of New Yorkers want it, we have to let that happen. If it goes horribly, we can go into some of those policies and if he'll even be able to do them. But like, you cannot restrict what the people want in a democracy. And if you do try, which is what Trump is also doing,
January 6th,
they'll be furious. They'll be furious about it. And his base is furious. Democrats are furious. And I fear that's kind of what's happening with Zoran.
I think it is not going to work. It is flatly not going to work.
Zoran or...
No, I'll finish that. Yeah. For Democrats to try to keep an arm's length distance from their nominee for mayor in America's biggest city. Like, it's just not going to work.
But they've done it with Bernie and AOC for quite a bit. Wow.
They have, I mean, they try, although...
Mayor of New York is also a little different than what a senator from Vermont and then AOC.
Democratic primary. But this to me is a bit of a different... I mean, Bernie Sanders is on Chuck Schumer's leadership team, or at least, I don't know if that's true for this Congress, but he was in the last one, right? They have tried to bring him in. There is tension between them, right? It's a big party, and they have their disagreements. That's different than the
They had pretty, like, strong coalitions with Biden, like, throughout his term.
Schumer.
Like, I remember the only people I can think of are economists, but, like... I remember, like, there were people, like, from Bernie's economic team on Biden's economic team because of the compromises that Biden made.
Not going to endorse. We need to have conversations, right? The question of whether or not AOC is a Democrat, who will be, endorsed in re-election campaigns is, like, not up for grabs right now. And Mamdani, I'm just saying it's not going to work for them. Like, they're going to need to figure out what to do with the energy Mamdani has unleashed. They cannot hide from it, and they cannot oppose it because that will crack up their coalition. The thing Republicans do, for better and for worse, I mean, they do try to paint Democrats, by the most extreme candidates. Democrats do that to the right too, right? The thing that has happened on the right is they have embraced that side of themselves, right? I always think about this. If I had, like, if I had been a liberal substacker in the fall of 2024, I was like, you fucking people, you don't understand what's coming. If Donald Trump gets elected, he's going to make Kash Patel and Dan Bongino the heads of the FBI. He's going to put RFK Jr. at HHS. He's going to try to make Matt Gaetz, like, the attorney general. He'll be like, calm down, dude. Like, that's ridiculous. It's a little, like, you can't define the Republican Party by its most extreme wing in some, like, way. It is its most extreme wing. Like, that would have been, like, I would not have written that. I would have found that far-fetched.
Like,
truly far-fetched.
It's like people threatening, oh, they're going to do Project 2025, and then they're like, no, you're overreacting, and then you're seeing them slowly do all of Project 2025.
Did you read Project 2025?
I read a lot of Project 2025.
It's like 12,000 pages.
Yeah, it's like
There's this idea that, like, everybody read it, when they're like, oh, how would you not read Project 2025? I didn't read War and Peace either. Like, nobody read the whole...
I mean, you don't have to, like, literally read the whole thing.
Fucking thing. And
I don't think many people, like, actually read the... I don't know how many people were, like, saying you have to read even most of it. I think you just should have been broadly informed on the sort of fundamental unitary executive theory that underlined it. I think that was probably the most important thing.
People acting like they read the whole thing. You saw a few headlines about it, and you're like, okay, they're doing the exact thing they said. But it's just like the Constitution. It's like none of us have read the entire Constitution.
Much shorter. The Constitution you do in like an hour.
A lot of people who actually have read the entire Constitution.
Fair enough. Okay, but it is.
I feel like I haven't in a while. I have though. No. I remember. I remember having to read it all. Yeah. I've read the entire Constitution.
It's 12,000 pages.
What have they done for Project 2025? I asked ChatGPT what it was. I already forgot. I forget everything.
All right, Project 2025. So it's. I love that I get to do a Project 2025 expanded for the flagrant audience. Project 2025. It's 800 some pages, I think, if I remember correctly. What happens? There's a Heritage Foundation, which is like a big.
And it does mention GDP targeting. So, Project 2025, based in my book. The Constitution is only like a 10-minute read. I feel like it's more than 10 minutes. Are we counting the amendments too, I guess? But like, yeah, the Constitution is like not that long. Like we read it in, I remember for my AP government class when I was in like my junior year of high school or sophomore year of high school, like we had to read the whole thing. And like, it was not like that long. And I feel like I've read probably most of it even outside the class. I don't think I never did like a full like reading through the entire thing outside class, but like you see it referenced a lot, like obviously. So
right-wing think tank brings together over 100 right-wing groups, and they're like, we're going to create the menu. We are going to create like, it's not like one playbook because actually a bunch of parts of 2025 contradict themselves. It isn't one thing that you could just like do the whole thing. But if you read it, one of the biggest things that it is about is the takeover of the administrative state. I will say right at the beginning, it also argues for banning porn, which they haven't done, right? Like, there's a lot of things in there that you would not expect because it's also representing a lot of different factions.
Have you been to Florida?
It's partially...
like, this is not like a particularly long thing. This doesn't have the amendments still, but none of the amendments are like that long. There are
partially Texas, right? The Heritage Foundation also making a bid for leadership, or whatever. Right? Showing that we're the people bringing everybody together, like we are the conveners of everything. But it is like, it's a lot of right-wing policies of all different kinds. Some of, again, which contradict each other, some of which they've done, some of which they haven't. But the thing they did the most from it is Project 2025 is a vision of how to use the tools of the government and the leverage of the government to first break the bureaucracy and like the deep state or the administrative state, as it's like more often called in there, in order to have control of it.
So it's consolidating power.
It's consolidating power and then using a lot of that power against other elements of society to make them come into alignment with you.
For example,
right? Everything they're doing in education, right? Where they're trying to break the, that actually also comes out.
Dude, it's everything they're doing everywhere. Like every single fucking thing Trump has done has all been, you know, I think the executive branch should have X power, and it's bullshit that there are injunctions against my ability to exercise X power to fire Y person in Z institute. Like every single fucking thing.
From in a different way, but where they're using federal money to try to, you know, break the universities and force them to come under, in some cases, you know, the administration, some kind of receivership or conservatorship, but certainly under some kind of control. So they make them afraid of who they hire and who they bring in. This is what they're doing with Harvard.
And how exactly are they using this consolidated power to leverage that control over Harvard?
So what they've been doing there is a mixture of things. They've been first trying to cancel all the money that Harvard gets from federal money for scientific research, right, which is billions of dollars. Yep. There are other kinds of subsidy and grant programs. The universities are very, very woven in with the federal government because the federal government just funds a huge amount of the basic research in this country. Then there's also the student loans. Obviously, some people go on student loans. They've been threatening accreditation, right? The idea that you would have Harvard University not be an accredited university would probably break accreditation more than break Harvard, but they've been trying to do that. They took a run at making, basically Harvard, like a lot of universities, has a lot of foreign students. And they do this for different reasons, some because it's good to educate people from the whole world, but also those students pay a lot of money to be there, and they use that money to subsidize the American students. So it's, if you know...
I think that's a very favorable look at it.
No, that's literally
There's
true.
a $50 billion endowment, and you're telling me that they're using some Chinese kids' tuition to pay for some American kids.
Why Harvard doesn't spend down their endowment is like...
Well, I mean, like, obviously, Harvard is able to... Colleges, just like generally, are very good at price discrimination. Because, like, think of all the information that you have to give a college to go there. And, you know, based on the information you give them, they will kind of like set the price for you. So obviously, like part of the advantage of price discrimination is that you can, you can use money from richer people to sort of subsidize the lower people, right? Like
its own question, and like, it's a worthwhile question, but it is just the case that they, I mean, and basically I went to UC, right? Like they have out-of-state students they use to subsidize the in-state students, right?
You're welcome,
right?
You're welcome. Okay.
Like, we were talking about this.
All of you are welcome.
This is, they just do this. So if you go to Harvard and you're like from a family, you know, in Ohio who makes $75,000 a year, you're not paying tuition.
Right.
But what the administration has been trying to do, and getting in a bunch of court fights about, is trying to basically say Harvard cannot use a provision of immigration law that allows for foreign students to come in.
Now, I understand this idea, and I think it's like it's a decent justification of saying, hey, we're using these guys to pay for the students in America that are going. Now, the amount of foreign students they've been taking has been increasing exponentially. I think, like, what does it say, 20 years ago or 30 years ago, it was between like 2 and 5%.
It's also, by the way, you know, it's funny. I don't know if Ezra Klein's going to mention this ever. That is like an American export, by the way. Like when we... Like when a foreign student comes here and buys an American education, that is an American export, right? Like, you know, just because the like actual place of service takes place in U.S. soil doesn't mean like we're not exporting a service to other countries. So like if you care about the trade deficit or anything like that, you should probably want that to happen. You should want us to be exporting more.
I think Columbia is now at 70%. So I think that there is a concern that our finest institutions are not educating America's finest.
I think that's fine. I don't know what the numbers are for Columbia or for Harvard.
I think Columbia is like 70. I think Harvard maybe like 40, 50 or something like that. Columbia is international.
Oh, they have the AI overview. Let's go.
40%. Okay,
40%.
70 seems crazy, but 40 still high.
Okay, fair
still
enough.
high.
So for me as an American, right? Like, you know, I have a daughter, you have kids. Like, you hopefully, knock on wood, they're really smart and they have the opportunity to go get educated at our finest institutions. And now they're fighting with the Nepo babies that end up going because their dad and their granddad went, so those slots are already taken. And then the oligarchs' kids that are going to go because they're going to spend an, you know, astronomical amount of money so they can go there. And you feel like, and it's the same feeling that I think that, you know, a lot of
they want the donations of their parents for the endowment later.
Exactly,
which is a big part of this.
So I think what a lot of Americans feel is like, wait a minute, do I not have an opportunity to get educated by our finest institutions that my tax dollars are actually going to pay for? Whereas these foreign students that are going to pay,
What the fuck is he talking about? For real?
They're maybe paying double, but they haven't been paid taxes their entire life.
Not to justify what Project 2025 is.
Yeah, look, the thing I was saying, this is, I think,
oh, dude, yeah. Wait, hold on. I totally forgot to start as a conversation about Project 2025. It's kind of crazy how they care more about whether or not, oh, my tax dollars go to Harvard, and then I don't know for sure if my child is going to get in, even if they're extra smart and special, because they have to compete with foreigner. Kill me.
Reasonable argument.
It's obviously much bigger. Not that I don't want to say it's not a like valid concern that maybe you should appeal to voters on, but like how is this a big deal to these people? But
in service of a different policy.
Fair. Right? But I guess what I'm trying to argue for is this sentiment of Americans who might not understand how those policies align or misalign, but this feeling of, why am I not being able to take advantage of something that my country offers its people?
It feels like college has become a business, and that's a sentiment that they can take advantage of.
Are you kidding? It feels like college has become a business. Really? Really? That's crazy. That's crazy. Hey, which party is advocating for college not to be a business, by the way? Like, which I don't even think is a particularly good policy either. I don't think free college is like the best policy or anything, but like, okay. Don't tell this guy what a private university is. I know. I gotta play Wordle on my second monitor. I'm gonna be distracted.
And especially when you hear about this $50 billion endowment. Again, I'm sure there are restrictions as far as how they can spend that money. Of course, we can get into the nitty gritty of it, and that is the truth, and we should talk. But the average person that's not aware of how an endowment works, all they hear is, and they understand is, wait a minute, Harvard's got $50 billion. Is Harvard even a university, or is it a hedge fund?
The administration's not saying that's the reason why they're taking that money.
No,
it's the sentiment that allows you to take advantage of it.
It's more the sentiment that I think is a fair frustration that people have. And I think the administration is taking advantage of that sentiment to administer this control and leverage that they want.
I think if you want to say,
unfair.
There are a bunch of ways in which institutions in American life benefit from either public money or largesse or support of some sort and do not give back enough or work in a way we think is fair. I am like 1,000% on board. There's a lot of organizations in this country, including a lot of religious organizations, that I don't think in the way we do the tax code should be exempt from taxation, right?
Real?
The administration has been, I mean, they didn't even start on the foreign students thing. That was something they figured out later. Was like as a vulnerability later, because what they wanted Harvard to do was have to run who it was hiring and who was admitting
through
by
the
them,
administration.
right? And so the plan
Which
here
I
has been
disagree
to,
with 100%.
the plan here has been to break these institutions and force them to
going to
come
that word.
under the Trump administration's control.
Right.
And the things you're saying are reasonable. And in a country that worked better, right? And in a country where we could have these conversations, solve problems, you could 100% imagine something like members of Congress collaborate on a bill that says you cannot be tax exempt as an American university if you have fewer than 80% of your, the people
Graduating class be from the United States.
Or U.S. citizens or residency or whatever it might be, right? You can imagine a bunch of versions of this. We just don't live in that particular.
I guess.
I don't know. It seems like
What I'm saying
silly
is,
policy to me.
I think
don't
it's
know.
important to like.
I can't imagine that's not even if you accepted that some children wouldn't be able to get in college because they have to compete with foreigners, which I don't think like the crowding out would be like that big there. Like it seems silly to say that like we shouldn't educate foreign workers, which is again an American export that helps American institutions still. Whatever. The way this works is that they do nonsense populist outcry just to try to justify Trump's actions. Tell Ezra goes, okay, I'll try to give you the strongest version of your retarded point. Yeah, I know.
Meet people where they are emotionally when explaining these things, because if we write off that sentiment, then they'll just write off the argument, which is
when do we get dark Ezra Klein? It just crashes the fuck out and just says, okay, guys, can we just take a step back here a second? Can we just agree that what Trump is doing here is insane?
This idea that the administration is trying to really force control and make them bend the knee to whatever they want to do, which we don't want. We want these universities to operate with autonomy and not bend to whatever administration is there. But at the same time, there are legit concerns about these institutions that have so ungodly amounts of money and seemingly are not looking out for the best interests of American students.
I think it's almost like White Lives Matter. It's like we're talking about Black Lives Matter right now, and you're like, oh, but White Lives Matter too. Yeah. And I'm like, I understand you should
to the extent that domestic students are hurt, essentially all the gains would be captured by, or I guess not all the gains, because some of the gains would go to the foreigners who get educated, obviously, but a lot of those gains would just go to American, I guess capital is the right word. It would just go to whoever owns equity or whoever has some stake in the universities providing that education to foreigners.
Should acknowledge it, but it's like if that's
presumably they're taking it into foreign students because they can get more from them. Otherwise they would give it to the domestic student.
What the administration is targeting or the reason why they're targeting, why even discuss that?
Well, what you have to do is you have to at least go, hey, white lives do matter, dude. And you're 100% right about that. And when we say Black lives matter, we're not saying that white lives don't, because they do matter and they're equally important. But here's this circumstance right here that we're trying to work on, and we'd love your help because your lives matter also. So we'd love your help on understanding this issue. But if we go, this is what you voted for. Yeah, shut up. If you go shut up, you'll never get their support, and you need their support on this.
Yeah.
And that's where I feel like a lot of times the finger wagging or the don't you dare mentality, or you're too stupid to understand this, you completely lose support from the people you actually want to bring over. Liberals are going to be on board with the liberal cause already. So you either
I just feel like there's definitely people who do that in the media. I just feel like the Democratic politicians just don't do
pat
that.
yourselves on the back and say we're so smart and we understand everything and big Trump bad.
That's it. There's so many things that people criticize Democrats for that I just really do not feel like that Democratic politicians did, even if some people in the media did them. The whole thing with the Democrats trying to gaslight Americans into thinking the economy was good, and I just never saw that from Democratic politicians. I just never saw it. I saw maybe a little bit from that from Biden in 2023, but not in the election year. Pete Buttigieg was on Jubilee, and whenever people asked him about the economy, he was not well, the data shows that the economy is doing like decent right now. So, you know, we still have to focus on making things better or whatever. But like overall, it's pretty. No, he was like, I understand your concerns, and we know the Democrats are valid, and we affirm your concern and anxiety and your economic. And it's like, kill me.
Or you go, this is why this is not working for you, and they're taking advantage.
And like typically, I think that was probably like the optimal thing for people to just do. I just think it's. I just hate when people criticize like Democrats
Emotional reaction.
Like
I think a thing, and this goes to the anti-system pro-system coalitions thing. I think a thing that Democrats are gonna have to spend some time doing, if they want to become the kind of coalition that can come a lot closer to neutralizing the threat that to them MAGA poses. I think among Democrats, it's very easy to have kind of conversation about what is wrong with the country. Like what's wrong with how much money rich people have versus poor people, like what's wrong with health insurance, right? What's wrong on this or that policy area? Fine, everybody's comfortable with that. I think there needs to be a conversation about what's wrong with the institutions. What from your perspective or from my perspective, like a liberal perspective, where do you think they're failing and what would you do about it, right? I mean, Abundance is very much a book about what is wrong with government institutions.
And can't wait for them to bring up the most irrelevant bullshit about what they think is wrong about institutions.
States or Democrats running them, and very much a book about what has sort of gone
wrong. And then
wrong.
Ezra Klein's going to steelman their dumb point and then have to somehow try to relate it back to state capacity. It's going to happen. You
right?
watch.
So it's sort of one thing we're attempting to model in there is a kind of self-critique of institutional failure that is nevertheless grounded in our own values and our vision of what kind of world we would like to see in the future. But as you're sort of saying in this conversation, I think if you get into this fight and you're like, well, what you're doing on the universities is horrific, and then somebody pops up and says, well, you weren't saying anything about all these failures in the universities that you're admitting now, 3 years ago. Well, I mean, fair, you could say, well, I was focusing on things 3 years ago. Didn't like what was going on at Harvard didn't strike me as the biggest deal in the world. But it's fair, right? It does not show to people that you cared about what they cared about. Now, did that many people care about Harvard and its sort of percentage of foreign-born students? I'm a little skeptical of that, but there are a lot of things they did care about.
But maybe they weren't aware.
No,
maybe
I think
now that they're aware, we can meet them where
yes,
they are.
but now that's what I'm saying.
And I think
well, I feel like they're aware because the Trump administration has made it.
Sorry to interrupt. I think
like MAGA Republicans have constructed a narrative around
larger
this
issue
stuff.
is
I feel like that's like 90% of the things that people like voters are quote unquote concerned about on their like MAGA side or whatever Republican side is stuff that the Republican Party is mostly constructed.
Not about Harvard. It is about this feeling that college has gotten so crazy expensive, prices keep going up. It's just this feeling of being betrayed by institutions that people who are the new conservative feels. And it's like, I remember I graduated in 2002 from my college. My school was $25,000 a year. I went back to do a show in 2000, or graduated in 2006. I went back in 2009. It was $45,000 a year. And it's like, this is a feeling people have. So fuck you guys. You become a business. You don't educate us anymore. You become a business. And if I do graduate, I don't get the money I used to get before. I don't get the jobs I used to get before. And I think to Schultz's point, just acknowledging.
I don't think the college wage premium has gone down that much, especially like since 2002. Has the college wage premium really gone down? I feel like the wage premium for college has mostly gone up.
I get you're frustrated about that, but what these guys are doing is not going to ease your frustration. It's just allowing them to do some fuck shit.
All right, guys, let's have an honest conversation here.
Oh,
As
God.
you get older, you're almost
Ad sponsorship. Let's go. Yeah, like this is oh, it said disaggregates it by race, but it still says it shows it like going slightly up over time. This shows it's like mostly flat since 1991. I guess it's gone down a little bit since 1999.
well, certainly going to lose.
But like not significantly. I need myself some Hims fucking balding cream bullshit.
Flagrant. That is JOINBILT.com/flagrant. Now let's get back to the show. Can you explain, and I think this will take us to the Zoran populism that we're seeing right now. Yeah, go. Can you explain how the cost of education has skyrocketed? So, like, do you understand how that happened? Like,
I would try to do a good job of this.
Just like
if you asked me healthcare, I would have done so much
No. I just want to say,
like, $2 trillion of tariff revenue flowing into America today. I know it's crazy. Don't you guys know we had a budget surplus because of the tariffs? Yeah. This show, I'm assuming there is a lot of controversial assumptions made in every single one of these that I'm showing, and I don't know enough to like, determine which one of these is making like the best assumptions or whatever. But none of these really show that the wage premium has gone down significantly since 2002, like you said.
For this conversation, I'd like there to be no minorities in the room. So and again, you don't have to give us like the perfect example. Like, more or less, can you tell us how this happened?
Yeah. So there are a couple things happening here. And I just have in my head my like education policy friends who actually know this and are going to yell at me for what I get wrong because I'm not.
Don't yell at Ezra. Okay, we're on Flagrant. We're just having fun.
We're talking about cost inflation culture.
Yeah.
So one thing is that I'm going to rank these from like sort of benign to more problematic. Okay. So one thing is just using this thing called Bommel's cost disease.
Bommel's?
Bommel's. BAUMOL is cost.
Bommel's? Is that really how you pronounce it?
Most cost disease. And the basic.
I've always said Bamul. Have I been? I mispronounce a lot of things, and I'm not going to fix my pronunciation if that's how you actually pronounce it.
Insight of it is that things that are reliant on human beings over time get more expensive, not less expensive, as societies grow richer. Things where we make them.
Bon mot.
Tend to get less expensive, right? Flat screen televisions, or in one of the very classic ways of looking at this, if you think about how cheap it is to now get a recording of like classical music done, right? It's nothing, right? You pay nothing. Whereas like the symphony costs a lot of money to go to, right? Whereas, you know, generations ago, it was actually, you know, less expensive because like a lot of people went and saw live music because there was not all this other stuff. So the stuff where we can digitize it, the stuff where we can make it in machines, it tends to get cheaper over time. But when you need a lot
Really, it's the stuff for productivity growth is fastest, is the relevant thing.
skilled human labor, and colleges are built on skilled human labor. That labor gets more expensive.
Why? It's the
that's not because we just keep paying people more over time, right?
The effect he's talking about is in areas where you see high productivity growth, like, you know, mostly goods or whatever, that increases. That's going to increase average wages for everyone, right? So, let's just imagine like the goods sector is 30% of the economy. If 30% of the economy experiences high productivity growth, that's going to translate to higher wages for the people making those goods because their productivity has gone up, their marginal revenue product has gone up. They're going to be able to demand higher wages. What that means is that the next best alternative for workers in other sectors, even in sectors that productivity hasn't grown in, their next best alternative for a job is going to be much better, right? So in order to keep people employed at in sectors that haven't seen wage growth due to productivity, they have to raise wages so people don't go to the goods sector, and that translates into increasing prices, right? Because if you see an increase in cost without any concurrent increase in productivity, you're going to have to increase prices to, you know, maintain your same profit margin or whatever, right? So like that's the main mechanism by which the prices, typically services, grows a lot more over time compared to the price of goods.
People do not become cheaper.
Okay, so you keep paying people over time, but
so this is true in a bunch of areas. So healthcare is like this too. This is one of the big reasons healthcare costs so much. Nurses, doctors, teaching, right? Things where you have to keep up pay scales in a society that is like growing and getting more affluent. It tends to see its cost inflation like race ahead of things like consumer electronics. So that's like benign, right? That's like a thing that
you can't make a teacher cheaper,
or you shouldn't.
Or you should. But the idea is that you can make a flat screen cheaper.
So that's
you can mass produce it.
But that doesn't.
Again, the relevant thing is the next best alternative for them is going to be a job with a higher wage because of the increase in productivity that they've experienced in that sector, right? Like,
there's a lot of things that doesn't explain. Another thing is we have cut a lot of the money. This is speaking about public universities here, not private. We've cut a lot of the direct money we spent on public universities over time, and we've passed that on to students and families. So in different periods where states, which are
I don't know how true that is. We were looking at this just the other day. Brookings, college cost, sticker price, 2006. Like, I think the like this article on like the graph that I was showing the other day. It's like since like 2006, it's like been the net price has been mostly stagnant. Because very few people actually pay the sticker price, and even a sticker price has fallen in like recent years. But you know, some of that's going to be COVID, you know, shit that's still has its effects. But yeah.
The people primarily fund higher education have to make big budget cuts. It tends to cut budgets there. And then one of the things they do in those periods is they bring in more out-of-state students. They bring in more foreign students. And then they get sort of used to those income streams.
So let me slow you down right here, just so I understand. So we need to cut the budget, the state budget. So we're going to cut the funding that we have for the state-run universities. The state-run universities still have to maintain their budget, so they push that cost onto the people.
So the cost of tuition goes up. One of the things about the tuition you were talking about a minute ago is tuition is like gotten much, much trickier to evaluate because a lot of people, huge amounts of people don't pay full tuition. So the headline tuition goes up and up and up, but we've created a weirder market where people are paying much different rates depending on how much they're paying. So that's another thing. There's a huge amount of administrative bloat in higher education. Like, you just can't get away from that. If you look at funding structures of the personnel there, and you look at how many administrators they have per faculty member compared to what things were like, 30 years ago or 40 years ago, we have just added administrators and staffing at a crazy rate. And a lot of people ask, and I'm one of them, like, are we getting much for that? Is higher education so much better? Are all these people doing so much? Or have we just... has like the bureaucracy become kind of self-perpetuating?
If the reason you go to college is what we were told is so you can get a better job, we're getting much less for much more money than what we got 20 years ago.
I mean,
we just looked at the data for that. It doesn't seem like that's necessarily the case. It seems like the wage premium from what we just looked at is either up over time or essentially the same over time, like maybe slightly down since since like 2000, but still slightly up since like 1990.
Part of that is just more people going to college.
Sure,
right?
Whatever
because,
reason.
you know,
The college premium is no
the college
longer
premium goes down. Then there's things about the colleges competing with each other on amenities, and this is sort of related to administrative stuff. But you know, it's like when I went to college, and I went to UC Santa Cruz and then UCLA. The gyms were
This is
nice.
what's
like, that's a nice.
yeah, obviously this is another thing, is that college has become like much more of a experience nowadays, and then like strictly speaking just a service that you buy to increase your human capital so hopefully you can get a better job. Like it's people go to college because they want the college experience, because everything's about experience now, because you need the cool Instagram posts, and because you need the new you need to have the recognition from people, and you need to
The facility, like the pool, like the climbing wall, whatever.
Why is there a fucking climbing wall? Like
there's
we're gonna get educated.
But part of it is that with the selective ones, at least, which is what we're talking about, community college is still very cheap, right? With the selective colleges, they now compete with each other for the best students.
That's where I go.
And like the richer students. Because like the best students get you good ratings and, you know, U.S. News and World Report or whatever, and the richer students pay for everything. And so one of the ways you get them is when they come and do their tour on your campus.
They take you. It's like the Four Seasons.
Exactly.
They take you to all the amenities.
So there's been money in that. I am sure there's a bunch of.
Not to brag, but my community college does have pickleball courts. So who's really winning?
Of other dimensions. I mean, there's also an issue with
who really has a
increasing
better
amounts of
experience?
Student loans, some of which do get pocketed by the colleges, and they just use that to sort of like increase the rate because it's complicated. But the way student loans work, if everybody's got them, you can everybody can pocket at least part of it.
So that's what I want to talk about a little bit. Like I think it's quite benevolent to have.
That's people always, a lot of people mention that. I'm not sure how sold I am on that one way or the other. I hate the type of person that's like, oh, stuff is only the only sectors that are expensive are the place where governments are intervening, and like clearly the only reason college is expensive and healthcare is expensive because the government intervenes in college and gives everyone student loan. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm sure it's gonna have some effect on college prices, the public intervention stuff, but like I don't actually know directionally like how big the impact is.
Have a loan student loan process in America where they basically say, hey, we're going to
feel
give you the
confident
money
talking about
to
it.
go to school, no matter how much it is. Like there's no cap really, right? Like whatever the school costs, we will give you that loan, and then you're going to have to deal with it. I think the idea is quite beautiful. It's like we want our people to get educated, and the government is going to back these loans so that we'll have an educated populace. Is it possible that there are people at the universities that are taking advantage of that blank check?
I mean, I don't think arguable.
So that
right, some of it, but it's like everything.
I'm not trying to paint.
You don't even need like that, like sort of like malintent. Technically, like you can get like you could be concerned about just like you know, insofar as like college education is just signaling there being sort of like a negative externality associated with everyone getting a college degree and decreasing the college wage premium, and there's a term, the credential inflation associated with that, right? You know, as more and more people get a college degree, it becomes less and less valuable. So now you need a higher, in order to actually stand out in the job market, you need a higher degree, right? You need a master's degree now. You could just be concerned about that if we're subsidizing colleges so much that, you know, people go there just for the signal rather than to actually increase their human capital and get a job that they need. Now there's like semi-mixed evidence in that. I still think college probably has like broadly like actual like raising human capital effects, it seems like, but you know,
everybody is in a fair.
You don't. I'm just saying you don't need like the malintent. Like you could be concerned about just signaling.
I'm actually saying not even some of the universities. I'm saying some of the check, right? Which is to say that there's a lot of research on this. You do a big increase in student loans. All of a sudden, students have more money to go to college. The colleges will like take that money. And it's not like they don't put all, I mean, they don't just pocket all of it, right? But yes, right?
I'm not even talking about pocketing it. I'm just saying, like, let's say they're not pocketing it. Let's say they're just building more climbing walls.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Yeah, like, I don't think that they're, like, stealing money. But if it's a blank check, that check is going to go up. If, for example, the student loan lending services, what is it? Is it Fannie Mae or Sally Mae or one of those?
Yeah, not Fannie, it's
Sally Mae, right? So
if Pell Grants, there's all these different things.
But, like, if they limited the total amount at $150,000, that's how much university would cost, and maybe there would be less amenities, and maybe there would be less bureaucracy. But there is no limit.
Well, for some degrees, it probably has
So
to
why
be
would they
higher,
limit the
right?
bureaucracy, and why would they limit the climbing walls? If you put a guardrail on it, they'll be forced to decrease the cost of education or increase the amount of foreign students to make up for it, which could also piss off Americans.
So this was a huge fight in the Obama years. One of the things that sometimes like frustrates liberal wonky people about this stuff is that in ways that were like not well covered, there have been a lot of efforts to try to do something. So in the Obama years, they did a bunch of higher ed reforms. And one of the things that they tried to do was, and again, I'm worried about getting things wrong from memory, but so if I get things a little bit wrong, forgive me. What they tried to do was tie a bunch of things in how we funded colleges and who could take the loans and who was accredited to the rate of loan repayment. And the thing they were tracking there was like how can you define which colleges are truly failing their students, right? How would you go about and try to figure that answer out? Right? There are a lot of colleges, right? They're all across the country. Who's failing? One way to figure it out is, where do you see people going to college, either completing it or not completing it, and then unable to pay back the loans they took to go there? And so what the administration did, sort of as I remember,
UC Santa Barbara.
that's how you define it. How dare you? You went to Santa Barbara? Dude, nobody's paying back those loans. They've still got loans from UC Santa Barbara. So that's a situation where they began to try to crack down, including, by the way, on one Trump University, which had problems like this, right? A lot. So the first thing
I feel like Trump University had a lot of problems. This might be, by the way, just basic fucking good hearts law. Talking shit about my former university. I don't know. I trust these guys. Seems like a pretty bad university to me. I'm assuming it's what he's gonna devolve into. Any metric you set up to try to measure someone's performance, like, quickly becomes not a very useful metric because people find ways to manipulate it or get around it, right? Like, obviously, if you look at the places that are failing too many students or not enough students are completing college, like, they'll just make it easier to complete.
They began to focus on were these like for-profit degree mills. When we talk about this, we're thinking about UC Santa Barbara, we're talking about Harvard, we're talking about this like upper crust of selective four-year schools. Right. It's like 50 schools. Yeah. Most people don't go to them. Right. Most people are just going to schools you haven't heard of, or that they're just not as selective, and they're the people who are mostly really in trouble afterwards, right? And so that's where a lot of the legislation started. That's interesting. And where they're trying to do things. Did it go far enough? Like, I'm sure not. I think one of my frustrations is like the new right, the sort of Trumpist right. It has, like, if you read their books and their literature and like the smart people in it, there's a lot of good critiques of colleges in there. Right. And they come in and do completely politicized horseshit. Right. They're not trying to make them better. They're just trying to break them until they bend the knee. Which, to me, there's like a particular pain in watching people identify problems, come into power without the coalitions and make those problems hard to solve, and then just like also refuse to solve the problems because they're so focused on their own resentments and enmities. But yeah, it would be good.
That's what's most this is more insidious than what Ezra Klein is talking about too, but that's what's really annoying a lot of times about like some of the MAGA people with regards to the BLS or with regards to the Fed or with regards to like Ezra Klein mentions, or what, like, the educational institutions, is that they will twist the like work of people who like have actually like studied these problems or whatever into supporting like a political interference. It's fucking disgusting in my opinion. Like, the fact that people will be like, oh, don't you know? Look at the ex-economist saying that, oh, the BLS data isn't as accurate anymore because the response rate is lower. Therefore, it's actually, I think Trump needs to go in and drain the swamp and actually needs to fire the BLS head and blah 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 blah. Like, that's what's super annoying.
To really think about higher education, like, I'll pose this as like a question, I guess, for you all. I think at the base of a lot of this conversation and the ways that higher education has gotten, if we want to say it, off track, is there's not actually an agreement in society anymore about what is it for. Is it to deepen your faculties as a human being, right? Like the older view of higher education, like, read great books and literature, shame, right? Is it to get a good job?
No, I think for some people, and I think that does still exist, I think like the quickest pathway to upward mobility is through education. Like, I think if you're somebody that comes from destitute poverty and you manage to get a college education, you'll get a job, and yes, you might be saddled with these loans for the rest of your life, but you'll be able to move out of poverty. What's happening right now, I think, is that middle class people, I think this brings us to Mamdani, is like middle class people feel entitled if they go through the system that they have been promised. If they go to school, they take out the loans, they get the education, that they will be promised upward mobility.
This is true legitimately though. Gen Z,
and now they're in New York City and they're paying $7,000 to live in a one-bedroom apartment, and they have $2,000 worth of loans every single month, and they have a job that pays 6 figures, which is like, holy shit, I'm rich. But then they realize they don't have any money left, and they really don't see upward mobility even in the company. A lot of their friends are getting laid off, and they're going, fuck, I did everything right. I did what you guys said I should do, but I'm not gonna be able to buy a home or start a family. And there's this extended adolescence, right? And we're distracted with fun events to go to and this party and this concert, but in reality, it's like, when do I start my family? When do I become an adult? And I think maybe it's a good way to segue into Mamdani, because simply freezing the rent, right, is an amazing feeling. I cannot imagine how amazing that feeling is for somebody who sees their rent go up 3% every year, whatever it is, and goes like, I don't think I can afford, like, my salary might not go up that much. How the fuck am I going to afford this? Freezing rent is great, but in essence, it's like pushing the student loan debt onto the landlord. Because if the student loan debt is the thing, right, that's crushing you, if it's that $200,000,
I understand his point, but it's a kind of bad way to phrase it.
That you have to pay off, and that's coming down to a few grand a month or whatever it is. And now you don't have any increase in rent. You're like, okay, I got a little wiggle room now because I don't have to worry about that going up because I still got to pay for this debt. So I think a lot of, and if you've seen like Mamdani's base, I think it is a lot of like middle class people that are college educated that are like crushed by these loans and just the cost of living, and they just need a break somewhere. And that's, I think, where you go to the government to offer that break. And I think he's satisfying it with his promises. I don't know if he'll be able to deliver on those, but I 100% get why people are like wishful about it. I don't blame them at all.
If you're meeting people where they are, you grew up in New York, so the prices don't seem as insane to you. Coming from the outside to New York, the rent prices, it feels like a robbery. It's like there's no way this is not a criminal activity that you're doing. That an apartment that would cost me $600 a month in Dallas, Texas,
we got Ezra Klein here.
$4,500.
Can't wait to hear him cite the Wise Manhattan So Expensive paper. Oh my God, give it to
$100
me.
a month in
Oh
New
my
York
God,
City.
give it to me.
So fuck you, meet me where I am. Fuck you, freeze the rent.
Something got to give.
So the only way to fix that is you create more housing. So you freeze the rents while creating more housing, and then it levels out.
It's almost like somebody wrote.
Wow, true. Yes. Do a bad policy and a good policy. Why don't we just do the good policy? Why?
Book about how important it is to create more housing. I mean, maybe you guys should read Abundance.
I don't think he ever suggested rent freeze in Abundance. They did say like building social housing could be good, but
it's been number
definitely
one
not
for
a rent
18 weeks or maybe
freeze.
19
I didn't say
weeks.
number one. It's just been on the seller.
It's the New York Times bestseller number one for 19 weeks. So nothing else is being sold.
Did you know 20 weeks it was on the number
21, number one. Okay, so give us Mamdani populism, and do you think that there is a through line with the debt that young people, middle class people especially, are feeling?
Yeah. So like, let's start just with the populism, right?
Yeah.
Mamdani, like the point of almost every policy Mamdani has. There's this line I like from an old mentor of mine, Mark Schmidt, where he says, "It's not what you say about the policies; it's what the policies say about you."
Mm-hmm.
And you have all these like liberal politicians, and like Brad Lander, who I really liked, and was like probably my choice for mayor. He's got like 75 pages. He's got like
if any of the flagrant guys read a book in the last 5 years,
70 policies, and they're like 15 or 40 pages, but he doesn't have 1 or 2 policies that define who he is. Right? But for Trump, build the wall, right? It's like a policy. It says everything about him, like one, tariffs, right? It's not just a policy; it's also a sense that we're all getting ripped off, and and for Mamdani, like he really understands not how to like other politicians communicate about policy. He communicates through policy, right? Freeze the rent. Free buses, the city-run grocery store thing, free daycare. They all say functionally the same thing, which is this society is unfair.
Yeah.
You are getting screwed in it.
Yeah.
And government should be here to make the things that people need available to them.
Yeah.
Not just like affordable to them if you apply for the subsidy program and you get cleared and then you get just there. You should just be able to get on the fucking bus.
Yeah.
Right? You had a kid. Having a kid is a good thing to do. It's hard. There should be daycare. Yeah. They figured this out in other countries. We should figure it out too.
That's
Not
awesome.
impossible.
How possible is it? Because everything you're saying is fucking beautiful.
Ooh, give me some good takes, Ezra. Oh, please.
How possible is it for Mamdani to do free daycare just in New York City? The problem for he's got 2 problems, right? And
I can't imagine the daycare thing would actually go that well. It's not that I kind of doubt. I guess I don't know like how functionally a lot of it would work. But like I could see it happening, and I think that's probably one he's not going to see that much resistance from on like the more like local level, because I do believe for a lot of his other policies he will still have to go through like sort of like local commissions or whatever. What's up, Chinchilla Twitch? Welcome. And like they might oppose some social housing stuff, or they might oppose some bus lanes or stuff like that. I don't think they would ever like oppose a daycare or whatever.
I'm like
Food Shops raid. Thanks, Food Shops, for the raid. Hell yeah. How you guys doing?
Not on the anti-Mamdani side of this.
Shout out Food
He's
Shops.
taking a
Let's
couple
go.
of risks, and the big risk is that he can't deliver what he promises. Everything he is talking about, most of the big ticket things he's talking about, not freezing the rent actually, requires a lot of money. Free daycare is very expensive. You need the facilities for it, which they don't have. You need the people to actually be.
Even I could be wrong. I thought the freeze to rent thing also like did require permission from other people, but I could be wrong.
The students, the kids,
sure, I know a lot of his tax increases, by the way, do require. FS is Food Shops love. I do love Food Shops. Hell yeah. I could be wrong. I feel like the freeze to rent thing does require permission from like the state or whatever, but I could be thinking of like some of its tax plans that I know require.
You actually need a very, very high number of them, because when you're dealing with kids that young,
you need a lot.
You need a lot, right? It's not like one teacher looking over their class of like 10, 15, 30 kids.
That's what we went
right?
to
When you're dealing with 2-year-olds, it's like one person for 3 or 4 kids.
Tops.
I was with Andrew's lovely daughter a few days ago. She was trying to kill herself every second.
Yeah, it was 4 people for 1 kid.
Yeah, the correct numbers you need are two people for 1 child. Right? That's the actual ratio.
100%
makes it manageable.
Legal. Truth and Duke.
He does not have control over taxes as mayor of New York City. Yeah. So
okay, yeah, he's explaining it.
Tax increases would have to go through Albany, through Governor Kathy Hochul. He is running for her reelection on a no new taxes pledge.
And she literally came out and she's like, I'm not going to do it.
She's not going to do it. It's bad politics for her. She doesn't just have to win a Democratic primary in New York City. Other parts of New York are not as blue as New York City is, and not as rich as New York City is.
I think that's something people don't understand about New York.
Yes.
You get out of New York City, it gets red quick.
It gets red quick. And I mean, a lot of places like this, like California, it's like outside of the big cities, it's very different, right? Yeah. So she's got very different politics than him.
All right, guys, listen, I have a big issue with the UFC right now.
Oh my God, no, there's sponsorship.
Talk about it.
It's my favorite. I will up with.
Just cite the one paper, Ezra Klein. I know you want to do it. I know you want to cite Why is Manhattan So Expensive? That I believe that paper was even cited in Abundance. Okay. Oh my God, how long is this fucking steak sponsorship, dude?
And we're gonna figure out what social casinos are eventually. Bet on Top Sports. And
there is so it's really hard. And he was able to get the taxes to do it. He was able to get it for 3K. It had to phase in over a series of years. My kid went to 3K. I mean, everybody in New York City, I wasn't here under de Blasio. I just moved here 2 years ago. You all seem to hate him. He seems like he was a pretty good mayor to me. Like, 3K
just turned off
happened.
the podcast right now.
Huh? So I would like somebody to explain all the de Blasio.
You just can't eat French fries. Like, there's certain things you got to be able to do. If you can't eat French fries, then, you know, you can't be mayor.
Right. So anyway, so I was not here and did not cover it, so I don't want to give you a good account of how he did 3K. There's a good New York Magazine piece about it from Bryce Covert, I think it is, from a couple months ago, but I don't want to try to by memory.
I just like to point out that it is doable. Like mayors can.
Free daycare will be bigger and more expensive than 3K at a time when like the finances are going to be pretty tough. The other thing that I think it's totally obvious Mamdani will be dealing with if he wins the election is the Trump administration is going to look at New York City and be like Harvard. And they're
That's true as well, obviously, but
try to break it.
I mean, I think ironically, a lot of the issues is gonna be the same issue of like NIMBYism. A lot of times, what's up, hedonic treadmill? Welcome back. Is gonna be the fact that so many like local boards are fucking NIMBY assholes.
They can. Yeah. They're going to use New York City as a site for ICE confrontations, right? Like it is going to be very, very, very tough. And New York City, I almost assure you, is going to be dealing with very reduced federal money coming in.
And with reduced federal money, you have no chance of doing these programs that are required.
So he's got that set of problems. It doesn't mean it's impossible, you know. It doesn't mean something couldn't be done. And something like free buses are not that expensive. You could do free buses, right? That's not that bad.
So that's sorry.
So that's sorry.
I was going to say.
Oh wait, hold on. Wait, it does require permission from a board, but it's just that every member of the guidelines board is supported by the mayor. So I think
with Trump in 2016 too, he ran on all these things, and people are like, "Oh, how do you guys not know he lied?" He ran on overturning Roe vs. Wade. He got that done. If you get one of the big things done, your base will be, I think, satisfied and be like, "Oh yeah, this guy got it done." If he gets free buses, if he can freeze the rent, I don't see him being viewed as a failure because he didn't do all the other things.
I think how he'll be viewed will have to do with a lot of things that we can't even predict right now, depending on what happens. But so freeze the rent, right? Here's the other one. Freezing the rent is, I think, just really tricky. I've spent a lot of time talking to affordable housing developers. And if you freeze the rent for a year, fine. Freeze it for 2 years, fine. If you do a long extended rent freeze, you will make the construction of new affordable housing fall sharply. Like,
why is that?
Because it just...
Why is that? Oh my god, I hate these people so much. I hate these people so much. Maybe he's just doing it for the audience. Okay, maybe he, you know, actually does have an understanding of supply and demand. You know, but he just thinks the audience does it or whatever. I hate all the. I hate Ezra Klein. He's my op now. No, in a sense, I agree. It's tricky. That's just because like it's like a pretty like bad policy on its face. So in order to make it like less bad, and maybe sometimes if you're really lucky, like very slightly optimal, like you have to do like a ton of fucking exemptions and a ton of fucking, you have to limit the time, like you just said, and you have to, you know, make sure it doesn't actually affect that many people and like barely helps the people it even does affect, right? Like it just becomes a policy that requires a fuck ton of administration and doesn't even help that many people. So like I don't like, why don't you just like do the good policies, which is like zoning reform and to the extent that you can make social housing affordable, social housing. Did you read the current affairs article on rent control? Yeah, I mean, you might not have been here when I read it, but yeah, I was like, by now, would I type in current affairs? It's
basically done is you've taken. It's already not an incredibly great business to be in, right? It's a complicated business. There's regulation.
But this is what you know, like what I was just talking about. It's just like I feel like this is an issue with like a lot of sort of like post Keynesian things. Just like you have a policy that like is just kind of gonna have like bad effects, and like we even observe it has bad effects. There are plenty of studies on rent control that you can find saying, hey, it actually does look like it like sort of just broadly has negative effects. And then it's like, okay, let's exempt new buildings. Okay, let's make sure that if a landlord does major renovations, it's, you know, he can still increase rents. Okay, let's make it just a rent increase tied to inflation and not like a strict like rent increase. Okay, and it's like, okay, at this point, you have this administrative state dedicated to figuring out which units are qualified for rent control or not. And then we also are not even helping that many people because we exempted so many units. And then the people we are helping, we're not even like helping that much because we said, you know, it's only a limit to inflation or whatever. And it's like, I don't know, it's like the same thing. It's like, okay, like maybe the minimum wage is like in some cases good for like monopsony or whatever, but you know, we're worried about youth unemployment, so let's exempt teenagers from the minimum wage, and we do all these like bullshit things. And it's like I said, at some point, like just do the good policies and not the suboptimal ones that like maybe you can make optimal with a lot of work.
Right, whatever. I mean, what is freezing rent, right? You are just saying that over an extended period of time, you're going to cap the amount that the people who own these places can make. That's going to first come out in repairs. right? And then it's second going to come out in new construction. If you just make any market less attractive to be in, then few people are going to go into the market, right? That's just going to be like hydraulic. If you look at Mamdani's housing policy, and Mamdani, who's like read abundance and talks about it on the show, which I appreciate, has done interviews with my co-author Derek.
I was going to say you talked to Derek Thompson before.
He talks about new construction. His plans are around public construction, which New York City has not done a lot of in a while. You would have to figure out ways to do that much more cheaply than we've been doing it.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm not as familiar with affordable housing construction in New York as I am in some other places, but there's a great piece in the Washington Post recently about a DC affordable housing complex that was coming in at $1.2 million per unit. The same developer had built.
Yeah. I by the way, I have no faith in New York to do this. Especially because I believe in abundance. Even I talk about, like, for example, the New York subway project that was like twice as expensive per kilometer as like any other railway project ever, right? And like, you know, don't have much faith in New York to do that efficiently. You know, including in Sarhan, sadly.
Built like another complex that was non-affordable, like next door or very nearby, and it was coming in at, I forget, $300,000-$400,000 per unit. And we put in all these rules, and even if you listen to Mamdani, he'll say, like, I believe we need a lot more housing, you know, so long as it accords with our environmental, our union, our affordability.
Right. Yeah, I was going to say the union. That's a big
and that's
thing.
great. I want housing that does that, but what we need first is a lot of new housing, and the more things you layer onto it, the more expensive it becomes, and you don't have money. Right?
And you're capping what the money could be.
And that in a way too. So my worry is about so my worry is that I feel okay with rent freezes so long as you do things to make construction boom, right? So if your rent freeze is like a temporary palliative thing while you're building huge amounts of new construction, great.
Not public only. Allow private as well.
You need both, right? The public, the amount of housing New York.
Wow, brave takes here.
Needs can, like, New York does not have the, like, how many construction workers does, like,
I want to put this in perspective. There's someone that works with us here. Alex and her friends were in an apartment that the sewer line just broke and there was just shit all over the apartment. So they need to move immediately. And the amount of anxiety that she was going through trying to get an apartment in New York City. I mean, like, there was one that might have accepted their thing and they need to sign immediately on it. They need to get their guarantors. If they didn't do it in one day, there were 5 other applications that were going for it. This idea that, like, it's hard to get an apartment in New York is not hyperbolic. It is destitute. Like, it is hard to find a place to live, especially when you have a limited budget. So I get the idea that, you know, if you just let developers do whatever they want, they're going to develop $5 million apartments because that's where they're going to make the most money. Actually, I don't know the economics on it.
Even that, by the way, would probably still be good. You're still increasing the total housing stock, and presumably you would see, for example, people who can afford the $5 million apartments move out of their other apartments into the $5 million apartment, and they would, you know, free up the older apartments. You know, like every like most apartments were at one point like pretty decent apartments, like a, you know, luxury-ish apartments. Maybe not necessarily like $5 million apartments or their equivalent at the time. You know, so that the housing stock like depreciates over time. So like that would still be a good thing. Like, yeah. The goal is raising happiness levels to Scandinavian levels in the U.S. How would you change the U.S.? Honestly, I like don't know because I'm not even convinced like most of the happy. Not that I'm the most educated in this. I don't even think like the research we have in happiness is like that great. So I don't know how really. I think I would like, I mean, you probably just need some type of welfare state that's expanded, right? But like beyond that, like I don't know. And like I don't even know like how much of it is worth it because like it's sort of hard to quantify like how much like self-reported happiness do I want to increase versus like, let's say that came out the trade-off of like decreased innovation, which I don't think it necessarily would, but it might. If you had like really heavy redistribution of policies, it's like, okay, I understand like people might not be having like higher self-reported happiness with increased innovation, but like clearly increased innovation, especially in things like medicine, is probably just like an overall really good thing. So like, how do I like quantify these things and trade them off? I don't know. If we only build a home for the rich, then only rich people will move into them. Yes, everyone else is just hoping that depreciated housing this year will be enough to keep ahead of their rising land rents. If they could stay in their depreciating homes without spending more, that would be an improvement, and it would be better than moving into cheaper homes to accelerate the depreciation. Like, yeah. Europe is poor but happier. Why is that? Again, like, I don't know. Like, you know, happiness is a hard thing to measure in the first place. It's going to be really hard to measure, like, the exact factors behind it. I would guess part of it is just because, like, you know, I think it's fair to say, like, the bottom 10% of people in Europe typically have, like, a less stressful life, at least, than the bottom 10% of people in America. So I imagine, like, that plays a factor just because of their more heavy-handed welfare state. I imagine, I don't know. I think, honestly, I think probably city design has something to do with it too. The fact that a lot of them have more walkable cities and not suburbs, because we know, my understanding, there is evidence that suburbs make people more unhappy.
Affordable housing, but I imagine it's more when you're doing like 3,000-foot lofts.
Oh, so yeah, Copeland. Okay, somehow the most stupid arguments about markets are ingrained in a public psyche. Yeah.
But if you find a way to get developers to put up affordable housing, not necessarily housing projects, but like units that people can't afford, and you reward them while also doing some public projects and freezing, then
as a goal for economists, not maximizing wealth and happiness. Well, I'm pretty sure most economists are ultimately concerned with maximizing happiness, right? They just view efficiency as typically the best means to that end.
you might have a scenario, but you have to let the developers develop as well. And
And
it seems like he's not.
I want to give Bondi some credit here. If it's not so much in his plans, but if you listen to his interviews and things he said, he talks about.
Also, again, it's hard to like how do we trade off between like self-reported happiness levels and like polls versus like the like life years gained maybe at a lower self-reported happiness from like medical innovation that maybe we think would be lower if we had like super heavy redistributive policies. Like it'd be
about some things that would be really good, like getting rid of 2 stairwell minimums. Like weirdly, we have a bunch of rules on what you have to put into buildings that make them much.
Let's fucking go. Single stair love on the Flagrant podcast. Let's go.
Like a bunch of these buildings in most countries, you can just build them with 1 stairwell. We make it 2. It adds more than you would think. Parking minimums, right? He's like an opponent of like parking minimums in places where we still have them. That's good. I think that he's going to be pretty good at saying we have like just like made it too hard. There's like too much red paper on construction. The place where I think he's going to struggle is where that comes into conflict with any other goal the left has.
I have zero, no offense, I have zero faith in Zoran even to do the initial things he was talking about.
And the
I just have
problem
zero
that liberals
faith.
and leftists
I just don't.
alike, Democrats of all kinds of stripes have when they govern, is that they don't choose between their priorities. They try to accomplish too much in every single project.
Most people would rather live 50 years of extremely happy life than 90 years of depression. Sure, yeah.
And then the projects become extremely
Well,
expensive.
I guess we're not talking about the difference between like depression really. We're talking about like a pretty like how big is like the marginal increase in happiness between like the median person, we'll say, in the U.S. versus Scandinavia.
One of the things that has been the least persuasive about the Andrew Cuomo campaign, from this perspective, to me at least, is that he was governor when all this stuff is being built at like the most eye-popping cost imaginable. Like, I agree, he did get LaGuardia done. It's beautiful. He did. I mean, the Second Avenue subway did in that phase of it get done. The Second Avenue subway was the most expensive subway per kilometer in world history. Right? Like, it's not like this is just a problem of the leftists. You have to choose, and you have to, like, in some cases, make people mad, but you have to make it affordable. One of the things I always want people to add when they're talking about this stuff, when you're talking about free, is like, it should be free and plentiful, right? Oftentimes, people talk about making something rather free. Healthcare, bus.
The one thing I'm sure of is that the far left will end up disappointed and mad at Zoran. I mean, I think it's, well, how far left do you want to go, right? I think, obviously, there are some far left people who are already, like, mad at him or whatever. But I mean, I think he'll end up probably in a similar situation to Bernie and AOC, where he might moderate on some things, and you've already seen him moderate some of his takes that he had in 2020, obviously. So he's always gonna alienate the same type of people that, AOC and Bernie have alienated.
Whatever. The thing that will happen correctly, right, if you make this thing free that people need, is more people are going to use it. And so the question is, how do you also make it plentiful so you don't get rationing, you don't get wait lines, you don't get deterioration in service, you don't have like all kinds of bad things happen. And that tends to be a little trickier, right?
How do you do it?
The left tends to be very willing to say, we're going to tax rich people and move the money over here. Fine, that's great. Like, I am supportive of taxing rich people and moving the money over. Not Andrew, you can't tax him.
Can I get, you know what I mean? Like, can I get some sort of way? I got guys on here telling the tax rich. I should get some sort of tax cut for that.
Oh, that's a good point.
Like more
solidarity tax.
Exactly. Like more rich people are going to get taxed because of me. Therefore, I don't have to pay the tax. I think that's nice.
Yeah, it's like when you get 15% off for like a
referral fee. I'm the referral.
Yeah.
I'm the tax. You know when you
I'm just tired of the constant rat race in the U.S. I was just born in Europe.
want Hollywood to come make a movie in your town? Okay, you get them tax benefit. That's what I do.
also think this connects to the argument for taxes.
I wish I could just be
think people are
in
not
Europe
always
and
just
be
skeptical of higher
unemployed.
taxes. I think they feel they don't get enough for the taxes they pay.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you begin showing people that you're being ruthless about making sure that their money is well spent,
I'll gladly pay.
Then I think they're more willing to pay more.
I don't want you to move on from the point you're about to make, which is like, how do you make them plentiful?
Oh yeah, so there's one of the arguments of abundance, right, which is the big argument of abundance is we need to sort of refocus politics, in this case sort of like liberalism, on the question of what do we need more of and how do we get it? And it's a big critique of like how we get on our way on that. But another way of saying it is that liberals, leftists, Democrats, whatever, tend to operate on the subsidized side of the ledger, right? They see a problem and it's like, how can we give you some money to make this easier for you? And that's good. But then we don't deal with the fact that in some cases, if we can't make them more of the thing, like say in the student loan situation, a bunch of that money's going to get pocketed, right? Or give a different version of it. If we pumped a lot of money into rental vouchers in New York City, that would just lead to landlords getting richer. Yeah. Not only, but there is not enough units.
Yeah, and
so
also like obviously, people would pay more now. That again, that'd be subsidized by the rental vouchers. But I guess I guess to the extent that some people would be exempt from the rental vouchers, like they would. You'd have an issue with just raising prices overall.
There's a term for this, cost push socialism or something, where you subsidize something that you are otherwise constricting the supply of. And so what I'm saying is that the most important question is how you increase the supply of these things. If you're going to make the buses free, how do we have more buses?
Explain why school choice is a good idea. I don't have strong opinions on school choice one way or the other. I'd have to read more into it, right? But I mean, the idea of school choice is just to let schools have some competition between each other, right? So like you would like, you'd imagine. Well, I guess there's two goals, right? One of it is people want parents want like more control over their education or whatever. So if the school is teaching people woke shit, they can send their kid to a religious school or whatever. But you know, the point of it is, right, like you just like money would be allocated towards like the more effective, efficient schools that are like higher quality, right? Like you'd want parents to be able to choose, oh, I want my kid to go to the you know, higher quality school. I don't want to be forced into sending my kid to a lower quality school if I'm going to pay tax dollars for them to go to school. How's the public system competing against the private system fair? I don't think it typically is. like I could imagine cases. I mean, we kind of when we were looking at Econoboi, talked to Ryan about this. Like, I think under like a Econoboi model of like hard budget constraints. You know, if you have like holding corporations and they own stuff with like hard budget constraints and everything, like then like you can have like public-private competition that might be on like an even playing field. But like obviously, generally speaking, you're not going to have an even playing field between, you know, the public and private sector.
If you're going to make,
this will literally cause adverse selection. What would school choice or the?
Going to freeze rent, but how do we build a lot more housing, public and market rate? The thing I've not seen Mamdani describe in detail is like how he's going to make public housing affordable to build and market rate much faster to build. And these are the things that are going to have to that will decide, I think, if he's actually able to make a big dent in these problems. And they're hard fucking problems, right? Gavin Newsom came into office in 2017. Who's that? California governor.
Ah, yes.
And he promised 3.5 million new houses. He knew there was a housing crisis, and he knew he would be judged in part on whether or not he was able to solve it. California got nowhere near that. And now, I don't know the exact number.
Probably negative after 5 years.
I track if you are having more new housing built in California per month, because I'm a nerd like that, the new housing starts in January of 2025 are lower than in January of 2015. So it just didn't really go up at all. And Newsom has just signed in.
Also, like, I wonder if I looked this up, if it'd be true. I think this is true. I'm pretty sure it is the case that like California has like, I know it's the case for New York. It's like they have lower like housing permits approved than the city of Houston. Like it's insane.
Big bills, right? He's getting more aggressive in what he's doing, and I'm glad he is. But even when politicians want to make this stuff better, it's hard as hell, right? Like the coalitions are hard, the unions are mad at you, like homeowners are mad at you, right? Like the rich people don't want to pay more taxes.
NIMBYism,
it's NIMBYism. It's hard.
Not in my backyard. Everybody wants new housing for people. Everybody wants affordable housing for people who can't afford it, but they don't want it near them.
One of the hardest questions in politics is not how you fight your enemies, it's how you disappoint your friends.
Yeah. I think that's a great point. It's like some of us are going to be disappointed. They're going to build some units near you. You're going to have to deal with construction, and you're going to have like a different economic level of people living there, and that's what it is. Like this is New York City. You should be fucking used to it. If you moved here from somewhere else and you're like, I just want to live in this bougie area, why are poor people living? You didn't move to New York City for the right reason. Like the point of this is we all grew up in these neighborhoods.
How come New York City is changing? It's like the most dynamic city.
This is the argument that drives me. This is how I know you just moved here. When you're like, oh, it's changing so much. It's like I grew up in the East Village. St. Mark's was drug addicts, and then it became Japanese salons. Within my lifetime. So it's like, this is what happens to the city. It changes constantly. And if you grow up here, you understand that. And the people that move here are like terrified of this change. It's like, you don't get to decide what the culture of the city is. So I think the people who are like born and raised here are not like scared of the idea of like a public housing project going up. If it's a project where you got fucking gangs running drugs in it, yeah, it's an issue. If it's one of these housing projects that we have all over the city where fucking, for like all the artists grew up in it over
Skytown?
Well, it's not Skytown's another one, but like where like I think Timmy Chalamet lived there.
Oh, I don't know the name of it.
You know what I mean? It's in Hell's Kitchen.
Yeah.
Where it's just like basically subsidized housing for like people who are in the arts. No issue at all. So like, I think that New Yorkers also got to start embracing our identity a bit here. Like this is what we're used to, and we need more of it. Like you said, this abundance idea, which I think is so great about the book that you and Derek did. It's just like, you need to build, and if that means cutting the red tape, let's cut it. But like, if Zoran does win, and he does make public housing project, but he's also letting the private developers develop, and you see these rent prices go down, and more people can move to the city and actually achieve their dreams and have opportunity, which is I think what more people want in New York than anything. I don't think people want free shit. I think they want the ability to make money and achieve their dreams, and if that starts at affordable living, you'll be a fucking hero. But I think that he's going to need a little bit of wiggle room, or at least address the concern you have.
This is an old kind of socialism. Old socialism.
Scary word.
I know.
This is a scary word.
But even so,
you're talking like
old
Tucker and
socialism.
Charlie Kirk right now. You gotta be careful.
We should talk about that.
They had a great
It was very materialistic, right? It was about abundance. It was like, we have a Karl Marx quote at the conclusion of the book. Like it was the thing that sometimes frustrates me. I know, right?
And then you throw it all away.
I know. When I went on Barry Weiss's show and Big made this argument, she was like, socialism. But the point I'm making about it is not that you got to like believe in socialism means production. It's that I think that we lost the language of more. And there's a bunch of reasons for that, right? Kind of like the left sort of merged in with an environmentalist left in kind of the 70s. It was very small is beautiful, and like we're just spoiling the environment. And these things were true, but it became kind of skeptical of materialism. But there's an older tradition here, like or if you don't want to do the socialist version, the New Deal liberalism tradition, right? Building things. Often the government, like you look at what the Works Progress Administration did, right? You look at the Tennessee Valley Authority. It's not, there's a reason in the book, people are always like, you just want market rate housing. The two housing stories I do over an extended period in the book are both affordable housing, because the thing I'm trying to show to my friends on the left is that even the kind of housing you support and have no qualms with, you cannot build quickly or affordably anymore. Like you can't deliver even the thing you are most comfortable delivering. And like the point is, you should want to fix it. Like I want to fix that. I want the government to be able to build beautiful public housing affordably and quickly. And they do in other places. Singapore, like huge amounts of public housing.
We talked about that. There's a little bit.
This is why even socialists should be epic abundance bros, okay? The bottom line, is the bottom 50% better off in the US or Scandinavia? 50%? I feel like 50% would be the US, but I don't know. I could be wrong. I feel, well, I mean, technically, like you'd just be at the like median at that point, right? And it'd be that, I feel like it's probably the US overall. But I don't know, maybe I could be more than that. Obviously, if you are a socialist and you take the state doing things seriously, like if you take like, I mean, there are different breeds of socialist, obviously, but like if you want the state to like actually be involved in like doing shit, you should take the state capacity message to heart. Obviously, it makes no sense to oppose it, which is why most of the good socialists don't.
That's a tricky one because the government just owns all the housing. Like people can't own their own houses there. Like they basically do like a lease for 100 years or something.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that they have the capacity to build things, right? It's a state capacity question. Or I can do the high-speed rail in California version, right? Like
I
understand build this.
I understand the point you're making, and I guess alleviating some of that red tape is what will make this possible.
It's not just red tape. It's also, I mean, it's also building the capacity of the state itself. You have to, I mean, we outsourced so much over the years, and it's also making so the people who are who are working for the state can actually do things and act. Nobody is more regulated than people who work for the government. People always think of deregulation as a thing you do to the market, but it's the government that often needs it.
Why
Nobody operates
more regulated then? That's we gotta get to the bottom of that. All right, guys, let's take a break for a second. You need
Let's talk about fucking environmental reviews. Let's fucking go. Let's go to what's the California law called again?
Back theory happening. Bring us to like an interesting conversation that I saw like Charlie Kirk and Tucker Carlson having, and I think it was Joey.
God damn it!
This out where there's this kind of horseshoe theory happening, where the left and the right are coming to the same conclusions about what's happening in the world.
They're coming to the same rhetoric, not the same.
Okay, fair enough. They're coming to the same rhetoric, and this maybe holding the same like institutions.
School choice is just defunding public schools with extra steps. When you equalize appropriately, charter and private schools perform the same or worse. Public schools vouchers suck. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I just need to do. Like reading into it, right? Like you know, it doesn't like strike me as particularly good or bad, like intuitively. So like my view would heavily depend on places that have implemented it, like what the outcomes we would, like what outcomes we solve from it, right? I would be like, you know, generally concerned, and I think some school choice things have like exemptions for this, with any type of like. Send it like, you know, funding for like hardcore religious schools, right? Like all that, like that seems cringe to me. Or homeschooling, without like good standards for homeschooling. And I don't know what the best solution to the homeschooling thing is. But yeah. Some people are born in the U.S. But made for Europe, and others vice versa. There should be a switch. This is true.
Responsible?
No, play this clip.
The U.S. should just join the EU and problem solved, and we'll have free. Open borders with them.
Can we
subsidize Red Bull? We should subsidize Red Bull.
Mark, can you just text it right now?
I think you could actually. To what extent? Okay, can we make an argument for just like subsidizing like stimulants, like subsidizing like fucking Adderall, and just dosing our entire population? Okay, this is how we make the U.S. more productive. Okay, we just give everyone Adderall. Have you started drinking coffee yet? No, I don't. I don't drink much coffee just because like either like I like Starbucks coffee and like the like fancy like coffee shit. I don't like really like the coffee like just what's it called, like pre-ground, like, you know, drip coffee or whatever that I can make at home. But it's not really you know, that coffee's not really any cheaper than just it's more expensive than like actual energy drinks like Red Bull and stuff, but it's not any cheaper than the, you know, water enhancers that I have that give me caffeine.
To me. And I feel like I almost lost my mind.
Because, and I'm not bringing this up as a criticism of them. I'm bringing it up as them understanding that there are concerns that the people have that need to be met.
You don't like black coffee, but you like coffee milkshake. Exactly. Yeah. So, yeah, exactly.
Of what party you're
I like the, you know, 3,000 calorie, half sugar, half milk, maybe a few drops of coffee in there.
And they seem to be echoing certain sentiments that I think that you would agree with, even though you guys might be diametrically opposed when it comes to your politics.
There is always, if you listen to the way people are critiquing what's gone wrong, it always seems like there should be room for agreement. Why you don't get to that agreement we should talk about, but just play it. It's
This is like enjoy things now and pay for it later. It is a, you know what I don't like about conservatives, and I am one, is that it would never occur to some of them that there are two sides to the story. It's like immediately, they blame the people who are, buying Coachella tickets on credit, which I get. You shouldn't buy Coachella tickets on credit or your pizza or your Whole Foods order. I totally agree with that. That's stupid. But they
that's true, Copeland, okay, but it's never
doesn't occur to them that there's another side, that the people loaning the money are taking advantage of the
Plus, if I don't buy Starbucks, I don't get to support the great nation state of Israel.
dumb people borrowing the money. That both are culpable. And by the way, I think the people with more power and more wisdom are probably more culpable morally than the people who are. In other words, like, are we matter at the drug user or the drug dealer? Well, typically the dealer, but conservatives look at all economic arrangements and they never blame the dealer. And I don't know what that is. Like, how about we'll blame everybody? It's bad.
I think the reason, and it's a tick within the conservative movement, is that all of a sudden we're Marxists if we do that. And I think that no, I'm not saying, I don't believe that.
No, but you're absolutely right.
I think
it's like, I'm a racist if I don't like mass immigration. Well, I don't like mass immigration, but I'm not a racist. I don't like this, and I'm not a Marxist. Like,
well, only half of that is
it's
true.
just name calling to stop you from raising the question.
It's thought terminating cliches. Is what
So
it is.
good.
Right? It's stop thinking it, because we're going to terminate your thought by calling you a Marxist or whatever. And do I think this should be illegal? I don't know. Probably. I need to learn more about it. All I'm saying is I am here as a messenger of the next generation. I'm telling you, this is bad. This generation can't own anything. They owe so much more money than generations prior. This is the most indebted generation in history.
True. I have a very good understanding of economics and well-being. Yeah, Charlie Kirk,
Gen Z
let's go.
owes the most money in any history, any generation in history. So we want.
I don't know if that's, what does he mean by that? I'm sure nominally that's true, but as a percentage of cash balances, I kind of doubt that's true.
And all of a sudden,
but also, it could be true, even if it is true as a percentage of like cash balances. I don't like it. Like, that could be the metaphor I would use is like, that could be because we're like pulling the slingshot back further. So it could be the case that Gen Z sort of early on in their lives is going to incur more debt than any other generation. But maybe later on in life, we're also going to have a higher income than any other generation, right? So like, it could be the case that, we're sort of just, we're pulling these things back further. So we go into more debt early on, but have super high incomes later on because we are getting better AI, college, software developer jobs or whatever.
Hey, you want to go?
But like, I don't have data for this on hand. So like, I don't have data disaggregated by age.
Buy a home
like, I don't
now at
know.
the age of 38. Your credit score is destroyed. Your spending habits are terrible.
Look up
you
that I
don't
would
want to save
trust.
and you don't think you should save. And you know what I hear from some of them is they say, well, why should I save when what I saw around me is that you need to get into this economy and spend because the savers got wrecked in 2008.
Tell me what you think.
So the thing that just drove me crazy about the middle of that, because
this is home ownership. This is total debt in 2024 by generation. But I don't want just total debt. I want also, I don't trust this at all. I want debt as a percentage of income.
Neither Tucker nor Charlie are stupid or uninformed. Yeah, it's like when they're like, well, why don't we take seriously that you have predatory lending? There's an agency.
Like, cited by Live Bank. Like, what the, like, I don't trust this shit at all.
It's called the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. It was started during the Dodd-Frank post-financial regulations. It was Elizabeth Warren's idea. It was full of people basically doing that thing, regulating the way credit cards are used and marketed, trying to give people information about things, regulating scams. And the Trump administration came into office with like the support of Charlie Kirk and Tucker Carlson, and they burnt the CFPB to the ground the way they did USAID, right? People
assets and debt across generations. This might be good. So this is not of Gen Z, but as millennials, like, assets, where's like liability? What has net worth? So millennials were lower than Generation X, to be fair.
People didn't hear as much about it.
Gen Z will be super rich once they start inheriting. Well, this is true, obviously.
But
yeah.
we actually have people who've been worrying about this, and like, you can debate, how, like, there are hard trade-offs here when you're talking about putting Coachella tickets on credit. You're talking about credit cards. People aren't like going and taking out a HELOC loan to get a Coachella ticket, right? They're putting it on their credit card. Do you really want the government regulating what people can, put on their credit card? Like, I think that's tricky, even for me as a liberal. But we do have, like, it's not just that conservatives won't think it; they won't think it. The administration they support, just like destroy the regulator that is actually was trying to work on the thing they said.
Very fair argument. We got our finger wagging out.
This is just nominal debt too. Like,
we got our I told you so out. Now let's just address what's happening emotionally, because I think they're reacting to what people are feeling. So now this is the opportunity to build a coalition. What do you?
You're going to run someday.
I don't want anything. I have no interest.
Finally, a person who can bring us together.
No. I just think that this is. You make a good point. I think it's a fair point. I think that they should also.
I just want to say, I'm not
that.
point scoring. The reason I say this is not because I don't want to find common ground. I'd love to find common ground. It's that I do think there's so much rhetoric happening in politics at all times, and the question of what is actually being done and like, do people know about it?
I think that's probably
it often diverges.
I think that's probably frustrating for you.
It's very frustrating for me.
Because I think that like you, and it's one of the reasons why I love talking to you is because you really understand like the instruments of politics.
And he actually knows what's happening.
Yeah, you understand the policy and you understand like how these things do affect people. So I'm sure you hear them talking.
Probably the only person they've talked to who understands the. I'm pretty sure I've heard Ezra Klein would use this word before, like the granular. Like the granular stuff surrounding all these things. Everyone else probably just has their bullshit, broad, macro narratives. Lay rich bad, lay immigrant bad, lay trade. It's like, yeah. What are you supposed to do in this situation at non-fawn? First of all, you would not run the light. Second of all, you would keep going forward. I don't know why he's not going forward. Like this shit will break. It's not gonna stop the fucking van. You would not reverse. I think you would just keep going forward. You would not do that. And also, if you did find yourself in this situation, probably about right here, you would leave the car at the very least. Series of tactical errors we're making here. You should have at least, I don't really know what he was. Also, once you get to this point, if the train's coming on this rail, in this situation we're getting hit by a train, you would probably just, I don't know why you would not just keep reversing at this point, especially because it seems like there's more, like you try to like pull into like the grass over here, but it seems like there's more room over here, although that looks like kind of a ditch. But I'd much rather be in the ditch than hit by a train. I don't know why you at least wouldn't just like leave the car, but you know, series of errors made there.
So to the common ground side,
what are they speaking to, rather?
There's a crisis of indebtedness and unaffordability.
But you would be liable if you hit those bars. That's a lot less bad than the alternative.
There we go. And those two things are very related. Okay. How to solve it, right? That's again like the whole introduction of abundance is about the crisis of affordability, which by the way is a term coined by my wife who works for the Atlantic.
Kind of modern.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to take credit.
Leave it with the kids. You can do a podcast with the boys. Get yourself some credit.
So you have this economy where the things people need to fill a house, furniture and televisions, have gotten cheaper, and the things upon which they build a life have gotten much more expensive.
Beautifully said. Hey, give us an example.
Healthcare, elder care, child care, higher education.
It's true, but I'm sure Ezra Klein might mention this. He mentioned the bumble effect earlier, but part of it is also we're just getting more for that, right? So like, it's true people spend a lot more in housing today, and I agree with Ezra Klein's analysis of what's at fault for that for the most part, but also people get more house today. Houses are bigger. Houses are higher quality, right? Healthcare. People get higher quality drugs. They get higher. They get more healthcare, right? Like we consume more drugs per capita than any other nation, right? And than any other than we have historically. So like we are getting more for it as well.
Housing. You could name a couple others. Energy is more complicated than that, but those are big ones. And the biggest one is housing. That's why I focus a lot on housing. That is the biggest item in most people's budgets. But healthcare is the most desperate item in people's budgets. And when things get bad, healthcare really bites, right? Education, like these are things that if you don't have it for yourself or your children or someone you love.
And I mean, education, you might be getting more from. It depends what you mean by more.
We'll mortgage everything. Yeah. You will go into any amount of debt, right? And part of what's going on there is.
Do you think cost disease is due to government intervention? I don't think it's due to that. I think people will say it accelerates it, and I'm sure there definitely are cases where you could find that's the case, but I wouldn't say like it seems like it would to some extent occur without any government intervention. But you know, I'm sure government the government can accelerate it, and we talked about that a little with student loans earlier.
We don't have enough of the things.
And with,
right?
I guess, rent vouchers too.
Housing is in the places where people most want to live. We don't have enough houses, and that has meant a incredibly large wealth transfer to people who own homes. And the people whom those homes will be passed on to, right? There's one of the problems is not just that you have you have this growing problem of also dynastic wealth. I've had more libertarian economists tell me like, I don't understand why you're so upset about
dynastic wealth. Can you explain
wealth
that?
just going down through families, right? I've had libertarian economists say to me, I don't understand why you're so upset about the homeowning. Like when looking at charts about Gen Z homeownership or millennial homeownership versus boomers, like that problem's going to solve itself. The boomers are going to die,
and then pass all of their shit to the next.
Yeah, that's not like how you build a fair society.
Right.
That it goes down the cord. of dynastic wealth. So the Republican Party, which I think, and this is, I think, good,
we just need one-time socialism for the boomer die-off, okay? Whenever a boomer dies, we socialize all their assets and wealth.
Increasingly represents people who are working class, increasingly represents people who don't have college educations. And particularly in 2024, it won a bunch of young voters. All of a sudden, there's pressure on it and in it to do something about this. My frustration is often I feel like they weaponize very real concerns and turn them on weaker people. Like J.D. Vance will say really smart things about the housing crisis and then blame it on immigration, which is just not what it is.
But it's an easy scapegoat. And that's not to say that there aren't problems with immigration, absolutely. But it does become this easy scapegoat that you can feed to the base, and the base it feels satisfied.
Incredibly intelligent analysis.
Change, but it might not actually accurately address the problem.
It exploits the issues rather than
exploits the issue and uses it. I mean, this is a problem of when you have scarcity, that's like a really good breeding ground for resentful politics, right? And it's one reason I think liberals should be very attentive to alleviating scarcity where we can. But the thing that they are getting at there, which is people are going into a lot of debt in order to not just afford the very big things, but increasingly afford the small things, like that's also true. And there's a question of how tightly we want to regulate financial products. But that's why I bring up things like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, because the Republican Party has fought tooth and nail against the kinds of regulation.
True, and Trump also basically gutted it unilaterally.
Keep certain kinds of debt and certain kinds of financial instruments from being something that are just like too easy to get because we worry about people making bad decisions around them. And this stuff gets really complicated.
No, I thought he was going to say.
I think that makes
I thought he was going to go into dismantling
like a trade-off on it.
But you can see these two guys going like, I don't know if I think one of them said, I don't know if that should be illegal. I don't know exactly what was said, but it seemed like they were in favor of restriction. And here's a great opportunity to be like, okay, maybe you didn't realize that getting rid of that bureau was the restrictive force, but now you've come to the conclusion that there should be some sort of guardrails. So what are these guardrails, and how can we, bipartisan, come together and make those guardrails? And this is where I get concerned, because I think there's a lot of times where liberals go, you fucked this whole thing up. And it's like, okay, you fucked it up. How long are we just going to sit here and go, you fucked it up?
Well, let me
it's like your doctor going, smoke cigarettes for 40 years, and it's like you have lung cancer, but
we're
you're
back to Ezra Klein steel manning
going, Doc, I know, I
dumbass position. I don't even know how much Democrats
let me steal
I don't think
position for you a little bit to make my, I'm gonna call it cynicism, because I would work with anybody on this stuff, right? There is an abundance, what's called the Build America Caucus in the House, and it's Republicans and Democrats, right? And it's a thing I really try to do on my shows, like have Republicans on, but the cynicism comes from watching people make good, believable, and empathetic arguments in public, and then repeatedly do the thing that is the opposite in private. The reason, again, this goes to like different frameworks of the world, I guess, a little bit, but the reason like somebody like me is rip shit about the big beautiful bill, right, that just passed, is that Trump and his people have been making these arguments about populism for a long time now, and they have been promising to make things better for people, and they've been promising.
It's that, and they just like have no like fundamental respect for most of the institutions, right? Like even if you don't like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, your response to that should not be like signing an executive order, bringing it under your control, and then having Doge go in and like lay off half its staff, right? Like you should be doing reform through Congress, like it was intended by the Constitution, but
not to cut Medicaid, and they get into power, and whatever they're saying publicly, they do the opposite. Trump, at his first address in his second term of the joint session of Congress, he said he would balance the budget. He just added $3.5-ish trillions of debt. He's promised his people he was not cutting Medicaid. He cut Medicaid, and so the thing that is upsetting, if we could all work together on this, that would be great. I would like raise my hand. I could not be more excited for it. The thing that is frustrating is when if
we shut off housing demand by an immigration moratorium and a forced downsizing and ended all zoning, what would happen to prices? I mean, I imagine prices would fall, but I don't think that would have to do much with the immigration moratorium, and I imagine it would have to do more with the forced downsizing and the zoning reform.
Feels like what is getting carried out over time is a deception.
But that's the politicians. What I'm saying is like the people are up for grabs, so to say.
Yes,
right
I agree with that. The people are up for
grabs. It's like, and we're talking to two people right there that are people, and they're representative of people in terms of their audience and the ones that they're speaking to. So they can't exactly rebuke their audience, right? They're probably going to be more willing to understand the feelings and sentiments of their audience because they're not locked to legislation. So I'm not saying that you're going to change their minds, but there is this opportunity where they're speaking to their people are agreeing about these concerns, and then we have the opportunity to be like, hey, you guys asked for this, or to go, hey, you're telling your audience that this is a problem. I also agree it's a problem. Let's come together. It's Epstein in that, hey, we all agree this is a problem. We can work together to make some change.
How we get back here?
And if they can't beat your ideas, they got to join them.
That's not how that works.
That's not how that works. Maybe I'm being a little bit too idealistic.
I also think you're being a bit idealistic in that. What will often happen with these issues that are important but not as important to voters, they're still going to get divided on the biggest issues, which are pro-choice, pro-life, whatever else, and then that. Republicans, Democrats, whoever, corrupt politicians can just cloud everything with that, and then they can still sneak in there.
Let's do it in easier version.
Can I say one thing really quickly? Is it like, I think...
Oh my God, let everyone respond,
and I think that's why
please.
politics becomes so difficult. You throw some other things out there that can distract. But this is the same criticism I have of like, Hakeem Jeffries or Schumer or anybody who's running as a Democrat for mayor. It's just like, you can call Zoran a communist or anti-Semite, you can throw out all these pejoratives, or you can address the problems in what you feel is a better way. And I feel like there's so much name calling instead of recognizing, hey, we agree on the problems. Here's a better solution. If you don't offer a better reform, as you said, then you don't got a fucking chance. So it's like,
I don't even think most Republicans actually want a fucking solution for.
You agree? Both sides
bullshit,
feel this way.
man.
If you got, not you or whoever else in your coalition, have the better
They've
idea.
they've moved beyond the need for any substantive policy on anything. Okay, like what is the Republicans' healthcare policy? Like they just don't really seem to have one.
Yes.
What is their? They barely even seem to have like a border policy, at least not legislatively. Trump has executive orders that he does, and Trump has deportations that he does through the executive branch, but like they don't have any legislative solution to this. Even the big things they talk about.
Maybe you won't pull all of them over, but you recognize bipartisan support for something.
Yeah, look, I'm all for that, and I hold to two sides of this at once. Like, one, I'm not a politician, right? I'm an analyst, so I want people to know what's really going on, right? I think probably a lot of people watching Flagrant don't know
100%.
that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was destroyed.
You're talking
by the
to
Trump administration,
Forbes,
right?
Yeah, you're talking to Forbes right now.
So I want people to know what happened, but.
I just got a rush car.
The politics.
You got a good rate. It's 25%. That's all.
That's a thousand.
One of like the absolute like real mainstays of politics is people don't want it to feel like this, and they don't want it to work like this.
They don't want it to feel like
they
this.
don't want it. The thing that you are like pointing out here, hitting like all of politics for, right? People want to see their politicians work together. They want to see them. They believe. Like I've done again. My first book is about why this doesn't happen. It is the most powerful politics to promise that it will happen. I just see it all the time.
Do they want to see politicians working together on things?
I think that we all have a little bit of a divided soul on a lot of this. We want to see people working together, so long as we think that where they're going to end up is where we want them to be.
Exactly.
And then when it starts to go off the rails,
satisfy me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I think there is some chance the Republican Party is in a kind of like a period of transition between its old form and its kind of next form, right? That it's going to have to become more populist in an actual way, not like a fake rhetorical way, because of who's voting for it. I'm not 100% sure if that's true, but
Oh no, the only way to make it worse.
I think it's plausible. Again, though, it would be great to see people work on some of these things. So, for instance, there is bipartisan agreement that we should build more houses, and the government could do a lot about that. The federal government could do a lot about that.
What I feel like we're going to get an immigration moratorium when J.D. Vance becomes president. Oh, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
And
we already isn't. I'm pretty sure net migration to the U.S. Throughout Trump's term so far has basically been zero, which they'll count as an super epic win or whatever. I could be wrong, but
they're not.
Well, they're not until there's a huge calamity. I think you even said it was an abundance. Was it Shapiro rebuilding the bridge or something?
Okay, so that's a great story. I mean, that's I think a different kind of story. Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, there's this I-95 bridge that collapses after a tanker overturns and catches fire, and he's able to get it rebuilt in 12 days, but he does it with an emergency declaration that wipes out all the bureaucracy that would stop it. Yeah. And that's what I'm sort of saying about the way that Democrats, the left doesn't often choose between its different goals. And there he chose. He used union labor, right? The unions rebuilt that bridge, but Andrew
Schultz read some of Abundance. I don't think he did. I think he had a producer that summarized some of that
like procurement
for him.
Regulations, environmental regulations.
Does immigration increase total GDP or GDP per capita? Total GDP, almost certainly. GDP per capita in the long run, yes. In the short run, maybe not always. I think Nicholas Decker has his article about it, which goes over some of it. Increasing returns on immigration.
Regulations, contract regulations. I talked to the Secretary of Transportation in Pennsylvania. I was like, how long would this have normally taken?
Well, per capita, income per capita tend to rise or fall as population increases. There are two forces at play. The first is the ratio of capital labor, which capital broadly defined as anything which can be used to produce another thing. As the number of people falls, they each get to use more capital. If the amount of capital is fixed, such as in the case of land, a fall in population leads to a rise in living standards, and a rise in population leads to a fall in living standards. There are decreasing returns from having more people in the world. There are also, however, gains from specialization and ideas. These have increasing returns with the number of people. An idea produces a lot more benefit when there is a billion people than when there is a million people. Since ideas require a fixed cost to invent and then have basically no marginal cost to be used by more people, you get far more ideas with more people, and this does not even include a possibility of ideas being randomly generated by people. I don't know. My understanding of the evidence, not that I have a ton on hand, is just that immigration is almost certainly a good thing for per capita income in the long run. I can imagine cases where short run it has a neutral to negative effect, but yeah.
This is great. And he was like 2 to 4 years to just get through the bid and contracting process.
So not even making it. Whoa. So he did it in 12 days, but to go through the red tape, it would have taken 2 to 4 years. And I thought this was like a perfect example of Abundance showing the limitations of that bureaucracy. Now, I get that there's important bureaucracy when it comes to building. Like, I renovated an apartment in New York City. I fucking flooded my downstairs neighbor, and that's with all the bureaucracy. Yeah. If there was none, we'd be living in a fishbowl. I know for a fact. So I understand, especially in a city like this, you need some guardrails because there's some people that are not going to care about their neighbors.
Like in Texas, the lack of regulations, they built that camp on flood sites, and you could have something like that happen.
That is a
because
cost.
Yeah.
Let me go also to the thing you were saying earlier in a different way. So there's a question of, can the parties work together on things? And weirdly, like, this is my whole first book, which is really motivated. I'm a policy reporter, like, going back, right? I covered the Affordable Care Act and the financial regulations, all this shit.
Flex
And
on, flex, bro.
I would always notice at the beginning things would feel bipartisan. Like, I would go to these meetings at think tanks and be the left and the right experts, and they'd be talking about how they could build something they both like better. And by the end, it'd be viciously, like, relentlessly partisan. And it's all about kind of untangling the system behind that. But the very core reason is that when you've got two very polarized parties that compete with each other for elections, in the end, they do not want the other one to succeed, to get a win.
Yeah.
Because
Getting a win
there's something to that. But I think there's there's another dimension of this, which is worth it, which is, it is really important to signal.
Have I ever been to Key West? Nope.
That you understand why people are mad at you and why they're disappointed in you. Right? That's another way of kind of building that ground. So one thing that Donald Trump did really well when he ran for president in 2016, he's kept doing, is he ran then as a critic of the Republican Party as it existed. And you can argue about how much he delivered on that, but part of that was on things on the right, like immigration. But the Republican Party was trying to cut Medicare and Social Security, and he's like, we're not doing that anymore. Right? He moderated on that. And he's done that on, and on the wars, right? On the Iraq War, right? He like ran against the Bush administration's foreign policy legacy. One thing Trump said to people was,
have I been to a Panther games? No.
I know why you don't like us. And I also don't like us for that reason.
And it's so validating.
And it's so validating. And one of the arguments of abundance, one of the political arguments of it, and I believe this substantively, I'm not just like doing this political case, but to be trusted and to win over people they've alienated, Democrats have to make clear they understand why people think government is inefficient and sucks.
You ever go to a restaurant and you ask the waiter if the meatloaf is good, and they go, the meatloaf fucking sucks. Okay. Whatever else they recommend, I trust.
Yep, totally.
You won my trust. You were honest about your own institution. And now I'm like, oh, you're on my side. You're not on the side of the restaurant and making...
This is true to some extent, although unfortunately I do think it's probably kind of more effective to message on the dumbass, like, populist slop reasons why the Democrats suck. Like, it's probably going to be more effective to do that, like the cat girl does this, where she's like, oh, Democrats suck because they don't fight for an increase in minimum wage, rather than the, Ezra Klein, Democrats suck because, not as the only thing Ezra Klein says, obviously, but, Democrats suck because they don't recognize that red tape is holding back state capacity, and we've made it too hard to build affordable housing, and we've made it too hard to build high-speed rail, and we need to figure it is, like, obviously,
the most money. If I go to a restaurant, I ask the waiter what's the best thing on the menu, what's the thing I have to try, and they choose the most expensive thing, I'm like, fuck you. You just want the biggest tip.
Or everything. It's all good. It's like,
good.
okay, thanks,
So I think you're making a great point. It's like, that's how you build the trust of people. You acknowledge the issues that you have.
Obama did this, right?
But then one thing I just don't understand is, why do people continue to trust Trump? Like, we saw his first term, like, he didn't keep a lot of the promises. He didn't drain the swamp. He became the swamp. Didn't build the wall. Like, why is nothing sticking?
Hope.
He said, hey, I'm not cutting Medicaid. Cut Medicaid. I'm going to end wars on day one.
I think Ezra touched on this earlier. And
that's a good point, Al. Go.
I didn't like a lot of whatever, but I didn't think what I thought I could be
I didn't like a lot of
possible
whatever.
is what Ezra touched on, which is the government got in his way. He was able to get Roe versus Wade done because the government that was in power there, those parties supported it. All the other stuff he wanted to do, the government got in his way.
That's the big accomplishment that you credit Trump for. I mean, like, I think Trump is partially responsible for that, I guess, because of the Supreme Court justices that he appointed, but... Okay.
At this time, the government's... now I think people are turning.
Now I think that's why people are really upset, because there isn't this big boogeyman that he could point at and say, they're not letting me do the things that I promised you. Now it's all on him because he has the government.
Now you got
backing him. And I think that's why people are so frustrated. I mean, that's why I'm frustrated.
Yeah, but then you'll have a Charlie Kirk and whatever his name was, and Tucker, and they're like, oh, we still support Trump, but these are the things I'm disappointed about.
Like, their power is coming from their closeness.
I also don't know.
Charlie Kirk is...
Yeah, so it's disingenuous.
I think Tucker has also turned on Trump a little lately over, like, the Epstein stuff. I don't know all of his exact politics, but
he still says, I support Trump.
I don't know if that's true.
I think you're talking about entertainers.
There's also a dynamic where it's like, and this is like how royal courts work, back in the day, where you could always say the king was getting bad advice. You can never say the king was wrong. And I see that in a lot of how people in MAGA will create, like, it's why they were so, like, everybody wanted to blame the Epstein files on Pam Bondi, right? You're allowed to say Pam Bondi's wrong, and Trump is getting bad advice.
Obviously, everything, and people do this so much with Trump's first term. Obviously, every single mistake Trump made in his first term was because he had the neocons controlling his foreign policy, or because people still do this now with the neocon controlling his foreign policy and the Zionist occupied government ordering foreign policy stuff. And like anything bad he did in his first term was because he made bad appointments. That's people don't get to make that excuse as easily now, as they've mentioned, because he's made like such loyalistic appointments, but. People still
advice.
Cash Patel.
But you can't say daddy's wrong.
But now they're saying daddy's wrong.
So that's where things might get a little bit different. But Charlie Kirk, right? Like, I mean, he's very woven into conservative politics. So he's got, like, he's trying to accomplish things in the world. And if he becomes alienated from the administration, he loses like the source of where that power is.
True. Yes.
I also think, look, like, Trump has always been complicated in this way. Some people trust him and maintain trust in him, and
I wish you talked about that more.
A lot of people don't trust him, right?
Charlie, like, Tucker Carlson is not even that connected to the administration anymore, but he's allowed to be anti-Trump sometimes. Okay, along his right-wing populist bullshit conspiracy lines or whatever. That can't happen for Charlie Kirk. It's impossible.
Lost re-election the first time, and he won a pretty narrow election after there was a lot of inflation, in 2024, right? It was like a...
Have you looked at the term good czar, bad boyer? I don't think I have. What's up, Elsa play?
2 points go the other way in the battlegrounds and he loses. And it's hard to, like, people's connections with politicians are not an itemized list of policy promises kept and failed. They're also kind of guttural sense of like, is this person who they told me they were? Trump's like, I think, greatest asset as a politician is he's not always telling you the truth, but somehow you always feel he's being honest, right?
That's like fucking Doug. Having met him, yeah.
Like he says things that are wrong all the time. Like if you want to fact check Trump and we in the media do all the time, you can. But the feeling that he is telling you the thing that just popped into his mind at that second, which is not a feeling you have with most politicians.
It's not focus group like most politicians.
That creates a kind of trust. And
I mean, yeah, obviously, yeah.
I mean, even that comment where he goes, "I'm mostly honest."
Yeah, he's like, yeah. I'm a
mostly honest person. That's what he said.
Was it mostly? No. Was it mostly? I'm basically an honest person or something like that. And I just fucking died laughing.
Our faces.
Yeah. And that is such an authentic thing.
That's the most honest thing you can say.
It is weirdly because like nobody's 100% honest, so it might be the most honest thing he's ever said. You know what I mean?
But he's implicitly
I think he's exaggerating on how honest he is.
Fair enough.
But then when we call him out for a question, then he's like, "Oh well, I do this thing called the weave." Like he created that talking to us because we called him out.
Dude, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's funny. I do this thing called the weave. Oh my God.
That is a great point about building the trust, because you definitely feel that. You're like, yeah, he is going to go out there. He is going to stop these wars. He is going to reduce the budget. He is going to do these things. And now that he doesn't have the boogeyman and he's not doing these things, he's starting to feel part of the institution.
Yeah, so he's going to lose trust. The question is, can Democrats rebuild themselves into something that can pick it up? So right now, they are incredibly unpopular. The Democratic Party, it's like its reputation is like at a nadir.
And internally divided.
It's not like in the polling right now, it's not looking like parties did when they had huge midterm wins, right? In the past, it's a little, like I said yesterday, the Democratic Party is a little bit less popular than the Republican Party.
Some of that seems relevant.
Democrats
probably
frustrated by their own party's like inability to stop all this, and so like they'll vote with Democrats or just mad. But some of it is that Democrats like kind of lost the plot a bit. Like, what do they stand for? Who are they? How do they win people back? And that requires you to do things and say things that surprise people. That like make you think you. I always say this about like the 2024 election that. They had this theory of winning independents, right? And so they brought on people like Liz Cheney to come on and say, no, he's really, really bad. But the key thing about an independent voter from the perspective of any party isn't that they don't like the other party, it's that they don't like you.
Yeah, so you have to reform you.
You have to reform you.
And that's, I mean, I know we've been harping on it, but I can't, this is like a golden opportunity for Democrats to offer a better solution. You can't just keep calling him bad. You can't just keep calling him a liar. That doesn't win people over.
And it happens to be my popular
If you offer
policies.
better ideas, people will come to you because they are desperate. So the Democrats need their version of populism, and I think that's what you're seeing with Zoran.
So this is my question for you that I wanted to ask. You said what the Republicans need to do is kind of be the populists that they always claim to be. What do the new Democrats need to do, say, look like, etc.?
Can I hold us on that question and use the restroom?
Yes.
Hell yeah. Oh my God.
Yes, fuck yeah.
Guys, very cool announcement. This weekend, we're doing the inaugural event. If you're putting it on, it's going to be at Hampton Rackets.
Your two greatest passions.
Exactly.
Yeah. This is awesome. I'm really proud of you. Man.
Paddle and events.
Yeah, you should get you should get Dave Portnoy to
talk about the Dave second. But it's a really awesome event. And if you guys want to donate it all up to intermediate, food's going to be drinking. The Dave thing is so funny because like
David Mullins.
Yeah. So reaching out to New York conservative to America. I think that's
hours later.
So Jamie, they have talking specifically about like, but I didn't know. And then Saddam, from text on a private combo. So he's like, I never said any of that shit you said. This combo.
You had a good question.
Yes. What does the new Democratic Party sound like, look like, say, believe?
All right, so there are going to be a couple dimensions. I wouldn't tell you that I know them all, or they're all going to be one thing, all predictable. But one is like, what kind of party do you need to be in opposition?
Is you arguing weight stagnation? No. PPG. Actually, is he streaming again now? Sometimes he. Oh yeah, he is streaming again. Maybe I could talk to him.
System in China, right?
He's down.
I also, if you guys.
If he wants to, he can talk to me, but I don't know if he will.
I think that the key thing the Democratic Party is going to have to be in opposition is it's going to have to like open up the big seam of corruption in the Trump administration. The Epstein files are fundamentally a kind of story about some kind of corruption, some kinds of power networks. The giving rich people tax cuts while cutting Medicaid and SNAP is a different kind of corruption.
Correct.
The crypto stuff is the most insane fucking corruption I have ever seen in my life. The taking jets from the Qataris, right? $400 million jets.
Dude, I know no one. I have zero faith in the American people. I don't think they care.
Like there is so.
Quite frankly, I think we're gonna vote based on the price of eggs. I just have no faith.
That's not like that's under the terms of MAGA a bit, right? But it's also just like Americans kind of get that politicians are corrupt. I saw somebody actually doing it. We were sort of talking about this earlier, but I think we found this like clip of John Ossoff where like I saw this and I was like, that's it. Like that's what they're gonna have to do.
All right, I'm excited.
So Democrat now Ossoff is a
Democratic senator from Georgia running for re-election this year, big race.
Okay.
But just like really has gotten strong as a communicator.
See, I get why people voted for him. Because
oh my god, dude, I hate this clip. Oh my god.
Even-
Ezra Klein, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't defend him. Don't
before
defend
he came on the scene, America had the most corrupt political system in the Western world. It's been running on corporate money.
Oh, it's so
secret
cringe.
money,
Oh, it's
billionaire
so
money,
cringe. Oh, kill
both
me.
sides.
Oh my god.
And it's worse than ever now. Citizens United was the worst court decision in modern American history.
God, don't do it to me. Don't do it to me.
And when members of Congress aren't begging for money from lobbyists, they're trying to dodge getting carpet bombed by these super PACs. Senators get threatened every day with millions and millions of dollars of attack ads over the votes that we take. And see, this is why nothing works for ordinary people. It's not because of woke college kids or trans students or because there are interracial couples in cereal commercials. It's because the people's elected representatives don't represent the people, they represent the donors.
Kill me. The donor class, the lobbyists, the evil.
And that
one
corruption
puppets.
is why they just defunded nursing homes to cut taxes for the rich. Corruption is why you pay a fortune for prescriptions.
Kill me.
Corruption is why your insurance claim keeps getting Corruption is why hedge funds get to buy up all the houses.
It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. I totally forgot. I forgot I even said that. I remember the prescription drug thing. Oh, I forgot to even mention the.
In your neighborhood driving you out of the market, and then your corporate landlord ignores your calls during a gas leak.
Kill me.
Corruption is why that ambulance costs $3,000 after you just had to get your choking toddler to the hospital. So Trump promised to attack a broken system. I get it. Ripe target. But here's the thing, he's a crook. And a con man.
Like, I don't know. Like I said earlier, I bet this messaging is good and effective and probably will get people to vote, but I just don't think, like, 80% of what he described there is, like, factual, like, at all.
And he wants to be a king. Yes, the system really is rigged, but Trump's not unrigging it. He's re-rigging it for himself.
I'm voting for Superman.
He knows how Clark Kent
This guy is handsome.
Hey, white Obama.
Yeah, I got that same vibe. I thought he was speaking like me.
This guy's presidential.
What's it said? I said it's not often I see one clip and I move somebody into my like 2028 bracket.
If this guy's on the Nelk Boys, I think he'll win. I think he has a chance if he goes on Nelk.
So that's going to be part of it, right? Corruption is going to be a kind of thread that unites a bunch of things. But first, then you got to convince people you're actually something different than what came before. It was important when Ossoff said both sides.
Yes.
Huge. It was important.
It's exactly what Andrew brought up with the waiter.
And so you're going to have to be able to come out and say, like, in some policies, in some critiques of what has gone on before, like why you're different, right? I think that matters. The Democratic Party, this is not the presidential level, right? The Democratic Party is going to need to be a bigger tent. You're going to have Mamdani in New York City and be comfortable with that. And you're also going to have much more conservative candidates, particularly culturally moderate candidates, the Democrats have been comfortable with in other places. Like, if the Democratic Party is going to win the Senate again, it needs to win in places like Kansas, Ohio, Missouri. And the Democratic Party, I mean, not long ago, used to run pro-life candidates, right? I'm pro-choice, right? But you got to win power. And it has become a narrowed party, Republicans in different ways. But one of the best things Donald Trump did for the Republican Party was open it up to the RFK Jr. Maha thing. Right? It gave it a new kind of energy and like a tech right thing. And the Democratic Party's going to have...
I don't know, maybe in a sense I agree, but also I feel like RFK Jr. obviously like leveraged his position as a opponent in the race to get that out of Trump, right? I don't think that's something Trump necessarily like wanted. That was just like RFK used the leverage he had.
Have to open itself up to coalitions and kinds of candidates.
I don't think there's really an equivalent for people like on the more conservative side or center left of the Democratic Party to do that. But
do not tick every
single box.
They have been making people tick for a while. And because they like, if you don't win power, none of it matters, right? Like
you could have virtue, you could have your purity test.
If they had won, 6 House seats that they did not win, like the big beautiful bill never has a shot, it never goes anywhere.
And people need to think about this when they're doing the finger wagging.
Yeah, so there's that. And then I think, and this is like actually to solve problems, it's not the case that the only problem in life is corruption, right? Like the point of abundance, which is concerned about corruption, although there are a lot of kinds, it's also just like you have to have a vision of the future and then be pretty ruthless in getting there. So one version of this is that Doge was a good idea. Somebody should try it.
Yeah.
Right? Like I wish it had not been like a slash and grab operation, trying to burn things like USAID to the ground, not cutting money in the Pentagon, but actually making the government efficient in a way that is relentless and willing to break glass. That is worth doing. Just yoke to
like
good ideas and values
PPG
rather than bad ones. Sort of similarly, I think Democrats need to sort of reemerge as the party that wants you to have more. Right? The party that what people understand about it is like they want you to have healthcare. They want you to be able to afford education. They're going to make sure there are enough homes and those homes are going to be affordable, right? Like an old school, and they want good public infrastructure.
But can they do that if they're attached to the donor class in the same way the Republicans are?
Some of it they can, some of it they can't. Somebody's going to require leaders to arise who are willing to put that class in.
Why we even... I don't know what Ezra Klein fully believes about money and politics and everything, but I hate it so much. I hate that we accept the populist slop framework all the time for all these conversations.
Right. Donald Trump has done a lot of things the Republican donor class, so to speak, doesn't like. Yeah. Right. He has done it, like the immigration stuff they didn't like, a bunch of the trade stuff they didn't like. Some of them moved over to him. He developed different donors. Right. It's not that there's no donor class around him now. It's just a somewhat different donor class. There's also, people don't like to talk about this. There's another kind of difficulty here, which is the small donor class. So big donors. There's a whole. I love getting to talk about the old wire wars. There's a whole chapter. Big donors want transaction. Big donors are corrupting. Right? They like the reason Walmart is giving you money is it wants something from you. Small donors, they are highly ideological. They don't want something from you. They want you to never disagree with them. They want you to say the things that excite them. And they want you to act in a way that often turns off people that aren't like them. And so you have kind of two donor classes: big money that wants something from you, and small money that wants you to act in a way that normal people find weird. And like that's true on both sides, right? The small money on the Republican side like loves things about how the election was stolen, right? You know, like the big donor problem Republicans have here is, I'm sorry, the small donor problem Republicans have is that it pushes them into really, really weird rhetoric and positions. I mean, it would be good if we had.
I don't even know. I think that's true to an extent, but again, I do think Republicans are like absurdly successful at like making their own narratives in a way it doesn't seem like the Democratic Party can do. I don't know the exact reasoning behind it, but it feels like a lot of the like stories and like what should I even say, like cultural like centers maybe like on the right are like essentially manufactured by the Republicans. It doesn't feel like we have the same equivalent for the Democrats.
That's an actual
feels like the Democratic Party is like always chasing their base. But the Republican Party has a much better ability to actually like shape what their base is for.
Public funding in this country, right? He was talking about Citizens United, which is a very bad decision, right? Where corporate money is counted as speech, and so it can kind of be unlimited in a lot of forms of politics.
Evil. No, he's fallen. Ezra Klein's fallen. What the hell?
Behind that decision, way back, is a decision called Buckley v. Vallejo.
I haven't read enough about Citizens United, but I don't think it's like as catastrophic as a lot of people say it is.
Where the Supreme Court decided to count money as speech. And that's why we can't do a bunch of things like limiting money in politics or doing the kinds of public funding we might want to, because the court treats that as limiting speech in politics. It's just unconstitutional to do. If I say, and there's certain ways of like trying to get around, it's very hard, and you really can't do it. But like other countries, they limit the amount of money you can spend on elections. We can't because it'd be a limitation of speech. And then the weirder thing we did was
we still there's limits on like how much individuals or corporations can like directly contribute, but there's obviously the like PACs or what get around that, right? But they're not allowed to coordinate with the campaign, technically speaking.
Limit how much you give candidates and parties directly. So the most accountable parts of the political system can't raise the money normally. It goes into these unaccountable super PACs and independent expenditure committees. It is the most insane system. And we should blow it up. Right? Part of running on corruption is having solutions. Like we should appoint people in the Supreme Court and pass.
No offense, does Ossoff even have solutions? He might.
Pass laws that will change this. People think the system is rigged because we've created a.
But there's bipartisan support for that. I don't know.
No, there is not.
No, I mean of the people.
Yes, of the people.
Whenever I talk
Mitch McConnell has been blocking this for years.
Of course, but I'm saying the people do want that. I think you ask Republicans and Democrats, do you want money out of politics?
Do you think this Supreme Court would overturn Buckley versus?
No, they're extremely far right on this kind of thing.
Yeah, I assume.
And is there any going back once money is speech to undo money being speech if the money is getting people in?
Yeah.
The constitutional amendment.
I think the problem with that one, the hard thing about that one is it will take a long time to name new justices, more than I think the money is strong in politics. It is not as determinative as people think. If it was,
yes, thank you.
Not even would have won the New York City mayoral candidate. If it was, Donald Trump would not have won in 2016 or separately in 2024.
Finally, we got there.
Money helps, but particularly where there's a lot of attention, money is really, really decisive in like House races nobody's ever heard of.
That's where it's more effective.
Yeah. But it is somewhat less decisive at things like the presidential level, at things where people are paying attention. Because what does money buy you? Attention. Money buys you attention. And increasingly, it's bad at buying you attention. I don't know if you guys noticed this being in New York. I get endless mailers from Cuomo that I noticed 5 days after the election when I checked my mail, as I do every once in a while. Whereas like my phone was full of
blown up.
Blown up. Right? Like Cuomo had a lot more money, but they didn't know how to spend it.
Right.
But yes, money is like one of the big problems here.
But if the Supreme Court is not theoretically going to overturn Buckley versus Vallejo, I guess it was,
it's not going to
anytime in the next 10, 15 years, what hope do you have?
There's a lot you could do that is legal. So there are a lot of acts around disclosure. And Democrats have been pushing these acts in Congress for a long time, but one of them was called the Disclose Act, in fact. And they would require a lot more transparency and like listing the names of who's funding what commercial. They would basically make it kind of embarrassing.
I love
doing
that.
this. So there's a lot of that.
So accountability.
Yeah, there's accountability. There are ways to do things like matching donations where you can help people who are not raising a ton of corporate money. I'm not saying there's any perfect solution. There isn't.
Okay, but there are solutions.
But there are things that would make it better and things you could do.
You know, to sort of harken back to something you said earlier about the Democrats becoming the party of more again, I think they became the party of more rights. But I think most people, the average
more rights.
You have the right to do this surgery, the right to go to this bathroom. And I'm not saying those are invalid, but I think the average person is like, well, I don't have enough to survive in life materially. I need more of that before we get to more of this.
People who do polling on these things have shown me they're polling. And one of the kind of interesting things I've seen is a poll of who do you think the parties care the most about? And for the Democrats, it was the poor, LGBTQ, people who are non-white, and there was like one more. But
At
it
least we got the poor
wasn't,
in there.
Like just like the middle class, right? And Republicans have
we
their own
still
like
have
donors,
that.
like, etc. And then there's like another one of like, what do you an issues poll that has a kind of similar problem. Like the only issue that people believe Democrats care about and that the public prioritizes is healthcare. The other things that they believe Democrats care about, they are just not high on public priority lists. Climate, different kind of rights issues. It's not that you can't have all those or some of those positions at least. It's that people have to think that the thing you care most about is the thing they care most about, right? It's not just like you don't need alignment on positions. You need alignment on priorities.
Yeah.
And one of the places where, at least in public perception from polling, and like this is a well-known problem among Democrats, the Democratic Party is super far out of alignment. People do not believe that like what Democrats are laser focused on is their cost of living, is like the safety of their community, is like the kind of like bread and butter stuff that politics is mostly about.
Yeah.
For most people.
Yeah.
Okay, before you get out of here, Colbert gets canceled.
Yeah.
There is a lot of
Do I care about? I don't think I care about Colbert getting canceled. I don't think we'll watch it.
I'm thinking about
which healthcare system are you in favor of? I mean, I'm not gonna have like super strong opinions, right? But I obviously gonna lead towards some type of people use share stream. Let's go. Some type of multi-payer system, probably similar to what they have in Germany and or the Netherlands, right? I think you should basically consolidate a lot of the like current sort of I don't want to say overlapping. Some of it is overlapping though, like government programs that we do have into essentially a public option, right? Like, so we should probably just like merge like, Medicare, Medicaid, and like the VA, which the VA is weird because that's like an actual like single, what's the term for it? It's not a publicly owned insurance company, but like it's literally like the government will actually own the hospital and stuff, right? With the VA as opposed to Medicaid, which is just like an insurance company. I think you should probably just essentially consolidate those into a public option and also like allow people to enroll into public option if they want to, right? But you should probably, ideally, I think you should probably like auto enroll people into it, and then people can like opt out of it if they want to, if they think private insurance is a better job for them, which I think in any system I would want like that to be the case for a decent number of people. But yeah,
we've talked a little bit about how, as they've been under pressure on the Epstein files, they have been ratcheting up the rhetoric in other enemies, right? Specifically Obama with that sort of weird AI, like between that AI video, like Obama being arrested in the Oval Office, not only like the Murdochs, the media, the whatever. One thing I wonder about with them is that as things start to go wrong, right? If they're under pressure, if they're looking, their midterm is going badly or looking bad, or they lose the House in the midterms, is if they start to get cornered, like what kinds of fights do they try to create to distract from their problem, or to create a kind of different
selection? Well, I mean, it's kind of what that's kind of what you solve by having it be like legit, like public, right? Like that's for one. I mean, I think if you auto enroll a lot of people on, like you would probably have enough like healthy people on there, right, to make it like the risk like actually manageable, right? And then you probably would see, to the extent, now I agree there are issues with this, as I mentioned like earlier, but to the extent like public option would be bigger than any insurance company that there is today. You would also probably save on the provider side, right? You would also probably cut down cost on the provider side if you were able to negotiate the prices down for some things. And now, again, also there's an awesome freeze frame of Ezra Klein there. You would probably see, it's even awesomer. Now, again, the innovation is a concern there, but I think like access is important, right? Like access would be the big issue to public option is kind of trying to solve. Like I think I guess wouldn't you already see almost the same extent of like adverse selection with Medicaid today? Like
problem that they would prefer to be in, right? Because as you're saying from India, in other places this stuff can really get dangerous.
Yeah.
And some stuff they've been doing with immigrants, right? Again, I've like sort of talked about my fears of like what they will try to do with New York in a Mamdani mayoralty, because I think they'll just want that fight. Like they have an instinct. Trump has an instinct, and you really saw it on display, that when he is in trouble, he tries to move his base by escalating warfare with some other enemy first.
Yeah.
And I just see
Medicaid
that
is really inefficient. What do you mean by inefficient? I think I probably agree with that. I think
coming, right? I don't think we're in like a
I'm just saying, like, I think it would be like, I don't think it would be like totally unsustainable, like levels of like adverse selection or anything. Right? Like I think if you could have spending like under control, like we're not going to enter the death spiral of adverse selection with the public option. I don't think, especially if you just make it like good enough such that like a decent number of ordinary people still find it the best option.
And you just really saw in this like how they'll turn it up, but it didn't work.
I don't think it worked, and that's why when there is,
but I don't think they're going to
no, they're not going to stop. But I think that's why the Epstein thing is like such a perfect thing for like the American populace to support, because it puts this immense pressure on him to deliver on a promise that he actually has the power to deliver on, and he's choosing not to.
So you're just saying strategically we should not let up on this.
Do not let up on that.
Not let yourself
Don't
be
be distracted by the other shit. It's like if I see like liberals hammering this, like change the name to the Redskins thing.
Are any liberals actually caring about the Redskins thing? I see no people caring about this.
But that's what I love.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is great.
Thanks.
So
Finally.
if I see them falling for it, I'm going, guys, this is the trap. You're falling for the bait. Stay on this one thing that is important to you because you're a decent human being that he has the power to reveal. And if he chooses and his administration chooses and these congressmen choose not to me, it shows that they're complicit in it.
I think and I agree, and I think it's also equally as important to point out all this corruption, all this pay to play, all this like silencing PBS, NPR.
We do it right now.
Yeah, like we have to keep the foot on the neck.
Absolutely. And people will be upset at us.
Slowly changing.
They'll go, hey, you had him on your podcast. This is why we're in this situation. I get the frustration, but like we also got to. What do we do in that situation? Do we just sit here and go like, okay, I guess we won't say anything? No, we got to keep saying it. Anytime it goes against something that like we feel is important, we got to keep saying it.
One of the things that I find is so
hey, you
keep saying what exactly?
Yeah, like we have to keep the foot on the neck.
Absolutely. And people will be upset at us.
Slowly changing.
They'll go, hey, you had him on your podcast. This is why we're in this situation. I get the frustration, but like we also got to. What do we do in that situation? Do we just sit here and go like, okay, I guess we won't say anything? No, we got to keep saying it. Anytime it goes against something that like we feel is important, we got to keep saying it.
One of the things that I find is so frustrating about the administration and like the way that they weaponize things that are real and then take it in a really dark direction. It's like, how much did we hear in the Biden era about free speech? And like, understand, like the idea of cancel culture was real, right? And the idea that people felt afraid to say certain things was real. And then like they come in and in space after space where they have power, like they are using the power of the state directly to change what people can say. Like they are like going through immigrants' phones, right? You like can't get into this country through customs if like the wrong thing is on your phone, right? You can say what they allow you to say. Like they went through all the grants and canceled everyone with the word diversity in it, right? If you had said anything as a public employee, you got fired, right? They have gone to this kind of enforcement of the speech the boss allows. And I'm not just like here to call it hypocrisy. Like to your good political point, there are a lot of people who actually do care about free speech.
You're saying that Trump is acting like a Democrat. Which should frustrate us all. Like
he is acting in the way people I think Democrats act. Like Democrats wield a lot of cultural power. He's wielding a lot of state power.
That's a great distinction. That's a great distinction.
So the same frustration that a lot of people have with Democrats, silencing free speech culturally, maybe not through policy, but at least through cancellation and like you can't say these words and you're naughty and all this finger wagging. If he's doing the same thing through state power, yes, one, that's like actual power that can restrict those things. So
yes,
not arguing like what is worse. What I'm saying is that same sentiment of restricting free speech should enrage all of us that like free speech, and we got to call it out on both sides. And like,
I just feel like I'm gonna shoot myself.
Yeah,
these people are why we're in this situation. Okay, God fucking
I
damn
feel
it.
like there should be unilateral support for that. Because you heard the right talk a lot about it, right? You heard the right talk about like free speech is the freedom to say things you disagree with. It's like, all right, well.
Yeah, where were they? He sued the Des Moines Register.
But I agree with that.
Over Ann Selzer's poll showing him down in Iowa.
Yeah.
Even though he won, right? Like polls are wrong sometimes.
But Ann Selzer is an anti-Semite, and she hasn't said it in Israel enough, and you know that.
I mean, I don't know enough, but even like the.
It should be so obvious that like one of these is a bigger deal than the other, and like nothing Joe Biden did was like actually like that anti-free speech or anything. And it doesn't even like if your big concern is like the cultural thing, it doesn't even seem like who the president is going to have like a super major impact on it. I mean, I obviously agree to an extent it will. But like, oh my God, kill me! Like what? Like really? We're both sizing this. Really?
Khalil Mahmood situation.
Oh yeah.
Like that seemed like a suppression of free speech.
Yes. I mean, I will be able to say more about like I'm doing a show with him.
Do you know anyone on Medicare? Not anymore. Are they in public Medicare, Medicare Advantage? I knew one person on it, but I don't really know her anymore.
Tomorrow. Oh really? It'll come out.
Also, I don't know if she was on Medicare or Medicare Advantage.
But talk to him yet. But yeah, the throwing of people in detention for things they have said.
Absolutely.
Is terrifying, right? I mean, we are not supposed to do that. Yeah. And a lot of people who were rallying for free speech at one point, like, seem pretty quiet about that. But there are a lot of people who actually do care about, like, something I'll give like Joe Rogan credit for, right? He was like, he's pretty loud on due process over these last couple of months. Yeah. Like, this is not the way we want to be doing things, right?
And Israel.
Yeah, and
and Israel.
I haven't watched him on Israel.
Yeah.
So I don't know what I'm agreeing to.
Fair. Just criticism of the like extent of the destruction in Gaza.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a different topic, but yes. The weaponization of the government's powers to change like what institutions can do and say all the way to what individuals can do and say is like really scary, right? Like all these like students who are terrified of getting things revoked and the feeling that this is going to escalate, right? And so, yeah, this feels like a place where people should draw a very, very hard line. And so I'm sort of more on your side. Yes, it is hard as a person running a university who is responsible for its income. Yes, it's hard as a person running a corporation who wants to sell it or doesn't want to lose.
Why shouldn't we let poor people and uninsured enroll into Medicare Advantage? I don't think I have an issue with that.
Or whatever it is. And also, yeah, It's hard. Like, you know what's hard?
Took a job, dude.
Yeah, you took a job. Like, you know what's hard is like working 3 jobs and not making enough to support your family.
What
You know what's hard is like
wow,
coming here as a refugee and being turned away, or like having lived here and like have a job under a temporary protection program, having Trump like yank it away. Like, I'm just not like
the job's
I'm just
hard.
not that sympathetic.
We say it to policemen all the time, and people have no issue with it, right? They're like, yeah, the job's hard. It is dangerous. Like they say that they throw it in a policeman's face, and it's like, well, let's throw it in a billionaire, a media conglomerate's face.
Like
too,
Jeff Bezos could
took
have been
a fucking hard job.
Yeah,
dude.
Jeff
Deal
Bezos
with it.
could have been like Jeff Bezos, who personally, as I understand it, cleared "Democracy Dies in Darkness" like in the first administration, and like is out here like I guess like paying Melania Trump $40 million to be an executive producer on 2 documentaries. Like the whole thing.
I wonder what that has to do with it. I wonder if there's any government contracts that
right. There's just been, I think, an abdication of responsibility among people who have social responsibility. Like, they do not just have shareholder
How
responsibility.
badass would it be if Colbert just did the show himself with the team?
I love that.
On YouTube, and it became the biggest fucking show. It's like, take the same exact model that a lot of us did during.
Could have probably worked just because YouTube fucking annoyingly incentivizes the late night show shit.
I know, we felt like we couldn't say or didn't get the opportunities on like traditional networks or whatever. You go, you do it on YouTube, and it fucking explodes, or it dies, and that's the people will decide. But what a badass fucking move! And if you really want to hold the powers to be accountable, like there's a perfect opportunity for it. I think there'd be so much support just off the rebelliousness of it. Like it'd be awesome to say, you're going to shut me down? Fuck you! I got some money, and I got a great staff, and we're going to make great shows. And it could be a smaller version of it. But to me, that is just such a great.
What multiverse would that be? Where the mainstream media is super pro Trump, and then the internet media is fuck Trump.
How cool would that be?
But
Like,
I don't think the thing you said a little bit ago, which I think is like really right. I mean, comedy and also independent media is like by nature anti-institutionalized.
Yeah,
that's
and
true.
Trump is the institution. This is the whole problem they're having with Epstein. Like, and it opens up vulnerabilities they don't really know what to do with. They are much better at wielding the power of being the system now.
I don't mean to
But
live
they
in
also
the
don't know
bubble.
what to do about being the system.
To your point about Epstein, Trump live updates. Judge denies request to unseal Epstein grand jury transcripts in Florida. So I guess
so even the non-measure they still
yeah.
You gotta. Listen, bro. It's like you gotta talk about it.
They're protecting pedophiles, man.
They 100% are. They 100% are.
They're protecting pedophiles.
100% are. And
Glad this is the most salient issue. I'll never understand the mind of the median voter and or the median podcast, bro.
Do you agree with this? Ezra Klein, man, thank you so much for your awesome Thank you for your time, brother. We also got another banked app with Ezra that we got to drop.
Wow, apparently this is the most salient issue to the median podcast bros to Epstein files. Oh my God, kill me. Listen, at least we got a little bit of fucking abundance talking there, okay? At least we got a little bit of that. At least we got a little bit of pushback on the on some of the Trump shit and on some of the like money and politics shit a little bit at the very end. Did somebody say Epstein files? I skipped past most of the Epstein files shit because, like I said, I can't believe that's the most salient issue to most of the people. This PPG is kind of getting late, so I don't even know. Oh, he's offline now. Woohoo! Wow, incredible. Oh, wait, is he offline? No, Caper's line. I don't think PPG is interested in speaking.
The second this war is done. And for Netanyahu, his own power, his own needs, that's way more important than anything else, including making Israel a pariah state. And for any Israelis watching this right now, I want you to be clear. I want you to understand this, okay? Because others...
If you're an Israeli watching and you're not out there in the streets advocating for it to end and calling for the Bibi to fucking get out of office, literally doing everything you can to get that cocksucker out of office, you're a horrible person.
are very afraid. You know, I get the IDF sending me pictures of...
Didn't you fucking hear me? I said after the video.
Is he still in the same video?
You want me to go to your VC?
Oh,
what's up?
What's up?
Hold on, I can't hear.
Incredible.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up?
I
said after the video.
I would say, well, I didn't hear you initially the first time because I had you muted. I mean, if
wow.
Incredible.
Oh, thanks. What happened? What happened?
You're not on the same video, are you? What do you mean after the video? Weren't you? You were on a whole.
No. After the Chinese video. Now I'm on TYT, but I thought you were in the chat, so I just said, let me finish this video, take a piss, and we'll do it. Then nobody responded, so I was like, all right.
Wow. Okay. Well, I thought you were just gonna join and or tell me when to join yours, but okay. Listen, I was called a
You're on my Discord, right?
Yeah, I'm in it. If you add it, if you like mentioned me in it, I would have joined, but I'm not just like.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
You're like you're.
Go ahead.
Listen, I just want to know why I was called a retard for agreeing with hamsters that wages have not really stagnated.
Hamsters was having a debate with Casey, and Casey bought the CPI up, and Hamsters was like, well, that's not how really we determine this shit to be this way. And then they had a whole fucking debate, and then what's his name? Hamsters brought you up, and then Casey was like, oh, non-fun's retarded. And then I did say, I said, I agree with that. I agree with that. But they were having you know how you guys love to debate this, all this super cherry-picked economic shit, GDP, CPI, how do we determine which one is better?
I don't think it's cherry-picked at all. I mean, I think I think I have opinions on what methodology is best, but like I don't think it's cherry-picked at all, and I think kind of.
Well, I'm telling you what Casey said.
Okay, but sure, but I mean, I think you find similar results sort of regardless of your methodology. It's just the especially bad methodologies that are one that find like actual wage stagnation.
Hold on, is Casey in your Discord?
I can ping him. I don't know if he'll.
Let me mention this motherfucker. Non-fun, do you seriously think that wages have not stagnated in this country? I know that you think that some sectors have and others haven't. Obviously, blue-collar wages have stagnated. We've become much more of a white-collar society, right? From the point where Casey was talking about, like around the 60s, 70s.
I'm talking about the median, essentially. So I think like you've sort of disproportionately seen higher income people wages grow faster, but I think overall, like the median person has seen wage increases still.
Hold on, give me a moment. Why do you say that?
Because that's essentially where the data leads me to believe. Like it just seems like if you look at total compensation divided by inflation, like that's just sort of the trend you see.
So the people who say that, obviously they bring up how it was politically we were much different in the 60s and 70s. We had, union jobs, which tend to play, a lot of people bring up that one household income could provide college, school, housing, everything that essential, right? That the household needs.
Yeah, I think people have
instead of now
rosier picture of the like 50s and 60s or whatever than what was really the case. Like it just it doesn't seem like the data supports like most of that view. So to some extent, I think you probably saw like more equality between like low income and or like low wage and median to high wage earners in like the 60s or whatever. But I think overall, like you saw essentially all these things were worse to the extent that like you could afford more housing or whatever, or you could afford like a house on one income. Well, you also have to think about like the houses were a lot smaller back then, right? And we didn't have a lot of the technology.
How is that an argument though, non-fun? Because housing is more like an essential than like you want it to be bigger. You know what I mean? Like but you would recognize tend to rely on housing
we could be
as a whole.
But you recognize like
and hold on, I cannot let you get away with this because housing.
I'm explaining to you the justification.
No, wait. But housing is a form of profit making for the average American was, right? I mean, you can't now. It's much harder.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So like you're saying, like no, it's housing itself, not really the house that you have. You can have a big house and a small house. It was a form of income for a lot of people, and it was just like you didn't have to rent.
All I'm saying is that like. There are a few reasons that people could be spending more in housing. And I agree some of it is just because like the price of housing has gone up, relative or faster than like incomes and everything. But part of it could also just be because people are buying more housing, right?
People are buying more house. I mean, that doesn't really put in a position for the consumer of the house to be like, yeah, but I can't afford one now.
So again, like I agree, like the housing affordability like is a problem. I do think it is a problem. I just think some of it's like overstated relative to probably what you're saying. But yeah, I'm simply just saying that like obviously not only are we spending more, like maybe it's harder to afford, but we're also getting more out of it. So you should probably try to account for the fact that we're like getting more out of the more that we're spending.
what are you getting out of the house? It's just a bigger house.
Yeah, it's a bigger house.
Yeah, but that's
And typically
that's not really the way people look at housing. Like if somebody's put in a position, I'm talking about urban area. Somebody will pay $1 million for a fucking two bedroom, one bathroom house because they're put in that position. You're not really getting more out of it. The whole point of housing is just to have a fucking house, a roof on your head.
Well, I think in a sense I agree. It's not how people like look at housing a lot of times, but I do think that like
and wealth making
when it comes to like living standards, like again, it is relevant that people are getting more from what they spend, even if they are spending more too.
Okay, well, this is the problem with neoliberalism. Neoliberalism goes to the extreme, right? Can we agree that there's way more homeless people now than we had around the 60s?
I honestly don't know. As a percentage of the population, I don't know. It could be the case.
I would say there was. I think there was homelessness was almost non-existent. I think it was very, very low during the New Deal era. It was before the New Deal era, then after the New Deal era, in the middle of the New Deal era, it was very low. Then now we have now I think it's record breaking now, right? Our homelessness. So sure, most people do have homes in America. But if you have such in unequal society, you do know that you will have people that will have nothing, right?
I mean, like, I'm in favor. I don't know what you mean by neoliberalism, right? Because I'm in favor of decent amounts of redistribution. I don't want anyone to have literally nothing, right?
I'm going by the definition of what a laissez-faire capitalist. They market based. Who cares a fuck? Who cares if it hurts the society? It's more. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's you in particular.
Sure.
I'm saying this fucking.
I think neoliberal is like a pretty like broad term, but I guess
all terms are broad, but sure.
Well, sure. Well, yeah. I mean, you can obviously have more specific terms than neoliberalism. I just think that again, I'm in favor, at least personally, of a decent amount of redistribution. Like, I don't want people to have nothing. I want I'm not even opposed, strictly speaking, to public housing. Like, I'm perfectly fine with the government spending money to build houses and putting homeless people in them, right? But I guess that's not I don't think that's I don't think it's an innate feature of neoliberalism even that you're going to have homeless people. I agree that to some extent inequality is going to be higher under any type of neoliberal system versus a social democratic system and or a social system, which has equality as a fundamental goal of that system. I just don't think inequality is that bad, and I don't think inequality has actually meaningfully gone up in the U.S. for quite some time.
You don't think that inequality is that bad? You don't think so? It's very harmful to the society.
I don't necessarily think so. I don't. So
most of the societies
you'd have to
that have. I mean, this is not just America. I mean, we could go to other countries that are much more unequal. They've had worse outcomes by many metrics, dude. Let's go with Mexico. Mexico's neoliberal days had fucking 70% poverty rates for everybody else. Now it's starting to change with a social democrat, and it's incredible. Economic means we're not hurt. Huh?
Incredible.
No, well, that's what I mean. You don't think that inequality, I would say inequality is one of the most harmful.
I don't think inequality is that causal to what you're talking about. Now, to some extent, it's not super surprising to me that in some cases a more socialist policy is going to have, is going to decrease homelessness or whatever. I'm sure that's a thing that can happen, and I'm in favor of a decent number of programs that do decrease poverty and whatever. But I don't think that's first of all, I don't think it's a very good type of causal analysis to say that Mexico elected a socialist president and now poverty is falling and this is a success of socialism.
Well, you can look at
guys.
There's metrics to Mexico, dude, because when the neoliberals were in power, poverty literally got worse. Like they got in power like around the 80s.
I don't. The thing is, I don't trust that you're citing. I don't think you're citing anything meaningful from this because you rarely cite anything meaningful. You kind of just cite what you see on TYT.
Well, I don't have it on me, dude. You just wanted to talk. The shit that I say, I send on your fucking VC. Wait, did you hold on? I sent something very important to you.
The stuff I've seen you say on VC before or send on VC before is like almost never like a actual like study or anything. It's kind of just like an article that doesn't even try to like find causation.
What about articles that have studies in them, dude?
I mean, those are better, and I think I've seen you do that. I remember you doing that once, but just because it was a really bad study that you cited.
Oh my! Okay, hold on. Did you see me send that housing study, ABC3 study about housing? Did you see that one?
No, I don't remember.
About how BlackRock is like buying up most of our urban homes, like in big cities.
I don't even think that's
like at a very fast rate.
I don't even know if I consider that a study.
Well, why would you not consider that a study?
Hold on, what you said? ABC3 housing.
Yeah, it's gonna in your Discord, dude. It's not a study on Google, brother.
It's not a study on Google?
Let me go fucking find this shit. Hold on. I'll send it to you. Wait, well, you do acknowledge that, right? That BlackRock is buying up homes. You say you guys always mention that there's like 3% of the homes they own or whatever.
It's a very small amount of homes, and there's no reason to. So number one, it's a very small amount of homes. There's no reason to believe that holistically.
But they're buying it in a very specific area, dude.
There's no reason to believe that holistically, even in areas that I've seen measured, like for example Dallas, in like essentially any metropolitan area, that like market concentration is a big factor in housing prices. And I'll stress like the reason how homes are like such a good investment in the first place is mostly because the supply is restricted. Also, by study you mean Substack post, really, dude? Not that I think Substack posts don't have value. I read a lot. I read a lot of Substack.
Yeah.
What?
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try to get her in here right now, dude. Let's see if she'll do it. Let's see if she's up for it. Well, it's because I don't know shit. I don't know how to argue these talking points out of the top of my fucking head. The way you do. I've always told you that you do, or you are like that, dude. I don't know if you're full of shit. I don't know if you're telling the truth, dude. That's what I mean. She is like you, but she's on the other side. Hold on. Just give me a moment. You have another thing you want to say to me? Did you? Well, hold on. I wanted to tell you something. What did you think about political? This was something politically. What did you think about? Fuck. Yes. I sent it in your Discord that the Republicans are now gerrymandering the fuck out of Ohio, Missouri, Texas, a whole bunch of states. That's rigging an election, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's helmets. A whole bunch of people in your fucking stream are like, oh, no, it isn't. We need redistricting or bullshit. That's not why they're doing it. They're doing it to because they know they're going to lose the House unless they do this shit. Donald Trump is... I told you guys that this was going to happen. This is not to you. You voted for Kamala, but everybody else. They're rigging the fucking election, dude.
I mean, okay. I agree. Like, it's a type of like rigging. I don't think it's totally unfair to consider like that type of gerrymandering a type of rigging. But
why would you say that, non-fun? Why would you say that? Well, you just said right now you don't consider it to be rigging. They're obviously.
I said I don't think it's unfair to consider it a type of rigging. That's what I said.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you said. Okay, never mind. Okay, so they're rigging the election. We agree. Nice.
Well, I don't know if I would go so far to say holistically that they're rigging the election, but yeah, obviously I think.
I mean, they're rigging the House.
Yeah, Republicans are trying to gerrymander their way to win the House or maintain the House. I think I would agree with that.
Well, you know why though, right? Because the Senate is not really in play in 2022. It's more like we're just going to take away one chamber of power from Trump, and he's like, well, we're just going to rig it. We're going to rig the one chamber that's in threat, which is the House.
Mm-hmm. I mean, To some extent, I agree, obviously.
Good. That's all I wanted to hear, dude. I'm gonna try, dude. Wow. I'm gonna try. What? I don't know how to argue housing points, man. Really don't. I'm much more political than when it comes to like numbers, dude. That's why I told Casey to come. He doesn't want to come. What happened?
Yeah, I mentioned Casey too. It's not even like I've done some reading in housing. I haven't even done as much as I would like to do, but I don't know. It just doesn't seem like there's very good evidence of a lot of this stuff while he's here. I'm pretty sure hamsters are sleeping. Unfortunate.
What do you think about the CPI? Because I remember Casey. Wait, is Casey here?
Yeah, he just joined.
Yeah, he's here, right? There you go. What's up, Casey?
Hello.
We were talking about how helmets came into that other night, and he was like saying shit about. He was like, "You were CPIing
hamsters." It's not helmets, but
whatever. You're right, hamsters. You were CPIing, and he was. I don't know what the fuck he was saying. This is not good metrics on this metric here. That's not how you measure some blah blah blah. You guys go ahead. I'm gonna take a piss and mention somebody.
I think hamsters was just saying that he doesn't think wages have stagnated, and part of the reason some things find that is because they use CPI as the primary deflator, and that's not necessarily great.
Yeah, and then he gave a really awful substitute for it.
What was it? GDP deflator or PCE?
Something based on the GDP. Yeah.
He mentioned the Hoover Institute, by the way.
No, I know what he linked. I think he was using GDP deflator, maybe, but I don't remember the specifics of a lot of the GDP deflator stuff, but I don't think GDP deflator is like a horrible metric to use, but also like CPI, the relevant thing is that like CPI is just, CPI is like the very highest, and it, especially before like it's gone through several changes in the period we're measuring. Like I think there was the Boston Commission, and there was another commission that had to change the CPI methodology because it was overestimating inflation so much prior to like 1990. So I wouldn't look at it for anything before 1990. And even since then, like we see CPI is like the highest measure of inflation. It's
because all the other metrics are created to understate inflation because they want to understate it.
Here we go.
Who is
CPI also
they?
doesn't probably underestimate. There's probably a bit of overestimation with PCE and other metrics. But to be clear, just because someone cites the Hoover Institute, that doesn't mean they're wrong. It doesn't mean you can dismiss them. You need to be.
The Hoover Institute is a very political institute, brother. It's a very political institute.
So if you think that, show what they're saying is false. Show what they're saying is false. You don't get to say, "Oh, I don't like the source. Oh, I'm just missing all of it."
I just
dismiss all of it.
Okay, if I cite some fucking, by the way, he just joined the call flippantly.
Which you do, by the way, abundantly.
Hold on.
All the time.
So if somebody cites the fucking, what is it that what is that shit?
I just said EPI. Try to think faster. Come on.
Okay, dude. Okay.
Yeah. Someone cites the EPI.
No, what do you? I didn't. That's not what I was talking about. If somebody cites some fucking mega political fucking institute, the first thing that's gonna come to mind is this is bullshit. When the fuck do I do that?
People get to cite sources you don't like. You don't get to dismiss them because you don't like the source. Is that clear? We agree on that? Do we agree? Yes or no? Do we agree? Do we agree? Yes or no? Before we pivot, I want a yes or no on that.
Shut the fuck up.
I want a yes or no.
Stated this is a fucking horrifically political institution. Only by
do we agree? Yes or no? Do we agree? Yes or no?
There are horrible sources that shouldn't be taken at face value.
No one is disputing that. That.
Okay, Matt.
Some sources, for example, some sources, like for example, if someone cites at me, like I don't know, Darth Stormer or whatever, then white nationalist stuff, then it's okay. Sure. I don't think the Hoover Institute is anywhere close to that, especially when it's just about inflation indices. No, it isn't.
Do you know how the Hoover Institute was created? Why would it was created? You know that?
It's like probably to push conservative ideas. It doesn't mean what they're saying is false.
Okay.
It doesn't mean what they're saying.
Okay,
People
that's fine.
Look.
Okay,
I know it's hard to wrap your head around
your argument.
I know it's hard to wrap your head around this.
Holy shit.
People can cite sources from think tanks that are conservative that are correct. In fact, often they point out on the economy stuff that is correct. And you don't get to dismiss them because you don't like the name. If you want, we can link stuff from the Federal Reserve websites or just like independent, neutral news websites that explain the exact same thing about inflation. So if you want to be high IQ, you would just dismiss like a source because, I don't like the name of that guy. Yeah, I don't like him. No, you would show what they're saying is false.
Thank you. We got it.
Okay, great. Well, now if we agree, that's good. Okay, so on the inflation stuff, he was probably citing the GDP implicit price deflator, which is pretty much 1-to-1 with PCE, which is considered the best measure of inflation.
No, it's not. The PCE is ridiculously biased and also retarded. It doesn't make
How is
any
PCE
sense.
biased and retarded? Explain.
Yes, because when the price of something goes up, PCE will take it off the list because it will go to the substitute. Yes, that
wrong. So what PCE does? That's wrong. That's wrong. What PCE does is it tracks the actual consumption of households, right? Mm-hmm. And so once people actually buy the substitute, then the weights are replaced with the substitute.
Exactly. So they stop
buying
that's a
the
good
thing,
right?
Wait.
Hold on, Casey.
You're not tracking. Shut the fuck up. You're not tracking the prices of things going up anymore. People
only because people are substituting away from it. Only because people aren't buying that anymore.
You are tracking the price of things that people actually buy.
Exactly.
For example, let's say pencils and pens are substitutes. Let's assume for a second they're substitutes. And now the price of pencils skyrockets, so everyone just buys pens, which let's say their price has substantially dropped. We would say their basket of goods that they're actually consuming, because it's all pens now, has decreased because the price of pens decreased. We wouldn't say, pencils have increased, even though we wouldn't say, let me finish. You're gonna let me finish.
Grocery store argument, dude.
Let me finish. You're gonna let me finish.
No, I'm actually not.
You're gonna let me finish. So
if you want to track prices going up, then you should actually shut the fuck up. Then you should actually.
Can you just talk over me? I want to finish a sentence. Now,
instead of just like tracking one thing, and then when someone buys one thing, you buy then you're tracking the other.
I don't want to mute people. I don't want to mute. Just let me finish a sentence.
You're talking over Casey.
He's talking over me.
Fairness, Sample was talking first.
He's talking over me.
He's
talking over me.
No, because he wouldn't.
Why is he talking over me?
You're bad faith. This guy is bad faith.
Both fucking
I'm not being bad faith. Let me just finish the sentence.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why is he not letting me finish the sentence?
Yep, he's
Should I
gone.
just
Yeah, he doesn't care. Wow, incredible.
Did he leave or did you kick him or what happened?
No, he just left. Well.
Okay, yeah. Look. I was just saying, if you think substitution, like accounting for substitution, is incredibly biased, let me tell you what the chained CPI is. It also accounts for substitution bias. What we want to track is the actual cost of living of the basket of goods that people actually fucking buy, right? And so when they actually fucking buy something else for cheaper, even though the substitute is increased, we don't consider that an actual increase in standard of living because they buy the same thing for cheaper. It's just substituted. That's basic reasoning. That's not horribly biased. This is not like from, fucking the conservatives are always right institute that meet their own index. This is just the Bureau of Economic Analysis.
Oh, they're PPE goes too, goddamn.
And they're both scared off. Low IQ? What the fuck is this low IQ crap?
Incredible debate we got there.
Did I ruin it? I don't know.
Listen to what he said.
Oh, give me a second.
I didn't know what they were talking about, but as soon as he said it, I know, because a lot of neoliberals make this argument when it comes to grocery stores. They say, you know, if the prices of eggs goes up, that means that cookies, people are going to start buying more cookies because there's a lot of elasticity. That's not how consumers consume.
Personal consumption? Oh my god, fuck this dude. Well.
Yeah. No, so just for the Casey guy, like he clearly interrupted me. I was gonna finish my sentence and then I'm gonna let him talk. I just don't want to be interrupted. But because he's so dead wrong, demonstrably so, I'll debate him on this any day of the week. For the Casey guy, he would never talk to me. Just to be clear, I don't know if he's still listening. I don't know if he's here. I'll debate him or the PPG guy, for what it's worth, any day of the week about if PC is horribly biased and if substitution bias is something that should never ever be accounted for. Just to be clear. And he will run from me like the plague. True. I just want to point that out.
Hold on,
there's a reason why the Federal Reserve, who are not retarded idiots, like drooling morons, they prefer the PCE. Presumably, they're not retards.
Yeah. I'm going to see if they'll talk to me in his server. You might have to, if you really want to...
No, I'm good. I got to help my dad. But I'm just saying, I'll talk. Sure. But look, I'll talk to any. It's just like, are we clear? Like, I did not interrupt him, right? He interrupted me, so
no.
I just wanted to finish the sentence. So I don't know. I'll talk to him anytime. He'll run for me like the plague. He'll make up that I interrupted him or whatever. I was going to finish a sentence. Spoke for less than a minute. I'm very brief. And yeah, you can go. I'll listen or whatever. But
yeah, if you like, I think I'm going to see if they'll talk to me in PPG server.
Yeah, if you want. So just ask them, why is chain CPI this awesome thing, but like PCE like an evil thing, even though they both account for substitution?
All right. Regular CPI tries to account for substitution too, right? It's just probably less good at PCE. Like.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't. Yeah, it also updates. Like obviously in 1970 they didn't have phones inside the CPI, but now they do. So. Yeah. Obviously, it accounts for changes in the goods that people buy. I'm just saying, obviously, you know, imagine two commodities that are like actually fucking equal in every respect. Like not even pens and pencils, just like absolutely fucking equal. But then the price of one decreases and the other company, the price of them increases. Mm-hmm. Would we? And everyone buys the cheaper one. We would say the prices have decreased, like because everyone buys the other stuff for cheap.
Well,
like the other products in the world.
The thing you're trying to measure is like the standard of living, and that like obviously depends on what the basket of people are actually buying is like. You know.
Yes. And not only that, the best thing is that PCE measures also stuff that is bought on behalf of households, so including like non-profits and employers. So the way to defend that, because also retards don't like that because you know they're motivated reasoners. They see PCE bad. What can I show that it's different than to say it's bad? They say, oh, PCE is bad because it's not out-of-pocket spending. It's not like CPI measures the cost of living. It's just out-of-pocket spending. And then what you need to say is the hypothetical of like imagine two households that are the exact same, but one of them, the employer, hypothetically pays for like 90% of their basket of goods. Like they pay for their TV, their car, their, I don't know, fucking healthcare, whatever. Everything other than like, let's say food. And the other household pays for everything out of pocket. The second households, their salary is proportionally lower, right? So it cuts from their salary, but still everything is paid for them. We would want to count what's paid for them in inflation, right?
Right.
We would not say, oh no, the first household that has a much higher inflation. No, they experience the same cost of living there because they're facing the same basket of goods. It's just that one of them is spending it out of pocket, the other one it cuts from their salary. And we would not, the same way that we would count employer benefits, like healthcare or whatever in compensation, we would count it in the basket of goods. That's another thing that low IQ people don't like about PCE. Other things. I sent this useful, measuring inflation, why the Fed prefers PCE over CPI. It goes over most of the reasons. That's not the Hoover Institute last time I checked. I don't know, just very, very slow. But either way, yeah, you can go talk to Casey. He'll run for me like the plague. Hopefully you'll mention that to him. But yeah, I'm going to go help my dad.
Wow. Okay. I mean, I don't know if you're going to be watching, but you really feel like I'm missing something, you can DM me or whatever. But
sure. I'll get my headphones. And bye.
See ya. I don't know if they'll talk to me at all. Oh, he's not even. Casey isn't not even in PPG's Discord. Can you explain what you think of the New Deal? I don't think I know enough to confidently have an opinion on it. It seems like I don't think it's likely that it like worsened the Great Recession. I think like it's possible that it was relatively ineffective in like it actually ending the Great Recession. But like I said, I haven't read enough to say either way.
People consume. People don't consume like that, dude. Yeah, so I agree with you, Casey. I agree.
Techniques to keep prices high while they rake in.
People need to buy a crappier good because the thing they want is more expensive. The CPI would not account for it. The idea is supposed to be tracking prices going up and down. PCE goes out of its way to not do that. As if people are actually buying. Okay. As if the amount of people who want to spend on groceries is what we want to track. That's what we want to track for the standard of living, obviously. Why do I not want low prices? I'll take lower quality if it means low price. Well, obviously, like that's what's important. It's just to focus on the revealed preference. That's why PCE focuses on the revealed preference, right? So some people are going to be willing to pay higher prices for the same quality or higher quality good, and other people are not going to want that, and they're going to substitute away to maybe lower quality but lower price goods. So just focus on the revealed preference because that's the thing that represents the standard of living, right? Yeah. These are some cool Google searches. 800 million people pulled out of poverty. France Perkins socialist. Where does the term first 100 days come from? 60K people die because they can't afford healthcare. Mexico versus USA. Rain bet. Incredible. Egg. Company. Price gouging. Price gouging. Price gouging. Say it. Say it. Price gouging. I know you want to say it. I know you want to say it. Price. Gouge. Let's go. Let's go. Quality matter? That's crazy. It's almost like quality is something that people take into consideration when they buy something. It's just that price. It's also something they take into consideration. I don't know if he's interested in talking. You know what? Watch in the meantime. We'll listen to the reductios that Econoboi never quite got to give.
Therefore, proprietor retire, right? That was the whole sort of Christian idea at the time, right? But
not a Christian. I don't believe in God.
I understand, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. You don't produce any of the material substrate that goes into any of the stuff, and therefore, by what right do you exclude me from that?
You didn't produce it either, and I've taken the material of reality and I've reshaped it to produce something new.
Confused what you mean.
I don't want you to have the input. I don't even want you to have the input. I want to use it, but I can't now because now you've put it into a house or something.
You can deny me the inputs, and we go to war, and whoever wins will have the inputs. I mean, that's you've relegated human beings. You've relegated human beings to the level of animals, where we are challenging. Now, the way I define inputs is the way I gain ownership over inputs is by using them. Once I use those inputs, they become mine, and once that's the way we define property.
I don't think PPG wants to talk. I don't know if KCU wants to at all.
$100 million thanks to rent increases. They're raking it in while spending nearly a third of those profits on stock
non-fun. I think we're done with it.
Rich, wealthy shareholders. Each is using a software company called RealPage, which allegedly allows them to collude with each other to fix rental prices. RealPage's technology is used to price 16 million apartments nationwide.
I don't know why you calling this retarded, dude. This is very good information.
These corporate landlords then...
Why would I ever call Robert Reich retarded?
In the first quarter of 2024, the 6 largest corporate landlords in America saw their...
See, non-fun. I can just dismiss like a regular bog standard Hoover Institute article about like a totally non-controversial topic because it's the Hoover Institute, dude. Either way, let me watch like 3 hours of Robert Reich.
I know, yeah.
Right? Fucking infinite Robert Reich flop. Oh my god, these people are so pathetic. I don't know. It's just you can watch both. You can listen to both. But don't pretend you care about biases. Just don't pretend. I don't know. Just a call out for the PBG guy or the Casey dude. You guys are scared. You know you're wrong. You're motivated reasoners. You work from backwards from a like predetermined conclusion. You'll never debate this. You're scared to death. But either way, I gotta go.
Wow. This is the study he sent me, by the way, which is just a Substack post. Not that, again, I read a lot of Substack. I think that Substack posts have a lot of value, at least from people who I know and trust and who make good stuff. But weird to call it a study, and it seems mostly like slop. It's not even really like, it seems like it's mostly about the Federal Reserve. America's residential real estate market is a catastrophic top-down policy failure from the government's outsourcing of residential housing stock to private sector, to the Federal Reserve providing massive bailouts to the too-big-to-fail banks. It's no surprise Wall Street plays a larger role in the housing market than our own HUD programs. My cat purring? Based. I love cats. Apart from our inadequate pool of public housing, our dwelling options reside at a privatized for-profit scheme of landlords, property developers, and corporate financiers. In order to obtain shelter, a basic necessity that's considered a human right in other developed nations, we are forced into a highly speculative, commodified market as consumers, vying for residential spaces within our price range. Wow. Obviously, there's nothing intrinsic about public housing versus private housing that would make it necessarily more or less attainable. Like the big reason that private housing isn't obtainable is because of the government restrictions on supply. It's probably the single biggest reason, right? It's not that I don't think social housing can't even play a role or whatever, but to describe it as the government outsourcing residential housing stock to the private sector seems incredibly fucking stupid. It especially because even in other developed countries where she says housing is a human right or whatever, I don't think in many countries you see above even 30% of people living in public housing. Maybe in some cities in Austria, maybe Vienna still has 30% plus public housing, but you don't see that in many places. Explain how mass immigration isn't a demand shock. Mass immigration typically would be a demand shock. It's just that like that's not always like necessarily like bad if they like if they contribute to our economy overall. Like that's not like part of the way they contribute is the demand shock, right? They buy goods and services from other people, so other people produce more goods and services. Like that's one of the good things they do. I like conceivably you could have like too much of it in too short of a time, but federal government resilience to the banking and lending industry set the tone for Wall Street's ultimate takeover. Our current residential market failure began with the 2008 housing collapse, brilliantly explained by Kimberly Embido at The Balance. Oh man, I don't even think I cite this is my own study. Okay. I don't even think that's really true. Like this was falling before 2008. This is going all the way back to 1950. The private fixed investment in residential homes or whatever. Like you can see, obviously big drop after 2008, but overall downward trend since the 50s. Hedge funds and banks created mortgage-backed securities. Hedge funds, banks, and insurance companies caused the subprime mortgage crisis. This is I don't 100% disagree with that, but hey, quick question. Do you know the kick streamer named BHD Buddy? He's semi-big streamer on TikTok? Nope, no clue who he is. Glacial Measure. I don't think this is totally unfair, but I don't think that was necessarily the biggest thing in the 2008 crisis or anything. Mortgage-backed securities allow lenders to bundle home loans into a package and resell them. In the days of conventional loan, it allows banks to have more funds to lend. With the advent of interest-only loans, there's also a transfer the risk to lender defaulting when interest rates reset. As long as the housing market what is interest rate reset? I don't know what I mean by that. As long as the housing market continued to rise, the risk was small. The insurance company covered them with credit default swaps. Demand for mortgages led to an asset bubble in housing. That's more complicated than like you would think. Like, term bubble often refers to excessive rates of new home building and or irrationally inflated home prices. The U.S. was not building too many homes in 2005, 2006. If it were, you'd expect falling home prices, not rising prices. Indeed, the inadequate level of home building in recent decades due to the excesses of NIMBYism is arguably the biggest economic problem in America. It is one of the most important reasons that living standards for the middle class have been rising more slowly than during the mid-20th century. In addition, there's no evidence that housing prices were irrationally high during the 2005-2006 boom. If high housing prices caused a Great Recession, why didn't the equally high real housing prices of 2002 cause a recession? The high housing prices of recent years are justified by the fundamentals. Like, subprime mortgage fiasco, largely from the banking crisis. Most of the bank failures during the Great Recession occurred because of defaults in commercial loans, not subprime mortgages. This is exactly what you'd expect to occur when there's a unusually dramatic decline in GDP growth. The banking crisis is not a puzzle that needs to be explained. The puzzle would be if an 8% drop in GDP growth did not cause a banking crisis. Like this, I'm not even like claiming, like I have not like read a ton on this to be clear, and there are contrary views to both of these, right? And although I would lean more towards the view I just read from Scott Sumner here, simply because I've read more of his work and like I trust him over this random girl. I'm not gonna pretend like I know the most about this thing. I just think like you should have like it's definitely more complicated than you would think. Banks and hedge funds made so much money selling mortgage-backed securities, they soon created a huge demand for underlying mortgages. That's what caused mortgage lenders to continually lower rates and standards for new borrowers. When the Federal Reserve raised the federal funds rate, it sent adjustable mortgage interest rates skyrocketing. As a result, home prices plummeted and borrowers defaulted. Derivatives spread the risk into every corner of the globe. That caused the 2007 banking crisis and the 2008 financial crisis and Great Recession. Yeah, obviously more complicated than that. Taking it a step further, this market collapse solidified what is now known to be the worst predatory lending scheme in American history. Instead of bailing out these homeowners, the Federal Reserve pumped roughly $9 trillion worth of overnight emergency loans directed into big investment banks for the original purposes of the subprime mortgages that were later repackaged as derivatives on the mortgage-backed security market. So I don't like that framing of like, I'm assuming this is just talking about QE1. Page not found, dude. Let's go. Or no, this isn't even QE1. I think this is just like overnight loans. I mean, they're loans. Like, they are paid back, right? Like, even the TARP fund was paid back, but these are like literally loans. We needed higher rates. When? All the loans were backed by collateral and were paid back with a very low interest rate to the Fed. This is another thing, by the way. Just generally speaking, although like financial crisis like bailouts, the loans were backed up by collateral. In some cases, it probably wasn't very good collateral, to be fair. And the interest rates, like it said, were low. But like at the end of the day, these were paid back and they were backed by collateral. Yeah. $6 trillion of these federal loans were split between 3 banks, Merrill Lynch, Citigroup, and Morgan Stanley. Independent researcher Nate Swede explains how these bailouts are another. See, it seems weird to consider it like a strict bailout. Another example of government outsourcing. The Fed does whatever it has to do to keep the private banking sector functioning because they view major financial institutions as conduits to affect policy rather than doing all the nation's banking themselves. But they also contribute to the problem by accepting mortgage-backed securities as collateral. They are, see, this is what I mean by, again, to be fair, some of the collateral is probably not great. They're also allowed to buy securities that are government-backed. Okay, so the Fed does whatever it has to do to keep private banking sector functioning because they view major financial institutions as conduits to affect policy rather than doing all the nations banking themselves. Maybe I'm tired. This is phrased weird to me. So obviously, one of the Fed's role is to keep the banking sector stable. That's something I want them to do, right? Now, you can argue sometimes this may create moral hazards, and I don't totally disagree that there were moral hazards during 2008. The question is just sort of like whether or not it was still like an overall good thing, and I think it probably was, even if we could have kind of done this a better way or whatever. But the way this is phrased is weird to me because I don't understand if this is saying rather than doing all the nations banking themselves, if that's referring to the private banks or if it's referring to the Fed. So it says the Fed does whatever it has to do to keep private banking sector functioning because they, as in the Fed, view major financial institutions as conduits to affect policy rather than doing all the nations banking themselves. I think that's referring to the private banks. I'm pretty sure it is. But it'd be kind of weird if she was saying like the Fed should be doing all the banking themselves or whatever. I think that'd be weird. But like obviously, yeah, like the Fed plays an important role in like the monetary system and like the way they contract policy or whatever is like through the monetary system, which involves banks because banks are what the monetary system is based off of. Banks are like how money is created. Banks are responsible for a lot of things. Federal government ostensibly covered institutional investors' losses as they tend to do with the investor class, within the investor class. Like, again, this is not... I think there's a much more narrow criticism here about whether some of the loans were truly backed with good collateral and whether, like, it was really fair to give, like, sort of these low interest rate loans to banks. But there's a much more narrow criticism than like, they were all bailed out. It was so hecking evil. And the donor class made sure that all the assets were bailed out and blah, 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 blah. Like, that's a much more broad, not accurate criticism. Meanwhile, an estimated 10 million homeowners experienced foreclosure between 2006 and 2014. After the collapse, banks were given a new set of lending standards that limited the issuance of risky loans, elevating the barrier to entry for individuals wishing to enter the buyer's market, but fell short of meeting newly imposed criteria. As nearly 1/3 of these homeowners were slated to remain perpetual renters, a new opportunity emerged to create a secondary market for rental property investment. You're right, I'm always right. In July 2011, Morgan Stanley, one of the largest investment banks in the country and top recipient of federal bailout, released a report titled Housing Market Insights, a Rentership Society. This report projected an increased demand for multifamily and single-family rental units as younger, growing populations had incurred more collective debt than the current home-owning class, putting them at a higher risk of potentially losing their home, if not deterring their prospect of homeownership altogether. This is funny because it kind of shows my point that, you know, like the sort of proximate cause is not the like evil big banks buying up all the homes and evil hedge funds buying up all the homes, but rather that homes were a good investment to begin with. Now, she says that's because of the sort of conditions created after the 2008 bailout. I'm sure that played above zero role, but I would just say the bigger issue is probably just the barriers to entry and the fact that we artificially increase housing prices with zoning laws. Housing securities in the owner's market were perceived as a potential benefit for the investor class, claiming that each distressed single-family liquidation creates a potential renter household, as well as potential single-family rental units. The better match of single-family properties for these involuntary owner-turned-renters should drive demand for single-family rentals. Shortly after this report was released, Wall Street firms raced to acquire foreclosed homes in suburban areas. The vast majority of these homes were placed back on the market as rental properties. I'm glad, by the way, I understand she's talking about the like involuntary owner turned renter or whatever. But to be clear, you know, one of the relevant things is that this is not reducing the total housing stock. There are still an equal number of total homes. It's just that some of them are converted from rental property or from like owner occupied housing to rental properties. And now there are issues you can have with that if you like really truly think all this shit is like super unfair and blah 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 blah. But you wouldn't expect like this to be like the main driver of home prices or anything when the total housing stock has not changed. This venture was only made possible after the Fed absorbed trillions of dollars worth of toxic assets from these banks. Wall Street entities' clean slate of rich balance sheets allowed institutional investors to continue their bets on residential holdings. There might be more limited criticism that's fair for like this specific point, the toxic assets point, but I think that was probably like still a net benefit. Rental securities, the new hot mortgage market. Private equity firms became the new entities for financialization as banks were beholden to stringent borrowing standards following the 2008 crash. Big investors were also, this was just funny because it's like, if you're citing private equity as a problem and you're saying like new, you know, the reason private equity came in is because banks were limited by government borrowing standards. Like you're essentially accepting my premise just in a different way that barriers to entry are like the main problem. It's just that the barriers to entry for you are the stringent borrowing standards. But okay. Big investors were not only taking on the role of corporate landlords with their fresh portfolios of converted single-family rentals, they were also acting as banks by creating new subsidiaries backed by investor capital. Wall Street firms began their new venture of lending to individuals or entities who were eager to invest in rental properties but could not secure a loan through traditional lending practices. Blackstone Group, one of the largest private equity firms in the world, took on its duplicitous role of landlord and loan servicer. By the way, every U.S. company involved in the banks, like Starbucks is a bank, cruise ships are banks, airlines are banks. Every mega corporation evolves into banks. Okay, just look up like why. Starbucks is a bank. Like Starbucks is a bank. Like cruise ships is a bank. Maybe it's not true for cruise ships. I think it's true for airlines, though. Yeah, airlines are just banks now. Airlines are financial institutions which also fly planes. Every American company eventually gets to being a bank. These honestly, the fact that private equity would start acting like a bank is a lot less surprising than the fact that Starbucks and Starbucks and airlines would start acting like a bank, right? Like this is, you know, nowhere near the levels of craziness, you know, we've seen. These endeavors began in 2012 with the founding of Innovation Homes, their portfolio of single-family rentals. This subsidiary used capital from its own global real estate opportunity fund, Blackstone Real Estate Partners the seventh, to acquire 40,000 foreclosed homes for a grand total of $7 billion. In 2013, Blackstone announced their plan to utilize capital from Blackstone Tactical Opportunities Fund to launch B2R Finance, a lender for single-family residential investment. In 2015, B2R Finance packaged its first residential mortgage-backed security of rentals, including single-family dwellings, townhomes, and multifamily properties. With an estimated value of $230 million, this bond successfully attracted depositors within the asset class to this new securitization market. It's just like a funny... The asset class. Who is the asset class? Oh my god. The volume of bond issuance within the SFH security markets rapidly expanded from $479 million in 2013 to $7.2 billion in 2018. By working from either end of its operation, Blackstone facilitated market competition where housing was generally in demand. To institutional investors, these occupied rental units were nothing more than assets yielding guaranteed return on their investment, which ultimately attracted an even larger pool of shareholders into Blackstone's real estate trust. Innovation Homes' overall revenue growth indicates this particular strategy was good for business. Private equity partnership for new rental construction. Wait, isn't it? Oh, whoa. Isn't this a good thing? What the fuck? As a prospect of single family residential investment became more rewarding, private equity firms began deliberately funneling money into construction companies exclusively building single family rentals. These investment decisions are evidenced by the overall growth in the rental housing production compared to production in the owner's market. I owned over 700 acres farm LA based. But I understand like this woman would probably just say, "Oh, we should just have the government build 50 bajillion quadrillion homes." But doesn't this kind of imply that like without private equity doing these things, like the overall housing stock would be lower, right? We'd probably imagine that's the case, that there's like rental homes that like these private equity companies find worth supplying, but they may not necessarily find the same quantity of owner occupied housing worth supplying, right? Because they probably like can't get a high return on that if they're not renting it. You know, like to me, that's what this implies. But to her, it probably just implies, no one can own anything anymore. We must build infinite social housing. Having its direct rapport with big investors was an opportunity for stakeholders in the construction industry to capitalize on the growth of single-family rentals where commercial banks were still on a borrowing hiatus. These investment practices commonly utilized a land-light model. By the way, I don't believe PPG read this at all. There's no way PPG read this. PPG cannot understand any of this. There's no way you can read this much. This multi-borrower approach to property ownership spreads investor risk between various stakeholders, typically through the outsourcing of land ownership to a third party, known as a land banker. The land bankers, of course, were the same private equity firms who incentivized rental housing construction in the first place. Blackstone, who was actively participating in the land-light model, purchased thousands of acres of land on behalf of Bizarre Homes. This exclusive partnership with Blackstone Community Development Capital Group Fund secured roughly $150 million in land banking arrangements to jumpstart construction. As the lion's share of investment continued to be diverted into rental housing development, the publicly traded home builders saw double the return of investments. Residential and commercial construction industries expect to see exponential growth in the earnings per share by next year. Why is there like no... I don't like that there's no analysis of like why this is. Other than she just said, well, after 2008, a bunch of homes were foreclosed on and late private equity bought them, right? Like that's the only thing she said, really. We're not even like alleging. We're not even like... Maybe she'll get to it here a little bit more, but we're not even like really alleging that like private equity or any of these investment banks are like actually doing anything to like manipulate the price of housing. We're just saying that like they found it profitable to build rental housing and built rental housing, and they're making a profit building rental housing. Oh wait, fuck, I didn't even realize how fucking long this was. A lot of it's sources now, I guess. Okay, the price of profit generating real estate. Higher earnings per share in the residential construction industry is likely due to the concentration of single-family homes and luxury apartments over the past decade. No. While these building practices are seemingly advantageous for shareholders, they are not accommodating for renters who cannot afford to enter the luxury housing market. With luxury, again, like you would imagine, two things. One, with like even strictly like luxury housing, like luxury, you don't have to be able to afford to move into luxury housing for it to benefit you. All you need to do is, one of two things can happen. One, we just see that people, for example, who can't afford the new luxury homes move out of their current less luxury homes into those homes, and that frees up those homes. And there's a, sort of like chain migration is not the right word, but like down the chain effect there, where people can like move up to the next best home for them or whatever. But you don't even have to have that happen. All you have to have happen is that the total housing stock increases enough to decrease the like value of housing, which can make it easier for you to stay in your current home rather than having to move away to a less expensive area, right? Nathan, why does it seem like everyone likes government programs better than private programs, e.g. Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security? I don't know. I mean, I think people are, well, have you paid attention to us reading this article? I think people have just like sort of fundamental intuitions about like the amount of corporate greed that there is, which is like not backed up by data. People don't care. Oh, this is the most retarded shit I've ever read. With luxury-style rentals, new price indexes are automatically set above fair market value, applying upward pressure onto the entire renter's market. What? I don't even understand the mechanism she's describing here. Maybe I'm too tired or I'm going crazy. I don't like generally. I don't by price. I don't know what she means by price index. Does she just mean like? You better. I better what? Am I retarded? I genuinely have no clue what she's trying to say here. By new price index, does she just mean like like the fucking like Zillow price index for an area or whatever? Like what the like median price in the area is? Is that what she's saying? That doesn't put upward pressure on the entire renter's market just because the median price goes up even if you built like luxury homes or whatever. Now I guess to some extent like I could see kind of the mechanism by like if you built like luxury apartments and that like made the area in general more desirable, right? And you could see property values go up, I guess. But that doesn't mean that new price indexes are automatically set above fair market value. That just means the fair market value increases because the quality of the area overall has gone up, right? I have no clue what fair market value means in this case. Seems like a meaningless term, but like to the extent that they charge above marginal cost, a big driver of that is going to be the fact that there are restrictions on supply. That's not going to be the only factor. I'm not saying that, but it's going to be a big factor. It's just not mentioned. During this time period, the rate of change in renter costs have exceeded owner cost. Wow. This burden is disproportionately placed on low-income tenants who qualify but do not receive rental assistance due to these programs' grossly underfunded budgets. HUD's Section 8 voucher program denies relief to 3/4 of their applicants, leaving their housing options to a dwindling supply of naturally occurring affordable housing within the private market. I think there are better policy interventions you could do. This loss of affordable housing is not a coincidence. The same units found in lower-income areas tending to accept housing choice vouchers were also into distressed multifamily units Blackstone's Innovation Homes targeted for acquisitions. In 2013, Blackstone purchased 1,400 properties in Atlanta, Georgia, most of which were currently under rental lease. 16% of the portfolio offered in Section 8 housing opportunities. Blackstone's spokesperson declined to discuss the price of this acquisition, rumored to cost over $100 million, but said the purchase is consistent with Innovation Homes' plans. These plans are detailed below, courtesy of Joshua. Not even going to try. Innovation Homes gradually shifted from acquiring most of its properties through distressed transactions, bank-owned short sales auctions 2012, to eventually acquiring to over 2/3 of non-distressed home sales during the 12 months leading up to November. Innovation Home was able to profit its acquisition in two primary ways. First, by acquiring properties via all-cash distressed sales, often at below-market price. Second, immediately after acquiring each of its 48,000 homes, Innovation Homes it invested an average of $25,000 in renovating each of the homes before renting them out. By the way, like, this is another, you're way better than me. I think you have to love yourself more. Horses unite second. I'm assuming she's essentially going to say, like, this is gentrification, but, like, this clearly represents, like, a value add, right? Like, to the extent that we're renovating homes and then renting them out, like, that does represent a value add to people who otherwise would have had to spend $25,000, like individual owners who otherwise would have had to spend the $25,000 renovating it themselves, right? There probably are a decent number of people out there who would rather not have to spend $25,000 but have to rent than have to spend $25,000 but at the end get to own, right? There are certainly people like that out there, and I guess to the extent that we don't think like markets are like voluntary or whatever, you might not say like they really get to make that choice, but like I would just say clearly to some extent this is the revealed preference of people, right? Is to rent instead of own and have to make these renovations themselves. Taxes grape. This is true. Based on Innovation's Homes business model, Blackstone would acquire the same home for approximately $140,000 in distressed sales through short sale, REO, auction, etc. Following the renovations, Blackstone's $165,000 investment would now be worth $200,000, thereby yielding a $35,000 built-in profit. This is not even that much. I mean, I mean that's before they, when I say built-in profit, I mean it's like before they like rent it out, right? Like that's just the property values improved by that much, right? But okay. And again, like you would expect, not that you're ever going to have like truly perfect competition, especially in like the housing market where we see a lot of like inelasticities and things like that, but we would expect like this profit to go down if there weren't so many barriers to entry. If there was greater competition because you like let more people build. Blackstone's role as a banker, landlord, land steward, and Wall Street trader played a crucial role in moving residents not only into rentals but also in cost-burden and severely cost-burden status. Cost-burden renters pay over 30% of their income to rent, while severely cost-burden renters pay over 50% of their income on rent. Roughly half of all consumers in the renters market fall into one of these two categories. Wow. I guess it only starts measuring in 2008. I would kind of be curious. It wouldn't surprise me if it was, to be clear. But I kind of be curious if before 2008 the numbers were significantly different. But yeah, and also like PPG is gonna hate this one, guys. Again, but you should also consider maybe we're spending more, but are we also getting more? And now, like in fairness, I don't think it's unfair to say that like to some extent like you kind of have to buy the housing stock that's around you, and maybe that is like disproportionately, like bigger homes that like really like maybe you would really prefer a smaller home, but they just don't build them in your area. Again, I think some of that's probably going to do to zoning laws and barriers to entry created by the government. But regardless, like people are getting more housing today, even than in 2008. I believe like the houses are just like bigger. So like if you saw like hypothetically, like if you, I'm not saying we do see this because I don't have the data on hand. I'm too tired to look most of this shit up right now. But like if you saw like the roughly the same number of people that were like rent distressed or whatever or cost burdened, but the size of housing was going up, that'd be a good thing. That would represent an increase in a standard of living, right? You're spending the same amount of your income on rent, but you're getting more. Market conditions now. Market analysis from Adam Data found that rents rose faster than single-family homes in 65 counties, including San Francisco, Fort Bay, blah, 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 blah. Concentrated wealth has also shifted back into the city, as the number of renters making over $150K a year is double the number of homeowners making $150K in suburban areas. These findings could be linked to a growing number of young, high-earning professionals operating to live and rent in the city for now. This doesn't strike me as like, first of all, it doesn't like strike me necessarily as a bad thing. Am I reading this correctly? The number of renters making over $150K a year is double the number of homeowners making $150K in suburban areas. The fact that like, if housing is expensive in a city center, you would see double the people making $150K a year living in a city center compared to people making $150K living in suburban areas. Is not at all surprising. Also, wait, is this also just double the absolute number? I see number of renters making over 150. I think it's just double the absolute number, which is probably a little silly just because we would expect insofar as the city is more dense than the suburbs, you're just always going to have more people in the city than the suburbs. Funny, read that. 90% or so of the renters still want to become homeowners, says Chris Sakai, manager director of the Joint Center for Housing Studies at Harvard University, further contending that certainly young people are moving into homeownership more slowly. That's because of a host of reasons, such as marrying and having children later, a reduced ability to save since the recession, and it's harder to get a loan. It's not because of fundamental change in attitude. I don't entirely disagree with this, but it's funny that she has not mentioned any of these things, other than I guess kind of it's hard. Well, no, I don't even think she's really mentioned it's harder to get a loan. Recent economic downfalls could make the prospect of homeownership even less attainable, as millions who experienced COVID-19 related job loss were forced to clear out their savings account in order to cover necessary living expenses. This just strikes me as, on the whole, like, or totally the opposite of true. Like, people received a very generous amount of subsidies during COVID. People paid down their debt during COVID. If you look at credit card debt or household debt as a percentage of GDP, it decreased significantly during COVID because people had so much money they started paying down their debt. If you look at like excess savings, COVID-19. Now, in fairness, by now these are depleted, but that's like 5 years out. Like we saw like a pretty huge amount of like accumulated excess savings during COVID. And then let's just look at like household debt as percentage of GDP. Now, in fairness, this is not disaggregated by age, what I'm about to show you. So, to some extent, maybe this represents like a lot of boomers paying down their debt, but not necessarily. Like it's been going down since 2010. Not necessarily like young people doing any better, right? Like that could be the case. This is, hold on, where's this Fred? Like, look at, like, been on a pretty consistent downward trend, and certainly COVID did not change that. Let's also just look at, actually, there's an article I like. Denominator blindness. Just because the, like, record high credit card debt headline always spikes. Like, you can see, like, during COVID, like, look at his big drop after 2019. That's partially because people probably spent a little less. Now, if you look at, like, personal consumption expenditures, like consumer spending was pretty solid throughout the immediate post-COVID period. People got a generous amount of government subsidies, and their debt decreased. A lot of people paid back their debt. Started paying down their debt. Like, certainly some people this happened for, but on the whole, just no. As homeowners began to fear the possibility of foreclosure, private equity firms doubled down on their cash purchases of vacant single-family homes. I'm sorry, what are you sorry for? Well above the market's asking price in some cases. These market transactions created an induced demand effect, causing median home values to slightly rise during the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. I don't know if that's true. I don't think that's true, but it's like basically like flat. I guess like after like starting, like I guess it picked up immediately after the recession, and obviously we saw a big spike. Like, you know, we all remember this big spike, right? But it fell a little bit since then. I also don't really know what an induced demand effect means in this case. Like, you can argue they contributed to like overall demand, obviously, for homes, but that's not really induced demand. That's just like an increase in demand when supply is inelastic in the short run. Even a small increase in demand will lead to a big increase in price. And obviously the supply of homes in the short run is very inelastic. It takes a while to build homes. Daily reminder, Kevin Hashett is cringe. This is true, Rosh. This is true. During the same period of cash purchases, the U.S. Treasury Department requested the Federal Reserve make an initial investment of $2.3 trillion to stabilize the economy. Part of the investment plan was to broaden the Fed standards for mortgage-backed security purchases, including municipal bonds and high-risk loans. In March 2020, Fed announced $40 billion per month Wall Street bailout of residential, commercial, mortgage-backed security. That's like not really true. Well, 15. Again, the framing of this is just like so like weird. Foster maximum employment price stability. Committee expects that with appropriate policy. Oh, thanks for the follow, Bold X Beds. Appropriate policy accommodation, economic growth will proceed at a moderate pace, and unemployment will gradually decline towards the committee, to the level the committee judges consistent with dual mandate. The committee continues to, it's a bot, goddamn, to see downside risk to economic lookout. Like the Fed is primarily concerned with, like they said, their dual mandate, inflation, not unemployment. Most of the actions they take, that's the goal of them, right? So like most of these like quantitative easing like packages or whatever, like all the time, they're just trying to either add to the money supply and or decrease long-term interest rates, and like both of those are consistent with trying to reduce unemployment. If this sounds unnervingly similar to the federal government's financial support during the last housing market collapse, let's re-examine their obligation to cover losses from big banks' predatory lending. Oh my God. Clinton's Housing and Community Development Act mandated at least 30% of mortgage purchases from the government-sponsored enterprise, Fannie Mae, and Freddie Mac. Freddie Mac included FHA loans to lower-income, traditional non-qualified buyers. These incentivized FHA loans, coupled with banking deregulations during the Reagan-included era, led to massive issuance of subprime mortgages, which meant the Fed was on the hook to cover the losses of from unpaid FHA mortgages. The sweetheart deal, however, was through the Troubled Asset Release program, TARP, which gave banks nearly $500 billion to cover losses of the unfulfilled mortgages and newly bank-owned properties. Deals were eventually acquired en masse by private equities in 2011. It seems like I don't totally disagree that, like, to some extent it was a sweetheart deal, but I feel like that's a way more narrow criticism than all the shit that she has said so far. And like the banks did pay this back, to be clear. I'm like, oh, I did an essay on subprime mortgage. What about it specifically? Wait, for what too? Like, do you have to do that shit for school or some shit? Following in the footsteps of the previous blunders, GSEs began sponsoring massive loans and rental securitization markets during its peak on Wall Street. In 2017, Fannie Mae guaranteed a $1 billion 10-year fixed-rate loan to Blackstone's Innovation Homes. The loan, consisting of 7,204 Innovation Home rental units, was the first single-family rental loan guaranteed by a government-sponsored entity, meaning if Innovation Home could not make mortgage payments throughout any point in the loan cycle, Fannie Mae was obligated to pay 95% of Innovation Home's remaining debt to lender, Wells Fargo. Innovation Home would only have cover the remaining 5%. Shortly after, Freddie Mac also began leveraging taxpayer dollars to pay down corporate landlords' debt if they were unable to fulfill their future mortgage obligations. But this is all because we want to, have more, homes. And I agree it's, a horrible way to do it, but I don't understand how anyone mentioned supply. Oh, I'm doing my master's in banking and finance. Without any financial crisis was a big thing we learned, obviously. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Based. All right, let's go. Instead of applying regulatory standards to mitigate the risk associated with asset-backed trade with the rental securities market, the federal government provided a financial cushion for these Wall Street giants to expand their portfolios of income-producing real estate. As of 2019, institutional investors owned over 300,000 single-family homes, most of which were converted into rental units. So evil. Oh my God, how unbearable. Together, Wall Street firms restructured the entire housing market, capitalizing off the housing inequalities they've perpetuated. While unemployment rates in housing and securities remain at a record high. What? No, unemployment rates. Just talking about unemployment rates within the housing sector or something. Unemployment rates are not at record high. Nowhere near them. Unemployment rates is pretty good right now. It's like 4.2%, I think. Blackstone, who cashed out of the rental housing unit in market in November 2019, quietly re-entered in August 2020. Last month, the president's made a bit more conspicuous with $6 billion acquisition of Home Partners America residential property with over 17,000 single-family units across the country. They recently made headlines again with another $1 billion plan to acquire AIG's affordable housing portfolio through an all-cash transaction. Blackstone's reinvestment into the industry should be raising a red flag. These recent transactions are shaking out to be an opportunity to capitalize on future housing precarities, assuming the aftermath of COVID-19. But why are we not looking at the underlying thing causing the kill me? 2019 resembles 2008 market collapse. This, of course, was a massive transfer of speculative wealth, shuffling existing and prospective homeowners into the renter class. And the notion suggesting that an equitable housing solution is not achievable through centralized spending and policy interventions is demonstrably false. Our government has simply prioritized spending in the worst way possible. Over the past 14 years, Wall Street received more than $12.4 trillion in form of low and zero interest loans or direct cash infusions. Is this including what is this including? Is this including all the Federal Reserve loans and stuff that was paid back, and the TARP fund that was paid back, and all this shit that we're talking about? Whatever. That's 37% of the country's entire residential market, priced at $33.6 trillion. Again, the phrasing a bailout of this seems totally unfair for the most part. Ignoring any of the positive effects that it might have had, ignoring the fact that they weren't even to the extent that there were bailouts, it wasn't probably at least had some positive effect on reducing long-term interest rates and or reducing unemployment. There's no market-based solution to our current housing crisis. The Fed's history of economic intervention has proven that state assistance is not dispersed beyond the top of the echelon investor class. Wow. However, there's an alternative to top-down market fundamentalism altogether. Allocate federal funds directly into shared equity housing models instead of Wall Street. 2019, the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy released a working paper evaluating the performance of shared equity homeownership programs during the housing market fluctuations. This study found that shared equity housing models like community land trusts secure home ownership opportunities for low-income households who are typically excluded from traditional home buying. Housing market data from Trust Montana further demonstrates that the significance CLTs as a viable alternative to traditional homeowners market. CLTs costs are much more affordable compared to standard mortgage market rates, but receive less equity at the point of sale or transfer. However, homeowners are still receiving a positive return on their investment instead of incurring a loss from rentership. I understand what they mean. Loss is kind of a loaded word. Oh shit! I didn't even realize I'm fucking gone. Damn. Rip. I think we're not gonna be streaming for that much longer, so I don't think I'm gonna bother charging my phone just so I can have my camera on for the last little bit. CLTs keep community assets off the market while creating a revolving door of affordable payment options. Housing market's history of exclusionary banking practices, known as redlining, created the conditions for which CLTs perform. De facto segregation led to communities drawn along racial lines. Civil Rights Act groups to delineate the boundaries of protected spaces relatively easily. This place-based approach to preserving the integrity of traditional low-income communities has served a protective buffer against the acquisition of individual houses or entire neighborhoods, known as land grabbing. CLTs procure community, blah, blah. Okay, do I even... Residents transfer their land deeds to CLT at any time. The ground lease can be... 225 CLTs across the United States are currently protecting communities from predatory investment. Nearly 2 million traditional delinquent borrowers who are 90 days or more behind on mortgages, CLT agreement might be the only recourse for households on the brink of foreclosure. What's up?
What's up? Wait, give me a second. Let me mute your screen. Okay, look. What is this article? What is this article you just read?
This is what PPG linked me. This is their quote-unquote study. He said the word study about how BlackRock are buying all the homes.
No way, bro. Oh my god, about BlackRock. Okay, here's just like here's a pro tip on like, retard detecting. Okay, every time someone talks about corporate, like house, like buying all the homes and whatever, and they mention Atlanta, Georgia, you immediately know that you can like dismiss everything they're fucking saying. You know why?
No, I don't actually.
That's the city in the United States with the highest like corporate share of housing. Like it's on average it's like less than 3% or something, but specifically in that fucking city and like maybe two others, it's like 25%. That's the only fucking like meaningful city. Okay, pretty much in every other city it's like 3% or whatever. Just specifically Atlanta, Georgia, it's like 25%, and even then it's kind of debatable. But like yeah, it's garbage, But it's true. It's true. The only way to solve the housing market crisis, the housing crisis, is without the market. That's why Texas, they are not using the market and they're really succeeding. And if you look at like Chicago, which then used the state to build homes, they're like really failing. That's the reason, bro. That's the reason. It's got to be the big corporate, whatever. It's so stupid because like even if corporations were the problem, still YIMBYism is the correct solution. No. Right, like if corporations were buying all the shorts or whatever, you would just say, "Oh, let's make more shorts." Right, that's the solution. Let's make more shorts, and then they cannot profit off of like reselling shirts to people. Just very simple, very very simple. But people like PBG, they're motivated reasoners. They'll never debate this extensively. They'll run away every time, and that's pathetic.
PPG definitely
that's why they don't have an audience.
Like read this. Like there's no way PPG actually read this.
100%. Yeah, every time someone calls this like an article a study, you can dismiss everything. I don't even like calling working papers from like institutes studies.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can do that. That's okay. I don't love doing it, but yeah. I don't know. Just very, very silly, very, very dumb. But yeah. Look into the Atlanta stuff. Although I don't think I have anything on that in my notes, but it is true.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Pretty sure no, never mind. The I think so guy. Quick thoughts. He like one time I recall him debunking someone, and also they were talking about Atlanta, Georgia. I don't think he mentioned that talking point, but like they were citing like false numbers and presenting it as if it's like the entire nation, but it was just Atlanta, Georgia. So like yeah, every time someone talks about Atlanta. Yeah, I don't know. Either way, I'm gonna go drink something, but yeah, have fun. Good stream.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Talk to her. Damn, did not even say talk to her back. What the hell? Shared equity model does not have the be within a succinct row of homes in an entire neighborhood. Its success is predicated on the social cohesion among households sharing the same goal of housing affordability and community preservation. However, the biggest limitation to CLTs is a shortage of funding opportunities because land and property must be purchased at a fair market rate before it is transferred into a community land trust. The nonprofit sector relies on a limited pool of grants and independent donations to reduce overall acquisition costs. Individual CLTs also lack institutional power to directly compete with big investment over government stimulus. The Wall Street lobby is one of the most the Wall Street lobby. What is it? What does that even mean? Is one of the most influential groups in Capitol Hill, as evidenced by their massive contributions for both Democrat and Republican candidates. During the 2020 election cycle alone, Blackstone doled out nearly $43 million to individual candidates and political activity committees. Wow. I'm still suffering with Random Cat's tax takes, by the way. Like, what in the schizo? I mean, it's the same, like, sort of progressive tax takes everyone has. I just think, like, it's, like, most of the, like, left-wing people, even though, like, I don't even think, like, a full-on wealth tax would be, like, catastrophically bad or anything. I think it'd be bad. I think it'd be, like, net negative, and I think there are, like, much more efficient taxes that you could have that would raise more revenue more efficiently with less administrative cost, and like with certainly with subsidies have like the same effect on inequality, right? Like I think if you did a consumption tax that raised a lot of revenue with like subsidies to offset their aggressiveness, like I don't even think like the effect on inequality would be that different than like a wealth tax, because I don't think the evidence shows that wealth taxes even have a super big impact on wealth inequality. But like the sort of like just fundamental, like listen to our framing here.
What about government-owned Facebook? Like, what would your ideal model look like?
I think that there are a lot of different ways you can do this, but I think first off is we need to be taxing the rich accordingly, and that's taxing income of all types the same. The fact that labor and like actual work is valued less than investments is ridiculous. I'm on a payment plan to that.
Like to say that, I don't know, like the framing is so weird when you're like questioning like what tax plan you should have. You should be like you're like saying, well, like moralistically, like I feel like labor should be valued more than like capital, and therefore like we should like tax capital more or whatever. We're not looking at like what any type of like spillover benefits or either its effect on like long-term growth or like how administratively efficient these taxes can be or whatever. It's just so
taxes for last year, but there are so many rich people that didn't pay a dime, and
then there's so many rich people that didn't pay a dime. It's like not really true. Obviously, a lot of rich people don't have traditional income, so they might not pay like traditional income tax, but certainly most of them still pay a lot in taxes.
By taxing them effectively, you're not only paying for government programs, but you're also reducing the influence they can have, which is so disproportionate to anything any voter and most elected officials have. You can reduce their influence and give them less time and fewer resources to manipulate our information. The Twitter deal should have had more scrutiny. We need to focus on antitrust things that would not have been controversial 60 years ago, 70 years ago. If you tried to pitch Social Security today,
yeah, I think that's basically
wealth accordingly. We could make sure that people making under
like specifically people making under 60,000.
I don't like have the like if you argue for wealth tax, I honestly think like the sort of like confiscatory style wealth tax where you're just doing it to reduce the influence they may have over our political system. I think that's probably the best argument for it, honestly. But I think, like, one, I think people like vastly overestimate the extent to which that's like relevant and like actually has super meaningful effects. And for two, there are probably better reforms we can make just to our political system to try to avoid that.
$1,000.
So the fun thing here is that if we just taxed the rich, taxed wealth accordingly, we could make sure that people making under the annual cost of living didn't have to pay a cent. We could make sure.
I have no clue where she's getting these numbers from. I don't know what that means. Like saying if we tax wealth accordingly, I don't know what accordingly means. I think she might be referring to like the 2% wealth tax she proposes or whatever. But then to say people earning under the standard of living or whatever,
under
like
the annual cost of living didn't have to pay a cent.
Annual cost of living. I don't know what that means. I'm kind of guessing she means the federal poverty line.
We could make sure that people could afford to live, and like its tax credits are not.
But like the relevant thing is, or or one of the important things is like these people already don't pay taxes. Like I don't know why people don't realize this. The bottom like 40% of Americans don't pay fucking taxes. They are net receivers. They get transfers. Like they might like fill out their tax forms, but like they get a fuck ton of benefits too. Oh yeah, by the way, this is a paper from David Splinter, like who evades taxes. It finds that like lower income people like disproportionately like don't pay taxes or whatever, have a higher non-compliance rate, not necessarily intentional invasion, but just non-compliance rates. Although because rich people obviously have a disproportionate share of the income, the tax gap, meaning like how much money is actually lost due to non-compliance, is higher with rich people. But still, poor people seem to have higher non-compliant rates than like rich people do. The day since United dies, America will be a glorious republic once more. I'm schizophrenic face. But I mean, like I really like this chart. Like this shows you like, look how much like the bottom quintile of people in America like get in transfers. Like they like don't really pay taxes. They might like fill out income tax forms or whatever, but also they get a ton of fucking money in Medicaid benefits. So
enough, because guess what? If you still, we could make sure that people could afford to live, and like it's tax credits are not enough, because guess what? If you still have grocery companies price gouging us, they'll just up the price, the amount of our tax credits. If you still have,
like, how delusional do you have to be to say that grocery stores not only currently have price gouging, but have so much market power that if we gave people a tax credit, they would be able to raise prices by the amount that the tax credit is. Like what?
Our housing hoarded. They'll just keep raising rent.
And then the housing hoarded.
It just never stops. And it doesn't have to be this way.
Like, kill me. But she is running against a like 80-year-old decrepit fucking stupid woman. So I probably do hope she like I would vote for her in my primary if she was running. So, or if I lived there, really. What about a national coalition of community members driven by local organizing grassroots campaign? What if instead of accepting corporate briberies, candidates chose to support the self-determination of their constituents? A collective agency of a nationwide CLT with congressional backing could offer a higher degree of bargaining power for federal assistance. California Land Trust Network recently announced their own incentives to finance two housing preservation programs, both of which were designed to combat displacement. These programs advocate implementation as Senators Nancy Skinner is blah, 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 blah. Further spearheaded by a national database of distressed homeowners under cause of foreclosure. Homeowners would be routed to a forum of like-minded activists. Online tools and resources on how to form CLT or billing to existing CLTs. If a second TARP is on its way, what if CLTs lobby to fully fund HUD's community development block program grant instead of injecting capital directly into banks? Instead of accepting our position as a class of lifelong renters vying for a dwindling supply of affordable housing in the private market? What if members of the renter class also advocated for the cut of government spending? What if the government-sponsored entities backed municipal bonds to finance new CLTs instead of investor trading? Through the practice of coalition building and community empowerment, activists could use their political agency to begin lobbying directly to the local government for state assistance right now. Seemingly impossible feat, yes, but nothing. But by doing nothing, we forego stake in our own communities, handful of banks and wealthy depositors. The federal government authorizes Blackstone's Wall Street control where we live. How much do we pay to live there? Why shouldn't we utilize the same bully pulpit to reclaim our communities? This is called actions, not only for redistribution of housing, but for redistribution of power. Oh my god. I don't think we mentioned supply once. We didn't mention zoning laws once. We didn't even like talk about like why we like I feel like pretty severely misrepresented some of the programs the central bank and Congress did after 2008. I feel like we misrepresented why 2008 happened in the first place. I feel like so many things are just kind of like slop. we didn't even like really. None of this like really like makes sense because like even like at least under like a traditional like sort of oligopoly or monopoly view, right? Monopolies and oligopolies increase prices by reducing output, but none of this article doesn't even like allege that they're doing that. In fact, it only shows that they're increasing output. It's only said that like they found it profitable to finance building a ton of new rental homes. So, like, you I don't want to say never, because I'm sure you like there's definitely cases of it if you make funny assumptions, but typically you wouldn't expect to see a like monopoly be able to like raise prices without reducing like output, right? Like that's kind of the reason monopolies are bad. Real talk, why do private equity firms even own housing anyway? In America anyway, don't think we have in Britain land. We just have DIMBYs and building companies being sussy baka. I mean, just because they're like good investments. And as I mentioned earlier, I don't know if you're here, the reason, no, I think the sort of fundamental reason why they are such good investments in the first place is mostly because their supply is like artificially restricted, and that creates you know, a lot of issues. But you know, just like generally speaking, like investment firms want to make money, and like obviously one way they make money is by like investing in single family homes. I don't even think this article like again provided like directional evidence that like they're even necessarily like directional evidence, probably not the right term, but like evidence that they are even like reducing the supply of homes or having like an overall like negative effect. I guess like the only thing she's mentioned is she feels like people have been forced into renting instead of owning. Gotta have money. This is real. Insert Tom and Jerry movie reference. Well, see, most of this is like news, letter stuff. So I guess it seems like this really like her only sort of like policy thing. Time to go on Google Scholar based. I'm just curious. I knew she was going to have somewhere a critique of abundance. Abundance agenda is led by a group of self-proclaimed progressives who advocate for neoliberal policies, particularly in the realm of housing. Okay, off to a really good start. No, so I mean, like the abundance agenda led by a group of self-proclaimed progressives. I guess that's kind of true. I don't know if Ezra Klein claims to be progressive. Certainly, I think like it's not unfair to consider him a progressive or whatever. But like you have people on all sides of the aisle and like embracing some type of the abundance agenda, right? Because they just want to build state capacity. That's something that like socialists should share with neoliberals. That should share with like more conservative people, right? Even if we disagree about like the exact scope of what the government should be doing and everything, to the extent that we want the government to do things, like we should be very focused on building state capacity to make sure the government can do things efficiently. This is why people like Econoboi endorse the abundance agenda, obviously, even though Econoboi is a socialist, and why people like me and people like Micah and people, I'm trying to think of like a Republican who endorses the abundance agenda, but why people endorse the abundance agenda or whatever. So for neoliberal policies, I don't think like holistically the abundance agenda is like necessarily neoliberal. There are like, you know, a decent number of things in abundance that like sort of maybe a hardcore like neoliberal will be like opposed to. Like literally, it is funny because like by the end, like they are literally quoting Marx or whatever. But like I said, like you have people on all sides of the aisle. The movement. Oh, what's up?
I've had this funny idea. Okay, it's just, you know, we should probably have like a bingo where like every time we read like progressive slop, it's gonna be like, you know, okay, so like, you know, imagine like a 4x4 grid or whatever the fuck, and it's like, you know, neoliberal, you know, wealth inequality exploding, cites Zuckman, you know, and then like, oh, uses CPI, uses like, you know, but like we should just have that, you know, all the common fallacies. Every time we read an article or something, we pull up a brand new version of that bingo and just like fill it until we get a bingo. And then maybe once we get a bingo, we can just stop reading it. but yeah, I think that's a really fun concept, you know? Yeah.
Dude, yeah, you could do that.
Well, I gotta go.
Okay, see ya. Talk to you. Yeah. Then went along with proponents of the yes, I might bike your policies primarily compromise the young professional capitalists, me for real, who are partial to the ideologies of technocratic new urbanism. Me for real. Central to the what's up? Damn. I see how it is. Oh.
Yeah, I'll try to make one. I might make one today. But yeah, give me good ideas to what to write there.
Yeah.
So, you know, one of them is like, you know, oh, corporations are like fucking everything or whatever. I think maybe, you know, we can have a rare one, like, you know, peasants work negative hours a day or something. Paycheck to paycheck gotta be there. It's gotta be there. Yeah, I don't know. I'll work on it. It sounds like a really fun idea. And then, like, you know, so wait, is the abundance thing you're reading now from the same person?
Yeah.
Oh boy, prepare for the slop, okay?
Yep.
Bro, every time someone says neoliberal, you can just, in a negative way, okay, you can just dismiss them immediately. That's like a really cool heuristic, which is like 100% true all the time. But yeah. Also, you know, now that I think about it, I kind of intrinsically value people using the word neoliberalism. I kind of intrinsically value it. It's just a vibe, bro. Oh, you want to challenge me on it? Oh, it makes no coherent philosophical sense. Oh, it's just a vibe. Okay, let me write like 3 articles around it. Yeah. Whatever. By the way, do you have stuff on the, you know, intergenerational stuff? So like, you know, oh, Gen Z is not like doing infinity worse than boomers or whatever. Because like, you know, there is this Federal Reserve paper. Yeah. Either if you find cool stuff on that, send it to me, because I'm making a new page in my Notion just for that thing.
Yeah.
But yeah. Okay. Well, see ya. We really gotta make that bingo. We gotta make that bingo. But yeah.
That's true.
But wait, if we get a bingo, do you stop reading the article? Do you like? Probably not. Probably just for the fun of it. Just for the fun.
Yeah, I think you just, I think you just say this is how predictable this person is and make fun of them.
Yeah, probably. Okay. See you later.
See you. Neoliberal derogatory. Bannable. Central to the yin-based abundance agenda is the belief that cities are unable to build enough housing because of zoning and other local regulatory restrictions. They attribute this bottlenecking as the primary reason for the housing market's limited new supply, which keeps vacancy rates low and drives up rent prices. Increasing the inventory housing, they argue, will lead to market equilibrium. It's a weird way of phrasing it. When housing supply finally meets demand. Many neoliberal cities have already experimented with incentives to build more housing through inclusionary housing policies, density bonuses, and have emulated federal tax schemes such as the low-income housing tax credit, which I think I don't know if the low-income housing tax credit is part of the abundance agenda at all. I don't think that's a particularly efficient house program. all of which have failed to deliver optimal results at scale. I don't know what at scale means. Like, I think, like, the evidence I have is all pretty solid that, like, it seems to at least have, like, some, like, positive effect, obviously. I guess I don't know how she would define at scale. Many online leftists see the abundance agenda as nothing more than an irreconcilable slop. Oh, you know, I guess we're in the same boat, buddy. In part because the current profit-driven real estate industry contradicts any predictive outcomes of affordability. Source: the Dow Jones U.S. Real Estate Index. New market rate housing doesn't ensure affordability for struggling renters who need deeply affordable options. Oh, right, Ezra Klein's abundance? Yeah. Obviously, this is not true. Like, any... I think by this logic, and maybe she would hold this, because she seems like the person who would hold this, like, any for-profit industry would contradict outcomes of... I don't know what she means by predictive outcomes of affordability, but, like, any, like, affordable outcome, when, like, quite obviously it's not the case. There are plenty of things that people that work fine in a private market that are affordable. I don't know what we mean. But all right. Proponents of the abundance even acknowledge that state-sanctioned upzoning will ultimately generate more revenue for developers, but we need to treat developers' insatiable appetite for profit as a necessary evil to ensure more housing is built. What do we mean more profit for developers? The relevant thing, you might see more overall profit because the quantity goes up. So, like, for all suppliers, you might see total revenue go up, but the important thing is that markups would fall. Price would be driven close to the marginal cost. That's the important part. Like, if you know, like, I saw Shin's video on it and I think abundance has some good idea, but slop is slop. I don't think abundance is slop. I don't think I ever watched Shenandoah's full video on it. I don't know. It didn't seem like he disagreed too much with, like, the actual policy of it, though. It seems like he mostly disagreed about, like, whether or not it was, like, the best, like, democratic strategy. But I could be misremembering because, like I said, I didn't watch the whole video. But, like, obviously, like, we should, like, profit is not, like, intrinsically evil or anything. So, you know, I don't even view it as a necessary evil. Like, because prices are a signal wrapped in an incentive. Like, this, like, I want developers to respond to high prices by developing more. Let's go back to New York City. Although several measures, including a rent control ordinance designated to rent stabilized units, a tax abatement program incentivizing the construction of affordable multifamily housing, and various housing subsidy programs have been implemented alongside public and affordable housing initiatives funded by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. New York City remains the most expensive city in the United States and the second most expensive city in the world. Do we think any of this represents the abundance agenda? What? No one in the abundance agenda is, like, defending a rent control ordinance or rent stabilized unit or the tax abatement program incentivizing the construction of affordable housing. I think people would defend that in principle. The issue is, like, how efficiently that is done, right? Like, that's the whole issue of abundance. And, like, various housing subsidy programs, again, like, it's just going to come down to, like, what condition, like, are we saying that in order to get these subsidies or whatever, you have to hire 10 black-owned unions at the smallest construction company possible to do this shit? Because, you know, I think Shane contends was mostly the book didn't really exploit a political implication, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's basically what I remember.
Okay, here's an idea. Okay, you have the article open.
Yeah.
Look up Control F. Okay, look up Austin. Look up Houston. Okay, these are the real anti-abundance cities. When I think of abundance, when I think of what Ezra Klein really wants, I imagine New York City, bro. That's what I
know. Yeah.
When you think about abundance, you think the cities that establishment Democrats have been always running. That's what Ezra Klein is saying. He's saying Democrats are doing a good job, and we should look at establishment Democrat cities to infer what we should do. That's what he's always saying. That's what he has always said.
This is true.
Okay.
This is true.
Okay, so do they mention Houston or Austin once?
Nope.
Once?
No Houston. Nope.
Oh, no,
no
not even
Austin.
once? Not even
no
fucking
Texas.
once. Right. No Florida. No, nothing. Okay, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Okay, I'll look into that.
Yep, no Florida. Despite the billions of dollars poured into affordable housing initiatives dating back to the 1930s, the actual number of affordable units built over the years is minuscule compared to the number of new luxury units that have emerged around town, sometimes with affordable housing tax dollars. So I already went over the reasons earlier why like it's not necessarily bad to have like luxury buildings and everything, but this bitch has not read abundance. Like this is, as Rick Light's whole point, is that it's been despite us spending way too much fucking money in building affordable housing, none of this shit actually gets done. Chicago spends $1 million per unit building affordable housing. DC spends $1 million per unit building affordable housing. You cannot build as much affordable housing as we need when it costs as much for the government to do. That's one of the fundamental points of abundance. Known as the luxury condo glut, this area of ultra-luxury residential development consistently accounted for 80% of new construction starts in New York City between 2013 and 2019, with studies estimating the average vacancy rate to be anywhere from 25% to nearly 50%. Wow. A lot of this, again, is enabled by supply restrictions in the first place. So again, like, I mentioned earlier, like just building housing for the rich is not like necessarily bad, but people move out of it and it creates the, like chain effect and everything, and then like it still increases total housing stock, and you would still expect to see like depreciation or whatever. But abundance talks about this all the time. Where part of, in the book is like, New York is now like a luxury good, right? Because supply is so restricted and because it costs so much to build housing, people no longer go to New York to build wealth; they go to New York to spend their wealth. So, to the extent that like, this type of land banking happens, and by the way, I highly doubt the study is even like accurate, but it's probably misrepresenting it in some way. And also, this is not a study; this is a news article, but maybe it cites a study in here. We'll see. This type of like land banking is incentivized and allowed by the type of supply restrictions we see. And also, by the way, vacancy rates are kind of what drives prices down. But I mean, I understand what she's referring to as vacancy rates. It's like, I'm assuming she just means like billionaires who own the home but like don't live there full time. Nearly half of luxury units in 7 billionaires row bill. Nearly half of this isn't all in New York. I think this is only citing these 7 buildings. I could be wrong, but like literally, she's only citing these 7 buildings. Why is she framing it as if it's like the whole of New York? I find it really funny how much New York Post says, I hate Boner for Zoran. I mean, listen, there's a market to fill, okay? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know much about like New York Post specifically, but actually, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I think I've seen some stuff from them reporting on like Zoran's like SAT score and shit like that. It just seems kind of silly to like report on, but yeah. Yeah, F and ethics. 11% of the skyscraper's units remain unsold. this seems like a insanely like bad faith representation of the study. Some tabloid type reporting, though. Yeah. To add insult to industry, developers lobbied for and were granted special use of the 421 tax exemption program, originally designed to incentivize construction of new affordable units. In 2013, 5 luxury developers received multi-year property tax exemptions that went towards the construction of luxury building in prime New York City neighborhoods. The only stipulation was agreeing to provide modest numbers of affordable housing units elsewhere. No more blatant examples of misappropriation of New Yorkers' tax money than Extel development. In exchange for 66 affordable units in a Bronx, priced at roughly $6 million, Extel Development received a 10-year tax break estimated at $65.6 million for its ultra-luxury condo building, 157 on Billionaire's Row, where one of the penthouses reportedly sold for over $100 million. 2015, the NYC Independent Budget Office included that an additional 307 units could have been produced in a Bronx if all those funds had been used to build affordable housing. That's not even like that many. Okay, but wow. No one is like gonna like this is obviously like just blatant like rent seeking. Like no one in the abundance agenda is like defending like blatant abuse of like government programs by like corporations or whatever. Like no one is doing that. Like I'm pretty sure I don't know if abundance like talks about this specifically necessarily, but certainly there's gotta be like stuff in it about I'm trying to remember. About like companies taking advantage of some of these programs. Another 2015 report, the Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development, ANHD, highlighted an ongoing trend in central Brooklyn and western Queens, 421, and tax incentives were also used to build high-end developments in up-and-coming gentrifying neighborhoods. Wow, leading to rent increases for the entire neighborhood. The conciliatory affordable units, however, were constructed in areas with notably higher concentration of government-assisted units where home values are relatively lower and poverty rates are generally higher. Over 3 decades, the 421 program has cost the city $22 billion in lost tax revenue. It's not the only contentious housing policy in recent history. Many New Yorkers rightfully criticized Mayor de Blasio's New York Housing Initiative for its planned distribution of 300,000 affordable units instead of using a weighted average to allocate affordable housing subsidies. HNY would divide its assistance evenly between income groups ranging from 0 to 165% of the area median income. While diplomatic on the surface, this policy did not adequately quantify the needs of very low-income individuals and unhoused residents in New York who significantly outnumber those at the higher end of the income eligibility spectrum. Although high-earning renters may experience a systemic exclusion from New York City ownership market, their status and purchasing power indicate they are less rent burdened compared to extremely low-income renters. The city and HUD provided an annual estimate of maximum rent landlords may charge per household income, bedroom, or family size, according to the maximum rent limits for subsidy recipients. Oh, my fucking headphones are battery low. Low-income household in New York City are spending up to 40% of their income on rent, while high-income households are paying significantly less than 30% of their income on rent. None of this is like meaningful criticism at all, and none of this is like anything abundance people would defend. None of this is even all of this is issues that like abundance people would like talk about and want to address. Also, can we just like cite a paper? Like, why don't we cite a paper about the effects of the type of reforms that abundant people want on like housing prices? It's not like we don't have these. Like, here's a like list of them, and like most of they're like almost all like positive, right? Like, but instead we're just kind of doing like weird anecdotes about stuff abundance people don't even want to defend. Public-private partnerships are frequently observed in contemporary neoliberal housing policies. That's another argument you back there. Why don't you back it up with a source? Like, please. Where profit-driven objectives of the private enterprise eclipse the outcomes of state-sanctioned initiatives, relying on the private sector to fulfill policy promises has often led to functionally ineffective solutions, lending credence to the ill-conceived notion that privately operated companies are better equipped to provide these services independently. It's like supporting the privatization of the United States Postal Service. Ooh, based. Let's go. Me for real? Because your FedEx package arrived sooner. The efficacy and quality of services driven by profit motives is in unregulated labor markets may be preferable partnerships with the government. Wow. This is because the private sector delivers when the private sector delivers substandard outcomes, the government is held accountable. What? Department of Housing and Urban Development rental assistance programs is a recent federal policy that illustrates the consequences of the initiative introduced by the Obama administration was designed as a compromise with financial institutions to encourage investment in countries deteriorating public housing. The rationale behind this approach hinges on the fact that decades of congressional spending cuts have left public housing authorities unable to properly maintain their aging buildings. Instead of providing direct funding to HUD Section 9 programs, the policies outsource the management of public fundings, public housing and private companies. To an extent, Abundance talks about this, where they say like it's an issue that we rely so much on consultants. It isn't so much consultants as just outsourcing to like companies, but they talk about this as well. Like to some extent, state capacity has to be building the government's capacity to do stuff internally, not relying on a bunch of fucking consultants that we overpay and a bunch of fucking construction workers that we overpay and everything. I love privatization. Pay no attention to my water company dumping sewage in the river. I have actually read a little bit about privatization of water stuff in sewage in the UK. I've seen bad stuff from it, but I don't know. Like, evidence just seems pretty mixed to me in general. I'm charging those headphones. I gotta get my other headphones. Which are annoying to turn on. Because the power button's broken. Oh my god, come on. There we go. No one likes Thames water, to be honest. Makes sense. Got my stupid gray headphones on. Oh my god, day ruined. Okay, none of this, like... It still sucks. Why am I hearing myself now? Are you guys hearing that too? You're not. Okay, hold on. I think I fixed it. All right, it should be good. Hold on, let me just check. Yeah, we're good. Seems likely abundant supporters will be inclined to associate blame or at least consider how shadow banking has critically inflated housing prices. While they aren't directly responsible for the Federal Reserve raising interest rates, they still benefit from less competition in the buyer's market, especially during a reported national housing shortage, according to government-sponsored Freddie Mac. Article is masterclass in Yaponomics. Though you ought to give it that. I do gotta give it that. In 2022, an investigation conducted by ProPublica uncovered unscrupulous practices by prominent private equity firm Blackstone. Yes, private equity, yes. Through a subsidiary, Innovation Homes, Blackstone strategically acquired a significant amount of residential properties and parcels of land rather than developing the properties. The company chose to keep them intentionally vacant. This calculated approach was intended to artificially inflate prices by constraining the overall supply of available housing and exacerbated marketing conditions for prospective buyers. To the extent that this happens, like, again, removing supply constraints would probably help, because the reason this is such a good investment in the first place and the reason that these firms can have like entrenched power is because, in large part, because of the barriers to entry and the supply restrictions. But like, just holistically, there's just not good evidence for like market power being like the main driver. Again, they own like an incredibly small percentage of homes nationwide. And like even in specific cities, like I don't know what city this is looking at, but like you just don't see very high market concentration. Source, please. Market manipulation of the nature is not uncommon. Prominent builders, including Leonard, blah, 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 are pausing construction and rent to build around communities until there's an improvement in the revenue forecast. What? That's not market manipulation. That's kind of how market, like if you... I don't even understand how we begin to think that like this at least automatically suggests market manipulation. Yeah, if you expect this entire article is essentially source. Yeah, I mean it's crazy, but obviously as with any product, if you expect weaker demand in the future, you're gonna produce less of it. Like so small businesses hesitate to repair leaky pipe if it affects their profits. Major real estate firms are reluctant to welcome new housing developments in markets where they face competition. Recent legislation in Charlotte, North Carolina, hey, that's close to where I live-ish, highlights the challenges of balancing conflicting interests in municipalities' neoliberal framework as the city struggles to deliver timely concrete results. In 2022, Charlotte gained national attention for its unified development ordinance, legalizing duplexes and triplexes in neighborhoods previously restricted to single-family dwellings. Neoliberal celebrated, significant step towards housing supply affordability. We're not going to say any data for this, are we? Oh my God, I just know. 3 years later, the city's affordable housing crisis is marked by a lack of new housing starts and permit stores. Despite the removal of bureaucratic hurdles that were said to impede new building initiatives, one of the first and only complete construction projects thus far was led by Habitat for Humanity, building a total of 10 duplex units in 4 single-family homes. Oops. This doesn't mention Charlotte. I wonder if... this mentions Charlotte at all? What's up, Kissy Cat? No, it doesn't. Maybe this does. Oops. Although I don't know if it can like search through the content of these. It might just only be able to look at the titles, in which case it wouldn't tell me if Charlotte's mentioned any of these. I don't know. It doesn't seem like most of the evidence is like directionally positive. I'm not gonna pretend like I read a fuck ton on it, but certainly this bitch has not read very much of it at all. Based on a limited number of projects, developers seem to be exercising caution. However, this measured approach does not reflect stagnation within a broader housing market. Innovation Homes recently acquired a total of 500 newly constructed single-family homes in Charlotte, Jacksonville, Florida for $150 million. Charlotte ranks among the top 5 cities in the nation for institutional ownership of real estate. Wow. Together, companies like Innovation Homes, Residential Progress, blah, 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 own a whole 18% of the single-family rental home market. Not even a total housing stock. One specific subsection of the rental market. Because Charlotte Studio is still only 2 years old, it's too early to gauge its effectiveness. It's still plausible, however, to wonder if some institutional investors might purchase and hold existing land and property specifically to prevent infill projects from building newly permitted duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes. When corporate landlords seize a significant portion of the market, they gain the power to shape rental rates, ultimately driving up profits from their shareholders while leaving courtless individuals and families struggling to find a place to call home. Instead of protecting those most affected by market volatility, the state collaborates with its perpetuators once they reach a too big to fail status. Okay. I wonder, like, Charlotte, rent, or I guess, zoning laws, NBER. Paper. Doesn't seem like there's really any papers on it. I wonder, UDO or whatever. It's not really what I want. I don't know. I don't think there's any specific evidence on this, right? But, impact on Reddit is complex and not fully understood. Wow. I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's evidence in Charlotte specifically, so it's probably just look at other places and look at that. But like, this is like more generally, why don't we see like Houston having the same affordability problems as New York? Is it because Houston has like solved the problem with like private equity and stuff? Like, no, it's because Houston has more housing starts than the entire state of New York, not just New York City, the entire state. Like, supporters of the Yes in My Backyard movement argue that the current policies governing housing development and urban planning are sufficient to meet the standard needs of growing communities, while these advocates raise various moral and ethical questions regarding housing accessibility and community growth. Their stance may be inadvertently linked to more problematic political ideology that prioritizes a system that thrives in economic hardship, disproportionately placed on low-income tenants. Yes, me for real. Oh my god. Survey targeting individuals who advocate for the concept of abundance, solution to affordable housing was administered across 2 platforms. The initial blah blah blah. This is I don't, not substantive criticism. Market rate housing tends to delineate class lines for both owners and renters because of historical placement. Long-term tax credit, continuing the program for those rights existing inequities, including de facto segregation. Wow. Fortunately, the GIMBY policies appear to express hesitance in sharing accommodations, particularly working-class renters. Suppose the results of this limited study accurately represent a broader homeownership aspiration in the YIMBYs. In that case, it can be inferred that their ultimate objective is to reside in close proximity to the very individuals they publicly oppose. Wow. The persistent opposition to growth in their backyard has become so common a catchphrase was, oh, this is just saying that what, YIMBYs are like secretly NIMBY? Okay, wow. Disclaimer, the following observation is just speculative as the real estate market. Beneath YIMBY's economically driven condensation seems to be a disconcerting belief that individuals whose incomes fall below a certain arbitrary threshold are unworthy of the same standard of living of those who can pay closer to market rates. Despite their vocal claim of championing progressivism, supporters of the abundance agenda embody the very exclusionary practices that civil rights leaders and tenants have long fought against. This unwavering faith in market absolutism. Their neoliberal policymaking has been touted as the ultimate fix to our economic troubles for 40 years now, even though the corporate ruling class has all but shown its hands, wrongly grasping the levers of state authority by infiltrating our democratic system. Capital owners have positioned themselves as a final boss of government intervention. For reason to make it unclear, market neoliberals, YIMBYs, and the newly established Brotherhood of Abundance endure in their strategy of beating them at their own game. There's no outmaneuvering the oligarchs. Wow. Placing America's system of democratized fast system with a less rotten version of itself appeals. One of those walled off from the decay American empire and enters this lucidity stage of collapse. At the very least, the individuals should have the courage to acknowledge that their advocacy for tired and failed policies is bound by self-interest. If they sought a better future for everyone, they'd endorse Muhammad Ali. There's no way PVG would be willing to talk about any of that, right? Because first of all, he definitely is not even like Reddit. Oh, he's not even streaming anymore. Truly incredible. I don't think Casey is streaming or anything. I don't think he wants to talk either, so. Yeah. Well, fun time. I got places to be. I will be streaming again tomorrow, at this point, later today. I'll stream it tomorrow at like 7 or 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. or something. Obviously, I have to watch the Destiny V Econoboi thing. So yeah, if you guys enjoyed any of this, make sure to subscribe or follow on wherever you're watching. Okay, more content come to the YouTube channel soon. I got to get around to editing shit, but obviously, as always, subscribe to the YouTube channel. That's where you get to see all the debates and everything that you missed. If you hear from Food Chops or Soy Pill still, make sure to subscribe so you don't miss anything. Love streaming. Really cool that you guys all come in and watch me stream. Really enjoy chatting with all y'all and everything. Make sure to subscribe again so you catch me tonight and all the other future debates and everything. Oh, hell yeah. Thanks, Kissy Cat, for the $20. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah, Kissy Cat. I really appreciate it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Love you, Kissy Cat. Wow. Yeah. No one is really streaming on YouTube, so. There we go. There's the alert. Little delayed on YouTube. But yeah, again, appreciate it, Kissy Cat. Helps a lot. Hell yeah. Man, no one's really streaming on YouTube, so I don't get to rate anyone, sadly. But yeah. See you guys later today, technically. Should be setting up some more conversations with like Jubilee people. I guess tomorrow might be on Sarah's panel too. Or later today again. So I think later today we might be on Sarah's panel talking about Trump being evil, and I think we'll definitely watch the Econoboi versus Destiny thing. And then next week we have some, hopefully next week we'll have like 2 or 3 debates-less conversations with some people who are recently on Jubilee. So yeah, make sure to subscribe for that. And I'll see you all later today. Subscribe. Really love you guys. Really love you guys watch me stream. See you guys. Appreciate it. W's in the chat. See you guys.